I am clearly the most favored third prince of the great Qin dynasty. However, 7 fiancés formed a team and came to cancel the wedding. Just because I was born with auspicious signs, I was called a reincarnation of a celestial being. But at the age of 18, it was discovered that he was a waste without any talent. The destined male protagonist becomes a royal outcast. All day long, it's fishing, drinking tea, and passing the time. Just at this moment, a delicate shout came from outside the mansion. Yi Daosheng, come out for me. Your Highness, General Sun's granddaughter, Ji Shangnan, has arrived. Go out and meet her, otherwise she will demolish the Wang mansion. De Qin is the great general of the Yi family. Letting her divorce is already indulgence. Dismantling the royal mansion is a slap in the face to the royal family. Li Jingsong is not foolish yet. Calculate the time, the other 6 should be here soon. Ailian, there are 7 divorce letters on the stone table. You take it out and give it to the 7 of them. Divorce letter? Your Highness wants to divorce them. Ailian looked at me in astonishment. Your Highness, will this cause trouble? After all, the identities of the 7 fiancés are all extraordinary. They can divorce, why can't I divorce my wife? They don't deserve to be the woman of Yi Daosheng, who I want to be. Immediately, Ailian picked up the letter of leave on the stone case. His Highness really wants to divorce his wife. I waved my hand and handed them the letter of resignation. Then tell them not to bother me anymore. After finishing speaking, I picked up the fishing rod and started fishing. Suddenly a wave of drowsiness came over me. Unconsciously, I entered the dream again. In my dream, I found myself in a very strange and wonderful place. A wisp of flame burns within the blooming lotus. I raised my hand and reached out towards the flames in the blue lotus. As soon as you get close, you will feel warm and comfortable, making your heart and mind joyful. At the same time, Ailian came to the outside of the mansion and looked on. The 7 unmarried wives who were about to break into the royal mansion. The one at the forefront is General Li Xingnan's residence. The beloved granddaughter of the Grand General possesses a cultivation level of 7th rank. Behind is the Fuzi Academy, where Ling Fuyao stands in a white robe, surpassing the snow. Extraordinary temperament with a cultivation level of the 6th rank. Tang Yun, the blue-clothed sword of the sword sect, with sword aura swirling around like the sea. Having the 8th level of cultivation. Prince Tian's mansion is elegant and luxurious, with a beauty that outshines the flowers. He possesses a cultivation level of 7th rank. Princess Xiao Lingfei of the Xia Kingdom is extremely proud and arrogant, looking down on everything, and possesses the cultivation level of the 8th rank. Ancient tribe, ancient green clothes, elegant like a fairy, mysterious and holy, cultivation level unknown. Fantasy Sound Pavilion, Yun Xingyao, enchanting and charming, with a youthful appearance and ample bosom, possesses a cultivation level of the 7th rank. Arian calmly looked at the 7 beautiful girls in front of her. Ladies, this is what His Highness has prepared for you. Please take a look. Resignation letter? How dare he? The 7 women looked at the letter in their hands with different expressions. The jade seal of the royal palace told them that the letter of dismissal was genuine. Li Shangnan was the first to get angry and yelled at Alian. Let your Highness come out and give us a reasonable explanation today. This matter is not finished. Ling Fuyao is in agreement. Yes, how can Yi Daosheng, who has no connection to the martial arts, dare to abandon his wife? Ailian forced herself to remain calm, and the letter of resignation was written by His Highness himself. You have received, please leave the palace. As soon as the words fell, she seemed to have thought of something again. His Highness said to take the letter of resignation and leave quickly without disturbing him anymore. 7 women, angry, their fists clenched, the mountains undulate beautifully. They had already planned how to divorce before entering the royal palace. I didn't expect Yi Daosheng to want to dismiss them with a letter of resignation. Yi Daosheng dare not come out to see us. We will go find him ourselves if he doesn't leave the house. Li Shangnan angrily prepared to break into the Wang mansion. The crowd behind the long street is in an uproar. No one expected Yi Daosheng to divorce his wife. And it's also a one-time vacation for 7 people, really impressive. Just then, the sound of horse hooves came. The ground beneath my feet trembles and shakes, as if on the eve of an earthquake. The person is dressed in black armor, with a wide sword hanging from their waist. The terrifying iron-blooded killing intent permeates their bodies. Invincible warriors of Great Qin. How could it appear here? Could it be that Emperor Qin himself has arrived? The people were extremely puzzled and knelt down to pay their respects. At this moment, a white horse galloped through the ranks of the Qin's elite soldiers and stopped outside the Prince Ning's mansion. This person is the Crown Prince Yi Changqing of the Great Qin dynasty. He dismounted and approached the 7 women. All the women bowed and saluted, paying their respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Yi Changqing raised his hand to signal the 7 women to stand up. Why are you all gathering at the Wang mansion? Is there something important? At this moment, Yi Changqing noticed that they were holding a letter of resignation. I almost laughed out loud. There is still a way for the 3rd brother. A letter of resignation to preserve the dignity of the royal family. General Li Shangnan stepped forward and spoke. Your Highness, please ask Yi Daosheng to come out. Miss Li, Yi Daosheng is the Prince of Ning in the Great Qin dynasty. How dare you call him by his name? Yi Chongqing said coldly. Since you have already obtained the leave letter, you can leave now. You were the one who wanted to marry Ning Zhu back then. Now it's you who wants to divorce. The emperor did not say anything about cherishing friendship. If the royal face is damaged, can you bear the consequences? The 7 people fell silent upon hearing the words. Yi Chongqing continued, I am not here to protect Prince Ning, but it is specifically to remind you that everything should be done in moderation. Isn't it just protection? Anyone with discerning eyes can see that it's here to support Yi Daosheng. The fierce warriors of Daqin surround the royal residence with an overwhelming aura of killing intent, making it impossible for anyone to make a move lightly. Go back. What opinions do you have that would allow your family members to enter the palace? The bustling market has a significant impact on your reputation. Watching the crown prince take a step and walk towards the mansion, Li Shangnan stepped forward and said, Your Highness, please convey a message to the Prince Ning. This is not over. I am waiting for him at the college. Leave a sentence. She crumpled the resignation letter into a ball. Wave your sleeves and leave in anger. The other 6 women knew that Prince Chongqing was there. They cannot do anything to Yi Daosheng, can only swallow the loss, leaving with the gifts prepared by Yi Daosheng for them. I have already withdrawn from the dream under the ancient pavilion. Such a powerful flame, unfortunately unable to bring it into reality. Just at this moment, a wisp of flame appeared in front. Moving with the wind, it floats and dances like a fairy. I watched the flames and rubbed my eyes. Oh my god, the flames are real. Thoughts in my mind are like lightning. Is the place in dreams an alternate dimension? At this moment, Ailian's voice came through. The prince has arrived, Your Royal Highness. I quickly blocked the flames behind me, looking a bit panicked. How can the flame be extinguished? In the next moment, the flame seemed to be a wandering little snake hidden in the palm. I only feel a warm current flowing from the palm of my hand. It is known that the flame is hidden. How come the elder brother has time to come to the mansion? You seem to be angry with your older brother. Is it true that the emperor brother hasn't visited you in the palace for a month? I calm my inner emotions and reply calmly, I dare not. Things you dare not do. Divorce 7 wives. You are the number 1 person in Daqin. Okay, sit down and speak. I have something important to tell you. 2 people, Yi Daosheng and Xia Shiren, sat facing each other beside a stone table under the ancient pavilion. Ailian left tactfully. Prince Chongqing smiled and said, Why is the 3rd prince still acting like a child? Your angry look is exactly the same as when you were a child. Brother, I was originally just a child. Okay, you are a child, but what I'm about to say next is very important. You must remember it. Yi Chongqing's expression was solemn. Old San, are you very curious? Why hasn't the emperor come to see you in a month? Abandoning the pieces. What value does it have? The father emperor occupies the 9th level, managing countless affairs of the day. How could you find time to see me? Nonsense. After the martial arts test, the emperor learned from the national teacher. There are immortals in Mount Yunxian, and they will personally go to help you find it. A fairy spirit can give you spiritual roots. Re-entering the path of martial arts. Father Emperor has gone to great lengths for you. I won't allow you to misunderstand Father Emperor. I apply for a slight daze. Father Emperor went to the falling immortal mountain. In the past month, the Emperor has been absent from the capital, and I, as the heir, have to act as regent. Your 2nd older brother guards the border and fights fiercely with the elite soldiers of Dakian. We are all busy, only you are the most carefree. What qualifications do you have to sulk here? Speaking of this, he paused for a moment and continued. Your 7 fiancés dare to break off the engagement, without the support of their powerful backers. How dare they challenge the royal family? I am a little confused at the moment. I was really born into the royal family. The book records the ruthlessness of the royal family, the infighting between father and son, and the conflicts among brothers. The blood on the high platform of the palace has never stopped flowing. The current situation is that I am being spoiled by my father and loved by my older brother. The next style is definitely about filial piety. The Emperor of Qin waged wars to unify the world and bring together all under heaven. Then he enjoyed a lifetime of wealth, prosperity, and peace. Can be heard from the mouth of the elder brother. The current situation in Daqin is turbulent and tumultuous. Someone wants to end their prosperity and wealth. 3rd brother, Qinbo's mysterious cloud power is growing steadily. No one can harm you as long as you have the emperor and your older brother. Unable to step into the martial arts, we can embark on the path of literature. With one step, when 2 enters the realm of the divine, and the purple aura arrives from the east, holding the cultural atmosphere of the world. Words follow the law, comparable to terrestrial immortals. The Confucian scholars are revered as literary saints by students all over the world, with the martial saint, sword saint, spear saint, and being one of the 4 saints of the world. Immediately, the sound of the Ruishi iron armor crashing came. Soon, figures came in one after another, carrying wooden boxes and arriving outside the ancient pavilion. Tao Shang, these classics were collected for you by your elder brother over the course of 1 month. Stay in the mansion from now on and study diligently. Whether one can become a saint or not is not important, reading more books is ultimately a good thing. I nodded. I know, in books there are golden houses, and in books there is a beauty like jade. Yi Chongqing stood up and patted me. You little guy know quite a lot about shoulders. I looked at the 10 large wooden boxes and felt a bit touched. Will the matter of the emperor's brother divorcing his wife cause trouble for the empire? It's okay, everything will be decided when father returns. Yi Chongqing said it very casually. Mainly, I don't want Yi Daoxing to feel guilty. And he doesn't think Yi Daoxing's approach is wrong. Third brother, you should find a wife as soon as possible after divorcing your current one. The situation in Daqin is tense. If Father Emperor were to form an alliance with the Tang dynasty, Tang Guohui will marry their 7 princesses. Princess Tang Qi's reputation is not very good. Rumors are very ugly. Children will cry when they see it, adults will see it as a nightmare. Xianyang City is in chaos today. The news of Prince Ning divorcing 7 wives spread like wildfire. Spread throughout the streets and alleys. Li Shangnan, an ancient Qingyi spirit, supports the 7 daughters of Fuya. Became the talk of the town among the common people after meals and tea. They lost face for a moment. I am completely unaware of the affairs within the city, as I reside deeply in my mansion. Sitting in the Star Pavilion, I studied the classics sent by Prince Chongqing. 3 consecutive days have passed and I now have a comprehensive understanding of the land of Kyushu. Suddenly, drowsiness struck. Enter the magical dream space once again. The surroundings of the lotus and fire were pitch black, with no changes at all. After 3 days of exploration, I am now able to control the flame in the palm of my hand. But it is impossible to launch an attack with flames. I guess it's because there is no spiritual energy in the body. It's time to validate my ideas by entering the dream again. Can everything you dream of appear in reality? Immediately, I thought to myself, give me a wife. Immediately, a loud noise came. Wake me up directly from my dream. I looked towards the lake. Holy cow! A beauty descended from the sky. Ripples spread across the lake, and a beauty emerges from the water. The fragrant face is half open and charming. The jade beauty emerges with a new makeup wash. Dreams come true is really far-fetched. I quickly stood up straight, and saw the beautiful woman's bright eyes looking at me. Don't be afraid, I'll save you. I jumped into the lake and embraced the beauty in my arms. Girl, I swim forever very well. The woman struggled for a moment, not giving me a chance to be affectionate. A palm landed on my shoulder, sending me flying. Looking again, the beautiful figure floats and falls under the ancient pavilion. The 2 temples have dark hair tightly pressed against the cheeks, and the woman looks at me with a cold gaze. The aura emanating from the body is chilling and bone-piercing. Daring rascal, how dare you disrespect me? Girl, you misunderstood, I am a good person. Just worried that you can't swim. I swim hard towards the shore, thoughts swirling in my mind. Something feels off. Everyone does not come from dreams. Shouldn't it be about obeying oneself? After a while, I climbed ashore and admired the beauty in front of me. She has a pure and sacred temperament, cold as if she wants to keep people at a distance. Girl, I am a good person. Where do you come from and where are you going? Pretend to be foolish. Speak up. Who sent you to get close to me? Is it a fairyland or a demon realm? This woman must have hit her head and gone crazy. I have read miscellaneous essays on the 9 provinces. There is a clear record of the Kyushu pattern inside. There is simply no fairy court or demon realm. Miss, this is Kyushu. The entire mansion belongs to me. Dao Qingluo's face changed slightly, and she raised her hand, placing a sword against my neck. Lies. You think you can deceive me? Girl, I really didn't lie. I slowly raised my arm, trying to take the long sword off my neck. The girl has something to say. Fighting and killing cannot solve the problem. Dao Qingluo said coldly, I never believe a man's words. If you don't tell the truth, I will make you disappear. I am somewhat helpless. Doesn't anyone believe in honesty these days? At this moment, a startled cry broke the tranquility of the royal residence. Ailian stood not far away, and the wooden tray in her hand fell to the ground. Someone come. There's an assassin. The Daqin warriors are rushing forward, the sound of their armor and weapons colliding getting closer and closer. In the next moment, Dao Qingluo's figure soared into the air, wielding a sword and rushing towards the elite soldiers of Daqin. However, the figure that had just rushed out stumbled and fell into the lake. Blood sprayed from the mouth, dyeing the lake water red. Playing? Just this and you still want to kill me? What celestial being? She isn't. The Daqin sharpshooters quickly arrived at the lakeside, and the leader at the front spoke up. Your Highness, we will immediately kick her out. I saw Ruesher preparing to take action and quickly said, let go of this girl, let me handle it. Immediately, I jumped into the lake and embraced Daoqing Luo, then returned to the shore. Returned to the room with Ailian's help. Ailian, go find a clean dress for her to change into. Ailian quickly got up and left to fetch her own dress, helping Daoqing Luo put it on. Came to Yi Daoxing's side after closing the door. Your Highness, where does this woman come from? I don't know. I want to say she came down from the sky, do you believe it or not? Ailian shook her head. Your Highness is teasing me again. I remained silent. Actually, I also want to know where Daoqing Luo comes from. I want to know the answer. I can only wait for her to wake up and ask. At the same time, the fish in the lake gather together. A big fish is crazily devouring the blood spat out by Daoqing Luo. Other small fish showed envy in their eyes. Xinhui appeared on the surface of the lake, and the goldfish leaped up. The body instantly swelled several zhang. Transform into a golden dragon and plunge into the water. Ha, I actually transformed into a dragon. Then the golden dragon submerged into the water and began to familiarize itself with its own body. One drop of blood turns it into a dragon. Jinlong secretly vowed to stay in the lake. There must be an expert here. I naturally have no knowledge of the changes that occurred in the lake. A person sits in the courtyard, holding a scroll in their hands. There is Daoqing Luo's long sword placed beside. Take away her weapon first, so as to avoid having to kill oneself when she wakes up. At dusk, the setting sun shines in the courtyard. I am still immersed in the scroll, reviewing miscellaneous thoughts on the 9 provinces over and over again. There was no record found inside about the fairy court and the demon realm. At this moment, in the room, Daoqing Luo has already awakened. Just the cheeks are still pale. I have fallen from grace, my cultivation has plummeted. Just used the art of concealment. How could it come to the small world of Kyushu? Clearly, this is a tiny little world. Why does he have the primordial divine fire on his body? Soon, a smile appeared on her pretty face as she murmured to herself. If I obtain the original divine fire within him, can make the injury heal and return to the peak. But now my cultivation is too weak. It seems that I must come up with a way to stay by his side. With this thought, she got up and pushed open the door. The door opens and I have a sudden inspiration. Pick up the long sword on the stone case and aim it directly at Daoqing Luo's brow. Don't mess around. If the long sword accidentally hurts you, don't blame me. Daoqing's mind moved, and the long sword transformed into a beam of light, flying into her hand. I looked at my empty hands and quickly smiled. Girl, I was just joking. Daoqing Luo smiled slightly and spoke. I believe in you, my husband. I instantly looked confused. Husband? It seems that this girl really has a problem with her brain. Father, even if you return from the immortal mountain without any gains, you must not be discouraged. Husband? He is in desperate need of a wife. This beauty is suitable for everything. Her appearance is like a fairy, and her temperament is extraordinary, but this brain, he had to be cured. Daoqing Luo walked towards Yi Daoxing. Husband, you are too cruel, actually disowning me. Yi Daoxing had a head full of black lines. Girl, we knew each other before? I am not a casual person. He took a step backward, afraid that Daoqing Luo would suddenly strike. I still don't know your name, where you come from, and also husband is not to be called randomly. My name is Daoqing Luo, as for where I come from, I forget. If you weren't my husband, how could his divine fire be on you? Yi Daoxing? He was shocked and found it hard to believe. It was impossible for anyone else to know about possessing the flame. The flame came from the magical dream realm. Where did Daoqing Luo learn about it? It can't really be like she said. I'm his husband. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The original owner of this body that crossed over was the Ning King of Daqin, and there was nothing about Daoqing Luo in his memory. Miss Dao, do you really not remember what place you came from? Don't remember. Daoqing Luo pearly blossomed. Husband, do you not want me anymore? Vocally and emotionally, there's no one else with this acting skill. Yi Daoxing looked at her. Truly I feel sorry for her. Miss Dao, tell me, what is the name of the divine fire in my body? Daoqing Luo didn't hesitate. Origin divine flame. Yi Daoxing moved forward and swept Daoqing Luo into his arms. Mother, I finally found you. This was the embrace of 2 movie emperors. It was destined that they would be competing with each other's acting skills in the days to come. Yi Daoxing wanted to figure out what was going on with the mysterious dream from Daoqing Luo's mouth. In addition, he needed a wife now, and there was no one more suitable than her. There was another important reason. Daoqing Luo should be a martial arts expert, so he would have a free fighter by his side. Why not be happy about that? Daoqing Luo wanted to get the divine fire origin in Yi Daoxing's body, and she couldn't return to the peak in a short period of time, so she needed a powerful shelter, and Yi Daoxing was the right person. She also had to figure out Yi Daoxing's identity and why the origin divine flame would appear on a mortal without a realm. The two of them hit it off immediately, and a divine couple would appear in the imperial capital. Yi Daoxing's face value and Dao Qingluo's beauty were definitely the most dazzling in the land of the 9 states. Goo goo. A sound came from Dao Qingluo's stomach and she awkwardly looked at Yi Daoxing. Husband, I'm hungry. Ah Lian. Outside the small courtyard, Ah Lian enters at a brisk pace. Your Highness, what's the matter? Ah Lian, meet Wang Fei. Your Highness? Ah Lian was dumbfounded and looked at Yi Daoxing incredulously. This development was also too fast. Ah Lian has met the king consort. Yi Daoxing signaled her to get up. Ah Lian, when will the evening meal start? Back to your Highness, it will be a while. Ah Lian, go to Drunken Fragrance House and buy some meals back. Lu Daoxing looked at Dao Qingluo and saw her pale face. Remember to get a fish soup back to tonify your Highness. Ah Lian leads the order and prepares to leave, when Dao Qingluo's voice comes from behind. Wait, I'll go with you. She wanted to take the opportunity to look outside the royal residence and learn more about this side of the world. Ah Lian turned to look at Yi Daoxing, obviously seeking his opinion. Ah Lian, have the sharpshooter drive the royal carriage there, but the princess cannot get out of the carriage, understand? Your Highness, I understand. Watching the two women leave, Yi Daoxing's face revealed a smile. Perfect. Having a wife is not to mention that she is also an expert, and I don't know how many grades of martial artist Qingluo is. In the land of the 9 states, martial artists have strict grades, divided into 1 to 9 grades, and above the 9 grades are the super first-class masters Zongshi, and grand masters. To be able to reach the grand master is already a true powerhouse in the Jianghu. Above the grand master, there are Wanxian, Tianxian, Tianxian, Land Immortal. This realm is the ceiling of the 9 states. Earlier, Dao Qingluo caught him off guard and took away the long sword in his hand. Divine skill, her cultivation is not low. This woman had quite a few secrets in her. In the future, he could let her teach him martial arts. Yi Daoxing turned his attention to Dao Qingluo. He had just repudiated his wife not long ago, and then there was another one who was a beautiful woman. If he let Li Shangnan and the others know that he had such a stunning princess, would the women regret it? This moment, inside the palace, the crown prince was busy. Because of Lu Daoxing's paper of repudiation, the general's house, the husband's house, the sword sect, the Taiyan royal house, the ancient clan, the illusory sound pavilion, and the Xia kingdom had sent people to the palace one after another to ask for a statement. What they wanted was to break off the marriage contract, not to repudiate their wives. Yi Changqing, on the other hand, sent them all away on the pretext that Emperor Qin was not in the palace, but he knew in his heart that the crowd would not let up. Sooner or later, they were going to make a big commotion. The Xia kingdom and the sword sect had the toughest attitudes. The sword sect cultivators had gone down to the mountains with the second prince to the border to defend against the incoming enemies of Great Qian, and now after Yi Daoxing had repudiated his wife, the sword sect had directly proposed to recall the sword cultivators who had gone down to the mountains. This move is really too much. Wanting to threaten the royal family with this, Yi Changqing will not spoil the sword clan, threatened that without the sword clan cultivators, the border Warqin army will not retreat half a step. Want to let the royal family back down is impossible thing. Everyone did not expect that the crown prince Changqing had such a strong attitude. They realized that the crown prince seemed to be even more overbearing than the Qin emperor. If he was allowed to ascend to the throne and become the emperor, it would never be a good thing. At this moment, a chamberlain entered the hall and bowed. Your Highness, urgent report from the border. Yi Changqing took the military report handed over by the chamberlain, opened it and quickly skimmed through it. The gloom on his cheeks was swept away. Lao Heir has lived up to his expectations. He has repelled the great Qian Huban. He put the military newspaper away and put it on the paperwork. The external trouble has been lifted. It is time to start clearing the internal trouble. Through the matter of repudiation, the problems reflected are very many. Yi Changqing has realized that the power of Jianghu and the temple centrifugal separation, in the future want to order them is not a simple thing. The general's house and the Taiyan royal house are closely related, so they need to be suppressed properly, so that they understand that Great Qin is always the world of the Yi family. The only thing that can be fought for now is the ancient family. As the Great Qin family, the crown princess is from the ancient family. There is this relationship and the ancient family's problem is best to be solved. How to say that the ancient clan is also considered a royal relative? Yi Changqing slowly stood up and moved his arms. Eunuchly, have you heard from father? Li Dixuan said, back to your highness, there is no news from his majesty yet. Yi Changqing moved to the outside of the palace. Night had already fallen. He seemed to be thinking about something. Eunuchly, counting the time father should have returned. Your highness, it's just these few days. The words just fell. A silhouette appeared at the end of the long corridor. Yi Changqing turned his head to look and hurriedly said, Father Emperor. Emperor Qin's hand supported on a wooden pillar. Blood arrows sprayed out from his mouth. Changqing, help me back to the palace. Yi Changqing sprinted forward and raised his hand to support Qin Emperor. Father Emperor, why are your injuries so heavy? Qin Emperor's voice is low. Meteor Immortal Mountain was ambushed. It's fortunate that I was able to retrieve a life back. The cultivators who traveled with me all fell. Changqing, you hand me over to Dexian, you go to the Ningwang mansion and have Daosheng come into the palace. Yi Changqing handed Qin Di over to Li Dixuan, got up and left the palace, preparing to head to the Ningwang mansion. He knew that Qin Di must have brought back the immortal spirit. With the immortal spirit, third brother would be able to enter the martial way. With this thought, his forward pace accelerated again. The night was like an ink stone, enveloping the capital. In the Ningwang mansion, the lights were dim as Dao Chang Luo and Lian returned from the drunken fragrance house and walked in the direction of the small courtyard. A trip outside had given Dao Chang Luo a new understanding of the Kyushu, a world where mortals and martial arts cultivators were 50-50. The mortal cultivators were all weak and could not yet pose a threat to her. Dao Chang Luo was very confident that her strength was invincible in the land of Kyushu. There was no place more suitable for her to recuperate than here. Lian followed close behind with her food box, her eyes sizing up the cat in Dao Chang Luo's arms. Your Highness, this cat looks dead, why did you choose it? It could die at any time. Little Lotus, it's not an ordinary cat. Dao Chang Luo stroked the sleeping cat in her arms, not expecting to encounter a divine beast cub with such a pure bloodline in the Qin capital. It was devoid of any vigor. The reason for this was that the aura of Kyushu was too thin to provide the best cultivation environment for divine beast cubs. The situation was different when it stayed by her side. Under her is aura nurturing, the divine beast cub would thrive and would become a great help to her in the future. It was considered an unexpected gain. Inside the small courtyard, Yi Daosheng heard the sound of the two talking and turned his head to look outside the courtyard. Mother, you're in a good mood after a trip out? And got yourself a pet? Dao Chang Luo guffawed. Does husband think it's cute? At this moment, the cat in her arms suddenly woke up and glanced towards Yi Daosheng before it started rubbing against Dao Chang Luo's rippling peaks in a very excited manner. Mother, this is a bad, carrot omega carrot, meow. It managed to bring me to the ditch. Yi Daosheng's gaze fell on Dao Chang Luo's chest as he said. As the words fell, the cat jumped directly into his arms. The sudden move caught Yi Daosheng off guard and he almost failed to catch the cat. The cat entered his arms and rolled and rubbed, as if it was very intimate with him. Dao Chang Luo took everything in and was certain that Yi Daosheng was a high-level person. To make a divine beast cub take the initiative to be intimate was not something an ordinary person could do. Yi Daosheng was suspicious, unable to understand why the cat was like this, and licked his cheek with its tongue, obviously showing him affection. However, he realized that there was something peculiar about the cat in his arms. It didn't look much like an ordinary cat. Mother, is this cat decent? Decent, absolutely decent. Hearing Dao Chang Luo's words, he stroked the cat's back. His two favorite things to do before crossing over were jerking cats and birds. The feel of the hand wasn't bad. Lian had already placed the packed-back meal on the table while the two were talking. Your Highness, have your evening meal. Yi Daosheng comes to the desk. Not bad, there's chicken and fish. Your wife is good at eating? Dao Chang Luo looks to Lian, all chosen by Xiao Lian. Lian is busy saying, Your Highness, the crown princess body is weak, these are all body tonic, it's just right to give Your Highness a tonic as well. She points to a dish on the paperwork and introduces, Your Highness, the name of this dish is deer antler cow chin pork, this dish Your Highness should eat more. Saying this, she gives Yi Daosheng a you-know-what look. Qian meat? Isn't that whip? Yi Daosheng looks to Lian, listen to me thank you. Dao Chang Luo pulled him to sit down and kept on giving Yi Daosheng food. Husband, Xiao Lian told you to eat more, so you eat more. Yi Daosheng glanced sideways at Dao Chang Luo, wanting to say something, as if to say, I'm going to eat more, you're going to suffer the old sin at night. He didn't want to hold up the wall so that Dao Chang Luo couldn't get out of bed. See, in front of the bowl has been Dao Chang Luo added full, cannot let her a peace of mind. Yi Daosheng began to eat. Don't say, this flavor is flirty, really make people head. He tore off a chicken leg and wanted to hand it to the cat in his arms, but found it nestled in his arms and fell asleep. Husband, this cat seems to like you, why don't you keep it? No, walking a bird. I can't do things like touching fish, playing with things is not a good idea. Yi Daosheng said, glancing at his arms, it's dull and cute, it's a good match for Nyangzi. Saying this, he seemed to have thought of something and put down the chopsticks in his hands. Nyangzi, how many grades of martial artist are you? Dao Chang Luo was stunned, how many grades? She didn't know what realm she was considered in the land of the 9 states if she chose her strength. Husband, my strength is just 1,000,000,000 points stronger than an ordinary martial artist. A little bit? Not like that. Husband, I can't beat you anyway. Yi Daosheng said, Mother is joking, I might only be able to beat you at night, definitely not during the day. Dao Chang Luo was a bit puzzled. Why night? She thought to herself, could it be that her husband is even more powerful at night than during the day? In the midst of mutual suspicion, a meal ended. It should be that he had eaten too much money and meat. Yi Daosheng's dantian seemed to have a flame burning within it. He had to find a place to be quiet. Lian, you send Your Highness to rest. Your Highness, won't you join us? Yi Daosheng waved his hand and walked towards the outside of the small courtyard. I'm going to take a breather. Lian looked at his back as he left. Your Highness is leaving this way? Not striking while the iron is hot. Yi Daoxing traveled all the way to the lake. The cool night breeze hit him. It failed to calm him. Instead it became more and more hot. The surface of the lake is sparkling, the waves are quiet and the wind is calm as a mirror. Pouncing. He removed his clothes and jumped into the lake. The lake water was cold, instantly calming the flames in his body. Yi Daoxing found a fishy sweetness coming from his mouth. Plants. This money need is so powerful, directly to me dry nosebleed. This whip fidelity. Raising his hand to clean the nosebleed, very enjoyable lying in the lake. Moonlight Xiaohua, water mist filled. Yi Daoxing lying in the water, the moon in the sky, the stars are bright, the beauty of the night scenery so that he fell into it, and do not realize that at this moment in the water, a dragon gas is pouring into his body. Less than an incense stick time, the sound of hurried footsteps came, a lian figure appeared in the night. Your Highness, the Crown Prince into the house, please enter the palace. As soon as Yi Daoxing heard that the Crown Prince had entered the palace, he quickly returned to the shore. A lian, go prepare clean clothes for me. The Crown Prince entering the palace this late, there must be something important. He put on his robe and walked towards the front hall after being briefly baffled. When Yi Changqing saw him appear, drops of water fell from the tips of his hair. Lao San, did you fall into the lake? Imperial brother, I'm night swimming. What is the matter with Imperial brother entering the residence so late? Lao San, father returned to the palace and asked me to bring you into the palace. I should have found the immortal spirit, and in the future, you kid will be able to enter the martial arts path. Yi Changqing said, you go change your clothes, we will enter the palace immediately. A lian brought clean clothes. Yi Daoxing changed in the side hall, then he followed Yi Changqing to leave the mansion. The two of them rode in the carriage, stepping on the moonlight. On the carriage, Yi Changqing suddenly spoke, Lao San, father went to Meteor Immortal Mountain this time and suffered an ambush. The accompanying dragon guards were all wiped out, and father also was seriously injured. Yi Daoxing's face changed, his heart thumped, father emperor is injured. In order to help him retrieve the immortal spirit, he didn't hesitate to get himself seriously injured. Yi Daoxing felt a bit of self-blame in his heart, and at the same time, he felt very warm. He couldn't wait to enter the palace. The carriage gradually traveled farther and farther, disappearing at the end of the long street. At this time, inside the Ning Wang mansion, the surface of the lake returned to calmness, and under the bright moonlight, the golden dragon swam in the lake to devour the blood left behind by Yi Daoxing. There really are supreme masters in this place, and their blood is stronger than one another. A golden light cut through the water and the golden dragon disappeared. Inside the room, the cat lay beside Dao Cheng Luo, suddenly opening its eyes as bright as jewels, looking towards the window, letting out a murmur and drifting off to sleep again. Chapter 7 The Mole, the Assassin. Qin Palace. Yi Daoxing and his duo appeared outside the palace of Nourishing Heart. Li Dexuan, who was guarding the door, saw the two of them arriving. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness the King of Ning. How is the condition of my father's emperor? Back to the Crown Prince. His Majesty's injuries were so severe that he vomited blood twice before falling into a deep sleep. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince and Yi Daoxing frowned, not realizing that Emperor Qin's injuries were so serious. There is no imperial physician summoned? His Majesty did not allow it. His Majesty has ordered that King Ning enter the palace and go directly into the palace of Nourishing Heart to meet with the saint. Li Dexuan raised his hand and pushed the door of the palace open, signaling them to enter the palace. The two of them came inside the palace of Nourishing Heart. Emperor Qin was already seated on the dragon couch, and he could feel that he was bracing himself. A faint voice came out, Daoxing, come forward. Yi Daoxing moved forward and bowed. My son pays his respects to father. Emperor Qin's cheeks were as pale as paper, his voice was slow, Daoxing, I failed to find the immortal spirit by entering the Meteor Immortal Mountain, but it was not without rewards. This spirit grass is given to you, take it back to be refined. It can change your physique, and have a chance to step into the martial way. Speaking of this, he paused, lightly inhaled a few breaths. I am deeply and seriously injured, time is short, nowadays the dark waves of Great Qin are raging. You three brothers should join hands to tide over the difficult times. Do not let people with a heart take advantage of the situation and destroy my Great Qin's throne. Yi Daoxing did not take the spirit herb handed over by the Qin Emperor. Father, you are seriously injured, this spirit herb is more useful to you, how can my son take it? Nonsense. Cough. Emperor Qin huffed. I took the spirit grass because I want to win a future for you. Even if I take the spirit grass for my father, it will not be very useful for the injuries in my body, it will just be a lingering existence. The future of Great Qin is for you three brothers. My era has already fallen, don't waste my father's intention. Yi Daoxing received the spirit herb. My son will live up to my father's expectations. Father, is there really no way to treat your injuries? Emperor Qin looked grim. There is, but it's too difficult. Before Yi Daoxing could open his mouth, the Crown Prince on the side inquired. Father Emperor told how to treat it. My son will definitely think of a way. Emperor Qin hesitated. The injuries in my body must have a land deity appear in order to have a chance of survival, and it requires at least 2 land deities. Yi Changqing was silent. Land immortals had always been legendary characters in the Kyushu. They were invisible. It was as difficult as heaven to find them, and they needed 2 of them. It was too difficult. But he wasn't going to give up. He always had to try everything and would never admit defeat until the last moment. This was his character. Shang-Qing, you don't need to focus your mind on me. You go and investigate the ambush on Meteor Immortal Mountain. This matter involves quite a lot. If you encounter something that can't be solved, you can send someone to the Fuzi Academy to look for Mr. Sansheng. Shang-Qing, you must protect Daoshang in Battle Sky. Do you understand? My son understands. Retire. Yi Changqing and Yi Daosheng exited the nurturing heart hall. Moonlight spilled over them. Third brother, go sit in the Eastern Palace. There are some things I want to hear your opinion on. Eastern Palace. Crown Princess Gu Qingqing learns that the Crown Prince has returned to the palace, prepares the evening meal and delivers it to the outside of the main hall, and learns that the Ning King enters the East Palace at night. Her eyebrows are slightly knitted, and her heart is curious. During this period of time, Ning Wang Daoshan was famous all over the empire, repudiating 7 wives in one breath to become the idol of the men in the empire. Gu Qingqing had only seen Yi Daosheng once on the wedding day. That was half a year ago. The glimpse made her quite impressed with King Ning. If it wasn't for the fact that he was not destined for martial arts, he would have been the most dazzling teenager in the Qin capital. It was reported that Yi Daosheng lived deep in his residence and rarely traveled. Even the 7 daughters withdrew from the marriage, so how could he have entered the Eastern Palace this night? Your Highness, the Crown Princess is here. Outside the palace, the chamberlain bowed and rushed inside the palace to report. Yi Changqing opened the door of the palace. This late in the evening the consort is still awake? Husband has not returned. How can I sleep alone? I asked the kitchen to prepare the evening meal. Husband and King Ning will dine together. Gu Qingqing said and looked towards Yi Daosheng. Yi Daosheng stood up and endowed his fist. Greetings, Crown Princess. Xingcheng, Lao San and I haven't seen each other for a long time. There are some things to discuss. You go back to rest earlier. Yi Changqing held Gu Qingqing's arm. You shouldn't work too hard. A small matter like the evening meal can be left to the maidservant. After sending away Gu Qingqing, the Crown Prince came to the case. Lao San, come over and talk while eating. Imperial brother, I already had my meal before entering the palace. Yi Changqing put down his chopsticks. Good. Then let's continue talking about the assassination of father. Imperial brother, you mentioned that Father Emperor traveled to the Meteor Immortal Mountain and only a very few people knew about it. So there is a mole in the palace. You need to find a way to uncover this person. Dao Shang, this person has been hiding in the palace exam room for many years without being discovered. Wanting to find out who he is not a simple matter. Anyone who knows that Father Emperor left the palace is suspected. It would take too long to line up one by one. Yi Daosheng nodded. Indeed, ran as a fox. They will reveal their tale sooner or later. Father Emperor returned to the palace with serious injuries. I think it won't take more than a few days for someone to get stupid. They must be more concerned about father's injury than we are. Imperial brother is paying attention to the 100 officials in the court. There will definitely be signs. Yi Changqing nodded. Lao San, the Sword Sect, the Xia Kingdom and the Taiyan Royal House are very chagrined because of your withdrawal from the marriage. Be careful during this period of time. Especially the Sword Sect, self-reliant clan is powerful. In order to not put the royal family in the eyes, previously also threatened Lone to withdraw the border sword cultivators. Imperial brother don't need to worry. Within the capital I don't go out of the mansion, they won't act rashly. Oldest 3, you can't stay in the mansion all the time, rest for a few days then it's time to go to the husbandman's academy for classes. Martial Dao is important, studying is just as important and must not be delayed. Yi Daosheng nodded his head. I understand. After resting for 2 days, I will go to the husbandman's academy for lessons. Saying this, he paused and continued. Imperial brother, father was assassinated and seriously injured. If the assassins want to subvert Great Qin, the next one to get rid of will be Imperial brother. Yi Changqing said. Lone knows. LOL. Cackle. The night wind blew out the window. Yi Changqing followed the sound. The wind in the imperial capital is getting stronger. It's not peaceful. Yi Daosheng got up. Imperial brother, it's late at night. I'll go back to the residence. Yi Changqing said. Lone personally send you back to the residence. No need, I can go back by myself. Ian, prepare the carriage and send King Ning back to his residence. Li Ian was the crown prince's personal bodyguard, adept at making swords, possessing the strength of the 8th rank, and there was a saying in the martial arts path that all those below the 8th rank were ants. Only when his cultivation breaks through to the 8th grade is he considered to have truly stepped into the martial arts path. So Li Ian is considered an expert. With him escorting Yi Daosheng back, the prince is very relieved. After leaving the Eastern Palace, outside the palace walls, it was very windy on the long street. Li Ian drove the carriage along the streets. It had been curfew for a long time. The streets were empty, so the carriage was very fast. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a horse neighs and the carriage stops. The air is filled with austerity, and the flags hung by the winemakers on both sides are hunting. Your Highness, there are assassins. the long street, the gale, the carriage. Li Yan's alarmed cry came as 10 silhouettes floated down from the pavilion in the darkness, clad in nightclothes and holding long swords that flashed with cold light. They kept approaching the carriage. At a glance, they came prepared. Dark and windy night, murder and fire day. Yi Daosheng lifted up the curtain and looked out. The men in black were already approaching the carriage. The murderous aura filled the air, and the coldness pierced the bones. Crossing over for so long, for the first time I felt the danger. It was reasonable to say that in the capital city, at the foot of the imperial city, no one would dare to commit murder. The black-clothed assassins ignored the laws of Great Qin and stabbed the crown prince knowing his identity. What a group of arrogant people. Yi Daosheng tried to calm himself, trying to figure out how he could get out of the trap. Li Yan ahead of him opened his mouth. Your Highness, you go back the way you came, I'll block them. The words fell, he raised his hand and slapped on the horse's neck. The carriage turned around and moved forward. In the darkness, silhouettes like ghosts drifted down and stopped in front of the carriage. The horses were frightened, their front hooves rose up into the air. The sound of neighing breaks the tranquility of the night. The sudden change almost knocked Yi Daosheng fainted in the carriage. The front and back of the chicken? Ding ding, dang dang. Behind the back of Li Yan and assassins exchanging sounds spread, the sound of weapons crashing endlessly. Yi Daosheng in the carriage to stabilize the figure, the heart of the panic of a horse. Bang! The loud sound spread, the carriage turned into nothingness. Yi Daosheng was messed up in the wind. Too damn brutal. The men in black surrounded him, the brightly shining long swords seemed like death sides, ready to take his life at any time. Your Highness, King Ning, obediently hand over your things. Yi Daosheng sniffed and understood that these people were coming for him, and the thing in their mouths should be the immortal grass that Emperor Qin had given him. Knowing that the immortal grass was in his hands, these people must have been to the meteor immortal mountain. Yi Daosheng forced himself to calm down and dismounted, first calming his horse. You guys are here for the immortal grass, right? If you want it, this king will just give it to you. Zhang Hu is not only fighting and killing. That Hu, the immortal grass is right here, come and get it. The man in black was a bit confused. He did not expect Yi Daosheng to be so sensible. He decided to personally go up and take the immortal grass before killing Yi Daosheng. Yi Daosheng saw the man in black reaching for the immortal grass. Wait, this king knows that if you take away the immortal grass, you will kill this king as well. Let me be the one to understand who actually sent you. King Ning wants to know. I'm not going to tell you. As he spoke, the man in black reached for the immortal grass, and Yi Daosheng saw the right moment to slap the man in black on the shoulder. Bang! The man in black did not move. Grass. What the hell? Yi Daosheng. Man in black. Time seemed to stand still at this moment. The flame actually didn't appear in the palm, which was embarrassing. Even the man in black was confused. King Ning is trying to sneak up on me? Yi Daosheng smiled awkwardly, raised his hand and sent the immortal herb into his mouth, then turned around and ran. Kill the king of Ning, open his belly, and take out the immortal grass for me. Hearing the assassin's voice behind him, Yi Daosheng's heart panicked a lot. There was a wolf in front and a tiger behind. There was no place to run. If he was caught up, he would be hiccuped. This Chindu's security is too bad, right? The noise is so big, no patrol battalion came? No wonder the assassins dared to assassinate in the street. Run! Your Highness King Ning, keep running. There's no place to go, right? He he he. Holy shit, is this assassin decent? What does he mean by he he he? The 10 assassins came out with their swords and slashed furiously, their attacks falling on Yi Daosheng. He could clearly feel that death was close at hand, and there was nothing he could do about it. This is going to die? It will also be disemboweled, so miserable. I've disgraced the traveler. Yi Daosheng knew that he was bound to die. But when the assassin's long sword was 0.1 centimeter away from him, it suddenly stopped, as if there was a mysterious power binding the long sword, unable to chop down on him. What's going on here? The land of the capital, how can we allow you to be reckless? The voice came from the 9 heavens. Yi Daosheng looked at the voice. Under the moonlight a white-clothed old man stepped into the air and floated down. He had white eyebrows and white whiskers, and his temperament was elegant, seeming to be a flying immortal outside the sky. Mr. Sansheng. Memories of the old man appeared in his mind. Mr. Sansheng of the Husbandry Academy, neither the dean nor the husband, the old man who manages the book collection in the academy. Yi Daosheng knew that Mr. Sansheng was definitely a character like Sweeping Monk. In the future, when he returned to the Fuzi Academy, he must find a way to have a good relationship with him. Your Highness, are you alright? Let Mr. Sansheng take the trouble. I'm fine. Mr. Sansheng lightly waved his sleeve. The assassins were sent flying out with their swords. One by one, they fell down hard on the ground, blood arrows spraying out from their mouths, instantly losing their fighting strength. So strong. Yi Daosheng marveled. Assassinating the king of Ning, you guys have too much guts. Go back and tell your masters to be more restrained in Xianyang City, or don't blame me for not being polite. The crowd crawled and fled, and the assassins who fought with Li Yan also fought and retreated, quickly disappearing into the night. Send King Ning back to his residence. Li Yian bowed and was just about to kowtow his thanks, when Mr. Sanshang put his hands on his back and disappeared from the two's line of sight in the form of a running moon. King Ning, remember to enter the academy. The two of them watched Mr. Sanshang leave. Yi Daoxing's mood could not be calmed for a long time, somewhat worshipping such a strong person like Mr. Sanshang, who determined life and death with a single word. If he had such strength, why would he be afraid of intrigues and tricks? The assassin first assassinated his father in the Meteor Immortal Mountain, followed by assassinating him in the street. Tonight, no matter if it's him or the crown prince in the car, the assassins will kill him. Great Qin is not peaceful. Yi Daoxing vowed to become stronger and take control of his destiny, and what happened tonight was the first and last time. The carriage was destroyed by the assassins. Li Yian led the horse and escorted Yi Daoxing back to his residence. Your Majesty, it was my incompetence that nearly caused you to be assassinated. It has nothing to do with you. Li Yian, you are an 8th grade cultivator. What is the strength of those assassins? Back to your highness, they are all clear of early 8th grade cultivation. Yi Daoxing nodded his head, his thoughts flew, raising so many 8th product cultivators within the imperial capital, ordinary people could not do it. Li Yian, do you know what strength Mr. Sanshang is? Li Yian shook his head. There are many rumors about Mr. Sanshang, but no one knows his true cultivation. My subordinate has been in the imperial capital for 30 years, and this is still the first time I have seen Mr. Sanshang make a move. Yi Daoxing was silent. Outside the royal residence, after bidding farewell to Li Yian, he walked briskly towards the mansion. At this moment, his body was very uncomfortable. A mass of power inexplicably appeared in his body, as if it was going to burst his stomach. Why is this happening? Could it be because I mistakenly consumed the immortal grass? Your Highness, you're back. Ah Lian, has the crown princess rested? Not yet, the crown princess is waiting for your Highness to return. Yi Daoxing sniffed and sprinted towards the temple. Right now the problem of his body's abnormality could only be solved by Dao Chang Luo. He pushed open the door of the hall and entered it. The scene in front of him was too erotic, making him apathetic. I Fei, help me, so bloated. Quickly, help me. Under the dim light, Dao Chang Luo's red light veil covering her body, half covering her fragrant shoulders, the picture was incomparably fragrant. Yi Daoxing recklessly intruded. She hastily tightened her clothes, looked back. Husband, what's wrong with you? Yi Daoxing pointed at his stomach. Mother, it's so bloated, quickly help me. Dao Chang Luo followed his finger and her cheeks lifted up in a blush. Husband, how can I help you? Her voice was like a mosquito, smoldering. Yi Daoxing sprinted forward, staring Dao Chang Luo backward. Husband, I'm not ready yet. Mother, you've misunderstood. There's a mysterious force in my body that can't be controlled. It will burst through my belly at any time. You didn't say so earlier, causing people to misunderstand. Dao Chang Luo was a little embarrassed, knowing that she was the one who thought wrongly, holding Yi Daoxing's arm. Husband, you don't know how to cultivate? Yi Daoxing nodded. No. Dao Chang Luo was stunned. Really don't understand? Yi Daoxing cried and laughed. Mother, if I knew the way of cultivation, why would I need to suffer so much? Dao Chang Luo was appalled, not understanding that Yi Daoxing had a treasure like the divine flame origin in his body, yet he did not know the way of cultivation, and had not stepped into the martial arts path until now. Strange. Right now she can't think too much. She needs to help Yi Daoxing evacuate the aura in his dantian as soon as possible, otherwise there is a possibility that he will explode himself. Husband, you go to bed and sit on your knees. Yi Daoxing did as he was told. Soon a warmth came from his back. Dao Chang Luo's palms were pressed against his back. Yi Daoxing could clearly feel the power within his dantian, crazily traveling through the 8 meridians. At this moment, his body was filled with power. A punch broke a boulder, a kick killed a cow. The power was rapidly increasing. The dantian was finally comfortable, but the meridians began to transmit severe pain. His forehead was sweating like rain, and he had already wet his shirt. Mother, how much longer? Husband, hold on. Yi Daoxing clenched his teeth. The pain of God devouring was already his limit. He couldn't hold on for long. He probably wouldn't make it. He couldn't scream out yet. What was this pain? Fainted to death. Dao Chang Luo looked at Lu Daoxing, who had fainted to death. Her eyebrows knitted slightly, and she said suspiciously, why didn't we find the divine flame origin in his body? Taking the opportunity to unblock her aura, she checked Yi Daoxing's dantian and did not find the divine flame origin, leaving her puzzled. It was clear that she clearly felt that the divine flame origin was in his body, so where exactly was the problem? There was a moment of silence. Innate 5-element spiritual roots, a martial genius that is rare to find in 10,000 years, surprisingly unable to cultivate. Let me send you a chance. Dao Chang Luo's jade hand crossed over Yi Daoxing's body, and the 5-colored divine radiance enveloped and gradually disappeared into his body. At this moment, Dao Chang Luo's face grew paler and weaker. She got down from the bed and walked towards the paperwork, arrows of blood spurting out of her mouth. In order for Yi Daoxing to step into the martial arts, her injuries had gotten worse again. Dao Chang Luo ran his dharma to hide his cultivation and got up to walk out of the temple. Seeing Alian standing on the long corridor, she made a whispering gesture at Alian. Little Lian, husband has already gone to bed, so you can only prepare the room for me again tonight. Alian said, Your Highness is not joining His Highness? Dao Chang Luo shook her head. No one can disturb husband tonight. She knew that after one night, Yi Daoxing's spiritual root had awakened and he had officially stepped into the martial path. How far a cultivator with an innate 5-element spiritual root could go depended on his chance. Because the innate 5-element spiritual root was the most difficult to cultivate, the 5-element attributes could not be balanced, and the slightest mistake would cause the meridians to become misaligned and self-destruct and die. Alian nodded and led Dao Chang Luo towards the side hall. Inside the room, Yi Daoxing fainted to death, not realizing that Qing Luo had helped him awaken the innate 5-elemental spiritual roots, and in his coma, he once again entered into a mysterious dream world where he noticed the abnormalities in his body. At the same time, next to the green lotus that nurtured the flame, there was an immortal grass that was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye, the vine swayed and covered the entire space. It made the chaotic space green and full of life. Yi Daoxing was shocked. Why would the immortal grass that he had taken appear in the space and would grow so savagely? He moved forward and raised his hand to remove the immortal grass branches and leaves. Everything that happened in the dream was so real? At this moment, 5-colored aura appeared in his palm, wrapping around the plucked branches and leaves. At the same time, breath overflowed from the vines and madly surged inside him. On the couch, Yi Daoxing figure on the immortal chi surrounded, transformed into an immortal grass appearance, slowly rising appeared outside the palace, bright moonlight illumination, or a bloom spread. In the void, under the sea of clouds, a broadsword like a light boat floating, above the silhouette lying on his back, holding a wine pot is drinking wine under the moon, free and easy, banishment immortal people but so. The man under the moonlight is a bit scruffy, his cheeks are covered with scruff and he is not cultivated, but his eyes are deep and vast, as bright as the stars in the 9 heavens. He suddenly stood up and looked down, looking towards the direction of the royal residence and exclaimed, Immortal Qi. Strange. Strange. There are immortals in Qindu? The man put away his broadsword and turned into a divine aura swooping downward, like a shooting star across the night sky. Dreamland. Yi Daoxing sat on the side of the green lotus, immortal grass, fell into meditation. He could clearly feel that there are endless power wandering in the body. Early morning. Alian left the royal mansion, ready to go and purchase for the use of the mansion. After opening the door of the mansion, she found a drunken man asleep on the stone steps. This was the Ning King's mansion, and none of the 3 religions in the city dared to approach it for fear of offending the king and suffering an undeserved disaster. For the first time, a drunkard was lying in front of the mansion. Alian went forward and tried to wake up the drunkard. The man suddenly pranced up, scaring Alian back. The man's eyes were sleepy and he stretched his arms. Miss, are you from this mansion? Alian nodded. Precisely. Who are you and do you know what this mansion is? The man said, I was hungover last night and saw the bright lights outside the mansion, so I stayed here for the night. Alian said, it is now early morning, you can go home. The man waved his hand. Being homeless is why I sleep on the streets at night. Can the girl reward me with a meal? I have the strength to do any job. No wages, just 3 meals and drinks. Uncle, this is the royal palace. How can you possibly recruit a drunkard? You'd better leave. The royal palace? I can be the king's guard, dancing with guns and sticks. I'm quite skillful. Alian saw the man's words. Once she thought about Yi Daoxing's inability to cultivate martial arts, she needed a guard by her side. The man was forceful and powerful, his muscles were gnarled, he looked pretty good. You wait here, whether you can enter the mansion or not, it's up to our highness. Inside the courtyard, Dao Chang Luo saw Alian returning with a vegetable basket. Xiao Lian, you didn't go shopping, why did you come back? Your highness, there is a drunkard outside the palace who wants to enter the palace to beg for a living, saying that he can be your highness's guard. I see that he's not bad, so I'm asking your highness to go and take a look. Husband is still awake, I will accompany you to take a look. The 2 of them came to the front of the mansion in company. Dao Chang Luo glanced at the man through the doorway and rushed to Alian. Let him enter the mansion. Inside the king's mansion, Dao Chang Luo looked through the door of the mansion and saw at a glance that the drunken man was an expert. Having such strength in the land of the 9 states was rare. Alian went and came back to the drunken man. Please let the gentleman enter the mansion. The big man entered the mansion and saw Dao Chang Luo. He was shocked to be a heavenly being, as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, not like a mortal creature on earth. These were the only words he could think of to describe Dao Chang Luo. Traveled the world for many years, read countless people, seen the number of beautiful people endless, posture and temperament can be compared with Dao Chang Luo. Look around the 4 seas, no one. What surprised him was, he couldn't see through Dao Chang Luo. She is not a mortal. There was no half of a martial arts aura on her body, making him a bit puzzled. Alian saw that the big man's gaze kept falling on Dao Chang Luo. This move was really absurd. I haven't met the princess yet. Mountain village boy, easy and lonely. I've met the king consort. Dao Chang Luo gently nods, little lotus, go and get busy. Ah Lian led the way, carrying the vegetable basket and leaving. Mr. Accompany me for a walk. Easy Lonely follows Dao Chang Luo as he leaves, walking along the verdant stone passageway. Mr. is such a man of character, why do you want to commit yourself to the royal residence? Dao Chang Luo spoke gently, directly telling E Lonely Soul Bottom, with Sir's strength, he is a guest of honor anywhere. Not so much as to enter the king's mansion to beg for food. E Lonely's sword brows raised, his face showing waves, realizing that he had no secrets in front of Dao Chang Luo. This woman was so powerful, able to perceive everything. A royal consort was so powerful, this royal residence was not simple. Wang Fei is overly concerned. The old man walks the rivers and lakes, tired of the strife in the rivers and lakes, wanting to find a place to retire. The royal residence is the best place for me to return to. Regardless of why Mr. entered the mansion, as long as you don't threaten your husband, you can spend your life here in peace. If Mr. has ulterior motives, he may disappoint you. My husband is new to the martial arts path, so in the future, Mr. will take more care. Dao Chang Luo spoke in a faint voice, paused, and continued, Mr. can freely come and go from the mansion. The star-picking building ahead is the place where the royal family hides their books, and in the future, Mr. will reside here. Easy Loneliness looked at the distant lake pavilion, lofty and majestic, towering into the clouds, surrounded by what seems to be a fairy gas surrounded, is indeed an excellent place to cultivate. Thank you, Your Highness, for your love. As a sword cultivator, sir, you have so far failed to enter the Tao, and it will be difficult to refine your realm in the future. Dao Chang Luo said, in the future, Mr. will observe the lake and understand the sword within the star-picking building. 10 years into the Tao, the future can be expected. Easy Lonely listening, heart appalled, cannot enter the road confused him for many years, in the past with a good friend to talk about a conclusion, unless there is a great opportunity to enter the road. Today Dao Chang Luo knows the secret he hides in the bottom of his heart. Let him watch the lake into the Tao. Is this in the nudging him? Wang Fei is indeed a high-level person. He looked at Dao Chang Luo with more and more respect, without the slightest bit of blasphemy, and even felt that the immortal hidden in the royal residence was the beauty in front of him. After all, she fit all the fantasies people had about fairies. A lonely heart became more and more curious. What kind of character is the king in the end to be able to use such a fairy as the king's consort? Suddenly very much looking forward to it. If there was no other strong person within the royal residence, the immortal aura he spied last night must have come from Dao Chang Luo. Sending Easy Lonely inside the star-picking building, Dao Chang Luo walked along the edge of the lake, turning his head to look at the sparkling lake, the corner of his mouth lifting into a mysterious and unpredictable smile. At this moment, star-picking building. E Lonely stood in front of the window and watched Dao Chang Luo leave. Her identity is not simple. Is there really a fairy who will be in the mortal world? He planned to stay within the king's mansion and find a chance to figure out Dao Chang Luo's identity. On the other side, inside the palace, Yi Daosheng woke up from a deep sleep and sat up with a carp, realizing that he was indeed pinching the branches and leaves of the immortal grass that he had broken in his hands, once again bringing something from the dream world into reality. The facts proved that the dream world really existed, and the mysterious space also existed. Then the question arose, how was he going to be able to come and go within the mysterious space? An immortal grass entered the mysterious space and grew savagely in a few breaths, raising its grade by an unknown number of times. Yi Daosheng thought if he could bring other things into the mysterious space, wouldn't they also become stronger? He lifted the quilt and got out of bed. Suddenly he found that his body was as light as a swallow, and there was a power swimming around in his body in an endless stream. Yi Daosheng seemed to have realized something, and his expression was thrilled. An immortal grass made me step into the martial arts? Concubine, concubine. After a few shouts, he sprinted forward and pushed open the door of the hall, wanting to find Dao Chang Luo to verify whether he had stepped into the martial Tao or not. Dao Chang Luo heard the sound and entered the courtyard. Husband, you're awake. Yi Daosheng stepped forward and pulled her jade arm. Mother, have I stepped into the martial Tao? Dao Chang Luo nodded. Husband has stepped into the martial Tao. What cultivation level he is at now, I don't know. The main reason was that she wasn't clear about the cultivation system of the Kyushu. Husband, I found a master for you. He should know what cultivation level husband is. Yi Daosheng was stunned. Master? From where? Dao Chang Luo informed the matter of Alien's discovery of the drunken man. Husband, this gentleman is extraordinary. There is no problem to be husband's master. Yi Daosheng believed what Dao Chang Luo said. In his heart Dao Chang Luo was a master. She would not look away. Mother, take me to meet the master you spoke of. Soon the two of them arrived in front of the star-picking building. The door of the building suddenly opened and E Lonely walked out. Greetings to you, your majesty, your highness. Dao Chang Luo gestured for E Lonely to get up. Husband, this is Mr. E. Yi Daosheng said, there is no need for Mr. John to be formal, let's go into the building and have a chat. Arriving inside the building, he couldn't wait to ask, Mr. E, this king is new to martial arts, how many grades of martial artist is he now? Mr. Yi Lonely sized up Yi Daoxing for a long time and slowly opened his mouth. Is the king really such a martial artist? Yi Daoxing nodded his head. Last night I stepped into the martial way. Dao Cheng Luo concurs. Sir, there is no need to doubt. To be precise, husband only entered the martial way today. Yi Lonely? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His lordship is a 5th grade martial artist. It's impossible to reach without several years of cultivation. How could he be a beginner in the martial way? He felt a spreading pain, meaning headache. Beginner to the martial way to promote to the 5th grade. There is no one in the 9 states. Yi Daoxing sniffing excited a horse. Finally become a martial artist. Sir, can you know what my spiritual root is? Yi Lonely casually waved his hand. The divine radiance enveloped Yi Daoxing. Behind him different colors of light pillars appeared, brilliant and radiant. This, sir, what's the problem? Your Majesty's spiritual root, I can't read it. Why? It's too complicated. I've never seen such a messy spiritual root before. 9 spiritual roots in one. 9 spiritual roots? Yi Daoxing and Dao Qingluo simultaneously revealed unbelievable looks. The latter knew that Yi Daoxing was an innate 5 elemental spiritual root. Why did Easy Lonely say that he possessed 9 spiritual roots? Dao Qingluo was convinced that he would not be mistaken. How did it become a 5 Dao spiritual root again? Yi Lonely was completely confused. It was very odd. Yi Lonely had been walking the rivers and lakes for many years and had encountered many demonic geniuses, and among them, there were many rare spiritual roots such as heavenly spiritual roots, sword spiritual roots, and demonic spiritual roots. A spirit root as messy as Yi Daoxing's was unheard of. Seeing the 5 remaining pillars of light behind him, no longer continuing to change, Yi Lonely was overjoyed and seemed to have thought of something. Your Highness, a genius that is hard to come by in 100 years. What does Sir mean by this? Your Highness, the land of the 9 states, the spiritual root types are complicated. Most cultivators are single spiritual root, as the name implies, is to have a spiritual root, e.g., golden spiritual root, wooden spiritual root. Talent excellence has 2 spiritual roots. The name is double spiritual root cultivator. Such a cultivator look at the Kyushu has been a phoenix feather. In the legend there is also a very rare spiritual root. It is the 5 elements spiritual root in the king's body, at the same time possessing 5 spiritual roots, which are gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Yi Daoxing was stunned when he heard this. Sir, the 5 elements spiritual root is rare to find in 100 years, isn't it very powerful? Yi Lonely said, very strong, big, but the disadvantages are obvious. Only by practicing all 5 spiritual roots at the same time, the cultivation can be improved. If any one of the spiritual roots has a problem, it will be a lost cause, and even injure one's life. Your Highness is really new to martial arts? He still couldn't help but inquire. Yi Daoxing nodded his head. Sir, there is no need to doubt. This king is really a beginner in the martial way. Yi Lonely was thrilled, knowing that he had met a treasure. If your Highness doesn't mind, how about in the future, I will instruct your Highness in cultivation. I beg to differ. Mr. is taking this king as his disciple? Can't. Easy Lonely waved his hand. I'll just instruct your Highness in cultivation. As for worshipping a master, I am not qualified to be your Highness's master. There is also no one in the 9 states who can be His Majesty's master. No one has ever truly cultivated a genius with 5 elemental spiritual roots. Saying this, he seemed to have thought of something. Don't let the 4th person know about your Highness possessing the 5 elemental spiritual roots. Once the news leaks, I'm afraid that it will lead to murder. Thank you for reminding me, sir. This king has remembered. Your Highness, first time meeting, this sword is given to your Highness as a gift. When Yi Lonely raised his hand, a divine rainbow erupted, and the divine sword was suspended in the air. Your Majesty, this sword is called the Sun-Defying Sword. I hope that your Majesty likes it. Yi Daoxing lifted his hand to hold the hilt. The sound of the sword chirping was unceasing. The long sword vibrated between the cold light bursting out, taking people's hearts. Good sword, good sword. Thank you, sir, for the sword. Your Majesty, this sword is used with caution. Out of the sheath to see blood, a sword to seal the throat. Yi Daoxing couldn't get enough of the day-by-day sword. Aside, Dao Qingluo suddenly opened her mouth. Sir, my husband is new to martial arts. Are you teaching all the simple cultivation methods? Yi Lonely laughed. I should. Old man is a sword spirit root. Saying this, he realized that Dao Qingluo's gaze had been falling on him, and after a pause, he added, Old me possesses dual spirit roots, which are the sword spirit root and the gold spirit root, so in the future, I can instruct your Highness in the cultivation of metallic spirit roots. Yi Daoxing sniffed. Mr. Kana, dual spirit root possessors are rare in the 9 states. He looked to the side at Dao Qingluo, gratitude in his eyes, knowing that she had found a good sir for him. The role of Easy Lonely in the king's mansion was not only to instruct him in cultivation, with such a strong person sitting in the king's mansion, who would dare to come and make trouble. Your Majesty, this golden spirit skill is for you. Many thanks. Your Highness doesn't need to be so polite with me. The golden spirit skill is slow to cultivate. Your Highness must not be impatient. No, the path of cultivation cannot be rushed. This king understands. Yi Daosheng put the books into his sleeves. Thank you, sir. This king will go back to cultivate the golden spirit skill first. Greetings, your highness, your highness. Yi Lonely watched the two leave. I had a fog. Why is this happening? Where exactly did that immortal chi come from? After entering the royal residence, he met a total of 3 people. He knew he could see through Alian. Yi Daosheng and Dao Qingluo have been inside the star-picking building for so long, it is hard to be able to see through the two of them, and the most frightening thing is that Yi Daosheng rises to the 5th grade as soon as he enters the martial arts. Demonic, perverted. Lakeside. Yi Daosheng and the two of them walk side by side. Mother, you picked up a treasure back for this king. Dao Qingluo guffawed. Husband, this is all due to Xiao Lian. Speak of Chao Chao, and Chao Chao arrived. Alian appeared not far away and was walking towards them. Your highness, the crown prince is here. The crown prince entered the mansion early in the morning. It must be about last night's assassination. He happened to be looking for the crown prince for something. Mother, come with me to see imperial brother. Husband, is it okay? What's not to like? Sooner or later the ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her in-laws. Besides, it's just to meet the imperial brother. Mother needn't be nervous. Yi Daosheng said in a faint voice, the corner of his mouth lifting up in a smile. Bringing Dao Qingluo to see Yi Changqing has no other meaning, much less to show off, just simply want to see what expression the crown prince will have when he sees Dao Qingluo. In fact, it was also to take this opportunity to introduce Dao Qingluo to the crown prince. Soon the two came to the front hall outside. The morning sunlight sprinkled on the body of Dao Qingluo seems to bathe in the divine glory of the fairy. Yi Changqing instantly looked dumbfounded. There was such a beauty in the world. He once had the honor of seeing the first beauty of the great Qin Rouge list, Bailey Yuechan, and thought that she was the most beautiful woman in the world, but only when he saw Dao Qingluo again did he know what it meant to have beauty outside of beauty. After all, Bailey Yuechan is too inferior. The third brother has such a beauty, no wonder he will repudiate his 7 wives. Mother, meet your royal brother. Dao Qingluo slightly owes her body. Greetings to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Yi Changqing is not politely signaling Dao Qingluo to get up. Could you old third, honestly explain what's going on? Mother, you and Alian retire first. Yi Daosheng said, his gaze falling on the crown prince. Imperial brother, I like to see how you haven't seen a beauty before. Yi Changqing said, eldest, do you have some misunderstanding about beauty? She has already transcended the realm of beauty. Tell Lone what's going on with you guys. This woman should only be found in the heavens. It is rare to see her on earth. How could she willingly commit herself to you? Imperial brother, if you want to say this I will be unhappy. Yi Daosheng was serious. Imperial brother, can't you realize that this face and I are a match made in heaven? Yi Changqing sized up Yi Daosheng and held his tongue for a long time. Lone has never seen someone as brazen as you. Yi Daosheng laughed. Imperial brother, you have not seen it. Yi Changqing retracted his gaze, unfulfilled. Your kid is really enviable. Your things find time to tell Lone. Now there are important things to tell you. It's about last night's assassination. Imperial brother found the whereabouts of the assassin? Found it, 10 miles outside the imperial capital. The assassin's body was found, no survivors. Killed for failing the mission? Yi Daosheng was a bit surprised. It seems that someone was worried about revealing the cracks. This is killing to silence. Yi Changqing raised his hand and handed a scroll to Yi Daosheng. Although the person is dead, it is not without gain. The assassin had this totem on him. It should be a clue. The great general should know the source of this totem. I went to find the great general was rejected, saying he was in poor health. When I was leaving, I met Li Shangnan who was heading to the Academy Palace. She said that if you want to see the great general, you must go in person. Listening to Imperial brother means that he wants me to go to the great general's residence? You don't dare? There is no place in the capital that I wouldn't dare to go. Yi Daosheng opened the scroll and looked at the totem on it. Imperial brother, leave the investigation of the totem to me. Lao San, if you go to the great general's mansion, Li Shangnan will definitely give you a hard time. Be mentally prepared. Imperial brother, sit down for a while, I'll go run some errands. Yi Daosheng took the scroll and left, trying to figure out what power the totem belonged to. Maybe he didn't need to go to the great general's mansion, he was going to go and try to find Easy Lonely. The crown prince looked at his back as he left, a puzzled look on his face. Why is this kid so secretive? Outside the star-picking building, Yi Daosheng's figure appeared. Mr. E. Lonely, this king is looking for you for something. E. Lonely opened the door of the building and invited him to enter the building. Is the king experiencing problems with his cultivation? Yi Daosheng shook his head. Sir, non-cultivation problems. There is something I would like to ask for your help. Easy Lonely said. What is it? Your highness can say anything. Yi Daosheng placed the scroll flat on the case, opened it and pointed at the totem. Sir, do you know what power this totem belongs to? Easy Lonely glanced at the totem on the scroll. Dragon Devouring Totem? The king has a beef with the people of Dragon Devourer? They assassinated this king last night in the imperial capital, and were later killed and died 10 miles outside the city. Yi Daosheng spoke. Mr. Nose Totem, please tell this king about the forces behind them. Your Majesty, the dragon-devouring totem belongs exclusively to the dragon-devouring hall. There are 4 major assassin organizations in the Jianghu: Tianluo, Darknet, Phantom and Dragon Devouring. The reason why they made a move against your highness should be because of the feud between the dragon devouring and Great Qin. Sir, what is the relationship with Qin? Qin had exterminated a country called the Sky Dragon Empire after it was founded, and the Dragon Devouring Hall was formed from the remaining members of the Sky Dragon Empire. I see. Sir, where can I find the Dragon Devouring Hall? Easy Lonely said, Your Majesty is looking for the Dragon Devouring Hall to take revenge? Yi Daoxing shook his head. Sir, the Dragon Devouring Hall first killed my father at the Meteor Immortal Mountain, and then assassinated me in the imperial capital. If it's just the Dragon Devouring Hall, the threat isn't very great. This king suspects that there are people in the imperial capital who are colluding with them and want to hurt the Great Qin Foundation. Your Majesty, isn't this simple? I'll go capture a Dragon Devouring Hall assassin and bring him back. Handing him over to the king for a trial won't tell us who's colluding with them. Easy Lonely spoke in a cloudy manner. How long will it take, Mr. Your Highness? Wait patiently, I'll be back as soon as I go. E Lonely was confident, as long as the Dragon Devouring Hall is active in Great Qin, they won't be able to escape. Yi Daoxing bowed and rushed at E Lonely's back. Thank you, sir. E Lonely leaped up and disappeared under a few vertical maneuvers. Yi Daoxing was overjoyed as he got up and walked towards the front hall. Inside the hall, Yi Changqing saw him go and return. Old third, why did you go for so long? Imperial brother, sit down and say that I already know what power is behind the totem. So soon? Is there some secret you kid is hiding? Yi Changqing looked at Yi Daoxing suspiciously. Honestly explain. Imperial brother, don't misunderstand, I just asked an old man in the mansion. It just so happens that he recognizes this totem. What kind of totem is this? Imperial brother, this is the Dragon Devouring Totem. Behind it is the Dragon Devouring Hall, one of the 4 major assassin organizations, and the Dragon Devouring Hall was established by the remnants of the Heavenly Dragon Empire. Yi Changqing was like a thunderous dream. Yes, it's the Heavenly Dragon Empire. I just remembered that the great general showed this totem to father back then. I was young at the time and only caught a glimpse of it, so my memory is a bit fuzzy. The remaining members of the Heavenly Dragon appeared in the imperial capital. They are going to make waves. Imperial brother, things aren't that simple. The people who ambushed father at the Meteor Immortal Mountain were also from the Dragon Devouring Hall, otherwise they wouldn't have been so clear that the immortal grass was in my hands. If it's just the Heavenly Dragon Demon that's causing the problem is within control. If someone is colluding with the Dragon Devouring Hall, things will be very tricky. The news of father's trip to Meteor Immortal Mountain leaked. It's possible that the remaining Heavenly Dragon Demons have infiltrated the temple hall. Imperial brother has to be careful and watch out for them. There should be their eyes in the palace as well. Yi Changqing looked grave. Old third, they failed to obtain the immortal grass. Will they strike at you again? Lone will send another batch of sharp soldiers into the palace to guard it. His tone was full of worry. Yi Daoxing laughed. Imperial brother, you don't need to worry about me. Right now the enemy is in the dark, we are in the light. Imperial brother, send someone to line up the palace. As for tracing the whereabouts of the Dragon Devouring Hall, leave it to me. Who would pay attention to me, a person who is unable to cultivate martial arts, because I am no threat to them? Yi Changqing nodded. Lao San, you have to investigate secretly and not put yourself in danger. Ione will go back to the palace first. Wait. How is father's injury? Have the 100 officials moved? The 100 officials have not moved, but it is father's injury, which is getting worse and worse. Imperial brother, you bring this immortal grass back to father. Quietly give it to father to take. Nonsense, the immortal grass was given to you by Father Emperor. Imperial brother, just listen to me. Take the immortal grass back to Father Emperor and give it to him to consume. If Father Emperor has 3 shortcomings, so what if I just step into the martial arts path? There isn't only one immortal grass in the world, we still have a chance in the future. For the sake of Father Emperor. Seeing Yi Daoxing's resolute attitude, Yi Changqing lifted his hand to receive the immortal grass. Oldest 3, don't worry, when Father Emperor is cured, Imperial brother will definitely find a way to refine an immortal grass for you. Yi Daoxing just smiled and did not say anything. The matter of him carrying a mysterious space, he did not intend to tell anyone, it was a little secret that belonged to him. Yi Changqing left the royal palace with the immortal grass, and when he delivered it to the front yard, he saw Li Ian, and the 2 of them left in the carriage. Yi Daoxing returned to the palace and began to cultivate the golden spirit skill. As for the matter of the Dragon Devouring Hall, he left it to Easy Lonely to do. 5 days passed in a flash. Inside the great general's residence, Li Shangnan came to Li Jingsang's study. Grandpa, didn't you say that King Ning would definitely enter the palace? 5 days have passed, why hasn't he come yet? Li Jingsang put down the books in his hands. He will come, Shangnan, it's been so long, the resentment in your heart should be removed. It's not just about repudiating your wife. You will have a better home in the future. Besides, King Ning is not worthy of you in the first place. You'll break the 7th grade in your martial arts Dao soon, focus your mind on cultivation. Li Shangnan was negative. Grandpa, King Ning's repudiation of his wife has made me lose face, I must teach him a lesson. Li Jingsung sternly reprimanded, nonsense, who do you think he is that you can teach him a lesson just because you want to? He is the king of Ning. You going to withdraw from the marriage privately is already a violation of heaven's authority. If his majesty blames you, it will bring woe to our Li family land. You remember, no matter what, don't go and challenge the heavenly might. Grandpa, I'm just angry. Alright, you guys weren't meant to be on the same path, and you won't cross paths again in the future. When you become a great success in your martial arts, your future is limitless. Grandpa intends to send you to cultivate in the Heavenly Maiden sect in Central State after your cultivation advances to the 8th rank. The 9 states are so big, you can go after the peak of martial arts, and you'll also meet talented youngsters who are more suitable for you. King Ning can only live under the blessing of the royal family, unable to step out of Great Qin for the rest of his life. Li Shangnan nodded gently, Grandfather, I understand. As the words fell, she got up and exited the study, closing the door to the room. In front of the desk, Li Jingsung muttered, no one in the entire imperial capital understands the dragon devouring hall better than I do. Sooner or later, King Ning will enter the house. At this moment, inside the royal residence, a silhouette suddenly floated down, carrying the man in black in his hands. It was no other than Easy Lonely. After he threw the man in black into the star-picking building, he walked towards Yi Daoxing's palace. Alian saw Prosperity Lonely appear outside the palace. Mr. has returned. I'll go inform His Highness. Yi Daoxing learns that Yi Lonely has returned, exits from his cultivation and comes outside the palace. Alian, have you done everything that I asked you to do? Alian nodded. Back to your highness, it's done. Yi Daoxing walked out of the courtyard outside. Seeing Yi Lonely standing not far away, he sprinted to meet him. Did you get anything from this trip, sir? Yi Lonely said, the person is in the star-picking building. Your majesty wants to interrogate him personally? Yi Daoxing nodded, leave it to me. Snap, snap, snap. Say no. Snap, snap, snap. Say no. In the firewood room of the royal mansion, Yi Daoxing had been interrogating for 3 days, and the light whipping had exhausted him to the point of exhaustion. The Dragon Eater Hall woman's mouth was tight. How could they not pry it open, let alone dislike it? No, let alone get useful information. Hoo. Yi Daoxing took a breath and continued to swing the leather whip to whip the woman, say it or not. The woman was bruised all over her body, looking up at Yi Daoxing with a grudging look. Do you have some kind of major disease? After beating me for 3 days and 3 nights, you guys just ask me if I'm going to say it or not. Why don't you ask? You don't know why I arrested you here? You are really sick, beat me for 3 days and didn't say who you are. Where do I know why you arrested me to come? The woman's mind was broken. 3 days ago she only arrived in Qin, received the order on a squad, was completely wiped out, woke up early in the morning after washing white, ready to go to meet with the employer, just walked out of the mansion within a few steps, was knocked out and captured. Wake up again has been sealed aura, tied up in the woodshed, and then there is a fool has been asking her, say not to say, say not to say. She didn't even know who Yi Daoxing was, and she was ravaged for 3 days. Sinning it was really too brutal. You wouldn't even know who I am. The woman looked at Yi Daoxing angrily. How did I live these 3 days? Don't you have any count? With the stick and whip, you asked if I would say anything. Woo! How do I know who you are? Yi Daoxing sniffed and introduced himself. I am the king of Ning of Great Qin. 5 days ago at night, your dragon devouring hall sent someone to assassinate me. Don't tell me that you don't know. I really don't know. It seems that I was tortured too lightly. Snap! The whip in his hand landed on the woman once again. Blood dripped down the whip onto the floor of the firewood room. The woman gritted her teeth. You're just going to beat me to death. You'll never want to get anything out of my mouth. Yi Daoxing was angry. He didn't expect the woman's mouth to be so tight. He turned around and looked towards the rack of torture tools on one side, picking up a wolf toothstick and weighing it in his hand. Let's see if your mouth is hard, or the wolf toothstick is hard. He moved towards the woman, say it or not. The woman directly rolled her eyes. I'm Naya, again? Can't you change your sentence? What do you think would happen if you were bludgeoned by the wolf tooth rod? Yi Daoxing pointed the wolf's toothstick straight at the woman's mouth. I'll give you one last chance. What are you doing here in Qindu? Qindu, who is your dragon devouring hall's connector? This is really a rash, against my mouth. Let me how to say? Woo. At first glance, Yi Daoxing is inexperienced, and the more this kind of inexperienced person, he can do anything. Say it or not. You are poisonous. Oh, I want to go home. The woman was going crazy from Yi Daoxing's torture. I say. Yi Daoxing put away the wolf toothstick. The woman slowly opened her mouth. I was ordered to come to Qin. 3 days ago I was ready to go to Flying Cloud Castle outside the city to meet my employer. Just as I left the house, I was taken captive here by you. As for who the employer is, I don't know. Still not honest. I only knew who the employer was when I went to Flying Cloud Castle. I've seen his portrait, but I don't know his name. Yi Daosheng threw the wolf tooth stick aside. Ah Lian, come in. Ah Lian pushed the door into the demolition room. Your Highness, what are your orders? Give her some gold sore medicine and change into cleaner clothes. Yi Daosheng spoke in a deep voice. This king will take you to Flying Cloud Castle, so it's best not to play any tricks. King Ning, you want to use me as bait to lure out your employer? I'll be exposed if I enter the Flying Cloud Fortress like this. No, it won't, it's not like I've hit my face. Yi Daosheng left behind a sentence, got up and left the firewood room, heading towards the star-picking building. This time the Flying Cloud Castle needs to be accompanied by Easy Lonely, have him by his side to rest assured. After all, the rivers and lakes are treacherous, he is new to the rivers and lakes do not have much experience. The hearts of the people in the Jianghu are dangerous, there are easy to be alone and the foolproof. In front of the Stargazer building, Yi Daosheng saw that the door of the building was open, so he walked in and climbed up the stairs to the top floor. Two silhouettes appeared in front of his eyes, it was Dao Cheng Luo and Yi Lonely. Mother, why are you here? I came to deliver something to Mr. Easy. The king is looking for something for Mr. Yi Daosheng nodded his head, there is something. Dao Cheng Luo owes a bow, then I won't disturb husband and sir. Yi Daosheng was a bit puzzled, feeling how Dao Cheng Luo was strange, as if she had something to hide. Sir, what is it that my mother came to see you about? Yi Lonely signaled Yi Daosheng to take a seat. Your Highness doesn't know that the dark disease in the Wang Fei's body is very serious? The Wang Fei came from is to ask the old man to protect the king's safety. You said that the dark disease in the wife's body is serious? Regarding Dao Cheng Luo's injury, he really didn't know. Mister, will the Wang Fei's injury hurt her life? Wouldn't it? It needs to be properly recuperated for a long time. Easy Loneliness said. Wang Fei came here to also inquire about a few herbs, those are helpful to Wang Fei's body. As he spoke, he put his pen to write down the names of a few herbs and handed the paper to Yi Daosheng. These are the herbs that the Wang Fei needs. Yi Daosheng looked at it, folded the paper and put it into his sleeve. Sir, this king came to ask you to accompany me on a trip out. I don't know. Of course. Easy Loneliness did not hesitate to agree. It seems that the king's interrogation has a harvest. A bit of harvest, so I want to go and confirm it. Never entered the Jianghu, this trip is dangerous, want to let Mr. Escort. Easy Lonely picked up a jar of wine and tilted his head back to drink furiously. Should be, old man went out for a few days, let the king take the trouble to send people to send so many fine wines. It's good that sir likes it, this king goes back to prepare. Half an hour later, we'll meet outside the royal residence. It's good for the king to go on his errand, the old man is by your side all the time, we don't need to travel in a group, instead it's too noticeable. Good. After sending Yi Daosheng away, Yi Lonely took out a scroll from his sleeve, it was what Dao Cheng Luo had given him earlier. Looking at the ink on it that had not dried, he knew that the sword Dao aptitude on the scroll was from Dao Cheng Luo's hand. Thinking of what Dao Cheng Luo said earlier, Yi Lonely is like a thunderous dream, feeling that he is one step closer to entering the Tao. A man of God. A man of God. He was so excited that he held the scroll in his hand and became more and more certain in his heart that staying by Yi Daosheng's side was the greatest chance in his life. On the other side, Yi Daosheng returned to his room and changed into a black shirt, his waist hung the sun-ribbon sword. He had the feeling of a Jianghu swordsman, together with his suave and elegant appearance, which did not make the Jianghu women dizzy. Husband is going out? Going out to run some errands. At some point, Dao Cheng Luo appeared behind him and helped him straighten his clothes. I'll accompany my husband. Your mother has a dark illness, so stay in the mansion and recuperate. With Mr. accompanying me, it will be fine. Mr.'s mouth is not strict. Mistress, don't blame Mr. He is also afraid that this king is worried. Husband, be careful on the road, the rivers and lakes are dangerous, withdraw if you can't. This king knows. Husband, wait. Yi Daosheng prepares to leave, and then has Dao Cheng Luo call out to stop. He looks back. Mother, don't worry. Dao Cheng Luo moved to his side and handed the black cat in her arms to Yi Daosheng. Husband, take Black Ancestor with you. Black Ancestor? Yi Daosheng was puzzled as to why Dao Cheng Luo would name the cat Black Ancestor. Mother, I'm going out on an errand, it's inconvenient to bring it with me. Dao Cheng Luo, however, insisted on letting him bring Black Ancestor. Husband, don't underestimate it, Black Ancestor is very powerful. The Black Ancestor jumped onto Yi Daosheng's shoulder and drooped his eyes drowsily. He could only bring the Black Ancestor with him on the road. Arriving outside the mansion, Ah Lian had already asked people to prepare the horses. In Hanyue had already changed into new clothes and simply cleaned up. Her excellent posture was top-notch. Thinking about the fact that he had been torturing such a beauty in the past few days, Yi Daosheng's heart was very refreshing. As long as it is his enemy, what beauty is not beauty, should kill or to kill. The word mercy was not in his dictionary. In Hanyue looked at Yi Daosheng with dismay. King Ning intends to accompany me to Flying Cloud Fort alone? Yi Daosheng flew onto his horse. This king can't be alone? In Hanyue said, isn't King Ning worried about me escaping? Yi Daosheng laughed, "You can choose to escape, the big deal is that I will send someone to catch you again, and then it will not be as simple as a small whip and a wolf toothstick." Manhwa couldn't help but shiver when she heard about the small leather whip, wolf toothstick, "Nour but still hurts, it's all because of the wolf toothstick. Get on the horse, let's go." On the long street, the sound of horses' hooves were getting farther and farther away. Yi Daosheng took Manhwa away. Soon they were out of the city, galloping their horses on the official road, smoke and dust flying, the blazing sun shrouded them. This was the first time Yi Daosheng was out of the city, looking at the great mountains and rivers in the distance. He had already accepted his current identity and just wanted to live a good life, but the assassination of the dragon-devouring Hall made him notice the crisis. Spell Emperor made him feel a strong fatherly love. He cherished the brotherly love between him and the Crown Prince, so the Great Qin Empire could not afford any slip-ups. He could only live freely when the Great Qin Empire was strong, so he could not stay in the royal residence. It was time to do something for Great Qin. Manhwa looked at Yi Daosheng's back and was puzzled. She didn't find any cultivator's breath along the way. Yi Daosheng, a person who doesn't know how to cultivate, dared to go to Flying Cloud Castle alone, but he had some guts. Flying Cloud Castle was far away from the imperial capital. There was no one to protect Yi Daosheng. Any Jianghu cultivator could cut him down. In fact, to this day, Manhwa did not know who actually captured her that day. After being knocked out, she woke up again and was tied up by Yi Daosheng. She could be certain that the person who struck was at least a peak 9th grade powerhouse. "Miss Yin, this king forgot to ask what your status is within the dragon-devouring hall." "Helm Master, how many helmsmen are there in your dragon-devouring hall?" Yi Daosheng inquired curiously. 10 helmsmen. Manhwa spoke in a deep voice and seemed to have thought of something. "King Ning, Flying Cloud Castle is a place where Jianghu cultivators gather, so we can't enter together when the time comes. If the king's identity is exposed, there's a chance that the connectors won't show up." "Don't worry, Miss Yin, this king is new to the Jianghu, no one knows me." "No, King Ning doesn't understand the Flying Cloud Fortress, their intelligence is very powerful. It may not be considered anything in front of the Kyushu Intelligence Organization, but no one knows more about things within Great Qin than they do. Flying Cloud Fort relies on the sale of intelligence to gain a foothold in the Jianghu. The other industries are merely auxiliary. From the moment King Ning sets foot in Flying Cloud Fort, your information will appear on the paperwork in front of the fort master." "So powerful?" Yi Daosheng admitted that he was the one who had underestimated Flying Cloud Fort. To be precise, he knew nothing about the Jianghu. Flying Cloud Fort had a powerful intelligence organization? His mind came alive. "Miss Yin, isn't it true that anyone can buy intelligence from Flying Cloud Fort?" "Of course, money makes the devil work." Yi Daosheng nodded. "Quite good, quite good." He mentally thought about how he could make Flying Cloud Castle work for him, so that in the future, he could know all the information within Great Qin without having to leave his house. At dusk, 2 war horses appeared in the wilderness, and under the ancient trees they strangled their horses and stood, looking out into the distance with great eyes, their sights falling on the mountainside pavilion in front of them. "King Ning, where is Flying Cloud Fortress?" "Depending on the mountains and the water, a heavenly barrier. Flying Cloud Fort is quite good at choosing places. Miss Yin, go first, this king will arrive later." Manhwa lifted her prize and longed her horse, sprinting towards Flying Cloud Castle. She had fantasized about hundreds of escape plans along the way, but in the end, once she thought of Yi Daosheng's small leather whip and wolf toothstick, she gave up on the plans in her mind. I don't know how, every time she thought of Yi Daosheng's whip and wolf toothstick, she didn't have too much fear, instead she had some expectations. Yi Daosheng of course didn't worry about Manhwa escaping. Like her, it was impossible to escape from Easy Lonely's 5-Finger Mountain. On the way he got quite a lot of valuable information from Manhwa's mouth, and after a burst of PUA to Manhwa, he was basically sure that she would not escape, and might even be able to use it for him. Seeing Manhwa enter into the Flying Cloud Castle, Yi Daosheng clamped his horse back and galloped away, and soon came to the mountain gate of the Flying Cloud Castle. A waiter saw him in brocade clothes, gorgeous and rich, and hurriedly greeted him and took the reins. "Guest is to stay overnight in the fort?" "Staying overnight." Yi Daosheng glanced at the dim sky. The setting sun had already entered dusk, soon it would be dark. Naturally, he was going to stay overnight within the Flying Cloud Fort. "Is it hard to sleep in the wilderness?" "Guest, please follow me into the fort." The attendant handed the horse to the groom and led Yi Daosheng into the Flying Cloud Fort. On the high steps, the sound of drinking and boxing could be heard before he even entered the fort. When Yi Daosheng stepped into the hall, the scene in front of him shocked him. The Jianghu cultivators gathered once. They drank wine and ate meat, swords and knives. Each of them looked fierce and vicious. Being in the middle of it, there was a kind of cranes and chickens, out of place. The gazes of the crowd fell on Yi Daosheng, and a gnarled bearded man's voice was like thunder. "Where did the little brother come from? Fine skin and tender flesh." "Ha, woohoo, do you have a crush on little brother?" Woohoo grinned and laughed at Yi Daosheng. "Does little brother want to have a drink together?" Yi Daosheng moved forward. "Then I will respectfully follow your order." After saying that, he picked up a bowl of wine and drank it all in one go, turning his head to the waiter. "Serve this guest another good wine, my treat." Woohoo didn't expect Yi Daoxing to be so good-natured and couldn't help but be interested in him. "I don't know, how do you call yourself, sir?" "My name is Yi Daoxing." "So it's Mr. Yi, it's fate that we can meet in Flying Cloud Fort. I didn't expect you to be so generous. I'm toasting you." Woohoo binge drank a bowl of wine. A man came to his side and whispered with his ear. His gaze kept falling on Yi Daoxing. "So Prince Yi is the famous Ning King. Come on people, close the door, release the dogs." "No, close the door, arrest someone." Bang! Bang! The door to the room closed, and the people in the hall held swords and knives, eyeing Yi Daoxing intently. "I go, what is the situation? Hands off at the drop of a hat?" Yi Daoxing's arm holding the wine bowl was hanging in the air, still not knowing what happened. "Wait! We are meeting for the first time. This king doesn't seem to have offended you all. Why are we fighting?" Woohoo placed the wine bowl hard on the wooden table. "King Ning, isn't he here to arrest us?" Yi Daoxing was confused. "Why would this king want to arrest you guys?" Saying this, he paused and continued. "This king entered Flying Cloud Fort to buy news. If you all don't believe me, you can ask him if this king entered the fort alone." The attendant at the side nodded. King Ning did indeed come alone. Woohoo's face changed slightly, signaling the crowd to put down their swords, and laughed. "Misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding." "Is it really a misunderstanding?" Yi Daoxing didn't think so. After Woohoo and his group learned of his identity, the first time they thought of making a move, there must be another reason for it. Now that he couldn't cause any trouble, he could only suppress his inner curiosity. "All of you continue to eat your wine, this king will take his leave first." Led by the waiter, Yi Daoxing left the front hall and walked towards the room on the second floor, with the murmurs of the crowd coming from behind him. The sharp-tongued man standing beside Woohoo added, "Big brother, if the officials were to arrest us, they couldn't have sent King Ning. The rumor in the imperial capital is that King Ning is unable to cultivate martial arts. Isn't Emperor Qin sending him to his death?" "Makes sense, I was overthinking it." Woohoo glanced at the departing Yi Daoxing. "Go check outside the fort, be careful." The thin monkey man led the order to leave, the others continued to drink, and the atmosphere in the front hall became subtle. In fact, manhwa was sitting in the corner. At this time across from her sat a cloaked man. The two of them were talking happily. All of this was in Yi Daoxing's eyes. It could be determined that the cloaked man was the person who had a meeting with manhwa. The reason why the cloak to cover his face is not want to expose his identity. Yi Daoxing from this person's attire can be seen, not rich, that is, ordinary people cannot wear such gorgeous. If it was a Jianghu cultivator, they didn't have that much care in their clothing. Yi Daoxing suspected that the cloaked man should come from the imperial capital. Before entering the room, he suddenly stopped and turned his head to look at the attendant. "Can you go and meet your fort master? This king wants to purchase information." The attendant said, "The king is waiting in the room, I will go and inform him." After entering the room, Yi Daoxing sat on the wooden chair. His heart was beating very fast. Jianghu was different, the party was too dangerous. If Woohoo and the others had made a move, the consequences would be unimaginable. He tried to calm himself down, and began to cultivate the golden spirit skill. He couldn't waste a bit of time. As soon as possible, he could raise his cultivation up, so that he could survive in this world. Being able to feel the identity of a royal prince didn't seem quite enough in this world. Jianghu cultivators say cut you, do not care what the identity of the emperor, the 9 states so big, kill a prince to escape to other empires as living in style. Yi Daoxing's thoughts have changed, understanding that a hard fist is the king's way. Just as he was running up the golden spirit skill, he was suddenly in the mysterious space, and then his mind moved back to the room. Yi Daoxing was happy and excited. He could enter the mysterious space at will. After awakening his spiritual root and becoming a cultivator, he could enter the mysterious space at will. Being in the space, his mood could not be calmed for a long time, when suddenly a sword sound rang out, and the day-by-day sword on his waist was sheathed and inserted next to the green lotus. Flames like a swimming dragon wrapped around the day-by-day sword. Yi Daoxing was shocked. The long sword was not destroyed by the flames, but instead was insanely quenched. Obviously can feel the flames in the long sword is gradually becoming stronger. At the same time, Yi Daoxing's golden spirit skill in his bosom floated out and entered the chaos like darkness. He sprinted forward to chase after him. The bright and piercing golden light attacked him. The golden door slowly opened in the darkness ahead. Yi Daoxing was shocked and speechless. A tome had opened up a new space. He carefully walked forward and found that after the golden door is a bookhouse, inside floating all kinds of books, scrolls, seems to reach out to take it. Yi Daoxing was certain that this mysterious space was his golden finger. At this time, a scroll appeared in front of him. Yi Daoxing raised his hand and took the view. The scroll is clearly codified engraved on the golden emperor know-how, 3 big words. After opening and browsing, he was shocked. It turned out that the golden spirit know-how that he practiced was only a part of the opening content of the golden emperor know-how in his hand. Yi Daoxing put away the golden emperor know-how, reached out to fetch the martial arts in the study room. A few attempts ended in failure. he secretly guessed in his heart that it was because his cultivation was too weak to arbitrarily take out the canonical books in the study room. A white light from the front of his eyes, he saw the opportunity to reach out to take. Suddenly a book appeared in the hands of the dragon sword Dao. He is also a person who has a merit law. Opening the Yulong sword Dao, Yi Daosheng was quickly attracted by the divine sword technique. Unconsciously using his finger as a sword, he practiced watching the moves on the tome. He was completely immersed in the swimming dragon sword Dao and did not realize that the day-by-day sword was constantly releasing sword chi in the flames that was madly surging into his body. There was a divine sword shadow behind him, which was getting brighter and brighter as the sword chi surged in. I don't know how long it took, but Yi Daoguang let out a long breath and slowly stabilized his figure. He was surprised to find that he had mastered the way of the swimming dragon sword Dao. This was too unbelievable. In such a short period of time, he had practiced the dragon sword Dao. The speed of cultivation is not a little too terrible. Clang! A sword chirping sound came. The day-by-day sword appeared in Yi Daosheng's hand, and after being tempered by the flames, the day-by-day sword became more and more powerful. Even though he didn't know how to use a sword, the aura emanating from the day-by-day sword at this moment made him feel extremely dangerous and soul-stealing. Just as he was about to use the day-by-day sword to practice the swimming dragon sword Dao once more, a knock sounded at the door. Yi Daosheng exited the mysterious space and moved forward to open the door of the room. The attendant stood outside the door and respectfully said, "Your Highness King Ning, our fort master invites you over." Yi Daosheng closed the door to his room and subconsciously glanced downstairs towards the antechamber, realizing that manhwa and the cloaked man sitting by the window had already disappeared. He followed closely behind the attendant towards the depths of Flying Cloud Fort. Going forward to meet the fort master to inquire about the news was false, mainly because he wanted to incorporate Flying Cloud Fort. Knowing that this matter was not easy to handle, he planned to meet the fort master first to test the waters. Outside the palace on the deepest cliff of Flying Cloud Fort, the attendant signaled Yi Daosheng to stay and rose forward, reporting to the fort master, "I have brought the king of Ning. Let the king come in." The woman's voice was like heavenly music, pleasant to the ear, as if it was an oriole in a mountain stream. Yi Daosheng did not expect that the master of the Flying Cloud Fortress would be a woman. He was instantly interested in this female fortress owner, got up and went forward to push open the door of the hall to enter it, and greeted a burst of women's aroma pouncing. The hall was brightly lit, and a red-shirted woman stood not far away from the. Under the bright light, the woman is more and more bright and colorful. Yi Daosheng just looked at a glance was brought into the ditch. Yi Daosheng suddenly understood, a pair of bright moons sticking to the chest, forbidden grapes jasper round is what it means. He did not have half a blasphemous intention, just marveled at the Flying Cloud Fortress master's body is really too top. This woman has passed the stage of innocence, her body is like a ripe apple stained with water. It was so delicate and colorful that it made one's heart go wild. "Doesn't the king come in to do some work?" The woman's pleasant voice came, coming to Yi Daosheng in a graceful manner. "King Ning came to Flying Cloud Castle, it is truly a rare guest. Your Highness came to know something." Yi Daosheng averted his gaze from the ditch, with the appearance of a proper gentleman. "I don't know what the fortress owner's name is." "Yu Rujiao. So it's Fort Master Yu." Yi Daosheng nodded his head. "This king has heard that Flying Cloud Fort controls all of Great Qin's intelligence. There is nothing you don't know. Your Majesty's fallacious praise. But it's just a favor from the Jianghu brothers. Is the king looking to purchase intelligence?" Yun Yanjiao signaled Yi Daosheng to take a seat, raised her hand to pour tea for him, slightly bowing between another springtime. Yi Daosheng prided himself on being a gentleman. It is impossible to do such a nasty thing as peeking. So he, bright and honorable look. Be honest and do things from the heart. Well, it's so white and big. Has the king seen enough? Not yet. Yi Daosheng casually said, suddenly realized that there is a problem. Embarrassed smile. "You Ford Master, love of beauty is in all people. This king is just a desire for beautiful things. You Ford Master will not mind it." Yu Rujiao guffawed. "Your Highness is the first person to speak of shamelessness in such a refreshing manner." Yi Daosheng, "This king does not have many merits, shamelessness counts as one." Yu Rujiao was speechless by Yi Daosheng. She hurriedly took a seat on the opposite side. If she continued, Yi Daosheng's naked gaze was really unbearable. It was too blazing, as if it wanted to incinerate people. How could this be? My charming technique actually had no effect on him, and instead I was attracted to his looks. What kind of information does King Ning want? Flying Cloud Castle's information is not cheap. Fortress Jade, just follow the rules of the Jianghu. If the price is too high, if you don't have the money, the king can pay for it with meat. When Yi Daosheng entered the room, he realized that Yu Rujiao was a bit abnormal. He didn't know that the woman had used charming techniques on him. "Fortress Master Yu, this king wants to know who assassinated my father at the Meteor Immortal Mountain." "I have no comment on this question." Jade Rujiao refused without hesitation. "Your Highness can change the question. Don't mention the matter of dragon slaying again, it will be beneficial to both you and me. In addition, Your Highness, listen to my advice. Return to the imperial capital earlier. The water of the Jianghu is too deep. Yi Daoxing heard the meaning in Yu Rujiao's words. Fortress Master Yu was worried about being retaliated against, right? Yu Rujiao said, our Flying Cloud Fortress is in the intelligence business, but never touches the intelligence of the Empire. Your Highness is a smart person. Flying Cloud Fortress is a place where intelligence is sold, and of course a place where intelligence is spread. With so many Jianghu cultivators in the front hall, didn't your Highness realize that he must have been targeted when he came in? If this fort master had told you the information about the assassination of His Majesty, you shouldn't have been able to walk out of Flying Cloud Fort. Yi Daoxing laughed. I didn't expect Fort Master Yu to be so careful. In fact, this king already knew that it was the Dragon Devouring Hall that carried out the assassination. Yu Rujiao was stunned, her flowery face lost color. Since your Majesty already has someone in mind, why would you risk entering Flying Cloud Fort? Men, send off the guests. Wait. Yi Daoxing stood up. Fortress Master Yu, don't be in a hurry, this king still has words to say. Yu Rujiao looked at Yi Daoxing warily, knowing that he came prepared. What else does the king want to say? Yi Daoxing came over to Yu Rujiao's side and whispered in her ear, his hot breath hitting her earlobe. The beauty instantly blushed. Fortress Master Yu, if this king goes out and says that the news of the Dragon Devouring Hall's assassination of Emperor Qin was not spread by Fortress Flying Clouds, do you think that any of the Jianghu cultivators will believe it? Your Majesty is threatening me. Aren't you worried that I will kill you? Yi Daoxing laughed. This king dared to come to Flying Cloud Fort alone. Would he be afraid of you making a move against me? This king feels that things are done in peace. Fighting and killing won't solve the problem. What exactly does King Ning want? Submission. Yi Daoxing opened the door. This king wants Fortress Master Yu to submit to me, and in the future, Flying Cloud Fortress will specialize in providing intelligence for this king. Yu Rujiao laughed. Is King Ning crazy? Thinking that a single word can blackmail Flying Cloud Fortress and make me submit to you. Yi Daoxing slowly got up and walked towards the outside of the palace. This king will stay at Flying Cloud Castle tonight, so Castle Master you can think about it and think about why Flying Cloud Castle has developed for so many years or why it is still only in Great Qin. I think that once the news about the Dragon Devouring Hall gets out, Flying Cloud Fort will suffer a disaster. On top of that, Flying Cloud Fort's credibility will also be in tatters. Leaving behind 2 words, Yi Daoxing pushed the door and left. Yu Rujiao stood inside the palace and watched his departing back, gritting her teeth in anger. Despite being incomparably angry, there was not a single thing she could do. Not daring to make a move against Yi Daoxing rashly cannot be affected in the slightest under her charm. It is clear that Yi Daoxing's mind of the firm, the capital spread the news that he did not have a spiritual root, no chance of martial arts. Yu Rujiao expressed skepticism. A mortal dares to enter the Jianghu alone, into the Flying Cloud Castle. Such a boldness is not ordinary people have. Not long ago, he first repudiated 7 wives in the capital, and then encountered an assassination, and in such a short period of time, he knew that it was the Dragon Devouring Hall that was in turmoil, and then the Dragon Devouring Hall news to blackmail the Flying Cloud Castle. This King Ning has a lot of guts? Yu Rujiao mind recalled earlier Yi Daoxing's words, but also tasted another deep meaning. Clear Yi Daoxing wants her to submit, and then Flying Cloud Castle stronger and bigger. However, she did not think that Yi Daoxing had this ability. At this moment, Yi Daoxing had already returned to the room. Just as he expected, In Hanyue was sitting alone in the room waiting. Seeing him return, he quickly stood up. Greetings, King Ning. Having met with the connector, you can now tell this king who within the capital is colluding with your Dragon Devouring Hall? In Hanyue said, King Tian, and the person who came to make the connection was none other than the steward of King Tian's residence. Saying this, she paused and continued, however, the king's movements have been exposed, the Tian royal house should deploy in advance, and there is a possibility that they will have to make a move against the king. Yi Daoxing was light-hearted, not worried in the slightest about the Tian royal house making a move against him. With easy loneliness by his side, even 1,000 armies couldn't do anything to him. He asked In Hanyue rhetorically, you told this king the information. I'm afraid that you won't have the chance to go back to Dragon Devouring Hall again, right? In Hanyue was silent. Miss In, you must return to Dragon Devouring Hall. This king needs to know the next deployment of King Tian and Dragon Devouring Hall. Do you understand what this king means? Your Majesty, my entire cultivation is sealed. Returning to the Dragon Devouring Hall now will expose me. Yi Daoxing pushed open the window of the room and looked towards the outside. Not far away under the moonlight, a silhouette was sitting at the top of the palace. In the next moment, a few flying stones attacked, swept past the side of Yi Daoxing's figure and landed on In Hanyue. With that, the seal in Hanyue's body disappeared, and her cultivation was restored. The window closed again. Yi Daoxing looked back at In Hanyue. Now you can leave, follow what this king said to do, and deliver the news in time. This king will ensure that you don't die. In Hanyue was dumbfounded. The seal was opened, but she was freezing cold, knowing that if the mysterious person hidden in the dark wanted to kill her, it would be simpler than crushing a mole cricket. It was clear that the person who helped her unlock the seal was the one who had taken her captive that day. King Ning had such a terrifyingly strong person by his side, and it was impossible for Dragon Devouring Hall and King Tian to have a chance of winning in an alliance. That was why in Hanwha believed in Yi Daoxing's words that could protect her from death. Nightfall. In Hanwha left the room and disappeared into the wilderness on her horse. After leaving Flying Cloud Castle, she looked towards the top of the building under the moonlight and did not find a single silhouette. Until now, she was curious in her heart, what kind of person was behind Yi Daoxing? This night, Yi Daoxing had been practicing within the mysterious space. The swimming dragon sword technique and the golden emperor technique had been refined quite a bit more, if there was an opportunity to a few cultivators to spar. The morning sunlight sprinkled down from the window inside the room. Yi Daoxing heard a knock on the door. His figure exited from inside the mysterious space and opened the door to see the attendant standing outside. Your Highness, our fort master has an invitation. Lead the way. Yu Rujio should have figured it out, otherwise why would she send someone to invite him? Under the attendant's lead, Yi Daoxing once again came outside the palace and encountered Yu Rujio on the long corridor. Compared to last night's demonic hotness, in a white dress, she was pure with a bit of lust. The main thing is that Yu Rujio's body is just too wow. The waves of the peak, the waist of a handful, white and slender legs, but if any blood pressure is a little higher, in front of her are prone to commit a disease. Fortress Master Yu, early in the morning you want this king? Yu Rujio glanced at Yi Daoxing. What the king said last night, I thought about it for the whole night, and I still can't promise you. Yi Daoxing nodded his head. Quite well, this king dislikes forcing others the most. A melon that is twisted by force is not sweet. Since Fortress Master Yu does not intend to submit, this king will return to the capital first. King Tian and Dragon Devouring Hall are secretly colluding. They will definitely plot against each other. This king has no time to waste here. Return to the capital early to deal with them. As his words fell, he left at a brisk pace, walking forward 100 meters away, looking back at Yu Rujio. Fortress Master Yu, don't worry, this king will definitely not tell King Tian that the news about his collusion with the Dragon Devouring Hall was told to me by Fortress Feiyan. Yu Rujio, it wasn't me. Yi Daoxing got up and walked forward. Fortress Master Yu, go explain to King Tian and Dragon Devouring Hall sometime. Yu Rujio looked at Yi Daoxing's back blankly. She hadn't said anything. Why would Yi Daoxing know about King Tian's collusion with the Dragon Devouring Hall? Once Yi Daoxing was allowed to return to the imperial capital to deal with King Tian, the latter would definitely think that it was Flying Cloud Castle that told Yi Daoxing, and he would destroy Flying Cloud Castle at all costs. King Ning, wait. Yu Rujio hurriedly chased after him. Yi Daoxing stopped his figure. What else does Fortress Master Yu want to say? Yu Rujio said, I can submit. Can the Ning King guarantee that Fort Feiyan will not fail? Yi Daoxing nodded. Of course, on top of that, this king will support Fortress Master Yu to open an intelligence organization anywhere in the Kyushu in the shortest possible time. A promise is a promise. I can tell His Majesty everything I know. And call the king master? Yu Rujio was stunned. Master. No need to call this king master, just call me prince. Yi Daoxing's heart was cool as a horse, borrowing the power to easily pin down Yu Rujio, thus showing that Flying Cloud Castle's strength wasn't very strong either. If it was strong enough, it wouldn't be so scrupulous about King Tian. Flying Cloud Castle's strength was average, so this would be a great opportunity for him. Your Excellency, please follow me. The two of them returned inside the palace. Yu Rujio told the news that Flying Cloud Fort had, and Yi Daoxing learned from him that King Tian was not colluding with Dragon Devouring Hall alone, but there was also a mysterious organization behind him to support him, and that was why he had the guts to try to overthrow the Great Qin regime. As for what the mysterious stop behind King Tian was, Flying Cloud Castle did not have the exact information either. Fortress Master Yu, this king is returning to the imperial capital. During this period of time, Flying Cloud Fort's secret agents will first be hidden, waiting for the empire to deal with King Tian before letting them show themselves. As for you to return to the capital with this king. Yu Rujio was silent for a split second. Your Excellency, our relationship should not be announced to the public for now. This will be conducive for Flying Cloud Castle to work for Your Excellency. Your Excellency doesn't need to worry that King Tian will deal with Flying Cloud Castle. I will bring Flying Cloud Castle practitioners to leave temporarily in the next few days. I think that in the next few days, King Tian will be too worried about himself, so I'm afraid that he won't have time to care about Flying Cloud Fort. Saying this, she paused and continued, Dalha, when Gongzi returns to the imperial capital, I will send a few people to protect Gongzi. Yi Daoxing waved his hand, no need. Yu Rujio added, Your Excellency's movements in Flying Cloud Castle have been leaked. What if King Tian sends someone to deal with you? Yi Daoxing was light-hearted. No matter, this king dared to come to Flying Cloud Castle alone, so he is not afraid that someone will assassinate him. If you don't even have the ability to protect yourself, how can you let Flying Cloud Fort grow? Your Excellency, be careful on the road. Yi Daoxing got up and prepared to leave the palace. When he walked to the door he seemed to think of something. Fortress Jade, you have been in the Jianghu for many years. Do you have any pills in your hands? Yu Rujio was stunned. Yes, there are pills. She got up and left, and returned after a tea break, handing the jade bottle in her hand to Yi Daoxing. Sir, the name of the elixir in the jade bottle is Spirit Enhancement Pill. After taking it, you can enhance your cultivation. Yi Daosheng raised his hand to receive the jade bottle. Many thanks. Outside the palace, Yurugio watched Yi Daosheng leave, and suddenly had a feeling of having lost a wife and a soldier. Flying Cloud Castle submitting and having to give away the elixir. A bottle of spirit-enhancing pill was worth a lot of money. Heartache ah. After Yi Daosheng left Flying Cloud Castle, he galloped across the wilderness, wanting to rush back as fast as possible to inform the Crown Prince of King Taiyan's collusion with the dragon-devouring Hall, so that he could make preparations in advance. King Taiyan was ambitious, and now his father was seriously injured, so once King Taiyan rebelled, he was afraid that it would hurt the foundation of Great Qin. Yesterday, he entered the Flying Cloud Castle news, should have already reached the ears of the King of Taiyan. Yi Daosheng is worried that the King of Taiyan will take action in advance. Running wildly all the way, smoke and dust swept over the wilderness. He didn't dare to have the slightest delay. I don't know how long, the horse wanted to pass through a piece of jungle, suddenly stopped, tilted his head and hissed the wind, as if he had been greatly frightened. Both sides of the forest swaying, rustling. Yi Daosheng's stable crotch horse found that there are black-clothed people around the surroundings or surrounded towards him, the number of at least 50 people. Not far away from the ancient tree, one person was wearing a black tunic, a cloak on his head, and a long sword hanging from his waist. Yi Daosheng knew that he was surrounded. King Taiyan had sent so many people to kill him, he really looked down on him. To deal with a person who doesn't know how to cultivate, as to send so many cultivators? It was too bullying. Yi Daosheng flew off his horse and gripped the sun-ribbon sword in his hand. There are a large number of black-clothed people, but we can't whip out, can we? Looking at the assassins that surrounded him, he suddenly had a feeling of grass and trees. Kill! Those who take the head of King Ning will be rewarded with a realm-breaking dan. With a command, the crowd drew their swords and rushed over, and wherever they passed, dead leaves flew up from the ground, and a piercing killing intent filled every inch of space. Yi Daosheng was practicing the Golden Emperor technique and the Swimming Dragon Sword technique, but he didn't have any experience in actual combat. Looking at the soul-stealing longsword attacking, his heart inexplicably panicked a little. Clang! The data-defying sword came out of its sheath, the divine rainbow sliced through the air, and a black-clothed man collapsed, his throat directly sealed by a sword. Seconds? I'm good. Falling leaves drifted, and silhouettes fell to the ground. The assassins who had surrounded and attacked up came to an abrupt halt, looking at Yi Daosheng warily. One by one, they looked at each other in disbelief. It shouldn't be like this. Everyone in the imperial capital knew that King Ning was unable to cultivate martial arts, so how could he kill a 7th-grade cultivator with a single sword? What exactly was the problem? Had King Ning been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? At this moment, Yi Daosheng was in a daze, not realizing that the power of the day-by-day sword in his hand was as terrifying as it was, and he knew that the surge in power of the day-by-day sword must have something to do with the flame quenching within the mysterious space. In the void, Yi Lonely's body lying on the broadsword directly bounced up, looking at Yi Daosheng incredulously. How did the day-by-day sword become so powerful? He knew that the day-by-day sword cut iron like mud and was a rare divine weapon, but it wasn't powerful enough to kill an 8th-grade cultivator in seconds with a single sword. Besides, Yi Daosheng didn't have the slightest move. It was equivalent to the sword chi killing the assassin in seconds. Easy Lonely's expression was grave, and he became more and more curious about Yi Daosheng. Kill! Seized the spirit weapon in the Ning King's hand. The assassin thought that Yi Daosheng was able to kill his companion with a sword in seconds because he was holding a powerful spiritual weapon. At this moment, the assassin had already recovered from his shock and was salivating at the spirit weapon in Yi Daosheng's hand. Killing King Ning would result in a realm-breaking pill, as well as the spirit weapon in his hand. Riches and riches were at stake. The assassins decided to take a chance. They swept their figures towards Yi Daosheng, sword shadows crisscrossed across. Yi Daosheng had no experience in fighting, he could only utilize the swimming dragon body technique to dodge the attacks. Seeing Yi Daosheng only defending but not attacking, the gloom disappeared from the assassin's face. King Ning is unable to cultivate martial arts, the spirit weapon is ours. Easy stood alone in the void, somewhat worried about Yi Daosheng's safety, always ready to strike. When he saw Yi Daosheng's stance, his sword brows slightly raised. The king actually practiced such an arcane stance. He understood that Yi Daosheng could be invincible under the assassin's attack with his stance alone. Suddenly there was some anticipation for Yi Daosheng to strike. Enough fighting? Yi Daosheng suddenly spoke. What made him feel strange was that the assassin was frantically attacking, but in his eyes the attack was slow and broken. Even without the swimming dragon stance, the assassin could not hurt him in the slightest. However, he did not intend to keep dodging and was prepared to take the initiative to raise his experience in real combat. When the assassins detected the aura fluctuation on Yi Daosheng's body, people were dumbfounded. By a flash of residual shadow sliced through, the day-by-day sword looked like a rainbow. Where the silhouette passed, several assassins had already fallen to the ground. What kind of sword technique is this? It's too scary. The leader of the assassins was standing on an ancient tree, and had a good view of the fight below, but despite this, he was unable to see clearly how Yi Daosheng used his sword. The sword was like a swimming dragon, overpowering. Yi Daosheng utilized the swimming dragon sword technique to kill the assassins one after another. At the same time, he discovered a shocking problem. As long as an assassin died under his sword, the aura in his body would raise. He looked towards the corpse and a light screen appeared in front of his eyes, beheading a 7th grade mysterious assassin, 7th grade cultivation card X1. Grass. Yi Daosheng directly spoke of a plant. He turned his head to look at another corpse, and the same curtain of light appeared, beheading a 7th grade mysterious assassin, Great Qin Secret Medicine Undying Dan X3. Beheading a 7th grade mysterious assassin. 3 books featured, The Great Qin Beauty Map, The Gentleman in the Night, and The Overbearing Little Lang Jun. Kill 7th grade mysterious assassin, Ordinary Iron Sword X1, Spirit Stone X1, 10 Tails of Gold, Mysterious Map X1. Killing people and dropping equipment? Yi Daosheng's mind moved and realized that all the things shown in the light screen were in the mysterious space, and his blazing gaze looked towards the other assassins, expecting to see if beheading them would explode good things. This feeling of exploding equipment was exhilarating. He immediately used the 7th grade cultivation card. The violent aura wandered in the body, all the cultivation instantly broke through to the 8th grade, the silhouette of the person like a ghost to kill into the assassins. It was too late to check what all the explosive things, about an incense stick time wilderness on the assassins all fell in a pool of blood. Yi Daosheng holding a sword in the wilderness, like a god of killing, when his eyes from the crowd of corpses across the face of the color of disappointment, enough to kill 50 people also did not burst out what good things. Easy to stand alone on the sword to look dumbfounded. Breakthrough in the battle, instantly raise 2 realms. The king is a man or a devil? He had traveled across the 9 states for 100 years and had never seen a cultivator breakthrough like this. From the way Yi Daosheng killed people, he was definitely not a novice. Shocking. It was really too shocking. He suddenly figured out why Dao Chang Luo chose to stay by Yi Daosheng's side. Your Highness is the real high achiever, a martial arts wizard that is hard to come by in 1,000 years. The leader of the assassins in the treetops noticed Yi Daosheng's gaze and shivered, not understanding why Yi Daosheng's eyes were so strange and very greedy looking. He had to leave immediately and bring back the news that Yi Daosheng was a martial arts cultivator. With this thought, he lightly tapped his toes on the ancient tree and left with the wind. Yi Daosheng looked at the direction where the assassin leader left and put his data-fying sword into its scabbard. He didn't go to chase and couldn't catch up, but he knew that the assassin couldn't escape. Swoosh! The sound of breaking air spread, the silhouette fell down in the air, kneeling in front of Yi Daosheng. It was no one else, it was the leader of the assassins who escaped. He only came to the wilderness, the dead leaves under his feet formed a swirling mass that seemed to hold his entire body up. Your Highness, I will help you kill him. Old man alone don't move, let me do it. In Yi Daosheng's eyes the leader of the assassins must be able to explode good things. He was the strongest person in this group of assassins. However, Yi Daosheng didn't rush to kill him. Lightly lifting his arm longsword picked the black scarf on his cheeks off. King Tian sent you, right? The assassin leader was silent. Yi Daosheng nodded. Since you're not willing to speak, don't ever open your mouth. Day by day sheathed his sword and sealed his throat. It was clean and without delay. He only narrowed his eyes slightly, his pupils contracted, obviously shocked by Yi Daosheng's means, killing and decisive. With a heaven-defying qualification, he would surely rise to prominence in the future. Yi Daosheng's line of sight fell on the assassin leader. The light screen indeed appeared. 8th grade cultivation card X1, Realm Breaking Dan X1, Green Cloud Sword Technique Remnants X1, Divine Beast Forest Map X1. Sure enough, the harvest was quite a lot. Elder E, dispose of all these corpses. Easy Lonely nodded his head and started destroying the corpses. Yi Daosheng galloped his horse and disappeared into the wilderness. At this moment, inside Xianyang City, inside the palace of Nourishing Heart, Emperor Qin was lying on his back on the dragon couch. After taking the immortal herbs his injuries were obviously eased, but he was still very weak. Changqing, you said that King Tian has left the capital. Yi Changqing nodded his head. Back to father. Yesterday, the capital Jiawu received news that the Tian King's residence had been burglarized, and it was only then that my son realized that the Tian King had already left the imperial capital for some time. In the past few days, my son has received news that King Tian's soldiers and horses are secretly being deployed under his command. My son suspects that King Tian is going to rebel and usurp the country. The Qin emperor coughed lightly. Changqing, King Tian is the only king with a different surname in Great Qin, and has always been ambitious. If he wants to usurp the country, you really aren't his match. You go find Mr. San Sheng to enter the palace. Yi Changqing bowed and left with orders. At this moment, inside the husbandman's courtyard, under an ancient pavilion by a cliff, 2 figures were playing against each other. One of them was Mr. San Sheng, and the other was none other than King Wu Tianxiong of Tian. Husbandman's courtyard. The back of the mountain. Under the ancient pavilion. Mr. San Sheng and King Tian were sitting beside the stone case playing against each other. The black and white pieces on the chessboard were fighting fiercely, and it had reached the most critical moment. Wu Tianxiong was light-hearted, everything was under control, but it was Mr. Sanshang, who frowned slightly and suddenly raised his head to look towards King Tian. Is it really necessary to be so aggressive? Sir, it's not that I'm being pushy. Looking at the entire chessboard is under my control. Victory is in sight, just missing the last step. Your Majesty's strategizing and tactics are brilliant. It looks like you are in control of the whole situation, but has it ever occurred to you that one wrong step, will fall into the abyss of 10,000 abysses? The white sun in Mr. Sanshang hung in the air and was slow to fall, seemingly waiting for Wu Tianxiong's reply. Sir, we are competitors in chess. Victory or defeat is in your thoughts. Wu Tianxiong spoke in a deep voice, glancing at the vertical and horizontal chessboard. Sir hesitated. This is not your style of doing things. Mr. Sanshang said, Your Majesty doesn't intend to leave yourself a way out? This game of chess isn't going to be like that. Wu Tianxiong said, This game of chess both divides the highs and lows as well as determines life and death. Mr. can continue to be uninitiated and enjoy a clean slate. Mr. and I haven't seen each other for too long, and we are much rusty with each other. As for the retreat in Mr.'s mouth, this king never does anything he is not sure of. This is something Mr. knows very well. Mr. Sanshang heard the words and was still hesitant to make a move. Just at this moment, a husband appeared outside the ancient pavilion. Sir, the crown prince seeks an audience. Old man knows. Have the crown prince wait in the book collection pavilion. Seeing the husband's son leave, Wu Tianxiong added, It's not good for you and me if Sir is so hesitant. Dropping the pieces is not a good thing. It's impossible for Sir to want a Jedi to survive. Mr. Sanshang put the chess pieces in his hand into the box, got up and prepared to leave. After a pause, Your Highness, wait here. I will go and return. Mr. Stay. This game of chess, Sir, is admitting defeat? If Mr. steps out of the pavilion, this king can take it as Mr. has made his choice, right? Wu Tianxiong also stood up and came to the side of Mr. Sanshang. What should be said and done? This king has already done his best to be benevolent. If Mr. wants to die, this king will accompany him to the end. Mr. Sanshang turned his head. King Tian is threatening me? Wu Tianxiong laughed. This king has always respected Mr. How dare he threaten? Just want to tell Mr. to make a decision when it's time to make a decision. Mr. Sanshang hesitated for a moment and got up to leave. I only follow my heart in doing things, and I look forward to meeting with the king again. The voice echoed on the top of the mountain. Wu Tianxiong watched him leave. Demon Father, are you sure you can defeat him? As the words fell, a cloud of black mist appeared outside the ancient pavilion. The visitor's black robe covered his body. An evil, cold aura lingered on his body, his eyes choosing to devour people. A senior sect master is just a senior sect master, not enough to be feared. The king let go. This father has yet to see a truly strong person in Qin. With the devil race secretly supporting you, uniting the 9 states is only a matter of time. When Wu Tianxiong heard the words of the demon dignitary, the ambition in his heart swelled once again. Yi Ditian was severely injured and dying. The only threat to him was Mr. Sanshang. With the assurance of the demon father, there was no one else in Great Qin who could stop him. When the Tian Wolf Riders were at the city, they would surely drive into the city, allowing him to take his place in the 9 heavens and ascend to the great treasure. Anger flared up on Wu Tianxiong's face, knowing that he had once again been abandoned. In fact, he had met Mr. Sanshang together with Emperor Qin back then. That year, the late emperor of Great Qin was critically ill, the empire was in turmoil, and the iron cavalry of the heavenly monarch empire descended on 9 cities in 3 continents in a row, and drove all the way in, wanting to kill the imperial capital. At that time, Yi Ditian was still the crown prince, and Wu Tianxiong studied in the same courtyard. The 2 students for many years learned that Yi Ditian to lead the troops to meet the Tianming Empire. Wu Tianxiong here to recommend himself, threatened to fight with the enemy, to protect the Great Qin. In the Battle of Qin and Mang, the battle lasted for 8 months. And finally Yi Ditian and Wu Tianxiong defeated the iron cavalry of Tenmeng's imperial family, and by the time they returned to the imperial capital, the late emperor had already passed away. Yi Ditian, as the crown prince and with his military achievements, logically ascended to the throne, and immediately appointed Wu Tianxiong as the king of Tian. On their way back to the imperial capital, they came across the injured Mr. Sanshang, and the 2 of them brought him back to the capital because Yi Ditian was in a hurry to return to the capital wanting to see the late emperor one last time. Mr. Sanshang had been taken care of by Wu Tianxiong, and remained in the royal residence for 3 months after he had healed. At that time, Wu Tianxiong knew that Mr. Sanshang's skills were heavenly and earthly, so he wanted to worship him as his master, but he was politely refused. Immediately after Yi Ditian summoned Mr. Sanshang to the palace, he accepted Qin Di as a registered disciple, which kept Wu Tianxiong in his heart. Until today, between him and Yi Ditian, Mr. Sanshang once again chose Qin Di. Wu Tianxiong couldn't figure out what was inferior to Qin Di. For so many years Mr. Sanshang had been treating him as if he was not there. Even so, Wu Tianxiong still wanted to fight for Mr. Sanshang after getting help from the demon race. The result was already very obvious. At this point, Wu Tianxiong had already moved to kill. He wanted to subvert Great Qin and establish the martial dynasty. No one could change that. People were in the way of killing people, and Buddha was in the way of killing people. He knew very well in his heart that Mr. Sanshang going to see Yi Chongqing would leak his deployment, so everything had to be done in advance, just in case something happened. After leaving Xianyang City, at the top of the ancient tree on the wilderness, Wu Tianxiong's figure suddenly stopped and looked back at the imperial capital. Demon dignitary, when we come back again, this city will belong to us. Demon Zun shook his head. Your Majesty's pattern is open. The Great Qin Empire is just the beginning. In the future, the entire Great Martial Empire is to unify the 9 states. Wu Tianxiong smiled heartily. It seemed that he had already seen the scene where he asked for the 9 states. His gaze was withdrawn from Xianyang City, and he and Demon Zun disappeared into the wilderness. Husbandry courtyard. Inside the book collection pavilion, Yi Chongqing finally waited for Mr. Sanshang, and just as he wanted to salute, he was stopped. Your Highness, how is your father Emperor's injury? Back to Mr. Father Emperor's injuries recovered everything, but his body is still very weak. Father Emperor asked me to invite Mr. into the palace. Mr. Sanshang nodded. Let's go, let's enter the palace. The situation is urgent, let's talk on the way. After leaving the husband's courtyard, the two shared a carriage. Mr. Sanshang informed Yi Chongqing of what he knew. The latter's face suddenly changed drastically. When did Mr. know that King Tian was intent on plotting a rebellion? When your father left for the meteor Immortal Mountain, I was going to wait for your father to return to inform him, but I didn't realize that your father was assassinated and seriously injured, so this matter has been put on hold. The old man entered the imperial palace at night and examined your father's injuries. He was injured by the demonic gas. Medicine and stone are useless. Need to expel the demonic gas in the body to have a chance to heal. Over the years, King Tian has controlled the Jianghu. The routes within the temple are intricate. Even the garrisons around the world are close to him. He has failed your father's trust. Saying this, he paused and continued. King Tian and the demon race colluded to subvert Great Qin. Your father was seriously injured and was unable to fight with them. This heavy responsibility fell on you. King Tian wants to fight. I will accompany him to the end. Yi Chongqing looked grave and was silent for a long time. Sir, I have a favor to ask. Your Highness, but there is no harm in saying it. Once Great Qin loses, Mr. must protect my third brother's safety. Father once said that my third brother is the hope of Great Qin. Mr. Sanshang looked meaningfully at Yi Chongqing. The bond between you brothers is truly admirable. Born in an imperial family, such brotherly love is truly rare in the world. King Tian's intention to usurp the country has been finalized. Yi Chongqing knows that a big battle cannot be avoided. From Mr. Sanshang's mouth, he knew that Wu Tianxiong controlled the power of the Jianghu and had a close relationship with the imperial garrison, so if he made a move with King Tian, it would definitely affect the whole body. Your Highness, if King Tian only colludes with the Jianghu forces and the garrisons around the empire, it's not a big threat to Great Qin. At least your Highness has a 50% chance of winning. Yi Chongqing said. Mr. Sanshang means that there is someone else behind King Tian who supports him? Mr. Sanshang nodded his head and looked grim. Behind King Tian there is the demon race. This is the biggest threat to the empire. The injury in your father's body is because of the demon race. Yi Chongqing frowned. Demon race? Never heard of it before. Mr. Sanshang fell into silence, his thoughts going back a long time. Your Highness, the demon race was once in full bloom, incomparably powerful. The entire land of the 9 states was under the control of the demon race. The Devil Emperor was hailed as a martial arts genius rarely encountered in 1,000 years, and thought of himself as invincible in the world. After the devil race unified the Kyushu, they revealed their true nature, and began to frantically oppress the people and the Kyushu cultivators. People's livelihoods grumbled, and wars broke out all over the place. In that era Kyushu cultivators rose up to fight against the devil, vowing to overthrow the devil clan's control. Then the sky descended to the immortals to hit the Devil Emperor hard with invincibility, letting the devil clan's strength fall to pieces, and the people from all over the world rose up to overthrow the devil clan's regime. The immortals rebuilt the order of the 9 states and drove the devil race out of the land of the 9 states, thus the devil race completely disappeared. Who would have thought that after 300 years the devil race would reappear and collude with King Tian? The demon race has ambitions for the world, and definitely wants to do more than just overthrow Great Qin. With the demon race's secret support, the chances of Qin winning this great war are only 30%. Yi Chongqing heard this, his heart was horrified. Killing a demon race halfway, everything is completely out of control. Sir, really only 30% chance of victory? Mr. Sanshang nodded his head. The 30% chance of victory that I said is in the case of known devil cultivators. I don't know how strong the devil race really is. I'm afraid that if the devil race is strong, I don't even have a 30% chance of winning. Yi Chongqing fell into silence. The reason why Mr. didn't tell father about King Tian is that he was in a hurry and let his injuries worsen, right? Mr. Sansheng said, that's right, the night I saved King Ning was the night I went into the palace to meet with the saint, and in the end, I only examined the saint's injuries, and didn't mention anything about King Tian. Yi Chongqing was caught in a tangle, knowing that if Mr. Sansheng entered the palace, under his father's questioning, there was no way to hide the matter of King Tian's rebellion. Paper could not wrap fire after all. When he came to the outside of the Yangxin Hall, Yi Chongqing suddenly opened his mouth, Mr. About the matter of the Tian king. Mr. Sansheng seemed to know what Yi Chongqing wanted to say, your father should already know some information, there is no need to continue hiding it. His Majesty has been ruling Great Qin for many years, he is a dictator of the Qin gang, even if he is injured now, there is still no one more suitable than him to control Great Qin. At the same time, the person who understands King Tian the most in this world must be your father. As the words fell, the two of them pushed open the door of the hall and entered inside the Hall of Nurturing Heart. Yi Chongqing was the first to speak, Father, Sir is here. Yi Di Tian turned his head to look at Mr. Sansheng, a smile spreading across his pale cheeks. Master finally chose me, however, this time I'm going to let Master down. King Tian has been preparing for so many years just waiting for this day, and now no one in the entire Qin kingdom is King Tian's opponent. Mr. Sansheng heard from Yi Di Tian's words that he seemed to know that defeat was certain. What are your Majesty's plans? Yi Di Tian slowly spoke, Sir, I intend to cede Xianyang City to King Tian, and I would like to thank you for taking the Crown Prince and King Ning to leave Great Qin. Yi Chongqing sniffed, Father, if Great Qin were to fall, where in the world would there be room for me and my third brother? Yi Di Tian said, you guys go to the central state, after you enter the central state, King Tian will not be able to help them as he can't whip them. Mr. Sansheng opened his mouth to interrupt them, Your Majesty, it's not that simple to travel to the central state, King Tian has the devil race behind him, he won't allow any escapees. Even if you were lucky enough to escape from Great Qin, you will be endlessly hunted by the devil clan along the way, it's very dangerous and you will fall into the hands of the devil clan if you're not careful. Yi Di Tian fell into silence, now that he was in a severely injured body, it was impossible for him to cover for the Crown Prince and Yi Daosheng. Chongqing, has Daosheng stepped into the martial arts path after taking the immortal grass? Yi Chongqing stammered, not knowing how to answer for a moment. Chongqing, are you hiding something from me? Father, third brother did not take the immortal herb, but instead asked me to put it in father's soup. Nonsense, you guys are simply nonsense, I paid such a big price and in the end, I failed to let Daosheng step into the martial arts. Yi Di Tian's expression was gloomy, looking very despondent. Originally he had pinned his hopes on Yi Daosheng, but now everything had come to naught. Yi Daosheng was unable to enter the martial Dao and could only fall under the sword of King Tian. At first, what Yi Di Tian wanted was very simple, to let Yi Daosheng step into the martial arts path and have the ability to settle down in the land of the 9 states. After putting in so much effort, he ended up failing. What I want is just for the child to be safe, is it too much? Mr. Sansheng moved to the front of the dragon collapse, Your Majesty has taken the immortal herb, let me help you check your body. As he spoke, he began to take Yi Di Tian's pulse and frowned slightly. An immortal herb allowed Your Majesty's injuries to recover, but the demonic chi in your body is still at work. If the demonic chi isn't removed, Your Majesty won't be able to catalyze your aura, and your body will grow weaker and weaker under the ravages of the demonic chi. If you want to remove the demonic chi from Your Majesty's body, you must have a land god's hand to do so. Olmi's cultivation is too weak. Yi Di Tian said, Chongqing, help me out of bed, I'll draft a few decrees, you can send them out to spite yourself, and strive for reinforcements to arrive before King Tian's army comes to the city. Afternoon. A fast horse galloped and appeared under the city of Xianyang. This journey except encountered assassins, in no other episode. After entering the city he entered the palace at the first time, intending to go to the East Palace to inform the Crown Prince of what he knew, so that he could make preparations in advance. On his way to the Eastern Palace, he learned from the Chamberlain that the Crown Prince and Mr. Sansheng were in the Hall of Nourishing Heart, and he turned back to go there. Outside the hall, the Crown Prince and Mr. Sansheng walked out. They were in a hurry to go deploy. Emperor Qin was weak and lay down to rest again. Lao San, why have you entered the palace? Is there something wrong? Imperial brother, I have investigated clearly, who exactly is the person who assassinated father and I. Prince? So fast? If he hadn't learned the news from Mr. Sansheng's mouth, he wouldn't have been able to find out about King Tian in a short period of time. He felt a little surprised and was curious how Yi Daosheng knew the identity of the assassin. Lao San, I already know from Mr. Sansheng's mouth that everything is being manipulated by King Tian in secret. King Tian has already rebelled and is secretly colluding with the demon race. Great Qin is in danger. Yi Daosheng, I didn't expect things to be so serious. King Tian wasn't a dog jumping over the wall, but had already deployed everything. Colluding with the devil race? Coupled with the words of the dragon devouring hall, there were quite a few forces behind King Tian. Yi Daosheng frowned slightly and inquired in a deep voice, Imperial brother is going to deploy this? Yi Changqing nodded his head. Father has issued 3 memorials for the garrison troops stationed in the 3 cities of Yangon, Chang'an and Wan'an to return to the imperial capital, in a bid to be able to return to the capital before King Tian's army arrives. Imperial brother, go and get busy. I'll see how father is doing. Yi Daoshang left behind a sentence and got up to walk towards the palace of Nourishing Heart. Mr. San Shang's eyes stayed locked on him. His heart was puzzled as he muttered, I can't even see through King Ning. Is he really unable to cultivate martial arts? Yi Changqing said, Mr. is overly concerned. Third brother is unable to cultivate martial arts. The state master himself tested it. There is absolutely no problem. Mr. San Shang retracted his gaze. Perhaps it was the old man who looked away. The first time he saved Yi Daoshang from the assassins, at that time he noticed that Yi Daoshang had a unique aura that was not easy to be detected. Meeting him again with a hidden aura on his body made Mr. San Shang's heart suspicious, but hearing Yi Changqing's words, he dispelled the doubts in his heart. This moment, Yi Daoshang appeared outside the Hall of Nurturing the Heart, but did not directly enter it. He got up and walked towards the end of the long corridor. Coming to an unoccupied place, his figure flickered into the mysterious space. He slowly raised his arm and threw the spirit-enhancing pill and the boundary-breaking pill in his palm into the air. What happened next was the same as the day the golden spirit skill appeared in the space. The pills were instantly swallowed by the endless darkness, followed by a blazing aura sweeping through the air. A huge Dan furnace appeared in front of Yi Daoshang, and the flame and the green lotus automatically appeared in the furnace. The Dan furnace in front of me is somewhat similar to Taishan Laojuan's Bagua furnace. The infinity gives birth to 2 meters, 2 meters give birth to 4 elephants, 4 elephants give birth to 8 trigrams, and the 8 trigrams represent all things in the world. Yi Daoshang remembers that the flame and the gossip furnace is one of the 4 great heavenly fires of the 6 stings of divine fire. He could not be sure of the speculation in his heart, got up and came to the Dan furnace, raised his hand and took out the Dan in the furnace, and found that Dan lines appeared on the original ordinary realm-breaking Dan. From this, the power of the realm-breaking Dan and spirit-increasing Dan at least skyrocketed by more than 100 times. He put the pills into the jade bottle and hid it in his sleeve. His figure returned to the long corridor. Soon he pushed open the door of the hall and entered it. Emperor Qin turned his head to look over when he heard the sound. Daoshang is here. Yi Daoshang sprinted to the front of the dragon collapse. Father, you don't need to get up. Yi Ditian said, it's fine, father's injuries will soon be healed. Yi Daoshang knew that he was comforting him, and raised his hand to take out the jade bottle from his sleeve and handed it to Yi Ditian. Father Emperor, my son has found some elixirs for you, which will be very helpful for Father Emperor's injuries. Elixirs? Yi Ditian knew that elixirs were precious in Great Qin. Daoshang, I've asked you to take the trouble. Father's injuries are not something that elixirs can heal. It's better to leave them for your own use. Father, Great Qin is in a time of crisis with the storm. It needs Father to save the day. This elixir from my son can allow Father to recover from his injuries. After saying that, Yi Daoshang took out the spirit-enhancing pill and the realm-breaking pill from the jade bottle for Yi Ditian to take. The strange fragrance emitted by the 2 pills made Qin Emperor startled. Daoshang, where did you get this pill? Yi Ditian could tell at a glance that the pills in his hand were by no means extraordinary. In the past, he had purchased pills in order to enhance his cultivation, but no matter the grade, color, or aroma, they couldn't be compared to the pills sent by Yi Daoshang. Regarding the matter of the Bagua furnace, naturally he couldn't inform Emperor Qin. It was his unique secret. Father, my son met a Taoist outside of his residence, claiming to be an overseas immortal. The elixir was purchased from him. This elixir has been used by my son without any problems. He was still very confident in the pills quenched by the 8 trigrams furnace, and in order to allay Emperor Qin's concerns, he could only say that he had taken the pills. Yi Ditian sent the 2 pills into his mouth, and in an instant powerful aura exploded from his dantian, crazily impacting the qi meridians and veins. His face changed drastically, and his heart was horrified. What exactly was the elixir he had taken? It actually had such a terrifying power. I actually broke through? It was simply too unbelievable. Ben was in a severely injured body and was weak and powerless, thus showing how terrifying the power of the elixir was. Yi Ditian was originally in the upper 9 product realm cultivation. After being injured by the demon race, his cultivation fell down to the lower 9 products, and now his realm is starting to break through. Again. 9th product cultivators are divided into peak 9th product, upper 9th product, middle 9th product, and lower 9th product. The sect master realm is divided into primary sect master, senior sect master and peak sect master. Grandmaster is divided into junior grandmaster, senior grandmaster, and peak grandmaster. Don't look at just 3 levels of division, but there is a world of difference. A grade makes many people lifelong unable to cross the gulf, only to the end into a pile of yellow earth. Middle 9th grade, upper 9th grade, 9th grade peak, sovereign? Yi Ditian's realm had risen 4 grades in a row, and even he himself found it unbelievable. His face held horror, and in his heart he secretly wondered what elixir was as terrifying as this. Poof! A blood arrow sprayed out from Yi Detian's mouth. The black blood was exceptionally eye-catching. He realized that the demonic chi in his body hadn't completely disappeared, but his current realm had been able to suppress it. He got up and descended from the dragon collapse. His entire body was transformed as if he had been reborn. Daosheng, was that an immortal elixir you gave father? Yi Daosheng was stunned, perhaps. Seeing Emperor Qin's injuries healed, he was overjoyed and was able to hug his thigh again with peace of mind. Yi Detian's rapid breakthrough in cultivation had changed his mentality. He had planned to let Mr. Sanshang take Yi Daosheng and the crown prince to escape to the central state. Now that he possessed the cultivation of his own shire, he wasn't afraid of the king of Taiyan and the demon clan behind him at all. King Taiyan wanted to rebel. This time he was going to be disappointed. Father has been healed, so my son will return to his residence first. Daosheng, the imperial capital is in a state of darkness during this period of time, so stay in the residence and don't move around in case something untoward happens. Yi Detian explained. After Father Emperor suppresses King Taiyan, he will take the time to visit you at the mansion. Father Emperor doesn't need to worry about me, my son will protect himself. Yi Daosheng gets up and prepares to leave. Father Emperor, in addition to the demon race behind King Taiyan, he's also colluding with the dragon devouring hall. Father Emperor should be careful in dealing with it. He informed Emperor Qin of all the information he knew, so that he could know his enemy and know himself and win 100 battles. Yi Detian stood on the long corridor and watched Yi Daosheng leave, lightly exhaling fresh air, his eyes glowing with essence. In order to protect Yi Daosheng and let him live freely, King Taiyan must be killed. Li Dixuan, quickly go and pass the order to invite the great general into the palace. The chamberlain Li Dixuan sniffed, lightly waved the duster in his hand, and left with a brisk walking wind. With the elevation of his realm, Yi Detian had a new view on King Taiyan's rebellion. It was just the right time to take this opportunity to clean up the temple. The war with King Taiyan was a tit-for-tat battle. The slightest carelessness would lead to the end of everything. Nonetheless, he still wanted to take this opportunity to see who was truly loyal to Great Qin. At nightfall, outside the imperial capital, inside a manor near the outskirts, several silhouettes walked briskly through dark corridors and wigwam pavilions, quickly appearing at the edge of the lake. Your Highness, the squad that went to Flying Cloud Castle to intercept and kill the King of Ning has lost their trail. There's not a single piece of news. Just now the Forbidden Guard sent word that King Ning will make a trip to the palace in the afternoon. Wu Tianxiong looked back at the visitor. What do you mean? King Ning returned to the imperial capital from Flying Cloud Fort alive. A mortal, unable to cultivate. What is the situation with the cultivator you sent? Such a simple mission would fail? Until now King Taiyan did not realize the seriousness of the matter. It was not as simple as the mission failing, but the assassins sent by the dragon devouring hall had completely disappeared. Your Highness, even if the mission failed, they would have returned to resume their duties, but until now no one has returned. Things are too strange. My subordinate suspects that they have been beheaded by King Ning. King Ning? Wu Tianxiong shook his head. Impossible, there is no strong person beside the Ning King. He entered the Flying Cloud Fort alone that day. Go check, send someone to investigate this matter clearly. If there is a mystery on King Ning, capture him and interrogate him. This king believes that your dragon devouring hall has such skills. The visitor bowed and bowed. Subordinate will go and do it now. As he was leaving, he happened to brush shoulders with an old man, who was the person who had gone to Flying Cloud Castle that day to meet with manhwa, and was also the steward of the Taiyan King's mansion. This person's name was Yun Shou. Your Highness, the third princess of Daxia is here. Your guest has arrived. This king will personally go and receive her. Wu Tianxiong got up and left, heading towards the front yard of the manor. The third princess of Daxia was the Xiao Lingfei who had previously been repudiated by Yi Daosheng, and with her appearing in the manor at this time, things were a bit fishy. Wu Tianxiong was all set to rebel and still visited in the middle of the night. It seemed that the relationship between them was not simple. Inside the front hall, Xiaoling concubine retired the black cloak on her head, and just as she was about to take her seat, she heard Wu Tianxiong's voice. Third princess came late at night. This is to deliver good news to this king. It looks like the king has already guessed, right? Wu Tianxiong gestured for consort Xiaoling to take a seat. Has the Xia Kingdom's army already crossed the border and entered the territory of Great Qin? Xiao Lingfei nodded. Indeed, how about the 100,000 iron horsemen of the great Xia Dragontang Legion coming to help your highness? My father is very sincere. 100,000 Dragontang Legion, the Xia Emperor is truly full of sincerity. This time we join forces to divide Great Qin. We will definitely work together very happily. It is a pleasure to work with your highness. Xiao Lingfei guffawed. In order to hold back the army of the second prince of Great Qin, I have already passed the news to Great Qian. They will keep raiding the border passes during this period of time. Even if Yi Zhantian receives the news from the imperial capital, he won't leave the border passes. Wu Tianxian laughed. Princess is very considerate. Don't go back tonight. Stay within the manor and let Lanner accompany you to talk. Xiao Lingfei nodded. Then I'll disturb Sister Lanner. She and Wu Lan were not strangers at all. They were both once Yi Daosheng's fiancée, and they even went to withdraw from the marriage together. only now they were both repudiated by Yi Daosheng. After sending off Xiao Lingfei, Wu Tianxiong took the butler and walked deeper into the manor. As he walked forward, Yun Shou suddenly opened his mouth. "Your Highness, the Dragon Tang Legion is the trump card of the Grand Xia. The Xia Emperor sent out 100,000 people at once. I'm afraid that it's not just to come to help your Highness. A mere 100,000 Dragon Tang Legions want to destroy this king and get all of Great Qin's territory? The Xia Emperor has really overestimated himself." Wu Tianxiong spoke in a deep voice, glancing at the puzzled Yun Shou. "Are you puzzled as to why this king still allowed the 100,000 Dragon Tang Legion to enter Qin even though he knew the Xia Emperor's intentions?" Yun Shou nodded with a curious expression. Wu Tianxiong added, "Elder Yun, do you think that if the 100,000 Dragon Tang Legion is buried in Great Qin, it will have a great impact on the Xia kingdom?" Yun Shou seemed to understand something. His Majesty wouldn't have planned to let the Dragon Tang Legion return to Xia alive as a way to weaken the Xia kingdom, and by the time His Majesty is crowned as the emperor, Xia won't be able to threaten the Qin kingdom in a few years. Wu Tianxiong smiled bashfully, not explaining anything. In fact, Yun Shou was only partially right. His real intention was to exterminate Qin and unify Xia, and step by step, he started to take control of the entire 9 states. Until now everything is under his control. Soon Great Qin will fall into chaos, then it will be his time to save Great Qin. The people will definitely be grateful to him. On the other side, Yi Daosheng returned to the mansion and went to see Dao Qingluo, giving her the elixir taken out from the Bagua furnace, knowing that she had a dark disease in her body, hoping that the elixir would allow her to recover from her injuries. Dao Qingluo received Yi Daosheng's elixir and gently placed it on the case. "Husband, you went out for a trip and your cultivation improved so fast, shouldn't you be happy? Why do you look so worried?" "Mother, the war in Great Qin will start. I am a little worried." "What is husband afraid of? Worried that Great Qin will lose?" Dao Qingluo laughed and comforted. "Husband, just rest assured, Great Qin's fortune is prosperous. It's impossible for the country to be destroyed. It's normal for empires to develop some wars. Yi Daosheng has been a man for 2 lifetimes, wouldn't he not understand this? He is just a little afraid that the Qin emperor and the crown prince will be in danger." "Mother, you know about the devil race?" Dao Qingluo nodded her head. Her bright eyes were a little unnatural, but it was fleeting. "Husband, of course I know about the devil race." She was a little worried in her heart. She had just descended to the 9 states and the devil race appeared. This was too much of a coincidence. Could it be that the people from the devil realm and the immortal court had already broken the boundary to come to the 9 states? If that was the case, it wouldn't be safe for her to stay in Great Qin, and it would also bring about a catastrophe to Great Qin. "Husband, the Battle of Qin also involves the devil race?" Yi Daosheng nodded. King Taiyan has the support of the demon race behind him. Dao Qingluo's expression changed slightly when she heard this, which was detected by Yi Daosheng. "Mother, what's wrong with you? The appearance of the devil race, you seem to be very scared." She forced herself to be calm and laughed. "Husband is overly concerned. The devil race has disappeared for a long time and suddenly appeared in Great Qin. I am a little worried about husband's safety. The devil race is warlike and strong. The Qin army is afraid that they will not be able to defeat them." Saying this, she paused and continued, "Husband will stay in the mansion for this period of time. With Elder Yi's protection, he should be able to resist the invasion of the demon race." Yi Daosheng nodded. "Mother, it's late at night, you should rest early." He could sense that Dao Qingluo had something to hide, but didn't get to the bottom of it. "Husband, you're not resting? I'll accompany you to rest." Yi Daosheng took Dao Qingluo back to her room, and after waiting for her to fall asleep, he left alone and came to the side hall to cultivate, and soon entered the mysterious space. However, all of this did not escape Dao Qingluo's eyes. She knew the secret in Yi Daosheng's body and slowly sat up, taking out the elixir from the jade bottle and taking it. The devil race had appeared, and whether it was directed at her or not, she had to recover her strength as soon as possible. She always felt that there was not much time left for her. Inside the Qin palace, the crown prince and Mr. Sanshang went and returned, and the two of them followed the Qin emperor's decree, summoning the troops stationed all over the place to return to the imperial capital, and at the same time notifying the Jianghu forces to gather in the imperial city. Over the years, King Taiyan and the Jianghu forces closer. The sword sect, Phantom Sound Pavilion is close to the royal family. At a time of crisis for the Great Qin, I do not know how they will take sides. 2 people came to the imperial study outside. "See the chamberlain standing on the long corridor?" Yi Chongqing inquired in a deep voice. "Father is still resting?" The chamberlain said, "His Majesty has been waiting in the hall for many hours." As the words fell, he pushed the door and gestured for the two to enter the imperial study room. The crown prince and Mr. Sanshang entered the hall, and their complexion suddenly changed drastically, finding that the Emperor of Qin was standing in front of the paperwork with his back turned to them. The Qin Emperor's gaze fell on the map of Great Qin. Studying King Taiyan's marching route, Wu Tianxiong deliberately plotted against the Emperor. The army under his command would naturally enter the capital at the first opportunity. Father, your injuries." Yi Tian looked back at the two men and slowly spoke, "My injuries have been healed, the demonic energy in my body has been suppressed by me, so there won't be any problems for the time being." Yi Chongqing looked skeptical, finding it unbelievable, wondering why Emperor Qin's injuries had suddenly healed. Earlier when they left, Emperor Qin was still incredibly weak, even getting off the couch was a problem. "Mr. Sanshang said, Your Majesty, your realm has broken through and you are already a senior Grand Master, right?" He kind of couldn't believe what he was seeing, it was just too unbelievable. How was it possible for a realm to break through 3 minor realms in such a short period of time? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Such a breakthrough speed was beyond the normal scope of martial cultivation. "Master, I have indeed made a breakthrough, this is all due to Dao Shang. He gave me 2 pills from an overseas immortal. After taking them, my injuries were healed and it also allowed my cultivation to break through 3 minor realms." This, pills sent by King Ning? Mr. Sanshang was shocked beyond words, his heart was suspicious. Pills from overseas immortals? Is that really the case? Yi Chongqing was much simpler, his face showing ecstasy. Third brother being able to obtain the favor of an overseas immortal is truly a great fortune for him. With father's injuries healed and his cultivation breaking through, for King Tian to try to rebel is just asking for death. Emperor Qin looked back and continued to look at the map. If King Tian dares to rebel so blatantly, naturally he has made all the preparations. I know him too well. Colluding with the demon race, the dragon devouring hall, these are just his superficial power. On top of that, I suspect that King Tian still has a backhand. We must not take this lightly. It's good that Dao Shang has allowed me to recover. This time is considered a contest between me and King Tian. I will definitely not let him succeed. In fact, until now Yi Tian could not accept Wu Tianxiong's rebellion. Once they were classmates and fought together side by side for 8 months on the sands, and in the bitter battle with Tianmeng, each other was able to give their backs to each other. Since his ascension to the throne, he appointed Wu Tianxiong as the only king with a different surname in Qin, boasting that he was not mean to him. Yi Tian couldn't figure out why King Tian wanted to rebel. There was endless glory and wealth. Why did he look at the imperial throne and disregard the friendship of the past? There were many folders of impeachment against King Tian over the years, and he had always turned a blind eye to it, not realizing that after being so indulgent to King Tian, he didn't know how to be thankful, but instead wanted to rebel. King Tian's troops and horses will enter the capital from Tian City. They will have to pass through Hango Pass. Chongqing, you gather Great Qin's sharp soldiers and set out overnight to station at Hango Pass. Yi Chongqing bowed and bowed. "My son will take orders." Just as he was about to leave the imperial study, the chamberlain figure appeared behind him. "Your Majesty, the great general is here." Yi Tian looked towards the outside of the hall. "Let the great general enter the hall." During this period of time, Great General Li Jingsong had been recuperating in his residence on the grounds that he was suffering from a physical ailment. Yi Tian knew that Li Jingsong was having a problem with him, but he believed in the Great General's loyalty to the Qin kingdom. Li Jingsong once proposed 3 times to attack the Tianmeng Empire when Qin was strong, to solve the big trouble in the north once and for all. In the end, he refused, perhaps because Li Jingsong felt that he was not valued in the dynasty, and gradually away from the center of the temple to idle in the house. If King Tian has any scruples in Qin, Li Jingsong is definitely one of them. Under Li Jingsong's command, the Flying Tiger Legion is one of the oldest legions of the Qin dynasty, along with the Qin Ruishi, Qin Jin Legion and Changsheng Legion, which are the 4 major legions of the Qin dynasty. Among them, the great Qin Ruishi guarded the capital city, while the Flying Tiger Legion was stationed at the Heavenly Rift Fortress not far from the imperial capital. General Qin Jian's legion was stationed at the border Rome along with 2nd Prince Yi Zhantian to prevent the Great Qian Empire from violating the border. The Changsheng Legion was led by Qin Shi, the No. 1 fierce general of Great Qin, and was stationed in the northern cities to deter the Tianmeng Empire. Right now, Qin Jin Legion and Changsheng Legion can't return to the capital. Distant water can't quench the thirst of the near. The only ones who can fight with the army under King Tian's command are the Great Qin Razorbacks and the Flying Tiger Legion. Li Jingsong entered the hall, saw the Qin Emperor standing in front of the map. His breath was majestic and domineering. The king's aura looked out of the corner of his eye. His heart was horrified beyond measure. Previously Wu Tianxiong had approached him, saying that the Qin Emperor was seriously injured and would not have long to live. He would soon die. This was the way a person with a short life expectancy should look? Damn, almost by the king of Tian to deceive. Fortunately I stand firm, or else on the back of the title of rebel, a lifetime of fame will be ruined. Tian Wang, this guy is too not something. Li Jingsong cursed King Tian in the bottom of his heart, bowed and bowed. My humble servant Li Jingsong pays his respects to your majesty. Yi Tian hurriedly came from in front of the case and assisted Li Jingsong. This move had a deep meaning. Firstly, it showed that he valued the great general. Secondly, it was for Li Jingsong to find out that his realm had improved, and it served as a good deterrent, so that he wouldn't dare to have second thoughts. Li Jingsong stood up, his heart was appalled. He could feel the Qin Emperor's mighty pressure was incomparably powerful, as if it was an insurmountable mountain of gods, How much has His Majesty's realm been elevated? On the surface, he didn't show any color, but in his heart, he was shocked. What is it that your majesty wants me to come here for? Emperor Qin narrowed his eyes slightly and gestured for Li Jingsong to take his seat. Great General, I have received news that King Tian has gathered a large army to prepare for a revolt. I intend to have the Great General lead the Flying Tiger Legion to be stationed at the Hango Pass along with the Crown Prince's chief minister. I don't know if the general's body can handle it. If not, I can choose another person. Li Jingsong heard the Qin Emperor's words. The meaning is very clear. Can On Yuan, not I will change people, take the opportunity to want to deprive him of the control of the Flying Tiger Legion. Definitely can't let this kind of thing happen. Once they lose control of the Flying Tiger Legion, their Li clan will decline. Your Majesty, King Tian's rebellion has jeopardized the foundation of the empire. How can I stay out of it? The Flying Tiger Legion is on standby to accompany the Crown Prince to Hango Pass. Yi Ditian nodded. With a great general personally sitting at Hango Pass, it will be an insurmountable moat. All is well with the empire. Li Jingsong bowed and bowed. Your Majesty, I will immediately return to my home to prepare and travel to Hango Pass with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Yi Ditian waved his hand. Go. Qin Palace. Inside the Imperial Study. Li Jingsong received orders to prepare to lead troops to Hango Pass to block King Tian's rebels. Before stepping out of the Imperial Study, he stopped again and looked back at Emperor Qin. Some time ago, the old minister heard that your majesty's dragon body was suffering from an illness, so he sent someone to find an elixir that strengthens the foundation and cultivates the vitality of the body, and the humble minister dedicates this elixir to your majesty. I hope that your majesty's dragon body will heal soon. Yi Ditian looked at Li Jingsong handed over the jade bottle. The dragon's face was very happy. The heart murmured, this old man on the shelf to test me, think I am the return of the light? In order to offer pills as a reason to understand his dragon body health problems. If his dragon body healed, Li Jingsong will die to defend the Hango Pass. On the contrary, he will make other choices for the wealth of the Li family. Great General has the heart. My injuries have been healed. Great General, this trip to Hango Pass is treacherous. This elixir general stay by his side in case of emergencies. Li Jingsong was stunned. His expression changed quickly. Your Majesty's dragon body is healed. It is indeed the fortune of Great Qin. Yi Ditian said, yes, I was able to heal thanks to that kid, King Ning. As soon as Li Jingsong heard of King Ning Yi Daosheng, he instantly became interested. What does His Majesty's healing have to do with King Ning? Great General doesn't know. That boy Daosheng was accepted as a personal disciple by the Immortal. The Immortal gave him immortal pills to awaken his spiritual roots, and this boy insisted on sending it to me to heal my wounds. I have such a royal son, it is really gratifying. Yi Ditian directly staged a drama of fatherly kindness and filial piety for Li Jingsong, whose entire mind exploded upon hearing that the Immortal had taken on his disciple, Yi Daosheng. King Ning didn't have a spiritual root, so he acquiesced to Li Shangnan going to the royal residence to withdraw from the marriage. Today King Ning has been honored by an Immortal. Is this kind of honor really something that a cultivator without a spiritual root should have? Li Jingsong's heart was in a state of shock. Things seemed to have gone beyond his imagination. His Majesty had recovered from his injuries, the King of Ning had been favored by an Immortal, and the Great Qin was still in the ascendant. He knew that King Tian had no chance of winning the rebellion. This time, he went to Hango Pass. He must severely beat King Tian's smoke wolf riders. The world knows that Tian wolf riders are famous in the North Desert, and Li Jingsong is very confident in his Flying Tiger Legion. He was recuperating in his mansion for several months, but the training of the Flying Tiger Legion never stopped. Your Majesty, the old minister is returning to his mansion to prepare and immediately accompany His Highness the Crown Prince to Hango Pass. Li Jingsong left the palace with mixed feelings, knowing how foolish the decisions he made during this time were, especially acquiescing to Li Shangnan going to the Ning Wang Palace to withdraw from the marriage. The pattern was small. Eyesight too narrow. Missed the opportunity to have the general's house and the royal family join forces. Crown Prince Chongqing watched Li Jingsong leave with a sideways glance and a stunned look. Father, third brother was really accepted as a personal disciple by an Immortal? Yi Ditian's face sank. What's the point of asking so many questions? Quickly go and gather Qin's sharpest soldiers and prepare to head to Hango Pass. Yi Chongqing bowed and bowed. My son obeys. Inside the great general's residence, Li Jingsong stepped into the mansion. When he was confronted by Li Shangnan, he saw that he looked gloomy. Grandpa, what's wrong with you? Shangnan, we were all wrong. Li Shangnan sniffed, confused, puzzled. Grandpa, what's all wrong? Li Jingsong got up and walked towards the study. Follow me to the study. Soon the two came to the study room. Li Shangnan was puzzled, curious about how his grandfather became worried after a trip to the palace. Grandpa, what is going on in this trip to the palace? Li Jingsong let out a light sigh. We missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. This time when we entered the palace, we learned from His Majesty's mouth that His Highness, King Ning, had been honored by the Immortals and had been accepted as a personal disciple. Impossible. King Ning Yi Daosheng doesn't have a spiritual root. That Immortal would accept him as his disciple? Li Shangnan spoke with great certainty. It can't be wrong. The news that His Majesty went to the meteor Immortal Mountain and returned with serious injuries is true, but today, when Grandpa entered the palace, His Majesty's injuries had already healed, and the reason for that was because King Ning gave His Majesty the elixir given by the Immortal. King Ning received guidance from the Immortal, and his future martial arts future is immeasurable. That's why he wrote a letter of repudiation and repudiated all 7 of his fiancées. Because in King Ning's opinion, you are not worthy of him at all. Perhaps his move was authorized by the Immortal. Li Shangnan lost her color, half believing, Grandpa, are there really immortals in this world? Of course. Land immortals, above mortals, can move mountains and reclaim the sea with the lift of a hand, and can defeat 1,000,000 armies with a single blow that destroys a city. Li Jingsong spoke in a deep voice. King Ning was originally known as the reincarnation of an immortal. To be honored by an immortal is a testament to his extraordinary nature. Speaking of this, he paused, his expression solemn. Shangnan, this matter I know you know, don't let a third person know. When you return to the academy, when you see the Ning King, do not provoke him. No matter what, King Ning is a prince, with royal blood flowing in his body. His status is not something we can compare to. During this period of time when Grandpa was resting in the mansion, it already attracted His Majesty's displeasure. You have gone to make a fuss about the Ning King's mansion to withdraw from the marriage. If you provoke the Ning King again, once His Majesty slaps us with the crime of great disrespect, it is going to exterminate the clan. Your character needs to be tempered. Li Shangnan nodded numbly. Shangnan honors Grandpa's teachings. Li Jingsong added, if King Ning goes to the academy, get in touch with him more and try to win his favor. Grandpa, this is a bit difficult for me. You know Shingnan's character, never good at male and female matters. That's all. Enter the academy and cultivate well. Strive to get a good ranking in the 4 Nations Academy competition, and then you'll have the chance to enter the sect to cultivate. If you really can't, Grandpa will arrange for you to enter the military camp for training. Li Xingnan's heart was in waves. She gently nodded and left the study. She couldn't understand why the Immortal would choose Yi Daosheng. It was known all over the city that there was no spiritual root in his body. Could it be that the royal family deliberately released the news? The world of adults is too complicated, hook and line, and deceit, especially the imperial power tactics. It is not something she can guess. The big deal is not to mess with King Ning in the future. Not long after she left the study, the figure of the housekeeper in the mansion appeared. Master, King Tian's side has sent another person. Li Jingsong walked out from within the study. Fuck, what is this dog thing from King Tian going to do? He won't be satisfied until he drags our Li mansion down with him. Housekeeper? What's going on? The master wasn't this attitude before. Master, where is the person? How to deal with it? Directly beat him to death. Li Jingsong spoke without hesitation. Wait, bring someone to arrest him and send him to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Butler? Li Jingsong knew that the Qin Emperor definitely knew about his contact with King Tian, and now by arresting the person sent by King Tian and sending him to the Crown Prince, he was letting the Qin Emperor know that he was loyal to the Empire. No amount of sugarcoating from King Tian would sway him from being loyal to the Empire. Right now, he must show his loyalty and not make Emperor Qin suspicious of the Li family. At dusk, Eastern Palace. Prince Li Jingsong sent people into the death row, personally led 10,000 Qin sharp soldiers out of the city to meet with Li Jingsong. The remaining sunlight is like a bloodlight in the sky. 10,000 Qin sharp soldiers galloped towards the direction of Hango Pass. When the soldiers leave the city, there will be a war. The people of Xianyang were on the edge of their seats. Over the years, the Qin warriors have been guarding the capital and have never left the city for a battle, so the people knew that it would be a very difficult war to fight this time. All kinds of rumors are spreading in the streets. It can be said that there is no impermeable wall in the world, and soon the news about King Tian's plot to rebel came out, and the people were shocked and found it unbelievable. King Tian is the only king with a different surname in Great Qin. He was like a brother to His Majesty today, and together they had been crisscrossing the 4 seas and conquering for many years, and what happened between Emperor Qin and King Tian in those years was rumored to be a good story. The Qin Emperor and King Tian were rumored to be a good thing. No one would have thought that the King of Tian, who was highly favored, would rebel. No one can resist the temptation of the throne of the 9 to 5. Inside the Xianyang city, some people have already begun to speculate who will win the battle. As night falls, the lights come on. Xianyang city is still bustling and prosperous, not affected by the coming war, and all the neighborhoods are full of people, especially the fireworks place in Chongping Square. The fragrant wind was mesmerizing. Female concubines danced with light veils, scratching their heads and tantalizing people. Many people unknowingly entered the alley to sink, began to save the alley girls. A hot-blooded battle began. Outside the Ning King's mansion, a piece of silence. The lanterns under the eaves of the house gently swayed in the night breeze, and the light spilled onto the ground, as if it were a dancing elf, and right at this moment, a silhouette appeared outside the king's mansion, lifting his hand to knock on the door. Rumble. The door of the king's mansion opened. 2 branches of Great Qin sharp warriors rushed out from the mansion with their weapons, instantly encircling the visitor. Looking at the black armor and the flashes of swords, the visitor was completely dumbfounded. He secretly swallowed his saliva. Villain Wu-Hu, I seek to see His Highness King Ning, please inform me. The commander of the sharpshooters was a gnarled bearded man, imposing, with an iron blood-killing aura emanating from his body. At a glance, he was a fierce man who had been in the battlefield for a long time, the Crown Prince Changqing, even though he had only left 1,000 sharpshooters for Yi Daoshang. They were the best amongst the sharpshooters, otherwise Wu-Hu wouldn't be so fearful. Go, inform the king. A sharpshooter sprinted towards the mansion and quickly informed Lian of the news, while the latter came outside the study. Your Highness, the sharpshooter has sent word that there is a man outside the mansion by the name of Wu who seeking to see your Highness. Wu-Hu! Yi Daoshing's mind instantly appeared the big man who drank with him inside the Flying Cloud Castle. He entered the capital late at night to come to the royal residence. He must have been sent by Yu Rujia. Lian, have sharpshooter bring the man to the study. Lian led the order and left. Few moments later, Wu-Hu entered the backyard of the king's mansion under the leadership of sharpshooter and walked in the direction of the study. Along the way, he was appalled beyond words. This Ning king's mansion is not simple. The moment he entered the royal residence, he felt that the true essence in his body began to stir. The realm that had not broken through in 3 years was somewhat loosened at this moment. The realm is about to break through between breaths, the kind that can't be suppressed. Why is it like this? Your Highness, the man has been brought. Let him come in. Lian pushed open the study and gestured for Wu-Hu to enter. The latter entered the study and saw Yi Daosheng sitting beside the case, a white coat of transcendence, holding a volume of ancient books in his hand. Pouncing. Herborist Wu-Hu, pay my respects to His Highness King Ning. Yi Daosheng put down the scroll in his hand. Get up, did Yu Rujiao ask you to come? Wu-Hu slowly stood up and hurriedly said, back to your Highness. The fort master asked the strawman to bring a letter to your Highness. He bowed slightly and presented the letter. Wu-Hu, your cultivation will break through immediately. You don't need to deliberately suppress yourself, just break through here. Wu-Hu! He realized that Yi Daosheng's gaze fell on the letter without looking at himself, so how did he know that he was going to break through? Your Highness is truly a man of God. Yi Daosheng opened the epistle, which was sprawling with 2 simple messages. The first one, 100,000 dragon tendency army of Daxia has already moved north. The second one, a large number of Jianghu martial artists had gathered in Tian City. Looking at the information on the epistle, Yi Daosheng was clear that whether it was the 100,000 dragon tendency army of the Grand Xiao or the gathering of Jianghu martial artists, these were the bottom cards of King Wu Tianxiong of Tian. Originally, he thought that King Tian only had the devil race and dragon devouring hall behind him, but now it seemed that he had really underestimated him. Yi Daosheng put the letter away and got up towards the outside of the study. Lian, when his breakthrough is over, arrange him in the guest room. Slave servant understands. Your Highness, it's so late, where are you going? To the palace. Imperial Palace. Outside the imperial study, the voice of Li Dixuan, the Grand Chief of the Chamberlains, rang out. Your Majesty, King Ning is here. Declare. King Ning, please enter the palace. Inside the imperial study, the lights were bright as if it was daytime. Yi Ditian was leaning on the soft couch. Seeing Yi Daosheng enter the palace, he put down the zhang folds in his hands. Daosheng, it's so late, you have something important to do when you enter the palace. Father, my son has just received news that 100,000 Dragon Tendency Legion of Dixia has already moved north. On top of that, a large number of Jianghu martial artists have gathered in Tian City. Emperor Qin's body sat up, incredulous. Daosheng, the news is accurate? Yi Daosheng nodded. Father, the news came from Flying Cloud Fortress. It is absolutely reliable. Emperor Qin was stunned. I knew that King Tian still has a backhand. He went so far as to introduce the Grand Xia Dragontang Legion into the territory of Great Qin. What exactly does he want to do? Plotting against a tiger for its skin. Earlier when the Xia Emperor sent the third princess Xiao Lingfei to the capital for marriage, I guess that he did not have good intentions. It turns out that letting the third princess come to Daqin was to collude with King Tian. Father, the Great Xia Dragontang Legion is very powerful? The battle power is very strong, comparable to Great Qin's Longshang Legion, and has always been a legion that the Xia Emperor is proud of. Emperor Qin's face was terribly gloomy. King Tian led the wolf into the house, thinking that he can defeat me with the help of the Dragontang Legion? Simply whimsical. It's just that the pressure on your royal brother and the great general to defend Hanga Pass will be a bit high. The Tian Wolf Riders and the Dragontang Legion are united, numbering as high as 200,000. Their battle power should not be underestimated. Li Dixuan, quickly go to the imperial tomb and pass the decree for General Xiang, who is guarding the imperial tomb, to return to the capital. As you wish, slave. Emperor Qin got up and came to Yi Daosheng. Daosheng, Great Qin's foundation is solid, you don't need to worry too much, it's late at night, go back to your house and rest. Yi Daosheng wanted to say something, but swallowed back when the words reached his mouth. My son obeys the order. Emperor Qin saw him preparing to leave and seemed to have thought of something. Daosheng, how did the news from Flying Cloud Castle get to your residence? Yi Daosheng looks back. Father, previously investigating the matter of the dragon devouring hall, my son went to the Flying Cloud Fort once, and the owner of the fort insisted on pledging allegiance to Great Qin, so my son reluctantly accepted. Emperor Qin was astonished. Is that really the case? Chapter 25 Academy, Getting Drunk. Inside the Imperial Study, Emperor Qin moved back to the dragon case, picked up a few ancient books and handed them to Yi Daosheng. These cultivation techniques are the ones that I have asked the State Master to search for. Take them back and study them, they will be helpful to your cultivation. Wu Dao, after the awakening of your spiritual root, you haven't been to the academy for 3 months, go to the academy tomorrow. The husband teaches, both in literature and martial arts, and talks about the geography of the 9 states. It will be very helpful to your eyesight and cognition. The great war between the Empire and King Tian, don't need you to worry about it, I can solve it. Yi Daosheng took the ancient books handed over by Emperor Qin. My son understands, I will go to the academy tomorrow. Emperor Qin added, after the fall, the competition of the 4 great academies will begin. At that time, you will represent the royal family to participate in the literary examination, understand? Your 2 royal brothers have both achieved good results in the past 2 Big 4 academy competitions. Your crown prince brother was the 3rd best in the martial arts exam and 2nd in the literature exam 6 years ago. Your 2nd royal brother was 2nd in the martial arts exam 3 years ago and 10th in the literature exam. Saying this, he paused and continued, you will only participate in the literature test and be able to achieve a top 10 ranking. Originally, he had high hopes for Yi Daosheng, having the title of the reincarnation of an immortal. He felt that he would be able to achieve a double top ranking in the 4 great academies competition. Now he was not asking for much. The top 10 in the literature test was the last stubbornness of the royal family. Father, my son doesn't know one thing. What is the purpose of the rankings of the 4 great academies competition? How much benefit can it bring to the empire? The Qin emperor spoke up to explain, Daosheng, there are 4 great empires and many small countries under the sky, yet there are only 4 academies. We have the Spring and Autumn Academy in Great Qin, the Jishi Academy in Great Xia, the Everlasting Longevity Academy in Heavenly Monk, and the Sun and Moon Academy in Great Qian. Daosheng, do you know what the purpose of each academy's existence is? To cultivate useful talents for the empire. Yi Daosheng stated his shallow understanding, clear that the value of the academy's existence was never as simple as cultivating talents for the empire. He gazed towards Emperor Qin, waiting for his explanation. Daosheng, sit down, tonight I will tell you about the academy. The 2 of them came to the soft couch in front of the window and took their seats. Emperor Qin slowly spoke, Daosheng, what you said about cultivating talents for the country is only one of the purposes of the academy's existence. In fact, the true value of the academy is a bond. Every 3 years the 4 major academies will hold a competition, and the winning disciple will be chosen by the sect. If a disciple of our Great Qin imperial family is chosen by the clan, this clan is inextricably linked to Great Qin. Isn't your imperial sister practicing in the Heavenly Maiden sect? In addition, through the competition between the academies, one can have an understanding of the strength of the 4 empires. The rankings, young martial artists are the hope of an empire. Yi Daosheng nodded his head. Father, why didn't the 2 imperial brothers go to the sect to train? They didn't do very well in the academy competition. Changqing is the crown prince of Great Qin, the crown prince of a country, so he refused to go to the sword sect to train. Your 2nd imperial brother was known as a martial arts nerd when he was at the academy back then, and was deeply valued by Mr. San Sheng and the dean, Li Qingtian, and could have entered the Kunlun mountains to cultivate, but he took the initiative to go to the military camps to train, saying that it's just as possible to reach the pinnacle of martial arts by fighting on the sands. Your imperial sister and imperial sister have entered the Heavenly Maiden sect to cultivate. If you participate in the academy competition this time, and if you can achieve the top 10 results, once the Kunlun mountain throws out an olive branch, you will go forward to cultivate. Yi Daosheng nodded. Father, the sect is above the empire? Yi Ditwin pondered for a split second, getting along as equals. Really, if the empire is at war with the sect 50/50ths. Saying this, he paused and continued, in addition to this, the competition of the 4 great academies, there are also rewards that are worth a lot of money. For the empire, and for the individual it is a heavenly opportunity. My son understands, and will strive to achieve good results in the literature test. Daosheng, don't be pressured. The empire has your crown prince brother, on the sands there's your 2nd imperial brother, in the sect there's your imperial sister. Just be an idle prince, I can also take care of you. You are my son, no one can bully you. Yi Daosheng heard this and fell into silence. His heart was somewhat moved. This was the 2nd time he had heard such words. The last time was when the Crown Prince Changqing had said it in the Ning King's mansion. He really can't believe, born in the emperor's family, and the father who loves him, the elder brother who loves him, the family, who understands this splash of wealth and fortune fell on his head. The night is late. State Master, you personally send Dao Sheng back to the palace. Outside the imperial study, a hoarse voice came, I understand. Yi Daosheng left the imperial study holding the ancient books, stood on the long corridor and looked around. He didn't find any trace of the State Master. He had an impression of this old man, black robes covering his body the whole day. His appearance was unknown, only revealing a pair of regal eyes. In the Qin Empire many people call it the shadow of Emperor Qin. Yi Daosheng only remembered that Emperor Qin mentioned once that the State Master's name was Qi Tsang. Right at this moment, at the end of the dark corridor, a voice suddenly came, King Ning can return to his residence, the micromanager will always protect you in the shadows. Yi Daosheng. Crap, a sentence in the cold, who the hell is this going to scare to death? From the palace back to the king's mansion, along the way Yi Daosheng knew that the State Master had been in the shadows all along, and it was only the moment he stepped into the king's mansion that the State Master disappeared into the night. This guy is really a dragon that can't be seen and not seen. Back inside the king's mansion, Alian was waiting in the front hall. Suddenly seeing Yi Daosheng appear, she hurriedly greeted him, Your Highness, you're finally back. Alian, you're still awake? Yi Daosheng looked at the sleepy-eyed Alian and raised his hand to rub her head. You don't need to wait until so late in the future. Your Highness hasn't rested yet. The evening meal was made to be heated up 3 times by the kitchen, saying that she was afraid that His Highness would come back hungry. Alian said and laughed, Wang Fei is so nice, she really loves Your Highness. Your Highness, let's hurry over, don't let the Wang Fei wait too long. Saying this, she paused and seemed to think of something. By the way, Your Highness, Wang Fei asked Alian to clean up the bedroom within the study, saying that from now on, Your Highness must go back to your room to sleep at night. Yi Daosheng? This. Happily ever after came too suddenly, didn't it? When the two came to the room, Dao Chang Luo was sitting beside the paperwork, the beauty under the lamp, bright and colorful, mesmerizing. Mother, I'm back. Dao Chang Luo seems to be thinking about something. Suddenly hearing Yi Daosheng's voice only dragged her back from her thoughts. My husband is back. Quickly sit down and take a look at the evening meal that I asked Alian to prepare for you. Yi Daosheng looked at the evening meal in front of him, his head buzzing. All of them are nourishing things. Eating these on a big night, tonight is destined to be a rumble of cannons? Alian, fetch the wine. I want to drink a few cups with my husband tonight. Ma'am, let's forget about drinking. I'm not capable of drinking. I still have to go to the academy tomorrow. Yi Daosheng noticed that Dao Chang Luo's eyes were not right. He always felt that she came prepared this night. Is this an intention to get him drunk and force him to share a room? Chapter 26 Divine Dragon, Academy. The night was like ink, and the stars hung in the sky. The royal mansion was silent. Upstairs on the star-picking building, Yi stood alone in front of the window, gazing at the shimmering lake in front of him. The night breeze was clear and gentle, the hair on his temples danced, and on his face held the color of doubt. Dao Chang Luo asked him to observe the lake to realize the Tao. These days after nightfall he would observe the ebb and flow of the tide in the lake. He found that there is an oddity in the lake, which contains an incomparably powerful aura. It shouldn't be. Could it be that there are powerful beings in the lake? That aura comes and goes, making him feel extremely dangerous. Yi's lonely heart was appalled. Everything within the entire royal mansion was bizarre, revealing something unusual. With a flash of his figure, he appeared at the edge of the lake, looking around with a wary look on his face, ready to enter the lake to find out what was going on. Right at this moment, the divine light in the lake glittered. A golden light crossed from the lake. Fleetingly, Yi's lonely voice trembled. Dragon. Dragon. Dragon? He has traveled across the 9 states for half a lifetime, and has seen countless powerful beings, and has always thought that divine dragons only existed in legends, but he did not expect that they really existed, and were also hidden in the lake in the royal residence. Will there really be a divine dragon in the world? This is too unbelievable. Your Highness, what exactly is the status of the princess? There will be a divine dragon blessing. On the other side, after the evening meal was over, Yi Daosheng thought that the next time was when his happy life started, but he didn't expect Dao Chang Luo to refuse to consummate with him, saying that the dark disease in her body hadn't healed yet and she wasn't completely ready. Can only see, cannot eat, so anxious it is making a scene. Not round room, give the whole so much big tonic things? Later, Yi Daosheng realized that Dao Chang Luo was just trying to please him and wanted a few pills. This woman's technique is a little clumsy, let a person laugh and cry. Watching Dao Chang Luo take the pills and go to cultivate, Yi Daosheng was clear that tonight his second brother was going to suffer from the old sins. After leaving the room, he came to the lake alone to blow the cold wind, and suddenly saw Yi Lonely standing by the lake. Got up and walked over. Yi Lonely noticed Yi Daosheng's breath, turned his head to look over, bowed. It's so late, why hasn't your highness rested? The long night is long, I have no desire to sleep. Your highness is troubled by something? Speak it out, old me might be able to help your highness resolve it. Yi Lonely spoke in a deep voice. Old Manny, in a few days, I want you to go to Tian City. Yi Daosheng gazed at the lake. The king of Tian has rebelled and gathered a large number of Jianghu cultivators to gather in Tian City, wanting to strike against Great Qin. Just this? What else is troubling your highness? Tell us all. Actually, there isn't much going on. Tomorrow His Highness will be going to the academy to study. There is some concern that Imperial Brother won't be able to guard the Hangdo Pass, and that King Tian is colluding with the Grand Xia, and that 100,000 Dragon Tendency legionaries have already traveled north. Easy Loneliness laughed. Your Highness stayed up late at night just to worry about these things? It's not even a matter. I'll give your Highness a clear-cut job. Your Highness go back to rest early. Tomorrow after the academy lectures are over, Old Me will take your Highness to a place where these things will be solved instantly. Yi Daoxing was stunned. Old man Yi, is this true? Yi Lonely nodded. How dare the old man lie to your Highness? Good, 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 we will see you tomorrow. Yi Daoxing hummed a little song and walked towards Dao Chang Luo's boudoir. Early morning. Yi Daoxing woke up from her sleep, only to feel the tip of her nose itching. The moment she opened her eyes, she realized that Dao Chang Luo was teasing her with her hair. Big lazy bum, hurry up and get up. Ah Lian has already come 3 times. If I don't get up, I'll be late for the academy. Get up, hurry up, and get up. Listening to Dao Chang Luo's heavenly voice and looking at the nearby, flawless and stunningly beautiful face, Yi Daoxing's second brother lifted his head disobediently. Majestically, imposingly, mighty, domineering. Sagittarius, get up, the clothes are all ready for you. Dao Chang Luo said, reaching out and pulling on the quilt, and in the next moment, she shrieked and bounced straight up in shock. What? Sagittarius, why are you still hiding blunt objects under the covers when you sleep? Let's just say how come I woke up in the morning and my butt hurts, so it's all because I was injured by Sunga's blunt instrument. What blunt weapon? What kind of tiger and wolf words are these? Yi Daoxing sits up and looks sideways at Dao Chang Luo. Ma'am, today you look good. The dark disease in your body is cured? Dao Chang Luo handed her clothes to Yi Daoxing. I have recovered some. It will take a long time before I can be cured, but my husband's pills are really useful. As she spoke, she served Yi Changxing to change his clothes. Her technique was a bit rusty and clumsy, and she was able to tell that she had never done such a thing before. In fact, during this period of time, Dao Chang Luo was trying hard to adapt to life in the present. Every day, in addition to cultivating to recover from her injuries, she studied a lot of ancient books. She wanted to be a good wife. After all, once was the strongest heavenly Dao in the 9 heavens and 10 lands, the supreme existence, all of a sudden let her be a sticky little daughter-in-law. More or less the role is a little bit unable to change over. She has been trying to change. Last night let Yi Daoxing embrace her to sleep has drummed up a lot of courage. In the past, no one would have dared to take half a step near her, not to mention being put to sleep with her arms around her. Sagittarius, so charming. Dao Chang Luo was arranging Yi Daoxing's lapel. Her beautiful eyes kept falling on him. Her eyes were full of tenderness, looking like a newlywed young bride. Is that so? Yi Changxing said, raised his hand and cupped Dao Chang Luo's cheek and kissed him fiercely. This kiss directly made Dao Chang Luo fall. She had never imagined that kissing would feel like this. Her body was tingling, as if she was electrocuted. Her arms unconsciously wrapped around Yi Daoxing's neck. Just as the two of them kissed deeply and forgot about it, Alian's voice came from outside the room. Your Highness, the carriage is ready. If we don't leave, we will be late. If we are late, the husband will be unhappy. Yi Daoxing lets go of Dao Chang Luo and realizes that she is already exhaling and her eyes are misty. He gently caresses Dao Chang Luo's cheek. Mother, I'm going to the academy. Dao Chang Luo gently nodded her head, seemingly still immersed in a deep kiss and unable to extricate herself. Sire, go. Yi Daoxing simply freshened up and left with Alian in the carriage, heading towards Spring and Autumn Academy. The person driving the carriage was no other than Wu Hu. Yesterday, he finished his breakthrough in the mansion. Alian arranged for him to rest in the guest room. This guy accidentally found Yi lonely on the star-picking building. After that the two of them met at the lake. Lonely just point out his cultivation. Wu Hu decided to fall in the king's residence does not leave. In the stalking, begging, Alian brought him to the road before the Qing Luo. The final happy mention of the royal carriage driver position. Wu Hu ecstatic, excited, knowing that from now on, his life will be on the peak. The carriage traveled along the long street and soon appeared outside the Spring and Autumn Academy. The appearance of the Ning royal family's carriage instantly attracted the attention of the academy's disciples. Look, it's King Ning's carriage. King Ning doesn't have a spiritual root and has been hiding in his mansion for 3 months, so why is he here at the academy again? Not long ago, King Ning had just repudiated his 7 wives, and now he's the talk of the town. But it's a pity that he doesn't have a spiritual root, so he can only give up martial arts for a hobby in the end. In fact, King Ning is a strange and nice person. We should thank him properly. If it wasn't for King Ning's repudiation of his wives, would all of you have had the chance to pursue Li Shangnan, senior sister Fuyao, and Yun Qingyao? Yes, King Ning is really a great guy. Spring and Autumn Academy. It was also known as the Husbandman's Academy in the Imperial City. There were 10 husbandmen within the academy, and each of them was a world-famous existence in Great Qin. The carriage stopped and Wu Hu looked back. Your Highness, we've arrived at the academy. As he spoke, he dismounted and lifted the curtain. Yi Daosheng got up and came down, with a white coat that was not stained with dust, his waist hanging the sun-ribbon sword, and his magnificent beauty made the female disciples of the academy sink and let out a scream. Leaving aside Yi Daosheng's inability to cultivate martial arts, his appearance as the dream lover of the female disciples of the academy, men look at tears, women look at running water. At this moment, the female disciples at the entrance of the academy each had their small mouths slightly open, all of them had peach blossom eyes. After 3 months, King Ning was still so reserved and moving. The strangers are like jade, and the prince is unrivaled in the world. It's just like that. Just as the crowd was talking, another motorized carriage appeared at the entrance of the academy on the long street, and when they saw it appear, the crowd of disciples instantly boiled up. This is the great general's carriage. Li Shangnan is here. A few days ago, she threatened within the academy that if King Ning dared to come to the academy, she would definitely take care of him. This is going to be a good show. Li Shangnan has a fiery temper and has always been true to her word, and now that she and King Ning have met at the entrance to the academy, with her temper, she's sure to put up a fight. The crowd's gazes fell on the carriage. Li Shingnan's silhouette appeared, a long fiery red dress, demonic and domineering. At this moment, she also saw Yi Daosheng. When she walked towards Yi Daosheng, all the disciples at the entrance of the academy held their breath, knowing that she would definitely strike. Although Li Shangnan didn't dare to violently beat up King Ning, but with the rules of the academy, cutting a lesson would not be a good way to ask for a favor, even if it was Emperor Qin. Li Shangnan, greetings to His Highness, King Ning. Li Shangnan said respectfully, owing a bow to salute. How could this be? The crowd of disciples were all confused as to why things were different from what they had imagined. Miss Li doesn't need to be polite, Yi Daosheng said in a cloudy manner, turning his head to look at Wu Hu, Alian, and the two of them. You guys go back to the mansion. Leaving behind a sentence, under the stunned gazes of the disciples, he walked towards the academy. Li Shangnan looked at Yi Daosheng's back as he left, her eyebrows knitted slightly, and she wondered in her heart, if he wasn't accepted by the immortals as a personal disciple, why did he still come to the academy? There was also the fact that there was still no true essence fluctuation in his body. It didn't look like he had stepped into the martial arts path. Although she was indignant in her heart and was still holding a grudge because of the repudiation, she could only hide her anger in the bottom of her heart due to Yi Daosheng's identity. She realized that the academy disciples were looking at her with suspicious gazes and lightly waved her sleeves towards the academy. Is this still Li Shangnan? What's wrong with her? It seems like she's scared of King Ning. I don't know. It's too strange. The crowd of disciples were baffled. The big show they wanted to see didn't appear, and theirs was more or less a disappointment. Inside the academy, Yi Daosheng figure appeared in the square. Along the way the crowd of disciples were talking, he ignored the voices of the crowd. Just at this moment, oncoming a few silhouettes walked over. Greetings to the husbandman. Greetings to the dean. In the midst of the disciples' greetings, a few people came in front of Yi Daosheng, and the person who came was no one else but the academy's Li Qingtian, the husband's son, Ru Haoran. King Ning has come. Greetings, dean. Yi Daosheng endowed his fist and bowed, saluting Li Qingtian. The latter smiled. It is a good thing that King Ning has returned to the academy. How about practicing under husbandman Ru Haoran in the future? Yi Daosheng nodded his head. Everything is at the dean's disposal. Li Qingtian added, Your Highness can also go to the martial arts academy to cultivate. There are thousands of great paths, all of them have feasible methods. If you want to pursue the pinnacle of the martial arts path, the self is always the core. Saying this, he turned his head to look at Ru Haoran. Your Highness will leave it to you. Ru Haoran nodded. King Ning, follow me. Yi Daosheng followed Ru Haoran as he left and walked towards the direction of the literary academy. He could clearly detect that Ru Haoran possessed a strong literary qi. He remembered that the crown prince had once said that in the state of Wei there was the sage of literature, a step into the sage hobby giving. The purple qi came from the east for 3,000 li. He was in charge of the world's literary qi, and his words followed the law, which was comparable to that of a land god. In front of the eyes of the Confucian Haoran body when qi is not as good as the Wei state literary Saint Dao Tianru, but also cannot be underestimated. Yi Daosheng can see the strength of the old man in front of him as definitely the upper 9 products. At this moment, a shocking scene happened. Yi Daosheng realized that following the side of Ru Haoran, there was a vast Ru Dao breath entering his body, and a huge purple qi was instantly birthed in the mysterious space in his mind. With that, the powerful purple qi traveled through the strange meridians and veins, and the whole person's temperament changed silently. At this time, Ru Haoran's heart was puzzled, his white eyebrows were slightly wrinkled, and he looked back at Yi Daosheng. What's going on? Why did I suddenly lose so much of the Ru Daowen qi in my body? He looked back at Yi Daosheng and did not find any abnormalities. What exactly is the problem? Practicing the way of literature for a lifetime, the first time such a thing happened. Ru Haoran intends to go to the back of the mountain to consult Mr. Sansheng after the end of today's lecture. Perhaps he can help himself to lift the doubts. He did not doubt for a second that the loss of Wen Qi in his body had anything to do with Yi Daosheng. Soon the two of them came to the Wen courtyard. There were already many disciples waiting. Seeing Yi Daosheng follow the husband to arrive, all of them had a puzzled look on their faces. However, they soon figured out that Yi Daosheng did not have a spiritual root and could only choose the Wen Dao. Your Highness, take a seat beside Kanglin. Yun Kanglin was the younger female disciple in the Wen courtyard, clad in loose courtyard uniforms that wrapped around her smaller body. She stood up and gestured for Yi Daosheng to take a seat next to her. Yi Daosheng moved over, his eyes fell on Yun Kanglin. This girl was small in person but large in scale. A few more years of growth, paired with her petite and cute features, she would definitely surpass Yin Xingyao. Ru Haoran saw Yi Daosheng take his seat. Today, before starting the lecture, let's check whether you guys have completed yesterday's tasks. You guys have been practicing in the Literature Academy for some time now. Yesterday I taught you the way to condense literature qi. Has anyone succeeded? The disciples heard this and were silent, not even daring to raise their heads for fear that Ru Haoran would name them to demonstrate. Ru Haoran gazed at the crowd, his eyes crossing over them. Kanglin, you try it. Yun Kanglin slowly stood up. Okay, I'll do it. She lifted her catkin, palm upwards, and before long a white mist appeared in her hand, very faint. It would dissipate when the wind blew. The white mist that suddenly appeared seemed like dancing elves bouncing in her palm. Ru Haoran nodded his head with great satisfaction. Not bad, very good. Song Lan has already managed to condense Wen Qi. Even though it's only the first glimpse of it, it's already very impressive. Song Lan, sit down. Anyone else willing to give it a try? The arena was silent, even the breathing of the disciples was clearly audible, but no one got up to try. Yun Kanglin sat down with a haughty look on his face and poked his tongue out at Yi Daosheng. How about it? I'm awesome. Awesome, awesome. Right, Your Highness also thinks that I'm awesome. Then I'll cover Your Highness within the Academy of Literature in the future. You can't cover it. Yun San lifted his chest with a solemn face. Your Highness doesn't trust me, I can cover it. Good, then you will cover me. Yi Daosheng whispered and looked towards Ru Haoran with his head held high. Husband, can I give it a try? In the courtyard of literature. When the disciples heard Yi Daosheng say that he wanted to give it a try, the crowd instantly began to clamor. Some people whispered, we have been practicing in the Wen Academy for several years, but we were unable to conceive Wen Qi. King Ning came to the Wen Academy for the first time today, and he wants to try to condense Wen Qi. He is afraid that he doesn't even know the recipe. Yun Kanglin pulled the corner of Yi Daosheng's coat. Your Highness, you've never practiced Confucianism before, it's impossible for you to conceive Wen Qi. Your Highness, don't be in a hurry, Kanglin will teach you after class. Yi Daosheng lowered his head and smiled. I just want to try, it's fine if I don't succeed. Earlier, a cloud of purple qi suddenly appeared in his mind. Yi Daosheng guessed that it should be Haoran Wen Qi, but he wanted to know what that cloud of purple qi actually was. In addition to that, there was another important reason, and that was that he wanted to pretend. No, he wanted to emerge, so that he would have a chance to represent the Wen Academy in the competition of the 4 great academies after entering the fall. Ru Haoran looked at Yi Daosheng suspiciously. Has Your Highness ever practiced Confucianism? Yi Daosheng shook his head. No. Ru Haoran laughed. Since you haven't practiced Confucianism, don't try it. When Your Highness masters the Confucianism Dharma, it will naturally give birth to Wen Qi. What he said was already very euphemistic, mainly because he didn't want Yi Daosheng to lose face in front of all the disciples. Without a spiritual root and unable to conceive the qi of Confucianism, he was afraid that Yi Daosheng would be devastated. Yi Daosheng nodded his head and slowly raised his arm, following Yun Kanglin's example, palm upwards. The crowd of disciples laughed out loud when they saw this scene. They simply did not believe that Yi Daosheng could conceive Ru Dao Wen Qi. The next moment, a cloud of purple qi appeared in Yi Daosheng's palm, like an elf dancing beautifully in his hands. When Ru Haoran saw the purple qi in Yi Daosheng's hand, his face suddenly changed drastically. This is? He sprinted towards Yi Daosheng. Your Highness, hurry up and put away the purple qi. Yi Daosheng's mind moved and the purple qi disappeared from his palm. Husband, I have the talent to cultivate the way of literature? Ru Daosheng didn't answer directly, his gaze crossed over the disciples in the hall. You cultivate on your own, Your Highness, you come with the old man. Yi Changsheng was stunned, puzzled as he followed Ru Haoran out of the Wen courtyard. Husband, where are we going? What is that purple qi? What's wrong with it? Ru Haoran looked sad and shook his head. Your Highness, follow me, someone will answer Your Highness's question in a moment. The two figures appeared at the back of the Academy's mountain, and Ru Haoran bowed and bowed. When Yuan Ru Haoran, I seek to see you, sir. Come in. A voice came out from within the grass reed. This voice is a bit familiar. Yi Daosheng looked towards the grass reed. Husband, inside is Mr. San Shang? Precisely. They moved to enter the grass reed. Ru Haoran bowed again and saluted. Mr. San Shang raised his eyes and looked at him, gesturing for Ru Haoran to take a seat. Your Highness is also here. Dao Shang, meet Mr. San Shang. Your Highness doesn't need to be polite, sit down. Mr. San Shang was nominally considered Emperor Qin's master. so Yi Daosheng was naturally polite when he saw him. Even if he was of imperial status, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit rude. What's the matter with husbandman bringing the palace down to Tsalu? Ru Haoren turned his head to look at Yi Daosheng. Your Highness, show your violet chi to Mr. Yi Daosheng raised his hand to release his purple chi, and on one side, Ru Haoren spoke out, Sir, do you know what purple chi is? Mr. Sansheng fiercely stood up and came in front of Yi Daosheng, carefully surveying the purple chi in his palm. His eyes were filled with shock. Innate purple chi, Confucianism to the core. Your Highness is a born Confucian demon. With the innate violet chi, Your Highness's future achievements will definitely surpass the sage of literature, Dao Tianru. Speaking of this, he paused and continued, Dao Tianru once said that those who possessed the innate purple chi could become Confucian gods, and he was able to enter the Dao and become a saint of Confucianism in a single day because of a strand of the latter's purple chi that he obtained by chance. The latter heavenly violet chi is not comparable to the innate violet chi. Ru Haoren was shocked, gazing unbelievably at the purple chi in Yi Daosheng's hand. Surely it is the innate purple chi, surely it is. Your Highness has unrivaled talent, so what if you can't cultivate martial arts? The Ru Dao is supreme, just as invincible as the world. For a while, both of them were looking at Yi Daosheng with excitement. It is true that if heaven closes a window for you, it will definitely open a back door for you. Mr. Sansheng looked solemn. Husband, the matter of Your Highness possessing the innate purple chi must not be known to a third person. Once the news leaks it will lead to trouble for Your Highness. Ru Haoren nodded. Don't worry sir, I have a very tight mouth. I won't let the fourth person know. Mr. Sansheng added, Your Highness has an exceptional talent. You teach him with all your heart. You must not slack off. He then looked at Yi Daosheng. Your Highness, you possess innate purple chi. You can cultivate the Confucian way of the 9 states. As long as Your Highness reads you can obtain Confucian way literary chi, mold the Confucian way dharma phase, and wield feng qiong between Confucian way righteousness can cut down the world's evil spirits. As the words fell, he looked sideways at Ru Haoren, pondering. 3 months later, the 4 colleges will be competing. If Your Highness participates in the literature test, you must be very careful. Ru Haoren understood Mr. Sansheng's concern. Sir, can we not allow His Highness to participate? No. Your Highness' participation in the literary examination is related to the national destiny of Great Qin. How can it be a child's play? Hearing the 2 men's voices, Yi Daosheng laughed. Sir, husband, in fact, to participate in the literary exam, I cannot use my innate purple chi. That's just right. Mr. Sansheng said, raising his hand. A scroll appeared in his palm. Your Highness, this scroll is a Confucian Dao Kuei treasure. Back then, the sage of literature, Dao Tianru, was bent on obtaining it. It was also a chance for me to obtain this scroll. Yi Daosheng took the ancient scroll handed over by Mr. Sansheng. It was just a roll of decayed animal skin. It was a little dry and solid to the touch, probably a little too old. It had already started to roll up. He slowly opened the scroll and quickly browsed through its contents. It was a scroll of merit without a name, but it was recorded in absolutely beautiful poems. For a while, he was fully immersed in the contents of the scroll and fell into meditation, when suddenly golden light shone brightly on his body, vast violet chi swept across his body, and a divine dragon emerged from beneath the 9 heavens. Thousands of miles of auspicious clouds, 10,000 miles of visions. Suddenly saw the literary chi gathered into a large dragon form swoop down, did not enter the body of Yi Daosheng. Mr. Sansheng, Ru Haoren, they were shocked to look at Yi Daosheng. The 2 were completely nonplussed. The husband's voice trembled. Mr. This is husbandman, the righteousness of Confucianism in my body is soaring crazily. I'm about to break through. Mr. Sansheng's pupils dilated. Me too, my cultivation hasn't progressed an inch in 50 years. Now that the shackles are broken, the water is ready to flow. It's all because of Your Highness. The Confucian way is astonishing, and it is unprecedented. The words fell, and the 2 fell into a breakthrough. Yi Daosheng realized that the beastskin scroll in his hand appeared within the mysterious space of his mind and flew into the door of the bookhouse, and after a long time, the divine light glittered, and a golden scroll flew out and floated down in front of him. This is inside the mysterious space. The gate of the ancient world opened, golden light flew out of the chaos, and the scroll appeared in front of Yi Daosheng, raised his hand to take it, gazed at it, and the whole person was instantly struck by lightning. Purple violet imperial Dao. For simple words, exuding an immense amount of divinity. Yi Daosheng opened the scroll, golden characters pulsed. Purple violet imperial Dao, dragon chi convergence, chi luck plus, can condense the imperial Dao dragon chi, can resist all laws. On the scroll, a golden dragon silhouette vaguely appeared, soaring with sharp fangs and a majestic demeanor. Since ancient times the people of the world have been in awe of dragons, believing that dragon chi foretells the rise and fall of the country. Possessing the emperor's way dragon chi, is the true dragon son of heaven. Yi Daosheng's heart was appalled and shocked. Holding his breath and concentrating, he began to cultivate the purple violet imperial Dao according to the contents of the scroll, and the innate purple chi in his body converged, transforming into a small purple dragon coiled in his dantian. The powerful and majestic innate purple chi wandered through the meridians. Yi Daoxing's face showed joy, realizing that the realm was a bit loose. His cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th grade, and at any time, he might enter the next 9 grades. The innate purple chi had quenched his flesh and allowed his cultivation to rise 2 small realms. He was already satisfied. He ghostly opened his eyes and found that Mr. San Shang, Ru Haoren had already withdrawn from the breakthrough, and the two of them were staring at him with unblinking eyes. Mr. Husband, why are you gazing at me like this? Mr. San Shang, demon, absolute demon. Ru Haoren, your highness, know what you have done. Yi Daoxiang was astonished. Husband, what did my king do? Ru Haoren added, your highness carries the innate Confucianism holy chi and is the son of chi. The old man and sir were affected by your highness Confucianism holy chi and had successive cultivation breakthroughs. Yi Daoxing nodded his head, so that's how it is, but this king didn't do anything. Mr. San Shang looked solemn. Husband, regarding the matter of your highness carrying the Confucian Dao holy chi, it must be kept absolutely secret. Ru Haoren knew the seriousness of the matter. Don't worry sir, Haoren will definitely not divulge half of it. This matter will rot in Haoren's stomach. Your highness, you are unable to cultivate martial arts, yet your Confucianism is invincible. Your future achievements will be above that of the Confucian saints. Just feel at ease in comprehending Confucianism. Thank you, sir, for mentioning it. Mr. San Shang waved his hand. I don't dare to be worthy. I don't dare to be worthy. I have to thank your highness. Saying this, he passed a look to Ru Haoren, who understood. Your highness, the morning lesson is over. You don't have to come to the academy to practice in the afternoon. Your highness can study the Confucian way on your own in your residence. Old me sends your highness away. Husband and wife stay, I will leave on my own. Yi Daoxing bowed at the two of them and got up to walk towards the bottom of the cliff. Mr. San Shang, Ru Haoren, and the two of them stood on top of the cliff and watched Yi Daoxing leave. Sir, I'm afraid that your highness, with such a great talent, can't stay hidden for too long. Right now, Great Qin is a troubled time. Your highness is new to Confucianism. If you can hide it for a while, it's for a while. The world is ultimately for the young people. The world thinks that the most powerful person in Great Qin is the Emperor of Qin, who is the sole arbiter of the universe, the Crown Prince who is good at using people, and the second prince who has unparalleled combat power, but they are all wrong and have overlooked the third highness, who is the future of Great Qin. A supreme demon like King Ning, no one can overshadow him. It's too hard to want to keep a low profile. After all, strength doesn't allow it. Yes, who would have thought that third highness, who has no access to the martial arts path, would be so demonically gifted in the Confucian path? Ru Haoren spoke out in agreement, his face filled with shock. Mr. San Shang laughed. Husband should be happy that he can cultivate a demon like his highness. In the future, if his highness' achievements surpass the Confucian sage, husband, as his teacher, will surely be famous throughout the world. Ru Haoren smiled awkwardly. Shame on me, shame on me. Speaking of this, he seemed to have thought of something. Sir, I have one more question. Speak. Sir, previously, when I first met with King Ning, the Ru Daowen Qi in my body was rapidly draining away. Do you think there isn't a possibility that the purple Qi in his highness's body is devouring my Ru Daowen Qi? Mr. San Shang shook his head when he heard Ru Haoren's words. Husband, are you dreaming? The purple Qi inside your highness body is the innate purple Qi, the true Qi of the Imperial Dao, a unique existence under the heavens. It won't have half a cent to do with you. Then why did I lose the one Qi in my body? What's the point of thinking so much? Fuzi is not a blessing due to a disaster, the previous realm breakthrough, the Ru Daowen Qi sword, in this world, except for the Ru Sheng Dao Tianru, the Ru Dao path who can be compared to Fuzi. Ru Haoren laughed openly. Indeed, all of this is thanks to your highness. While the two were talking, Yi Daoxing's silhouette had already arrived at the foot of the mountain towards the academy. At this moment, no one in the academy cared about where Yi Daoxing was being taken by Fuzi. On the contrary, without the presence of the husband's son, they could play freely. What practicing Confucianism had long been left behind by these people. Only Yin Kanglin was alone in the classroom, reading the ancient books and comprehending the Confucian Dao phrases taught by Fuzi, very diligent and serious. The young girl was not very old, and her body revealed a resolute and ruthless figure. Speaking of Yin Kanglin, this girl and other people in the academy is not the same, can come to the academy to cultivate the disciples, all come from a rich family, the royal family, or some of the power of the Jianghu's sons and daughters. Yin Kanglin was just a child of an ordinary family in Xianyang City, and he was able to enter the academy to practice Confucianism by chance. That day, Ru Haoren went out and found Yin Kanglin by chance, observing her talent and intelligence, which is a potential talent, so he brought her into the academy to cultivate. At this moment, Yin Kanglin heard noises in the courtyard. Yin Kanglin heard the noisy sounds in the courtyard, has no intention of reading, eyebrows slightly knitted, want to express their dissatisfaction, but know that the status of the disparity can only be silent. Suddenly saw a person enter the classroom, came to Yin Kanglin's side. Shao Tsang, do you know where the Prince of Ning went? Yun Song Lan shook his head. I don't know. What are you looking for, His Highness? The visitor looked at Yun Kanglin with a surprised expression. You still don't know? A stunning beauty has come to the entrance of the academy, saying that she is here to find King Ning. The academy has exploded at this moment. Disciples from both academies have gathered at the entrance of the academy. That woman's appearance, her temperament, she's 10 times more beautiful than Bailey Yuchan, who tops our Great Qin Rouge list. No, it should be 100 times more beautiful. Yun Kanglin nodded his head numbly. His Highness is reserved. His son is like a jade. It's reasonable to have such a beauty to like, otherwise how would His Highness have repudiated 7 of his wives? Right, you are right. Knowing that he could not get any useful information from Yun Kanglin's mouth, the visitor left a sentence and jogged all the way out. Yun Kanglin turned her head towards the outside of the classroom and found that the courtyard was already empty. She knew that everyone had gone to the entrance of the courtyard to look at the beauties. She put the books, scrolls into her bag, got up and prepared to go home. This moment. At the entrance of the academy, it was already crowded and noisy. Not far away by the carriage, Alian stood beside Daochang Luo and whispered, Wang Fei, let's get in the car and wait for His Highness. No, I'm going to wait here for Xian Gong. Alian. Hey, after today, His Highness has become the most handsome boy in Chang'an City again. Chapter 30 Who Dare, Seek Death. The morning class ended. Most people will choose to leave. Of course there will be a very few disciples who will stay in the academy to continue practicing. Yi Daosheng came down from the cliff grass reed, not seeing anyone along the way, not even a ghost shadow. The large spring and autumn college is silent. Yi Daosheng slightly frowned. Not right, the college in the day is very lively. Today this is how it is, even the grove of disciples are missing. Strange. There are absolute beauties to look at. Who is still having a wild fight in the grove? He walked along the quiet corridor towards the entrance of the academy, preparing to return to the king's mansion, just in time to make an appointment with Easy Lonely. Academy entrance. Daochang Luo quietly stood beside the carriage. Bright eyes and white teeth are delicate like flowers. Her face is absolutely rare in ancient and modern times, gently smiling like the spring breeze, dumping the country and the city and pouring her heart out. Her beauty is already the ultimate. Between the looks, one can't help himself. Lian, why are all these people looking at me? Because Princess Wang is too beautiful. Qin is full of beauties. The beauties on the Rouge list are absolutely gorgeous, but that's just it. None of their beauty can be compared to that of the crown princess. Daochang Luo sniffed and nodded. Lian, am I causing trouble for my husband again? Lian, your highness is overly concerned. The fact that your highness came to the entrance of the academy to pick up his highness today will become a great story in the imperial city tomorrow. Easy Lonely stood on the other side of the carriage and heard Daochang Luo and Lian's conversation. Wang Fei resembles the Gushu immortal. The heavenly fairy is on the ground. Can't it be compared to the mediocre powder on the Rouge list? This moment. At the entrance of the academy. All the disciples were speculating about Daochang Luo's identity. Their families had quite a status in the imperial city. These people were all prestigious sons of the world. How many perfumed beauties there were in Xianyang City, young women and beautiful girls, they counted them as if they were in their families. However, none of them recognized Daochang Luo. You guys say that previously King Ning repudiated his wife. Was it because of this woman? It must be like this. This woman's jade bones and ice muscle show, delicate posture and Xianing Fong, no matter if it's beauty, temperament, all crushed his highness's 7 fiancées. If it were me, I would not hesitate to repudiate my wife. I'm used to seeing such a stunning woman. How can others catch my eye? The crowd of disciples were talking and enjoying themselves, seemingly forgetting that Li Shangnan, Ling Fuyang, and Yun Qingyao were in the academy, and were currently standing in the crowd at the entrance of the academy. The 3 girls looked different. Li Shangnan was shocked at the moment she saw Daochang Luo. She understood why Yi Daosheng wrote the letter of repudiation. She admitted that Daochang Luo's face was far superior to her own. There is such a perfect woman in the world. A man's heart will be moved when he looks at it, and a woman's heart will be equally moved when she looks at it. Hearing all the disciples of the academy speculating about Daochang Luo's identity, Li Shangnan vaguely guessed that this woman should be from the legendary immortal sect. It made sense for Yi Daosheng to be favored by an immortal and befriend an immortal woman. She had originally been grumbling over Yi Daosheng's repudiation of his wife, but the moment she saw Daochang Luo she was relieved. Ling Fuya was the senior sister of the martial academy, ranked 2nd on the Rouge ranking, with an excellent talent in martial arts, causing her to be very arrogant, and back then, if it wasn't for the dean's strong efforts to set things up, she wouldn't have agreed to settle down a marriage contract with Yi Daosheng. After rumors spread that Yi Daosheng was born without a spiritual root and was unable to cultivate martial arts, she was the first person to propose to withdraw from the marriage with Yi Daosheng, boasting that Yi Daosheng and her are not from the same world. Today, when she heard that a peerless beauty had come to the academy to seek Yi Daosheng, she was immediately interested, which is why she appeared at the entrance of the academy. She boasted of her absolute splendor and her beauty, but in front of Daochang Luo, it made her pale in comparison. Hearing the voices of the disciples at the entrance of the academy discussing, her heart became more and more unpleasing. you guys just don't make any guesses. How could such a proud daughter of heaven look at King Ning? Maybe, this name came to withdraw from the marriage as well. The disciples followed the sound and noticed the cold aura on Ling Fuyang's body, and one after another spoke out in agreement. Senior sister is right. That's right, how could such a beauty possibly like King Ning? Liking me is more like it. Gu Daqi looked at Dao Chunluo with a greedy face, salivating. As the crown prince's brother-in-law, he had no one in his sights within the imperial city, and was a lawbreaker. Any woman he looked at would fall into his clutches. When the disciples heard what Gu Daqi said, all of them were silent with silence, but in their hearts, they were slandering. Come on people, bear him to me, don't be the first one to have diabetes, we can't let him get a taste of the sweetness. Gu Daqi saw the silence of the disciples. You guys just dare to watch from afar here, see how this Gongzi will take her down. With those words, he walked towards Dao Chunluo, bringing a few servants with him, with an air of determination. Ah Lien, who is he? Dao Chunluo's bright eyes flickered like dancing elves, a bone-chilling coldness emanating from her body. The words spoken by Gu Daqi's earlier were all heard by her. Although Dao Chunluo was suffering from a dark disease, her cultivation was above the martial artists of the 9 states. Hearing what Gu Daqi said was not a difficult task for her. Your Highness, Hia, the second son of the imperial city, the brother-in-law of His Highness the Crown Prince, and the famous young lord of the imperial city. Alian spoke out to introduce him, looking at Gu Daqi who was walking towards Dao Chunluo. If he dares to contradict His Highness won't forgive him lightly. Dao Chunluo's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked towards the person coming in front of her. The two of them looked at each other. Gu Daqi was excited. See, the beauty smiled at me. Said the words, he suddenly stopped. The whole person's movements become strange and bizarre. Crazy twisting body, began to put on the body piece by piece of clothing removed, grabbed in the hand in the air rotation. The appearance was extremely comical and ridiculous. Especially in the big red pants have 2 words, unusually striking, strong. Great. The female disciples of the academy saw Gu Daqi's debonair appearance and raised their hands to cover their eyes, and one of them was smart enough to still look towards Gu Daqi's second brother from the cracks of their fingers. Liar, this isn't too big. Little Gong Gong, what's going on here? Good wave ah. Hey Gu, I'm going. I didn't expect him to be such a young lord, actually making such slutty and wavy movements. The servants around Gu Daqi were all confused. Master, what's wrong with you? Don't scare the little man. Several people went forward to try to control Gu Daqi, but he had already lost himself and was completely immersed in his own world. Dao Chunluo knew that the punishment was almost done. A look away, Gu Daqi returned to normal, realizing that he was only wearing big pants at the entrance of the academy. The whole person was instantly messed up in the wind. Grass! Who's messing with old me? A furious voice spread out, and a servant hurriedly picked up the brocade coat on the ground and draped it over Gu Daqi. Master Gong, we'd better go back to the mansion first. Gu Daqi lost his face, angrily waved his sleeve, pushed away the servant's arm, and took big steps towards Dao Chunluo. It's you. It must be you. Dare to mess with this male, no matter who you are, you will pay the price. Come on people, arrest her back to the mansion for me. I want to interrogate her properly. The 4 servants obeyed the order and viciously walked towards the carriage, their long swords sheathed and pointed straight at Dao Chunluo. At this moment, Alian, Elonely, and Wu Hu's gazes fell on the incoming people. Alian didn't know the strength of Elonely and Wu Hu beside her, and thought that they were just an old gentleman and a carriage driver, so she was very worried about Dao Chunluo's safety. Her petite body blocked in front of Dao Chunluo. The 2 of them, Elonely and Wu Hu, moved to prepare to strike. Just then, a voice came out from within the academy's gates. Who dares to touch my lady? This king's woman also dared to touch, looking for death? Chapter 31 Overbearing, King Ning. The domineering voice came out from the academy. The faces of the disciples suddenly changed drastically. How did this voice sound so familiar? They followed the voice and saw Yi Daosheng walking step by step. White clothes such as snow, not stained with dust, figure straight as a gun, in the dense sunshine shrouded. It is that kind of bright and beautiful. The male is unparalleled, magnificent. The female disciples of the academy were attracted by Yi Daosheng's appearance. All of them had peach blossom faces, their starry eyes turned slightly, and their small mouths opened slightly. King Ning is as plump and handsome as ever. There is such a reserved man in the world. In full view of everyone, Yi Daosheng walked out of the academy step by step, and the disciples made way for an aisle, as they were immersed in shock that they could not extricate themselves from. In the distance, when Dao Chunluo saw Yi Daosheng appear, her lotus steps gently opened to welcome her. Sire, you're off school, are you tired? Yi Daosheng raises his hand and caresses Dao Chunluo's green silk, dotingly saying, not tired at all. Why did you come to the academy? Dao Chunluo softly said, Elderly wants to take Sangong away and invited me to come along. Yi Daosheng nodded his head and moved towards Gu Daqi. Behind him, the academy disciples were dumbfounded and couldn't believe their ears. This beauty calling out to King Ning's prime minister? She's King Ning's daughter-in-law? What a sin! How can King Ning have such a gorgeous wife? This is worse than killing me. This woman should only be found in the heavens, and is rare to see on earth. I really envy King Ning. Now I finally understand why King Ning wants to repudiate his wife. Having such a fairy can be worth having concubines. Discussions rose and fell. Some people were envious and in tears, while others were lost in gloomy. The female disciples of the academy knew in their hearts that Ji Daosheng was a man they could never get. With such a delicate wife, what more could a man ask for? In the crowd, Li Shangnan sighed quietly and retreated, knowing that from now on, she would not have anything to do with Yi Daosheng. It's good to know that she will not have any relationship with Yi Daosheng from now on, so she can cultivate in peace and get a good result in the four courts competition. Spirit Fuchang, pretty face white, standing in the crowd uncomfortable, remembered earlier said Daocheng Luo cannot have a relationship with Yi Daosheng, and then look at the other two people love each other, lifting up the appearance of the two. It turns out that he is the real clown. This moment, Yi Daosheng appeared in front of Gudaki, his face was grim. I heard that you are going to take my family's maiden back to the house, can there be this matter? Gudaki, forced to pretend to be calm, his heart was horrified, suddenly felt that Yi Daosheng in front of him was so unfamiliar. Why did he detect a killing aura on him? Your Highness has misunderstood. I'm going to say to make fun of it, Your Highness can believe it or not. Yi Daosheng said in a cold voice, so you topped the identity of a royal relative and acted recklessly in the imperial city. Because of your royal brother, no one dared to offend you. You wouldn't think that the imperial city is your Gu family's world? This world has never been anyone's, the world is the people's world. You dare to disrespect the royal princess, what crime should you commit? Gudaki was terrified, knowing that Yi Daosheng was getting real. Your Highness, my sister is the crown princess. For the sake of my sister, this matter will be put to rest. I really didn't know that she is the prince consort of Ning. What, if you're not the Ning Wang concubine, you can just bully? Yi Daosheng spoke in a cold voice, you don't need to raise the crown princess either, you have to be punished for doing something wrong. Woohoo, knock both his legs off, make him unable to get out of bed for 3 months. Woohoo was stunned when he heard this. Your Highness, is it really possible? Yi Daosheng pulled Dao Qingluo towards the carriage. Do I need to say it a second time? Woohoo nodded his head, his face showing excitement, his smile gradually perverted. He had never beaten the young lord before. Moving to Gudaki's side, he kicked over, and the sound of bones breaking was heard. Click. Ka chow. 2 bone-breaking sounds in succession spread. Gudaki collapsed on the ground, hissing and wailing. The servants could only watch as Woohoo left, not even daring to put a fart. Only until Woohoo walked away did they assist Gudaki, who had already fainted, and left in disgrace. King Ning has changed. So overbearing. Gudaki is the younger brother of the crown princess, he's not giving any face at all. Look at what you're saying, King Ning is still the younger brother of the crown prince, who in the imperial city doesn't know that the crown prince cares most for the oldest third, King Ning. And that day when the 7 daughters withdrew from the marriage, the crown prince personally led the great Qin sharpshooters to appear at the royal residence to back up King Ning. When things really get to the eastern palace, the crown prince will definitely favor the Ning king, and the poor young lord had his legs knocked off just like that. But why do I feel so good seeing the little eunuch get beaten up? Me too. Me too. Me too. Watching Yi Daosheng having his entourage break Gudaki's legs, Ling Fuyao, who was surrounded by an entourage that were all peak 8th grade experts, suddenly realized that she knew nothing about Yi Daosheng. Helplessly, she shook her head, once she was still too young. No matter what, King Ning was the 3rd prince of Great Qin. As long as he had that status, no one would dare to underestimate him. Now that Yi Daosheng already had a heavenly fairy wife, other women could no longer catch his eye. She turned around and walked out of the crowd, heading towards the martial academy. At this time, Yi Daosheng brought Dao Qingluo to board the carriage and gradually disappeared at the end of the long street under the watchful eyes of the academy's disciples, and on the pavilion inside the academy, Li Qingtian, Ling Wendian, and the 2 of them watched the carriage leave. His Highness is not simple. Yes, a random attendant is a peak 8th grade martial artist. As a prince, it's not surprising to have such an escort. But that old man beside him is very mysterious, I can't even see through him. Li Qingtian said, I can't see through him either. That old man's strength should not be weaker than Mr. San Shang. Spirit asked Tian. How could such a strong person stay by His Highness's side? His Highness the King of Ning is not simple. Ancient Daki breaking 2 of his legs is a small punishment. King Ning is very measured in his actions, for the sake of the crown princess, but it's just 2 broken legs. If Gudaki didn't have the identity of the crown princess's brother, disrespecting the crown princess wouldn't have been as simple as having his legs broken. The ancient clan can only eat this mute. The 2 figures flickered and disappeared at the top of the pavilion. The disciples gathered at the entrance of the academy left one after another, and for a time, the news that Princess Ning was a heavenly fairy descended from the heavens spread within Xianyang City. At this moment, Yi Daosheng's carriage had already left Xianyang City. Woohoo and Alian drove the car, and the 2 of them, Easy Lonely and Yi Daosheng, sat in the carriage. Sir, where are we going? Isn't your highness worried about the matter of the great Xia Dragon Tang army? As the saying goes, 1,000 armies are easy to get, but a general is hard to find. so I will take your highness down to find a few tough generals for Great Qin. Yi Daoxing's eyes lit up. Tough generals? Where can they be found? Easy Lonely, Sky Cloud Mountain, Kirin Pavilion. Yi Daoxing was stunned. The Kirin Pavilion, where the Kirin comes out and who competes with it? Yi Lonely nodded. Exactly. The Heavenly Cloud Mountain, Kirin Pavilion, is quite famous in the world. The Kirin Pavilion's Yun Shao Taoist is good at preaching and teaching, and his disciples are countless. Where from the Sky Cloud Mountain cultivators, after entering the world walking between the countries, after all the worship on the general. Yi Daoxing read a lot of books. In the ancient books have read the deeds of the Kirin Pavilion. The motto in the book is what he said earlier, the Kirin out of the world, who will compete with. Sweeping the six, fighting the 8 deserts, spreading out, the world is unrivaled. Speaking of the Kirin Pavilion, it is a bit strange that it has never trained anyone but generals, never kings. He remembers that Qin's famous first general Qin Shi is from the Kirin Pavilion. Qin Shi into the Qin, from the beginning of the soldier, the sands to build a career, only more than 10 years to worship on the general, the Qin Shangsheng Legion, the town of the northern cities, deterring the Tianmeng. Which year in Tianmeng in the Dragon City battle, with only 3,000 soldiers and horses to defeat Tianmeng 50,000 soldiers, a battle of God, fame, so ranked in the Qin 4 famous generals of the first. He was deeply appreciated by his father. If you can get the Kirin Pavilion disciples of the world to assist, why fear Tian King's Wolf Cavalry and Daxia Dragontang Legion? Yi Daoxing slightly frowned. A little difficult to know that the Kirin Pavilion disciples of the world, but want to make them submit is not an easy thing. It is written in the book that the disciples of the Qilin Pavilion enter the world, choose to join the allegiance of the countries, all depends on their own choices, the pavilion will not sway them. For 10 years, every time a disciple of the Kirin Pavilion entered the world, the kings of the great powers would send someone to recruit them, wanting them to become the generals under their command. Sir, how is the relationship with the Qilin Pavilion? He lonely smiled bashfully, knowing what Yi Daoxing was worried about. Your Highness, into the Kirin Pavilion, the old man is just a guide. Whether or not he can make the pavilion's disciples submissive will depend on your Highness's charisma. Your Highness is talented and stunning. It is not difficult to bring the disciples of the Kirin Pavilion under your command. Dao Chun Luo laughed and agreed. I'm sure Sagittarius will be able to do it. I'll try. Yi Daoxing had no certainty in his heart, and took one step to see what would happen. His thoughts were simple. Whether he succeeded or failed in entering the Qilin Pavilion, it would be an experience for himself. If he can't convince the disciples of the Qilin Pavilion to be used by him, if Great Qin needs it, he can also go to the battlefield to fight for the empire, throwing his head, spreading his blood, fighting side by side with the crown prince, annihilating the incoming enemies. The sunlight shone diagonally on the Qin palace, the glaze glowing with golden light and projecting on the ground. A silhouette arrived at a brisk pace and appeared outside the imperial study. The person who came was no one else but Emperor Qin's companion, the eunuch chief Li Dixuan. He stepped into the great hall with hasty behavior. Seeing Emperor Qin was reviewing the Zhangfu, he said in a low voice, Your Majesty, the old slave has something to report. The Qin emperor slowly and methodically closed the folders, a trace of fatigue on his cheeks. Now Qin is a troubled autumn, within the king of Tian plotting to rebel, outside the Dacian empire eyeing the tiger. Although the second prince Yi Zhantian and Qin Jian garrison, blocking the Qian offense, but today the Ministry of War sent the folding mentioned, Qian 100,000 troops in the border, the war is about to start. In addition, the western way began to move stupidly. There are signs of the army of Qin. Now is really grass and trees, all around the enemy. The slightest carelessness will shake the foundation of the country. Dexian, what is it? Back to Your Majesty. Taiming City has sent a military report. Please look at it, Your Majesty. Emperor Qin received the Zhengbiao handed over by Li Dixuan. Since it was sent from Hobby Taiming City, it naturally had something to do with King Tian, and he vaguely already guessed the contents of the military report. Opened a quick browse through it. Sure enough, Daxia 100,000 Dragontang army has entered the city of Tian, and Wu Tianxiang under the banner of the Tian Wolf Rider will meet. Now Taiming City is in danger. The king of Tian is in control of all the cities in the northwest, causing the Grand Xia army to be able to drive straight into Tian, and it is believed that they will launch an attack on Taiming City in the next few days. Lu Yishou, the defender of Taiming City, was not a match for King Tian. Thinking of this, Emperor Qin looked at Li Dixuan. What's the situation with the Imperial Toon Legion, and what's the situation with Xiang battle? Li Dixuan said, Back to Your Majesty, General Xiang will lead the Imperial Toon Legion back to the imperial capital in the next 2 days. Emperor Qin turned his head to look at the map behind him and pondered for a split second. Quickly send someone to leave the capital and go ahead to pass on the decree to Xiang Zhan that the Imperial Toon Legion doesn't need to enter the capital, and to directly have him lead the legion to Taiming City. Also notify the Crown Prince and the Great General to send troops from Hango Pass, bypassing Taiming City to strike from Tian's left flank to block King Tian's rebel army. Li Dixuan bowed and led the order to the outside of the Great Hall, deploying to the 2 chamberlains in a fire, telling them to go ahead and pass on the decree. With everything deployed properly, he returned inside the imperial study. Emperor Qin saw him go and return. What else is going on? Li Dixuan said, Your Majesty, it's about Third Highness Dao Shang. What happened to him? Your Majesty, today, Third Highness is famous in the imperial city. He had his guards break the legs of the young son of the ancient mansion outside the Fuzi courtyard. Emperor Qin was stunned. There's still this matter. Dao Shang's character is well behaved. He has always been measured in his actions. How could he suddenly take action against that boy from the Gu mansion? No, why? Li Dixuan nodded his head. Back to Your Majesty, old slaves have inquired clearly. Princess Ning went to the academy to pick up His Highness. Gu Daqi spoke out of turn and molested Princess Ning. The Third Highness was furious and had the guards knock off Gu Daqi's legs. Wait, Princess Ning? When did Lao San have a princess? How come I don't know? This kid is playing quite fancy. With a puzzled look on his face, Emperor Qin continued, Didn't Lao San just repudiate his wife not long ago? Datang wants to marry. I also intend to let the Datang princess hand over to the old on. How did this kid get a Wangfei? Know which family's girl in the imperial city the girl is from? Your Majesty, Princess Ning is not a young lady from a powerful family in the capital. Isn't she? That's nonsense. This kid wouldn't have gone to a firework place and found a random beauty queen. Your Majesty, the old slave hasn't seen Princess Ning, but it's already been rumored in the imperial city that Princess Ning is a fairy on the ground, and that her appearance far surpasses the beauties on the rouge list. As for what Princess Ning's identity is, it's still a mystery to this day. Emperor Qin's sword brows raised. What fairy coming down to earth? The silly boy can't be letting someone fool him. Quickly go to the royal residence and summon King Ning to bring the princess to the palace. I would like to see what kind of woman it is. If she's not innocent in her life, she definitely can't be the king's consort. Not any woman can be worthy of Lao San. The old slave will make a trip to the royal residence. By the way, if the old master of the Gu family enters the palace, just say that I am busy with military affairs and don't have time to see him. Emperor Qin added, knowing that Gu Daqi had his leg broken, the old master of the Gu family favored this grandson and would definitely enter the palace. He didn't have time to argue with the old dowager about right and wrong. It wasn't like he didn't know what Gu Daqi had done in the imperial city. This time it was considered a small punishment. Just as Emperor Qin had guessed, at dusk, old master Gu Tiansol of the ancient clan appeared outside the palace walls, and after eating the closed door, he angrily headed towards the eastern palace. Under the night curtain, the lanterns were like fire, splendid and bright. Inside the eastern palace, the lights were bright, shining like day. Crown Princess Gu Qingcheng sprinted to the courtyard and greeted towards the visitor. Grandpa, it's so late. What's the matter with you entering the palace? Go in and say. Ancient Qingcheng helped Ancient Tiansol to enter inside the great hall, waved her hand to signal the maids of honor to retire. Grandfather, what is it that makes you personally run? Send someone to come and notify. Qingcheng returned to the palace to see you. Qingcheng, your brother had someone beat him up. Both legs were knocked off. He will be bedridden for at least 3 months. Gu Tiansol had anger in his heart. Daqi is your own brother. He is not giving any face. Gu Qingcheng's eyebrows were slightly knitted. Her heart was suspicious. What kind of virtues her own brother had? She was still very clear. Relying on being a prince power outside, there was no shortage of trouble. The famous little prince within the imperial city, it was always him who bullied others, and had not dared to make a move against him. Grandpa, who injured younger brother? King Ning. Gu Tiansol said without a good mood. Gu Qingcheng? How could it be King Ning? She was married to the crown prince, and had met King Ning twice, and knew that King Ning's temperament would never easily cross paths with others, nor would he oppress others based on his status as a prince. Grandfather, why would King Ning suddenly lay such a heavy hand on Daqi? Daqi fell into a coma after returning to the residence, and I learned from the servants that it was said that Daqi had provoked Princess Ning, which is why King Ning had the martial artists under his command take action. Who in the capital doesn't know that King Ning just repudiated 7 of his wives? So what's with the princess? I think he did it on purpose. Gu Qingcheng hurriedly said, Grandpa, King Ning is not a reckless person. The younger brother was at fault in this matter, and King Ning's strike to teach him a lesson is considered a small punishment, so that he will restrain himself in the future. Grandfather went to see His Majesty and didn't see him before he came here to Qingcheng, right? His Majesty intends to harbor the Ning King, so naturally he wouldn't see me at this time. Grandpa, His Majesty chose not to see you for 3 reasons. 1. Great Qin is in trouble both internally and externally, and His Majesty has a lot of work to do day in and day out, so he doesn't have the time to deal with such a trivial matter. Secondly, His Majesty's refusal to see you is giving Grandpa a step down. The meaning is already clear. It is to tell Grandpa that this is the end of the matter. If you really want to pursue the right and wrong, it won't be beneficial to our ancient mansion. What kind of virtue is the younger brother in the imperial city? Grandpa should have heard about it a little bit. Thirdly, His Majesty is not wanting to pursue this, charging the princess. On the offense, my little brother would not be breaking 2 legs. Gu Qingcheng got up and poured tea for Gu Tiansol. The empire is in trouble both internally and externally. His Highness is personally leading the Great Qin's sharpest soldiers to Hango Pass to defend the enemy. At this time, we can't help His Highness, and we can't create trouble for him. Little brother's matter, Grandpa, think about it. I'll have the kitchen prepare a few dishes. In a while Qingcheng will accompany Grandpa to drink a few cups. Grandpa knows, Qingcheng's most favored one is the oldest. I'm little brother's sister and also King Ning's royal sister-in-law. I won't favor anyone, I'll only be truthful. Ancient heavenly spirit let out a long and quiet sigh. Qingcheng, it was Grandpa who was abrupt, caring is messy, and almost made a big mistake. Between words he lifted the teacup in front of him and took a sip. Qingcheng, Grandpa will not bother you anymore, ready to go back. Grandpa, Qingcheng has a matter that he would like to ask for your help. What is it? Grandpa, Qingcheng is worried about the safety of the Crown Prince, and wants to go to Hango Pass to find him, and would like to ask Grandpa to send the family soul guards to go with me. Ancient Heavenly Soul's face sank, and he said sternly, nonsense, the sands are engaged in battle, swords have no eyes. What are you going to do at Hango Pass? What can you do to help the Crown Prince? Just don't go and add to the chaos, stay well in the palace and wait for the Crown Prince's triumph. Ancient Qingcheng got up and came to the side of Gu Tian's soul, pulling his arm to be pampered. Grandpa, you forgot where Qingcheng's division is from. If you don't become the Crown Prince's consort, Qingcheng is also a woman who fights on the sands with her horse. Grandfather, just help me once. Ancient Heavenly Soul was clear in his heart. With Gu Qingcheng's force, there was no danger at all in traveling to Hango Pass by himself, mainly because he wanted the ancient clan's soul guards to go and help the Crown Prince. This little girl knew who to hurt in the end. Grandpa, you will help me just once? Good, good. Grandpa promised to let the soul guards escort you to Hango Pass, but he can only give you 1,000 soul guards. Gu Qingcheng laughed. 1,000 is enough. Alright, Grandpa, go back to the palace. Tomorrow morning outside the east gate of the Imperial City Peach Blossom Dock, where you go, there will be 1,000 soul guards to accompany you to Hango Pass. Under the eaves of the Eastern Palace, Gu Qingcheng watched her grandfather leave and looked sideways towards the side. Lingyu, hurry up and go prepare. Tomorrow we will go to Hango Pass. Lingyu nodded his head and led the order to leave. The next day, early morning, Gu Qingcheng, Lingyu, two people quietly left the East Palace. Out of the city, someone prepared the war horse. Two women are men's attire, aggressive. Long jumped on the horse, lifted the reins towards the direction of the Peach Blossom Dock and galloped over. Peach Blossom Dock next to the wilderness, 1,000 soul guards waiting for a long time. They are all dressed in black long shirt, cheeks covered with silver coloring, only revealing the eyes of the regal. With swords hanging from their waists, bows on their backs, and lances in their hands, they were all fully armed. Suddenly hearing the sound of hoofbeats coming from the horse, the soul guard commander strangled his horse to look at him, leapt off his horse, came to Gu Qingcheng's horse with big strides, bowed and bowed. Mei Qi, pay my respects to the Crown Princess. Mei Qi, it's you. Listening to Gu Qingcheng's words, she knew that she knew Mei Qi. Call me Gongzi outside. Mei Qi nodded. Yes, Your Excellency. Good, depart, go to Hango Pass. As Gu Qingcheng spoke, he seemed to have thought of something. Mei Qi, send a squad to scout in the direction of Tian City, pay close attention to the movements of King Tian's army, and use the green bird to send back any news at any time. Here must interject, the green bird in Gu Qingcheng's mouth is a flying bird that belongs to Great Qin's unique message transmission, somewhat similar to carrier pigeons, all of which are specially trained. Tang 13, Chen Xiaoqi, Gongjiu, the three of you lead a detachment to scout in the direction of Tian City, and send back any news of King Tian's enemy army at any time. The three black-robed men led the order, and led 30 people away on horseback. The squad divisions they were responsible for scouting were all 11 people to a unit. 10 people were responsible for scouting and the captain was responsible for delivering the news. Just like this, Gu Qingcheng hissed the wind and stretched his horse, leading the soul guards to gallop towards Hango Pass. The wilderness was swept with smoke and dust, just like an earth dragon raging between heaven and earth. Time. Under the heavenly cloud mountain. A magnificent carriage appeared. It was Yi Changsheng and his party who had been traveling for several days in the wind and dust, and now they finally arrived at Tianyun Mountain. Yi Changsheng got down from the carriage and looked at the lofty mountains in front of him with his head held high. Sir, the Kirin Pavilion is in the mountain stream. Yi Dugu, at the top of Tianyun, the Kirin Divine Pavilion. Your Highness, wait a moment, someone will come soon. The words just fell, a person came from the mountain stream and appeared in front of Yi Changsheng. Several people, your honored guests, not far from thousands of miles to come to Heavenly Cloud Mountain. I don't know what your business is. Yi Dugu raised his hand and handed a jade spike to the visitor. Looking for your old pavilion master, Li Futsong. The person received the jade spike, shivering, looking at Yi Dugu. You are. Chapter 34, Holy Maiden, Kirin. Below the Heavenly Cloud Mountain. The person who received the jade spike in the hands of Yi Dugu looked at him incredulously. As the guide of the Kirin Pavilion, he had seen a lot and read countless people. Since he knew everything about the Qilin Pavilion, he could tell at a glance that the jade spike handed over by Yi Dugu was the Qilin jade that symbolized the identity of the Qilin Pavilion. Since the establishment of the Kirin Pavilion, a total of 3 jade spikes had been given out, and the holder of the jade was the Kirin Pavilion's envoy. My lord, please follow me. After learning the identity of Idugu, the visitor didn't dare to be the slightest bit slow, inviting the crowd to step into the mountain stream and appearing to introduce himself as he walked forward. My lord, I am Kong Xian, Kirin Pavilion Guide, adults can call me Xiao Xuanzi. Idugu's face is bland. Little Xuanzi, go and inform, just tell your old pavilion master that the deceased has come to see. Kong Xian nodded his head. After arranging Idugu and his party in the side hall, he left with a brisk walking wind, bringing Jade Spike forward to report. Easy old man, your identity is not simple. Your Highness fallacious praise, just back then walking in the Jianghu and Qilin Holy I some interactions. Idugu said, his thoughts seemed to go back to that year, when he was as young and suave as Yi Daosheng. A person traveling the rivers and lakes, by chance opportunity to meet out of the training of the Holy Mother of the Qilin Jade Kirin, they were accompanied by a companion, wandering the rivers and lakes. Together they traveled the world and laughed at the world of chivalry. Nowadays, Jade Kirin is the Holy Mother of Kirin in the eyes of the world. She is in charge of the Kirin Pavilion, cultivating generals and leaders, and has made the Kirin Pavilion famous. Yi Daosheng glanced at Easy Loneliness and pulled Dao Cheng Luo towards the window. Mister, what's wrong with him? Mother, sir, he is a man with a story. A man with a story is charming. Dao Cheng Luo sniffed, her beautiful eyes flickered as she quietly looked at Yi Daosheng. Mister, a woman with a story is not charming? Yi Daosheng laughed. Charming, charming, my maiden is the most charming. Dao Cheng Luo's cheeks flushed. Shandong, a man's mouth, a deceitful ghost, I don't believe you. Yi Daosheng. Qilin Pavilion. On the peak of entering the clouds, Pavilion Master Yu Zhongtian figure appeared, sideburns slightly white, stout figure, angular appearance, majestic, instrument like a heavenly god. He bowed and bowed. Zhongtian seeks to see Holy Mother. What is it? A voice came from within the stone room. Powerful true chi fluctuation struck. Yu Zhongtian's figure unconsciously took 2 steps backward. He knew it was the Holy Mother testing her cultivation. Holy Mother, someone under the mountain has sent a piece of Qilin jade, saying that it is a deceased person, seeking to see Holy Mother. Jade Zhongtian hands upwards, bowed and handed out the jade spike. The next moment, the stone room slowly opened, a maid walked out and took the jade spike and left. Inside the stone room, a woman was sitting on a jade futon and practicing. She was graceful, just like a fairy, giving people the feeling that she was high above the rest, making it impossible to look up to her. It was as if the years had not left any traces on her face. But when she received the jade spike handed by the maid, she abruptly stood up, her pretty face flooded with consternation. Her pointed catkin gripped the jade spike. He came. He finally came back for me. The Jade Qilin was thrilled, not expecting to see Jade Spike again after 30 years, indicating that he had come back to his heart and intended to spend the rest of his life with her at the Cloud Entry Peak. After waiting for so many years, I finally waited for you to come. She came to the bronze mirror and organized her face. Fengwu, fetch me that plain dress. Fengwu left at the sound of the voice. Her heart was puzzled. What is wrong with the Holy Mother? What kind of big shot is the visitor, so that she pays so much attention to it? A few moments later, Jade Qilin clad in plain clothes walked out from within the stone room. This dress-up is exactly the way he and Idugu first met back then, although time has changed, but the face has not aged, the splendor is still the same. She wants to appear in front of Idugu in the same way as when she first met. Zhongtian, where is the Jade Bearer? Back to Holy Mother, the person arranged to wait in the side hall of 9 Spirit Peak. The Jade Qilin figure rose up in the air, hands behind his back, drifting over towards the 9 Spirit Peak. Zhongtian, you've been slacking off for a while, your cultivation hasn't refined much. The voice echoed in the air, the figure disappeared in the dense mist. Jade Zhongtian brought Fengwu to leave the Cloud Entry Peak, and chased after the Jade Qilin in the direction it had left. On the 9 Spirits Peak, inside the side hall, Yi Daosheng listened to Idugu recounting the past without the slightest surprise. Mr. Great Charm. Idugu smiled awkwardly. Your Highness, just don't make fun of old man. Being young and uneducated, I missed a lot of things, and when I want to turn back again it's too late. Not in order to help your Highness recruit fierce generals, old man will never set foot on the Qilin Pavilion. It's better to meet than not to see each other, it's a good thing for each other. He thought so. However, the Jade Qilin has never forgotten Idugu. After reading 1,000 Sails, still do not see the king, waiting for many years. At this moment, the silhouette of the person appeared outside the 9 Spirit Peak side hall. Idugu stood in front of the window, his eyes fell on the courtyard silhouette, look a little dumbfounded, a glance of 10,000 years, the time has changed 30 years, also like the first time I saw that, only each other in the eyes. My husband, this woman is very beautiful, when young should be a great beauty. Yes. Yi Daosheng sighed with emotion. Easy old man, he doesn't know how to be compassionate. While the two were talking, Dugu Yi appeared in front of the Jade Qilin, for eyes facing each other, they were silent for a long time, and in the end, it was the Jade Qilin who took the lead to speak. Dugu, you're back. Back. You haven't changed a bit after all these years. The Jade Shilin gazed deeply. Easy Dekuro, older. The Jade Shilin smiles bashfully and moves towards Idugu. Still going? Idugu nodded. When I come back to half of the things, I will still go. Jade Shilin's face showed disappointment when she saw Yi Daoxing's 4 people appear. She quickly changed the topic. Dugu, they are. Let me introduce you, this is His Highness, King Ning of Great Qin, and beside him is Consort Ning. Idugu spoke out. I accompanied His Highness to the Qilin Pavilion. There are some things I would like to ask for your help. The Jade Shilin nodded her head and looked at Idugu with suspicion. A person who aspired to freedom and was obsessed with martial arts, never liking to be bound by anyone, how could he have chosen to pledge his allegiance to King Ning of the Great Qin? At the same time, she had already guessed what Idugu had brought Yi Changxing to the Qilin Pavilion for. Dugu, how about we have a chat? It's fine. Idugu left right behind the Jade Shilin, and the two of them appeared under the ancient pavilion at the top of the Nine-Spirit Peak. Dugu, why did you join the royal family's allegiance? For the sake of martial arts. Jade Shilin was puzzled. You are already in existence at the pinnacle of martial arts in the 9 states. What can the small royal family give you? Idugu shook his head, hesitated, and spoke with difficulty. You've been in Tianyun Mountain for too long, and you know too little about the outside world. Martial Dao is never ending. My cultivation is the peak existence in the 9 states, but it is unbearable in front of the truly strong. I have traveled across the world, stepping all over the 9 states or seeking the true meaning of martial arts, and only later did I realize that there is a sky beyond the sky. What does all of this have to do with the Ning royal family? There are immortals in the royal palace. Land immortals? Jade Shilin gazed at Idugu. Aren't you? Idugu sighed. I'm talking about real immortals, such as the heavenly immortals who defeated the demon race back then. Jade Shilin, impossible. How could Great Qin have an immortal from beyond the sky? If it did, the 9 states world would have long since fallen into Great Qin's hands, and how would King Tian still dare to rebel? Idugu turned around and looked towards the direction of the side hall. Wang Fei is the immortal. Jade Shilin? She half-heartedly looked at Idugu. If Wang Fei is an immortal, then King Ning. 9 Spirit Peak. Under the ancient pavilion. Jade Shilin looked back at the side hall. Then King Ning is. Idugu said, I have been walking in the Jianghu all my life, reading countless people. The only thing I can't understand is the king and the king's consort. Can let the immortals always accompany the king. The king's identity can be imagined. In addition, within the king's mansion there is a heavenly chance. Jianghu cultivation 10 years, not as good as the king's mansion in January. Jade Shilin incredulously looked at Idugu, clear that he is not a person who believes in what he says. So exaggerated? Idugu nodded. You have guessed my intention to bring His Highness here. I wonder if I can fulfill it. Jade Shilin said, the king of Ning has you to protect him. What need is there for our Qilin pavilion? Idugu added, His Highness is new to the martial arts path and is only a 7th grade martial artist. Now that Great Qin is in trouble both internally and externally, His Highness wishes to make a small contribution, and as I have chosen to serve His Highness, I naturally want to help him with his troubles. I came to find you not to ask you to come out and help. The Jade Shilin said, you want the Qilin's disciples to join King Ning's camp and become generals under his command. Precisely. Dekuro, there are rules in the Qilin pavilion, and it's each disciple's own choice as to what force they choose to join after they come down from the mountain, and the Qilin pavilion won't intervene. King Ning wants to seek the help of a fierce general. I can give a chance. Whether or not someone joins Great Qin will depend on his skill. Your Highness will have no problem. I believe in him. Jade Shilin looked at Idugu with some surprise. You've changed. Before you only believed in yourself. Idugu laughed. People always become, otherwise I wouldn't have ascended the Qilin pavilion, wouldn't I? Go to the martial arts arena. Jade Shilin's words fell, wanting to say something, stepping into the air and appearing in the side hall. Seeing Jade Zhongtian, Fingwu and the two of them appeared. Let the disciples in the pavilion gather in the martial arts arena. She saw Yu Zhongtian lead the order and prepare to leave. Once again spoke out to remind everyone. At this time, Idugu came into the courtyard and stood beside Yi Daosheng. Your Highness, the Holy Mother of the Qilin has promised to give a chance. Whether or not we can get the disciples of the Qilin pavilion to come down to the mountain to assist us depends on your Highness' own abilities. I understand. This is the rules of the Qilin pavilion. Yi Daosheng moved to the Jade Shilin and bowed. Thank you, Senior, for accomplishing this. Your Highness is able to let Dekuro protect his left and right, so he has his own strengths. The old woman wants to see how powerful your Highness really is. Yi Daosheng had a solemn face. What old woman? Senior looks just a few years older than me. If I hadn't learned about Senior's identity from the mouth of Mr. If we met all of a sudden, I would have definitely called out for a sister. Sister? The Jade Shilin was stunned. Your Highness, don't make fun. Mother, do you think Senior looks like a sister? Yi Daosheng turned his head to ask Dao Qingluo, who got up and stepped forward. Of course, Senior looks just a few years older than Shang. Such a stunningly beautiful face, you can't see any traces left behind by the years. As she spoke, Dao Qingluo suddenly raised her hand to hold onto the arm of the Jade Shilin that was given to her as a hobby. How about I call you sister from now on? Jade Qilin didn't like others having physical contact with her, even though Dao Chun Luo was the king's consort. It was just as disgusting. Just as she was about to break free, a true essence on her arm quickly traveled through the 8 veins of the Qijing. She turned her head to look at Dao Chun Luo in shock. The latter's beautiful eyes flashed. "Can I call you sister?" "Yes, of course. It is my Jade Qilin's honor to have a sister like your highness." She took Dao Chun Luo by the arm. "Your highness is your sister's husband, so I as a sister will naturally help him. Let's go to the martial arts arena first." Watching the two of them leave on their arms, Yi Daosheng and Yi Duge looked at each other, revealing bewilderment. What the hell is going on here? Moving forward, Jade Qilin's heart was flooded with shocking waves. Just now Dao Chun Luo had disappeared a strand of true essence into her body. Instantly the realm loosened up and the barriers broke open. She would break through at any time. At this moment, she is convinced of what Yi Duge said. This sister of hers is immortal, no different. Let her not understand is Dao Chun Luo immortal prosperity. Cultivation is heavenly. Why would she choose Yi Daosheng? Compared to the disciples in the pavilion, the only advantage that Ning Wang has is his face and background, and the other aspects, mediocre. When she thought about the first time they met, Yi Daosheng called her sister. This kid was oily and smooth, he knew how to tease girls. Could it be that Dao Chun Luo chose Ning Wang because he had a lickable mouth? If Yi Daosheng had half of Ning Wang's emotional intelligence, they wouldn't have missed out on each other for so long. A few moments later, the crowd came down to the martial arts arena led by the Jade Qilin. At this moment the disciples in the pavilion had already gathered here. Even those disciples who were in closed-door cultivation came as well. The crowd's gazes fell on Yi Daosheng's several people, curious as to what exactly their status was that could make the old pavilion master come out of seclusion and personally bring them here. In the midst of the crowd's murmurs, the Jade Qilin brought Yi Daosheng onto the ring, and the arena was instantly silent as she turned her head to look. All disciples, this person beside this seat is His Highness, the King of Ning of the Great Qin, and he came to the pavilion to recruit divine generals for the Great Qin. If anyone wishes to join the Great Qin Empire, they can ascend the ring and communicate with His Highness, King Ning. Leaving his sentence, Jade Qilin walked down the ring. The disciples in the arena once again whispered. In previous years, when the major empires sent people to recruit disciples, the pavilion would send elders to greet them. This time it was the old pavilion master himself who stood up for the Great Qin Empire. The weight was completely different. It can be seen that the relationship between the old pavilion master and the Great Qin Empire is not ordinary. Some disciples have already mentioned their senior brother Qin Shi, who is now a general in Great Qin. Yi Daosheng saw that the Jade Qilin was preparing to leave. Pavilion Master Jade, can this king say a few words? Jade Qilin nodded. Of course you can. Great Qin and the pavilion's disciples are chosen by each other. Your Highness can naturally express your own requirements. Yi Daosheng's gaze crossed from the disciples in the arena. This king knows that all of you will be divine generals that will be famous in the world in the future, and each of you is a 1,000-mile horse with a promising future. A 1,000-mile horse needs a bull. This king is your bull. This king won't promise you that you will have a high rank and salary if you join Great Qin, but he can clearly tell you that anyone who joins Great Qin, this king will trust and support you 100%. The disciples of the Kirin Pavilion have unrivaled intelligence and martial arts. My Great Qin's upper general came from the Kirin Pavilion. I believe that you all have a chance as well. Just at this moment, a white-clothed disciple figure in the crowd appeared in the ring. The man's temperament was refined, clean and handsome. His complexion was white, as quiet as a virgin. A little bit of dust was not shocking. He calmly looked at Yi Daosheng. Can I ask your Highness a question? Yi Daosheng nodded. Of course. The white-clothed disciple added, I am Li Lingxian. May I ask your Highness how you view the relationship between the king and the people? Yi Daosheng sized up Li Lingxian. June, and the people? The ruler is the boat, and the people are the water. Water can carry a boat, but it can also overturn it. Li Lingxian? Chapter 36, Fallen Sky, Era. On the ring. Li Lingxian heard the words and looked at Yi Daosheng with some surprise. A simple sentence that stated the relationship between the king and the people, and the answer was so brilliant and flawless. He knows that in front of him Yi Daosheng is a person with a gully in his chest, knowing the importance of the people of the world, so that he can do love the people like a son. Your Highness has a high opinion. If your Highness does not mind, Li Lingxian is willing to join Great Qin. Li Lingxian is not a hasty choice of Great Qin, not because of Yi Daosheng is sentenced to make a choice, and the Kirin Pavilion to learn 10 years. The end is to run a good future. Great Qin in the world of 4 countries and the strength is not weak. The Qin Emperor is not a dim king. This is one of the reasons he chose Great Qin. But the main reason is Yi Daosheng. The empire needs inheritance. The Qin Emperor 100 years later, who will be in charge of the Qin, is the most important. In his opinion, the Qin's destiny, and ultimately is Yi Daosheng. At this moment, he chose to join the Great Qin, under the banner of Yi Daosheng, and in the future, when King Ning ascends to the throne of the Supreme, he will be entrusted with the important task, and can become a minister of the Great Qin's humorous, the minister from the dragon. Yi Daosheng knows in front of him Li Lingxian is a rare Confucian general, learned, courageous, ideas, literary and martial arts are excellent generals. General is willing to enter Qin, how can I dislike it? Hearing the conversation between the two, Yi Duge laughed. Li Lingxian is very discerning, choosing your highness, it won't be long before he will be famous all over the world. Jade Qilin said, Lingxian and your highness are sort of attracted to each other, he is a rare Confucian general in Qilin Pavilion, he hasn't stepped out of Qilin Pavilion for 10 years, and the world was shocked when he entered the world. In the past 10 years, although Li Lingxian has not left the Qilin Pavilion, but in the world has been a little famous, all the years into the cabinet to seek generals of the nobles of the countries, I do not know how many people to him to throw the olive branch. Every time he will ask the question of the king and the people, 10 years no one's answer to make him satisfied, obviously this time your highness's answer, let him heart. Yi Duge laughed, it can't be helped, our highness is just so talented. The Jade Qilin glanced at Yi Duge, it's rare to hear you speak so highly of a person, his highness, the king of Ning, does indeed have exceptional qualities. I suddenly have some expectations, I wonder how many disciples he can take with him this talent. Jade Child, who is the most powerful disciple in your Qilin Pavilion, someone who can surpass the trio of Qin Shi, Fu Tian and Li Mubai over the years. The Jade Qilin was stunned, the three you mentioned are all the most outstanding disciples of the Qilin Pavilion, they left together but chose different empires to have the same achievements. Li Lingxuan's intellect is unrivaled and his martial arts are strong, he is very similar to Li Mubai and his future achievements are not below him. As for killing gods and tough generals like Qin Shi and Fu Tian, they are all divine generals that are hard to come across in 100 years, and there is currently no one in the Kirin Pavilion that can be compared to them. But there is one person. As he spoke, another silhouette appeared in the ring. This person was 8 feet tall, with a formidable look, the muscles on his body were gnarled, emitting a majestic and overbearing aura, just like a giant tower standing in front of Yi Changsheng. Era, want to join Great Qin? Yi Daosheng looked at Ji Yuan in front of him, confirming his eyes, definitely a fierce man, just a little uncultivated. At this moment the disciples around the ring spoke out. In their eyes Ji Yuan is a monster, withdrawn personality, dull, strange food, in the Kirin Pavilion for 5 years, do not read, do not practice martial arts. The law of military formation, the way of the temple as an official, are not interested at all. In the back of the mountain in front of the meteorite sky gun is 5 years, in addition to eating is sitting in front of the meteorite sky gun, but also said to himself that he is the god of the gun. At first, the Kirin Pavilion disciples also believe, coupled with his large body frame, no one dares to mess with him, and then slowly realized that Ji Yuan in addition to eating, is empty of a body of brute force. Sooner or later, he would be teased by Kirin Pavilion disciples, so he was called the most wasted disciple of Kirin Pavilion. Yi Duge glanced at Ji Yuan, is that person you're talking about him? Jade Qilin nodded, exactly, he was brought to the Qilin Pavilion by me. When we first met, he lost his memory and only remembered that his name was Ji Yuan. After coming to the Qilin Pavilion, he has been sitting next to the meteor heavenly gun in the back of the mountain. Don't look at his naive appearance, if this guy eats enough, his strength is surprisingly great, and he has the courage of 1,000,000 men. A good seedling. Yi Duge seemed to be very satisfied with Ji Yuan, and with a side glance towards Dao Cheng Luo, he saw that his cheeks were holding a smile. What does Wang Fei think of him? Very good. Dao Cheng Luo's beautiful eyes flickered. From the time Ji Yuan had ascended the ring, she had always had a smile on her face, and it was obvious that she had already seen Ji Yuan's identity. At this time, on the ring, Ji Yuan spoke once again, Your Highness, if I join Great Qin, I have 3 requests. I wonder if Your Highness can promise me no. Tell me. First, Your Highness must give me enough food for every meal. Second, Your Highness must draw the meteoric sky lance in the back of the mountain and then give it to me to use. Third, Your Highness must build me a battle armor. Yi Daosheng nodded, I can agree to all 3 of your demands. Ji Yuan added, if one of the 3 demands can't be met by Your Highness, I won't even follow you. Yi Daosheng smiled, lead the way, let's go fetch the meteor heavenly lance. The first 3 requirements were no problem at all for him, only the second requirement, pulling out the meteor heavenly lance, he was not sure if he could do it. Follow me. Under Ji Yuan's leadership, everyone in the Kirin Pavilion came to the back of the mountain. Appearing in a mountain stream, not far from a huge rock was inserted a big gun with a dark body. The head of the gun emitted a regal cold light. Kirin Pavilion disciples are no strangers to this gun. From the beginning of the establishment of the pavilion this gun has always been here. Spare like Ji Yuan this kind of innate divine power, but also unable to pull out the meteor heavenly gun. After so many years, all the disciples who practiced in the Qilin Pavilion had tried, but none of them succeeded. When the disciples saw that Yi Daosheng wanted to try to take out the meteor heavenly lance, no one believed that he could do it, thinking that the request made by Ji Yuan was simply being unreasonable. Dugu, you say that His Highness can pull out the meteor heavenly lance? I don't know, this gun is too odd. It is not something that can be shaken by brute force. A divine artifact descends from the heavens, a person with a destiny will get it, or else it is a land god immortal who will not be able to take it out. Duga said in a deep voice. Just then, Dao Chang Luo got up and came to Yi Daoxing's side, speaking in a soft tone, saying, "Gong, it's better for me to help you take out the gun." Yi Daoxing was stunned. "Mother." Dao Chang Luo added, "My lord, this gun is a heavily divine artifact, I have a way to take it out, and at that time, my lord will just hand it over to Ji Yuan." Yi Daoxing still wanted to say something, the silhouette in front of him had already ascended the boulder, and seeing this scene, the disciples of the Kirin Pavilion in the field were all confused. What is she going to do? The disciples were all looking at Dao Chang Luo suspiciously. In the Qilin Pavilion, there was no lack of people with great strength, among them Ji Yuan, Chen Zhan, Dian Evil and others were all born with godly strength, and none of them were able to shake the meteor heavenly lance. Yi Daoxing, however, asked a woman to fetch the gun, which was simply impossible. Ji Yuan's stout and tall body stood beside Yi Daoxing. "Your Highness, my master said that whoever can pull out the meteor heavenly lance, he will be my master." Yi Daoxing looked sideways. "My mother's strike is the same as this king's, you don't need to worry, this king will hand this gun over to you." As he said that, his eyes kept following Dao Chang Luo to the boulder, believing that she would be able to take down the divine spear. Dao Chang Luo's silhouette stood on the side of the meteor heavenly pistol, turning her beautiful eyes to look at the disciples all around her, and finally landing on a big man, who was fierce-looking, belonging to the kind of looks that give adults nightmares when they look at it, and children cry when they look at it. Not only was he ugly, he was also very individualistic, with a crescent moon totem at the place of his neck, unusually striking. "I wonder what your honor's name is." The big man sees Dao Chang Luo's beautiful eyes fall on himself and reluctantly opens his mouth. "Back to your highness, under my name, Dian Wicked." Dao Chang Luo gently nodded. "You think I can take out this gun?" Dian Evil said, "Your highness is a woman, it is impossible to take out the divine spear." In the past, when he first entered the Qilin Pavilion, he learned that there was a divine spear in the back of the mountain and came to try once, boasting of his infinite power, but ended in failure. Looking at Dao Chang Luo's beauty like a heavenly fairy, her soft and slender jade arm, how could she possibly shake such a divine weapon? "I'll be honest, please forgive me if I've offended your highness." Dao Chang Luo laughed. "Dian Evil, if I take out this gun, you submit to my family's Sangong. If I can't take out this gun, I'll let my Sangong give you a supreme divine weapon. How about it?" "Your highness is giving me an absolute divine weapon?" Dian Evil laughed. "Fine, I'll bet with Wang Fei." Seeing that her purpose had been achieved, Dao Chang Luo slowly raised her jade hand and gently stroked the meteor heavenly lance, and in the next moment, the lance emitted a roaring sound as if it had been awakened. The buzzing gun roar was deafening. Traces of explosions appeared on the boulder, and the meteoric sky lance shot up and appeared in the void, emitting a terrifying gun pressure, and the nine-turtle totem appeared on its circumference. Under the illumination of the slanting sun, it appeared incomparably sacred. "Ah, this. It worked?" The disciples of the Qilin Pavilion looked at the meteor heavenly gun that rose into the air, their eyes flushed with disbelief. No one dared to underestimate Dao Chang Luo anymore. She was a woman, yes, but she had taken out a divine weapon that made them untouchable. Ji Yuan saw Dao Chang Luo letting the meteor heavenly gun awaken, took a step out and knelt down with a thud. Ji Yuan pays homage to the master. Dao Chang Luo raised her jade hand and held the falling meteor heavenly lance as her silhouette appeared in front of Yi Daoxing. "Sagittarius, here's your gun." She handed the meteor heavenly lance to Yi Daoxing, and her spirit eyes looked towards Ji Yuan. "My family's Sagittarius is your master." Yi Daoxing received the meteor heavenly lance and could not help but sigh. It was truly a supreme divine weapon. "Ji Yuan, this king will bestow the meteor heavenly lance on you now. Receive the spear." Ji Yuan raised his arms and took the handed over meteor heavenly lance, and said in a jarring voice, "Ji Yuan pays his respects to his master." Yi Daoxing helped Ji Yuan to get up. "You don't need to call me master, call me your highness." Ji Yuan nodded. "Your highness, don't forget to promise me the other two requests, I've eaten a bit too much." Yi Daoxing laughed. "Don't worry, the huge Ning Wang Fu still can't afford to feed you?" Ji Yuan laughed nervously. "With these words from your highness, I am relieved. In the future, if your highness asks me to fight anyone, just point me in the right direction." At this moment, Dao Chang Luo moved in front of Dian Evil. "The bet between us still counts?" Dian Evil said, "A gentleman's word is a promise is a promise. If your highness is able to take out the meteor heavenly lance, I, Dian Evil, will lose with conviction." He came to Yi Daoxing with large strides. "Dian Evil, pay respects to your highness. There is no need to be polite." Yi Duga saw this scene. "I really didn't expect that your highness is the one with the destiny, taking out the meteor heavenly lance so easily. It seems that our trip to Qilin Pavilion is going to be over. His highness took away the three best disciples of the Qilin Pavilion. You won't blame me, right?" The Jade Qilin said, "Why should I blame you? It is their destiny that they are destined to be with his highness. Everything has its own arrangement in the underworld. It's just that I'm a little curious as to why your highness chose Duan Evil. This person has a lot of bad deeds, cruel and murderous. There are a lot of disciples within the Qilin Pavilion who are better than him." Yi Duga glanced at Dian Evil. the mind of the crown princess is not something we can guess. He knew that it must be Dao Changluo who could see how extraordinary Dian Evil was and would personally go out of his way to recruit this person for Yi Daosheng. If he was a mediocre person, he would not be able to enter Dao Changluo's eyes. This moment, Dao Changluo came to Yi Daosheng's side and just nodded gently. Yi Daosheng looked back and said, "Elder Yu, this king has been assisted by 3 divine generals, and this will bring them down the mountain. I've come here to bother you more, so I've let Senior Jade take the trouble." The Jade Qilin said, "Your Highness is polite, please treat the 3 of them well in the future." Yi Daosheng nodded, "Don't worry, Elder Jade." The crowd left the back of the mountain. Jade Qilin summoned Jade Zhongtian and said, "You go and take Ji Yuan and Dian Evil to the treasure pavilion, and bestow the Xianhuan battle armor to Ji Yuan, and the 9 underworld sword to Dian Evil." Jade Zhongtian nodded and led the 2 away. When Yi Daosheng saw the Jade Qilin's gaze towards Yi Dugu, he knew that she still had something to say. "Elder Yi, I will wait for you at the bottom of the mountain with my mother." He led the 4 of them, Dao Changluo, Li Lingxian, Wu Hu, and Alian, towards the foot of the Qilin Pavilion mountain. On a broken cliff, the Jade Qilin stood beside Yi Dugu. "If you're leaving, you'll come back?" Yi Dugu hesitated, a few times wanted to speak, but the words reached his mouth and swallowed back. The Jade Qilin laughed, "Since there is nothing you want to say, then go down the mountain." Yi Dugu figure rises up in the air, a few vertical under the disappeared in the forest. Jade Qilin gloomy sadness, know that between them vertical wine or mist. Some people, once missed, that is a lifetime. Even if each other's hearts have each other, mist is mist. She knows that today a goodbye, see each other again do not know how. Watching the easy solitary figure disappeared into thin air, standing alone for a few moments, turned to leave. Come down the mountain with me." A familiar voice suddenly came from behind, and Jade Qilin's forward step stopped, turning her head to look. Yi Dugu stood above the void, softly looking at the Jade Qilin. Come down the mountain with me." The Jade Qilin cried with joy, as if she was a young girl in love, nodding her head numbly, "I'm willing." Yi Dugu this time finally mustered enough courage, do not want to let himself leave regrets, but also make up for all these years of harm to the Jade Qilin. His figure returned to the cliff, holding the Jade Qilin's jade hand. "Let's go." Jade Qilin said, "Dugu, all things in the pavilion I need to account for the next. You wait for me at the bottom of the mountain, I will soon come to join you." Yi Dugu said, "Good, I'll wait for you." People who have truly loved each other cannot forget each other. This was true of the Jade Qilin. The same was true for Easy Dekuro. You simply can't forget someone you've truly loved. There are times when you think you are missing out on a person, but in fact you are missing out on a whole life. It was precisely when Easy Dekuro figured this out that he chose to go and return, taking the Jade Qilin away with him. At the bottom of the mountain, Yi Daosheng held Dao Changluo's jade hand tightly. His tone was gentle. "Mother, thank you, come and give me a hug." As he spoke, he didn't wait for Dao Changluo to react. He extremely domineeringly swept her into his arms, not caring in the slightest about the feelings of Alian, Wu Hu, and Li Lingxian. Hardly gave them a handful of dog food. Other people are God feeds food to eat, Li Lingxian 3 people are letting people feed dog food. Seeing the 2 embracing each other, the 3 hurriedly turned their backs and moved away from the carriage. "Don't look at it if it's not polite, don't listen to it if it's not polite." "Mother, thank you for helping me take down the meteor heavenly lance, allowing me to get Ji Yuan, the 2 fierce generals of Dian Evil." Yi Daosheng's gentle voice resounded in Dao Chingluo's ears. His warm breath made her heart flutter and a tear collide. Her fragrant cheeks flushed red. Her appearance was shy and lovely. Dao Changluo only had such a shy and gentle side in front of Yi Daosheng. In other people's eyes she was noble and cool, as if she wanted to reject people. "This is the violet imperial Dao?" The 2 of them embraced each other. Dao Chingluo detected the fluctuation of the breath within Yi Daosheng's body, and blossomed, never expecting that there was a purple-violet imperial Dao breath within Yi Daosheng's body. Really picked up the treasure. Yi Daosheng was carrying the origin divine flame, so she was surprised, and now there was the violet imperial Dao Qi. Dao Changluo was clear in her heart that Yi Daosheng's identity was definitely not simple. In addition, the violet imperial Dao breath would be very helpful for her to recover from her injuries. "Sagittarius, tonight you accompany me, okay?" The voice that suddenly rang in his ears made Yi Daosheng's body tense up, and he was overjoyed at Dao Changluo's initiative. Good, tonight, my lord will accompany you properly." Dao Changluo's jade arm loosened Yi Daosheng's neck, guffawing, with a look of scheming success. "Mischievous and cute, Sagittarius, Ji Yuan and Dian Wicked duo are very gifted, they will become Sagittarius' most capable generals in the future. If the Ji Yuan duo grows up, there are no more than 5 people in this world who can defeat them. It's still my lady who has discerning eyes." As Yi Daosheng spoke, he turned around and looked towards the mountain stream. 2 figures walked towards them. It was Ji Yuan, Dian Evil. At this moment, Ji Yuan was clad in his Xianhuan battle armor, his golden light was brilliant and dazzling to the soul, and he was holding the meteor heavenly lance, like a heavenly god descending from the heavens. He was majestic and domineering. Dian Evil clutching the 9 medieval knife, a long knife emitting cold light, above the codified ancient totem. Fixed eyes will find 9 medieval knife on the totem are from the evil souls of the abyssal hell. It was hideous and terrifying. Greetings, your highness. The two bowed and saluted with respect. Yi Daosheng raised his hand to signal the two to get up, depart and return to Xianying City. Your highness, not waiting for Mr. E. No need, Mr. E has private matters to attend to, we'll go ahead and Mr. E will catch up soon. Your highness, wait. A voice came from within the mountain stream. Yi Daosheng turned his head to look, only to see the guide, Kong Xian, bringing in 3 horses. Your highness, these 3 fine horses were given to the trio of Li Lingxian, Ji Yuan, and Dian Evil by the pavilion master. Yi Daosheng twisted his head to look at the 3, since they are a gift from the pavilion master, you guys can take them. The 3 of them moved forward to receive the good horse in Kong Xian's hand, and all of them opened their mouths to bow their thanks. They leapt onto the back of the horse and followed closely on both sides of the carriage, and under the light of the setting sun, they followed Yi Daosheng towards Xianying City. Yi Daosheng was sitting on the back of the carriage. Yi Daosheng was sitting in the carriage, his mind was spinning, and he started to think about how to use Li Lingxuan's 3 men. De Qin got 3 generals of the world, like a tiger adding wings. The 3 of them are new to the army, have not yet established an inch of merit, since they have to start from a small soldier. He lifted the curtain to look toward Li Lingxian on the horseback. Lingxian, after arriving at Xianying City, do you want to enter the army directly, or do you have other ideas? You can speak out and listen. Li Lingxian said, I will listen to your highness arrangements. Ji Yuan said, I'm not going anywhere, I'm going to stay by your highness side. Deng Evil said, your highness, the last general wants to go to the vanguard camp. Yi Daosheng sniffed. Lingxian, after returning to the capital, this king intends to submit a petition to his majesty to establish a new army. At that time, he will give it to you and Dian Evil to take charge. What do you two think? Confident in making this army an invincible blade for Great Qin? Build a new army and give it to them? Li Lingxian, Deng Evil, 2 people rejoice. This move can be seen Yi Daosheng's importance to them. Having their own army is of course better than entering the barracks to build a career step by step. Your highness, the last general is good at practicing. If there is a legion handed over to the last general, he will definitely live up to your highness's trust and make this legion the 5th largest legion in Great Qin. The 4 major legions of Great Qin have long been famous all over the world. Li Lingxuan's confidence in making the newly built legion the 5th legion shows how ambitious he is. Good, this king believes in the 2 of you. Qin Palace. Inside the imperial study, Emperor Qin put down the folders in his hands and raised his head to look at Li Dixuan. Still no news from Laosan? Li Dixuan nodded his head. Back to your majesty, there is no news of his highness the king of Ning. The old slave got the news that his highness left the academy on that day and went out of the city. As for where he went, the old slave has already sent people to check. Saying this, he paused and continued, your majesty, the city's secret guards have sent word that a large number of Jianghu forces have infiltrated Xianying City during this time. They are hiding in a broken temple in the western city. Should we have the secret guards uproot them? There is no hurry, pay close attention to their movements instantly. These people are already turtles in a jar, they can't make any big waves. Emperor Qin said and slowly stood up, add more manpower, have the state master personally go and search for Lao San's whereabouts. We can't let him have any slip-ups. Once there is news, immediately bring the person to the palace. Li Dixuan knew that Emperor Qin was worried about King Ning's safety, and didn't dare to be the slightest bit negligent. Old slave will go and do it now. Emperor Qin came outside the imperial study, looking extremely far away with a worried look. He was too aware of King Tian's tactics, and knew each other extremely well. The battle in the sand is one aspect. King Tian will definitely spare no effort to take action against the people around him, knowing that he favors this youngest son the most, so he will definitely send someone to deal with Yi Daosheng. At this juncture Yi Daosheng's whereabouts were all but unknown. Emperor Qin could not help but worry, fearing that he would fall into the hands of King Tian. At this moment, inside Tian City, in the king's residence, Wu Tianxiang was summoning the commander of the Great Xia Dragontang Legion, who was none other than Li Mubai, who used to study at the Kirin Pavilion, and was known as the 4 greatest generals in the world, along with Qin Shi, Fu Tian, and Wu Ding Tian. At this moment, in addition to King Tian and Li Mubai, there is also the 3rd princess of Xia, Xiao Lingfei, and the daughter of King Tian, Wu Lan, who in the past went to the Ning king's residence to withdraw from the marriage. Xiao Lingfei looked sideways at Wu Tianxiang. King Tian, my great Xiao's 100,000 dragon tendency army has already entered Tian. When are we going to attack the yellow dragon straight away and kill our way into Xianying City? King Tian's residence. Inside the great hall. Hearing Xiao Lingfei's inquiring voice, Wu Tianxiang laughed. 3rd princess is not in a hurry. When 2 armies are at war, it is important to know oneself and know the enemy. This king knows the Qin emperor too well. He will not sit back and wait for death. At this time if we rush out to send troops, it is very likely that we will fall into Emperor Qin's trap. It has been some time since the Dragontang Legion entered Tian. I don't know how much useful news your majesty has received. The Xia scouts lurking within Xianyang city have sent word that the Crown Prince Changqing and the great General Li Jingxong led the Flying Tiger Legion stationed at Hango Pass. Wu Tianxiong sniffed. Princess's news is too lagging behind. This king has received the latest news that the Crown Prince and Li Jingxong's Flying Tiger Legion have left Hango Pass and are heading towards Taiming City. On top of that, Emperor Qin has also activated the Imperial Toon Legion, and the leader is Xiang Zhan. Saying this, he turned his head to look at Li Mubai. I believe General Li is no stranger to Xiang Zhan. Although this person has not made it to the list of famous generals, he is a very tricky opponent. Very tricky indeed. Li Mubai spoke in a faint voice. Since King Tian knows Emperor Qin's deployment like the back of his hand, why don't we choose to take the initiative and take this city before the two major legions arrive at Taiming City? Wu Tianxiong shook his head and laughed. Princess doesn't know. At the moment, the Qin Emperor's only large army that can be deployed is the Flying Tiger, the Imperial Mausoleum amount of large legions. The legions under the second prince and Qin Jian are fending off the Dacian soldiers and horses, and Qin Shi is sitting on the northern cities, deterring the Tianming Empire, so all of them are just far away from quenching their thirsts. This king intends to wait until the Flying Tiger, the Imperial tomb two legions into the city of Taiming, and then wipe them out together, a battle to settle the world. The hands of the Qin Emperor, no troops and horses can be deployed, then we kill into the Xianyang city no longer have any obstacles. It looked like pressing on with the troops, but in reality, it was to get rid of them once and for all. On top of that, Wu Tianxiong knew that the Qin Emperor valued feelings the most. If he could secretly get rid of Yi Daosheng, one of the three Yi Zhantian brothers, it would deal a huge blow to the Qin Emperor. He had asked the Dragon Devouring Hall and the demon race to send strong men to assassinate the three, and chose to delay doing so, just waiting for the good news to come. Xiao Lingfei said, then we'll go back to the military camp first. When King Tian makes his move, send someone to come and inform us. Wu Tianxiong personally escorted the duo out of the royal residence, and seeing that they were heading towards the military camp outside of the city on horseback, he turned to look at Yin Shou behind him. There is still no news coming back from the Dragon Devouring Hall and the demon race? Your Majesty, wanting to assassinate the three crown princes of Great Qin, of which the best to kill is still the King of Ning. The devil race cultivators sent word a short while ago that the King of Ning, Yi Daosheng, was out of the city, and they've already followed. I believe that good news will soon come back. As for the Crown Prince Changqing, Yan King Yi Zhantian, they are all in the military camp, and there are experts like Qin Jian and Li Jingxong by their side. Wanting to assassinate them is still a bit difficult. Need to give Dragon Devouring Hall enough time. However, this time, the Dragon Devouring Hall has made a military order. It will definitely succeed in assassinating the Crown Prince and King Yin. Wu Tianxiong nodded. Send orders to them to speed up. Old slave understands. Yun Shou bowed and added, Your Highness, I just received news that Crown Princess Gu Qingcheng has appeared near Hango Pass. Should I send someone to make a move on her? Crown Princess, that girl from the ancient clan? Wu Tianxiong laughed maniacally. Truly the heavens have helped me. Elder Yun, you personally go there and make sure to capture Gu Qingqing back. If she falls into this king's hands, the Crown Prince Changqing is still at the mercy of this king. Old slave, this will be done. It has been 3 days since we left the Kirin Pavilion. Yi Daosheng's carriage was traveling on the wilderness official road. Wu Hu's voice was heard from outside the carriage. Your Highness, we will be able to arrive at Xianyang City in the afternoon. There is a teepee ahead. Would Your Highness like to take a rest? Along the way, wherever he encountered a teepee, a wine shop, Wu Hu would appear and ask. Nothing was too small. Taking good care of Yi Daosheng. Take a rest, just to get some air. Yi Daosheng's voice came out from inside the carriage, and Wu Hu drove towards the tea shed. Generally, the people who set up stalls on the official road were all nearby villagers. They would prepare some tea and pastries and sell them to the passing pedestrians on the official road, as a way to earn some broken silver to subsidize their families. The carriage stopped. Wu Hu first went up to check some things, did not find any clues, then returned to the carriage. Your Highness, no problem, it's safe. Yi Daosheng brought Dao Qingluo, Ali and two girls out of the car and walked towards the teepee, when a boy ran up to him, not very old, but white and clean. He was very polite. Several guests, inside please. Several people entered the teepee and took their seats. Wu Hu rushed to the boy and said, 2 pots of good tea, and prepare some pastries, go quickly. The boy sniffed and left at a brisk pace. Yi Daosheng looked at his back as he left, his eyes crossed from the people in the teepee. Wu Hu, there is something wrong with this tea house. Wu Hu was just about to look around to check, but Yi Daosheng stopped him. Sit down, don't scare the snakes. Deng Evil saw Wu Hu take a seat beside him. His face was puzzled. Your Highness, how do you know there is a problem with this tea house? Wilderness tea house, wind and sun, the skin should have long been rough. Just now you guys saw the little boy, fine skin and tender flesh, not at all like perennial in the wilderness operating tea house should have. In addition to that, that boy should be a concealed weapon expert. There are obvious calluses on his fingers. It should be caused by using concealed weapons for years. The crowd did not expect Yi Daosheng to observe so meticulously. If this tea house really had problems, then they were rushing towards the temple. Woohoo! Dian Evil looked instantly wary, but it was Ji Yuan who looked greatly grumpy and shouted in the direction of the kitchen, "Can the tea and pastries be quicker? I'm starving to death." Yi Daosheng passed a look to Alian. The latter took out a piece of beef from his bag and handed it to Ji Yuan. "Eat this first." Ji Yuan smiled nervously. "It's still Miss Alian who is good to me." With those words, he took the beef and prepared to eat it in a big mouthful. As if he suddenly thought of something, he rushed at Yi Daosheng and said, "Your Highness, you eat." "No. No, you eat." Ji Yuan then looked at Woohoo, Dian Evil too. "I know you guys don't like eating meat, so I won't let you." Looking at the way he was feasting, both Woohoo and Dian Evil were helpless. This guy alone could eat more than the five of them put together. It always felt like he could eat a cow in one bite when he was hungry. Yi Daosheng was also extremely spoiled. Ji Yuan, after leaving the Qilin pavilion, he went into the city to buy a large amount of food for Ji Yuan. Alian and Woohoo brought back a large bag, and now the last piece of beef in the bag was left. That piece of beef was estimated to be 3 or 4 pounds. Before the boy brought the refreshments, the beef had all entered his stomach. "Guest, I've kept you waiting." The boy appeared holding up the refreshments and kept apologizing. Just as he put down the refreshments and was about to leave, a sudden sentence caused the atmosphere in the venue to become incomparably tense. Ji Yuan gripped the meteoric sky gun in his hand tightly and stood beside the boy. His vertical voice was like thunder as he questioned, "There is poison in this tea. Are you guys trying to harm our highness? Say it, who sent you guys?" In the wilderness tea house, Ji Yuan suddenly let out a bellowing cry, making the atmosphere instantly tense. The gazes of the people in the tea house looked over in unison. They were suspicious. How on earth were they exposed? "Say it or not. Don't say, I'll fuck you to death." Ji Yuan looked hideous and horrible. With one hand, he picked up the boy as if he was carrying a chicken, scaring the boy and making him tremble in the air. Guest, I don't know what you are talking about." The little guy's face was as pale as paper, and he tried his best to explain, wanting to break free from Ji Yuan's bondage. "I hate it when people lie to me," Ji Yuan said, and was about to throw the little guy in his hands out, when suddenly the little guy nimbly turned his body and raised his foot to kick Ji Yuan in the face. It was because of this kick that he was completely exposed. Ji Yuan angrily bellowed and threw the man out, ruthlessly impacting on the tea house. The grass reed collapsed, and the silhouette of the man ruthlessly fell to the ground, blood spilling out of his mouth. The people in the tea house saw the situation, knew that they had been exposed, directly stopped pretending. "Showdown." All of a sudden a handle of swords and knives from under the wooden case drew out. The people stood neatly, the weapons pointing straight at Yi Daosheng's body. Ji Yuan's stout body blocked in front of Yi Daosheng. "Your Highness, go first, I stay behind to break the back." He tore open the cloth wrapped around his lance. A cold light appeared, taking in people's hearts and souls. The lance was negatively placed on the side of his figure, just like the god of war in the 9 heavens standing between heaven and earth. Yi Daosheng slowly stood up, cloudy and light. "Ji Yuan, Woohoo, Dian Evil, not one of them will be left behind." Knowing that these people were sent by King Tian to assassinate, there was no value in even interrogating them. With an order, the 3 of them rushed up with their weapons. For a while, the great battle on the wilderness kicked off. Ji Yuan rushed towards the assassins with great strides. The meteor heavenly lance in his hand swept with the power of the gale, and smashed angrily with the weight of Tarzan, touching which would surely kill. The silhouette was jerked out by the meteor heavenly lance and fell 100 meters away, instantly dying. Dian Evil holding the 9 underworld sword, deep into the crowd, knife tricky and bizarre. People cannot be defended, as if the scythe of the god of death to harvest the assassin's life. The assassins fell to the ground as a murderous aura filled the air. Alian had never seen such a scene before, so scared that she hid behind Yi Daosheng and shivered. "Mother, you take Alian and get on the car first." Dao Chung Luo came to his side. "Squire, I'm not leaving, I'm staying to protect you." Speaking of this, her expression turned cold. "Sagittarius, these people are only part of it, there are still a large number of assassins on their way." Yi Chongqing took 2 steps backward. "Mother, protect me." Dao Chung Luo? Swish, swish. The silhouettes stepped into the air and traveled to the top of the ancient trees. Their black robes covered their bodies and their murderous aura swept over them, up to 100 of them. Looking at the assassins floating down on the wilderness, Yi Daosheng's face went down in gloom. This was already the 3rd time that King Tian had messed with him. Did he really think that he was easy to bully? To send out so many people in order to kill him, really thinking too highly of him. Li Lingxian drew his sword and stood on guard, blocking in front of Yi Daosheng. "Your Highness, don't worry, there is the last general who is foolproof." Lingxian, the assassin in the lead, is a 9th grade martial artist. 9th grade? So strong. Li Lingxian was a little surprised, a flash of panic crossed his eyes, but it was quickly concealed. Obviously he didn't expect the assassins that came to be strong martial artists from the Jianghu. As the 100 men descended into the wilderness, the cold gaze of the black-robed man at the head landed on Yi Daosheng. "Kill the 3 of them, I'll go and behead King Ning." The black-robed man violently sprinted forward. His long sword was like a spirit snake, his speed was strangely fast. Seeing this, Li Lingxian raised his sword to meet him and entangled with the incoming person. In less than 10 rounds, he fell into the wind. The black-robed man was a sword Dao expert, his cultivation was above Li Lingxian, the divine rainbow ran through, the silhouette was covered with sword marks. Despite this, Li Lingxian did not take a step back. Clank! A sword sound spread, the black-robed man long sword pointed straight at Li Lingxian neck, the latter fell backward one after another, death is a stone's throw away from him. The slightest carelessness would kill him. Yi Daosheng saw the situation, ready to draw his sword, suddenly the waist day by day out of the sheath, toward the black-robed man shot over. Bang, a weapon impact sound came, the black-robed man in the hands of the long sword inch by inch broken, day by day sword forward from his shoulder hole through the past. The black-robed man raised his hand to cover his shoulder, blood sprayed out from within his fingers, his expression instantly on guard, understanding that Yi Daosheng had a high-level person beside him, he could break his weapon with a single sword, this person's cultivation was above him. Dao Chang Luo's lotus step slightly started, walking very slowly, but seemed to instantly arrive in front of the black-robed man. Dare to kill my Sang Sung, who gave you the guts? The black-robed man saw that the visitor was a woman, carefully sizing up Dao Chang Luo, thoughts flying through his mind. When was there such a character in the Jianghu? He had no impression at all. This woman is so strong. Dao Chang Luo stood in front of him, releasing a pressure that made his soul tremble, as if it was an insurmountable mountain, sensing the overriding murderous aura bursting out from Dao Chang Luo. The black-robed man hardened his head. Your Excellency knows who I am? We are devil race cultivators. Your Excellency will not end well if you go against the devil race for the sake of King Ning. The devil clan? You guys really come from the devil race? Dao Chang Luo suddenly laughed. Previously she had heard Yi Daosheng mention that there was a devil race behind King Tian, and she was worried that she would be exposed, but it turned out that this devil race was not the other devil race. Truly anyone would dare to be called a demon clan. The real demon lord is the monarch who controls the demon realm, possessing a supreme talent and the strength to dictate the ages. The demon lord is not only powerful, but more importantly, his intellect is unrivaled. The demon lord alone was enough to shock the living beings, and was famous for thousands of years, otherwise she wouldn't have been counted by the demon lord. Knowing that this demon race was not her true demon race, Dao Chang Luo's hanging heart finally dropped, flexing her fingers, a fine aura disappeared into the black-robed man's body. Bang! The black-robed man fell to his knees with a thud, instantly losing the power to fight. Dao Chang Luo turned her head and smiled at Yi Daosheng. Sage, these people are from the demon race, what are you going to do with them? Yi Daosheng got up and stepped forward, looking at the black-robed man struggling in pain on the ground. Mother, what did you do to him? Dao Chang Luo had an innocent look on her face. Sagittarius, I didn't do anything. He was probably shocked by Sagittarius' might. Sagittarius, is this person useful? Let me kill him with a sword. My lady, don't move, let me do it. His golden finger was one that killed people and dropped treasures. The black-robed man in front of him was a 9th-grade martial artist. Killing him would definitely drop good things. Yi Daosheng grabbed the black-robed man's shoulder and yanked him up, shouting at the demonic assassins fighting on the wilderness. Your chief has fallen into my hands. Do you still want to struggle? Put down the weapons in your hands, and this king will definitely not make a move to kill you. Otherwise, your end will be the same as his. With those words, he took over the data-defying sword in Dao Chang Luo's hand and hacked down the black-robed man's head, and the demon assassins looked at the head that rolled down on the ground, and each of them revealed a look of fear. Their leader was a 9th-grade martial artist, just like that he was killed by a sword. There was no way they could be Yi Daosheng's opponent. Put down the weapons in your hands, this king will definitely not make a move to kill you. Put down the arms in your hands, this king will absolutely not move to kill you. Yi Daosheng's majestic voice echoed in the wilderness. The demonic assassins looked around. Someone with a lucky heart tried to escape. His figure just rose up in the air. An invisible force directly killed him. With a bang, the body fell on the wilderness. Seeing this scene, the demonic assassins knew that escaping was simply impossible. Yi Daosheng was a super strong man. Decapitating them was just a thought away. Having already learned a lesson from the past, they threw down their weapons in their hands and completely gave up resisting. Ji Yuan, Dian evil, woohoo, kill them all. Yi Daosheng said in a cold voice. Devil assassins? The demon assassins who lost their weapons became lambs to the slaughter. Under the charge of Ji Yuan, woohoo, and Dian evil, the crowd was powerless to fight back. Yi Daosheng knew very well in his heart that the three of them were able to kill 100 demonic assassins in such a short period of time, all because Dao Chang Luo had helped them in the dark. Under Dao Chang Luo's powerful pressure, the demonic assassins had no power to fight back and could only be reduced to cold corpses. Sire, didn't you say you wouldn't kill them? Mistress, I said I wouldn't make a move to kill them. You see, I didn't make a move. Dao Chang Luo? It can still be like this? Sagittarius, you are so bad. Yi Daosheng smiled bashfully. Ma'am, this is called a soldier is not afraid of deception. At this time, Li Lingxian dragged his injured body forward and bowed. Many thanks to your highness for saving me. Yi Daosheng helped Li Lingxian up. General sacrificed his life to protect this king. It is me who should thank you. Ah Lian, help General Li to get on the car. Your Highness, no, 10,000 times no. Li Lingxian quickly refused. Your Highness, this injury won't be a problem. Your Highness's carriage is not something that I can board. Nonsense, it's just a car. In my king's heart it's a myriad of carriages. Even a gold-forged carriage is not as good as 1/10,000th of a general's. Get in the car, this is an order. Yi Daosheng said with a solemn face, handing Alian a look. Alian, help the general simply treat the wound. Alian assisted Li Lingxian to board the carriage. The latter was grateful. A soldier dies for the sake of pleasing himself. From this moment onwards, Li Lingxuan's life is Yi Daosheng's. Ji Yuan, Dian Evil, and Wu who came to Yi Daosheng wearing blood-stained clothes. Your Highness, the assassins were all killed. Not a single one was left behind. Yi Daosheng nodded his head, set sail, returned to Xiangyang. He leapt onto his horse and handed his arm to Dao Chang Luo. How about you ride with me, ma'am? Dao Chang Luo's body is as light as a swallow. She leaps onto the back of the horse and sits in Yi Daosheng's arms. The latter lifts the reins of the horse and spurs it towards the direction of Xiangyang City. Husband, riding a horse is so much fun? Riding at will, like stepping on a shooting star. One upside down, one upside down. Beautiful scenery, beautiful people. If it wasn't for the fact that there was someone right behind him, Yi Daosheng really wanted to experience what horse shock felt like. It should be very refreshing. Back inside Xianyang City, it happened to be late afternoon. Just after arriving outside the king's residence, a chamberlain greeted him. Your Highness, you are finally back. Yi Daosheng knew that the chamberlain was from the palace. What is it that the eunuch is looking for this king? The chamberlain said, Your Highness has been away from the capital for half a month. His Majesty is worried about your Highness's safety. He has been letting the lackeys wait in the royal residence. Please your Highness follow the lackeys into the palace. Yi Daosheng looked back at Dao Chang Luo. Mother, I'll enter the palace to report my father's safety, and I'll be back soon. The chamberlain added, Your Highness, the crown princess wants to enter the palace with you. Yi Daosheng? When Dao Chang Luo heard that she was going to enter the palace, Your Highness, can I not go? Yi Daosheng holds Dao Chang Luo's hand tightly. Your Highness, the ugly daughter-in-law will have to meet her mother-in-law sooner or later, not to mention that my daughter is as beautiful as a heavenly goddess, so come with me to the palace to meet your father. Dao Chang Luo gently nodded. All right, I will accompany my husband to the palace. Alian, help Ling Xin to enter the mansion, let the doctor treat him, in addition prepare rooms for Ji Yuan, Dian Evil. Yes, go to the Four Seas building and buy more food, make sure Ji Yuan is well fed. Ji Yuan sniffed, striding forward, Yi Daosheng into his arms. Your Highness, I knew I was right to follow you. Sister Alian, quickly go buy food, I'm starving. As for Li Lingxuan's injury, treat it later, he can still hold on, he won't die. Li Lingxian? Outside the imperial study. The chamberlain sprinted forward with a somewhat agitated expression, arriving outside the grand hall and rushing to Li Dixuan to say a few words. Your Majesty, King Ning has returned. Li Dixuan rushed into the imperial study, his voice excited. Your Majesty, there is another woman beside the king of Ning. She should be the king's consort rumored to be in the streets. Emperor Qin put down the Zhang folds in his hands and abruptly sat up. Old Third has returned and brought that girl to the palace? He got up and came to the bronze mirror, briefly straightened his shirt and rushed at Li Dixuan. I'm the oldest son, why have you suddenly become so nervous? Shouldn't they be the ones who should be nervous? Your Majesty, shall we declare King Ning to enter the hall? Declare it. Emperor Qin sat in front of the dragon case with an extremely serious look. He wanted to see what kind of woman it was that could make Yi Daosheng so enamored. This bringing people all the way to the palace to meet him meant that Yi Daosheng was serious. Yi Daosheng held Dao Chang Luo's jade hand and entered the imperial study. My son pays his respects to your Majesty. Dao Chang Luo, meet Emperor Qin. Emperor Qin? Yi Daosheng. Your Majesty, you have to kneel down and salute. Dao Chang Luo rippled. My lord, I never kneel to anyone. Yi Daosheng smiled awkwardly. Father, Sheng Luo, she is unfamiliar with the etiquette of the palace, please forgive her father. This moment. Emperor Qin surveyed Dao Chang Luo in front of him, his heart was horrified. Where did the good boy find this beauty from? He finally understood why Yi Daosheng chose to repudiate his 7 wives. It was rumored that Princess Ning was a fairy who had descended to earth, and he had thought that it was a blackmail among the people. At this moment, Dao Chang Luo was standing in front of him, and Emperor Qin realized that the rumors were not empty. This woman should only be found in heaven, and it is rare to see her on earth. To his surprise, he is a master cultivation actually cannot see through Dao Chang Luo. Obviously in her body there is not a trace of aura fluctuations, but why let her feel incomparable danger? Old 3 level off. Miss Dao is new to the palace, she doesn't know the etiquette, it's justifiable, I won't take it into account. Emperor Qin said, Li Dixuan, take Miss Dao to meet the Empress. Li Dixuan bowed and bowed. Miss Dao, please follow the old slave. Dao Chang Luo's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked towards Yi Daosheng, who nodded. Go, Mother Empress, she's very nice. After the two left, Emperor Qin's expression instantly changed drastically. He no longer had a taut face. Old 3, your kid's skill is big enough, say it. Where did you go during this period of time? I don't know that it's an eventful time right now. King Tian has been trying to make a move against you? Yi Daosheng laughed. Father, this morning's time my son fought with King Tian's assassins. 100 demonic assassins were killed. Emperor Qin, you kid is trying to scare me to death? Where exactly did you go during this half-month? Father, my son went to the Kirin Pavilion. Qin Palace. Inside the Imperial Study. Emperor Qin looked at Yi Daosheng in surprise. Tianyan Mountain, Kirin Pavilion? He was surprised. Yi Daosheng lived in the residence for a long time. How would he know the Kirin Pavilion? When he traveled to the Kirin Pavilion to ask for a general, and brought back Qin Shi, and since then, he has made great achievements in battle, and has become famous in the 9 states. He knew a little bit about the Kirin Pavilion. Daosheng, you went to the Qilin Pavilion to hire a general? How did you know about the Kirin Pavilion? Yi Daosheng laughed. Father, there is an old man of the Jianghu in my son's residence, and during a casual conversation, he learned that my son was worried about the situation in the sand, so he suggested that my son go to the Kirin Pavilion to invite a general. If the invitation for a general is successful, it will help Father Emperor share his worries. My son is also my father's child. Both of my elder brothers are guarding Great Qin on the sands. My son cannot stay out of the situation and hide in the mansion. Qin Emperor's expression was a little moved. His dragon face was pleased. Lao San, you have grown up. It seems that I can't treat you as a child in the future. This trip to the Kirin Pavilion can be rewarding? He knew that traveling to Kirin Pavilion to invite generals is not a simple thing. Kirin Pavilion disciples are bullying. Want to make them submissive is very difficult. Father, my son went to the Kirin Pavilion this time and got 3 generals. Their strength is very good. On the way back they encountered the assassins of the demon race. They are the ones who protected my son to retreat in one piece. Emperor Qin. 3 war generals? In the past, it was hard to find a single general for all the kingdoms to travel to the Kirin Pavilion, and he couldn't believe that Yi Daosheng was able to obtain 3 generals. Father, my son has come to the palace and happens to have a matter that I want to ask my father to fulfill. What matter? My son wants to form a new army, and I would like to ask my father to fulfill it. Emperor Qin heard this and fell into hesitation, not that he was unwilling to let Yi Daosheng form a new army. Lao San, nowadays the empire already has 4 major legions, plus the Imperial Mausoleum Legion, counting up to 5 major legions. The annual military expenses are too much. When war comes together, there are 10,000 taels of gold. It's not that father doesn't want you to form a new army, it's just that the treasury is empty and can't support another legion. Yi Daosheng knew Emperor Qin's difficulty. A smile spread on his cheeks. Father, since the treasury doesn't have enough payroll, then I will go to Tian City. What are you kid doing going to Tian City? I won't allow it. The direction of Tian City is now a prolonged war. Allowing Yi Daosheng to go there will put him in a critical situation. Emperor Qin will definitely not agree. Yi Daosheng had a solemn face. Father, all the soldiers of the 3 armies are other people's children. They can be sacrificed for the sake of Great Qin. Why can't my son? My son will go to Tian City and assist in the battle. After defeating the king of Tian, my father can hand over the soldiers and horses of Tian City to my son, and in the future, my son will be responsible for the pay of this legion himself. Saying this, he flung himself to his knees. Please Father Emperor, please fulfill me. Emperor Qin shook his head and raised his hand to help Yi Daosheng up. Daosheng, you are unable to cultivate martial arts. The swords in the sandfield are blind. I really can't rest assured. Father, a man should die on the border field, to wrap the body in horse leather and return it to the burial ear. What does my son have to fear? Emperor Qin saw Yi Daosheng so determined, pondered for a moment. Good, I allow you to go to Tian City. Until the pacification of the Tian rebellion, the collected surrendered soldiers all belong to you. I'll give it to you along with Tian City. Yi Daosheng was overjoyed. My son kowtows to thank father. Emperor Qin lightly waved his sleeve and turned to look towards the outside of the hall. Li Dixuan, go and bring me my dragon armor and long lance. In a few moments, Li Dixuan led the chamberlain into the hall, brought the dragon armor and long lance. The golden glittering dragon armor is the Qin Emperor's former battle armor. The long lance is also his weapon. Qin Emperor moved forward, gently caressed the dragon armor, once wearing armor across 3,000 miles of lofty years as if yesterday, and Tian King side by side, through 9 deaths of the day appeared in front of their eyes. The loyal brothers of the past, but now they have to meet each other with swords. Daosheng, come here. Emperor Qin raised his hand and handed the long lance to Yi Daosheng. This lance is called the Heavenly Dragon Lance, a famous treasure weapon in the 9 states. This day I will give it to you. Saying this, he raised his hand and patted Yi Daosheng on his shoulder a few times. Your kid's body is similar to my youth. The golden dragon armor should fit well. This trip to Tian City, fight if you can, run if you are not defeated, win or lose in the sand, come back alive. Yi Daosheng nodded. Father, don't worry, my son understands. Emperor Qin looks like he has made a great determination. I will wait for you to come back and properly explain what is going on with Miss Dao. Yi Daosheng smiled. Father, Xing Luo is my son's princess. She is the only one in this life. There will never be anyone else. As the words fell, he got up and walked towards the outside of the imperial study. Li Dixuan hurriedly passed a look to the chamberlain. The people with golden armor and long lance chased after him. Seeing Emperor Qin gloomy, "Your Majesty, your Third Highness has the bravery of your Majesty back then. Going to the sand field to practice will definitely build a miraculous achievement and return in triumph." Qin Emperor let out a long sigh. "Back then, I was also in danger and personally led the army to stop the strong enemy. Daosheng is going to Taiyan City this time. With Changqing and Xiangzhan, there won't be any problem. This child seems to have suddenly grown up." Li Dixuan added, "Your Third Highness knows how difficult it is for His Majesty and knows how to share His Majesty's worries. This is a good thing." The gloom dispersed from Emperor Qin's face as he moved to the map, counting the time. The great battle in the direction of Taiming City should have already kicked off. Have the dragon guards pay close attention to the situation in the direction of Taiyan City and report back at any time. Old slave understands. Li Dixuan said, seemingly thinking of something. "Your Majesty, should we send someone to secretly protect Third Highness?" Emperor Qin waved his hand. "No need, since he chose to let go, let him experience on his own. If he lets someone protect him in the dark, that kid will definitely be unhappy if he knows about it." After leaving the palace. Just after stepping out of the palace gates, Yi Daosheng saw Dao Cheng Luo standing beside the carriage and got up to welcome him. "Mother, didn't you go to where the Empress Mother is?" "I chatted with the Empress Mother for a few moments. I had nothing to do, so I excused myself and left. The Empress Mother didn't seem to like me very much." Dao Cheng Luo spoke in a faint voice, with a disinterested look, not putting everything that happened within the Weiyang Palace in his heart at all. "How could the Empress Mother not like you?" Yi Daosheng was puzzled. Right now he was in a hurry to head to Taiyan City, intending to inquire after he returned from the great battle. Dao Cheng Luo looked at the dragon armor and long lance that the chamberlain had placed on the carriage. "Sage, these were given to you by the Qin Emperor?" Yi Daosheng nodded his head. "Mother, I'm preparing to go to Taiyan City and head to the sands for some training. My father was worried about me, so he gave me his dragon armor and treasured weapons." "I see." Dao Cheng Luo boarded the carriage, her bright eyes falling on the dragon armor. "This battle armor is so beautiful. If my husband wears it, he must be majestic and unrivaled in the world. Can you let me take a look? It's just a pair of armor. Feel free to look at it if you like." On the carriage, Dao Cheng Luo's catkin gently caressed the dragon armor. Her jade finger crossed over the armor, and inadvertently a strand of silver light disappeared into the dragon armor. Even Yi Daosheng, who was seated on the side, didn't have the slightest notice. "Sire, can you take me with you when you go to the sandfield?" "No. The sands are treacherous and windy. I can't let my wife go and suffer." Yi Daosheng did not hesitate to refuse. "Your Highness, you will stay in the royal residence and wait for me to return. Although your mother can't go on the sands, I also have a task for your mother." Dao Cheng Luo's beautiful eyes instantly lit up when she heard that there was a task for her. "Sire, what do you want me to do?" Yi Daosheng pretends to be mysterious. "Let's talk about it back at the palace." The afterglow reflected on the palace wall, and Wu Hu drove the carriage away. This moment, outside the imperial study, a chamberlain came beside Li Dixuan and whispered in his ear for a while, "Go down." Li Dixuan got up and came inside the great hall, bowing. "Your Majesty, news has come from the Weiyang Palace side that Miss Dao stayed at the Empress place for a short while before leaving." Emperor Qin frowned slightly. "Why?" Li Dixuan added, "Back to your Majesty, Sword Sect Miss Tang Yun is at the Weiyang Palace." Emperor Qin sniffed and instantly understood what was going on. The Empress had always treated Tang Yun as her daughter-in-law, and had doted on this Tang Yun, and after getting to know Cheng Luo's identity, she naturally wouldn't give her a good look. The Empress, confused. She still doesn't understand Lao San, this kind of neglect of Miss Dao. If she lets Lao San know about it, I'm afraid there will be a gap between their mother and son. How many times have I said, let the young people's matters be dealt with by themselves? The Empress just won't listen. First she fixed 7 marriages for Lao San, and now Lao San has repudiated his wife, and still won't die. Then what else can Miss Tang compare to Miss Dao besides being from the Sword Sect? It's just, let's leave this matter to Old Third. Speaking of this, he seemed to have thought of something. Li Dixuan, I've been thinking about this for a long time, and I feel that Lao San has something odd going on. Li Dixuan's face suddenly changed drastically, tentatively inquiring, what does your Majesty mean? Emperor Qin added, I have found that Lao San has changed a lot during this period of time. The Kirin Pavilion invited generals, the Leech has failed many times. Lao San invited 3 war generals as soon as he went, isn't it too smooth? I suspect that there is a high level of guidance behind Lao San. You go and check if there are any newcomers in the royal family during this period of time. Li Dixuan bowed and bowed, old slave will go and do it. In fact, after Yi Daosheng left the imperial study, Emperor Qin began to think about it. All the signs indicated that Yi Daosheng had a high person by his side, and the object of his suspicion was Dao Cheng Luo. The enigmatic woman. It always felt like it was after the appearance of this woman that Yi Daosheng started to change. The other side. After Yi Daosheng returned to the king's mansion, at this time, Li Lingxian, Ji Yuan, and Duan Evil were preparing to eat, when they suddenly saw him walking towards the main hall, and they hurriedly got up to welcome him. Lingxian, your injuries. Li Lingxian said, let your highness worry, some minor injuries are just that, nothing serious. Yi Daosheng raised his hand and pressed down, sit down and talk. Ji Yuan laughed nervously, your highness, can we talk while eating no? Of course. Your highness, seeing that you are in a good mood, is there something good going on? Lingxian, father promised this king to form a new army, and also asked this king to take you to Tian City, to train in the sand, isn't that something to be happy about? Li Lingxuan's face shows joy, your highness, after we pacify King Tian's rebellion, we will be able to form a new army, right? Yi Daosheng nodded his head, indeed, and father has also given all of Tian City and the surrendered soldiers to this king, so in this battle to Tian City, victory is not allowed. Your highness, don't worry, with Ji Yuan and Dian Evil in place, along with the deployment of the last general, it is impossible for us to lose against the wolf riders under King Tian's command. Good, with your words, this king is relieved. You guys eat, have a good rest tonight, tomorrow at dawn we will set out for Tian City. Yi Daosheng signaled the three to sit down and eat, there was no need to see him off. He came inside the study alone, sitting in front of the wooden case, holding a pen and writing, soon he spilled out a lot on the paper. Looking at the contents of the paper he kept nodding his head, seemingly very satisfied with the look. Your highness, the crown princess asked me to come and tell you that Mr. Easy has returned. Ah Lian's voice sounded outside the study. Ah Lian, come in. Yi Daosheng picked up the paper and blew on it. When he heard the open door coming, he got up and went forward to hand the paper to Ah Lian. Give this piece of paper to your highness. During the time that this king is away, everything in the mansion will be at your highness's disposal, understand? Ah Lian understands. Go! After Ah Lian left, he didn't stay too long, he got up and walked towards the star-picking building. He was about to head to Tian City, he was going to bring Yi Dugu with him. A few moments later, came to the star-picking building. Yi Daosheng first saw a touch of silhouette, his face flooded. The hero is hard to pass by the beauty. Yi Dugu finally faced his heart to bring the Jade Kirin by his side. Missed love, he once again recovered, can only be more cherished than ever. Sir, this king seems to have come at a bad time. Yi Dugu smiled awkwardly, your highness, don't joke. He got up and came to meet him outside the star-picking building, bowing and bowing. Your highness, the old man was delayed by something, letting your highness be assassinated. It's a dereliction of duty on Dugu's part. No matter, this king is not fine. Yi Changxing said and paused, sir, this king is preparing to head to Tian City. I need you to accompany me on the same trip. I understand. Then this king won't bother. Mister, take it easy, if you need anything, just ask this king. The next day, early morning. A few fast horses galloped down the long street of Xianyang City, leaving the city and disappearing into the wilderness official road. This team was none other than Yi Daosheng and his group. This trip to Tian City, Ji Yuan, Li Lingxian, Wuhu, Yi Dugu, Deng Evil 5 people accompanied Yi Daosheng's side, originally wanted to transfer from the government of 500 to Qin elite together on the road. Later, Yi Daosheng thought about giving up this idea, take 500 sharp soldiers out of the city, the target is too big, but also affect their speed. After deciding to let Yi Daosheng go to Tian City, the Qin emperor gave him the golden dragon armor and the heavenly dragon long lance. In addition to that, he sent 10 superb war horses overnight. The good horses could travel thousands of miles in the day and 800 at night. Yi Daosheng seems to have 5 people around the Yi Dugu is enough. The power of the Jianghu who can be compared to Yi Dugu? He was a fierce man who killed the entire Jianghu with his own strength. In terms of war generals, Li Lingxian, who is unrivaled in wisdom and courage, and Ji Yuan and Deng Evil, who are 1 against 100, along the way, even if they encounter dangers, they are also infallible. The 6 of them galloped on their horses and pushed straight to Tian City, and wherever they passed, smoke and dust swept up and filled the air. Inside Tian City, the backyard of the royal residence, a black-robed man was sitting in front of Wu Tianxiong, and was lightly sipping from a teacup in his hand. Demon Lord, the 2 routes of Great Qin's troops will arrive at Tian City in the next few days, so is it possible to carry out our plan? The Disxia side is pressing hard. If we delay making a move, I'm afraid that the Disxia Dragon Tendency Legion will withdraw. The Demon Lord gently placed the teacup on the case. 100,000 demonic troops are assembled and handed over to you for deployment. This great battle can be kicked off. Or what I told you previously, we cannot let the 2 legions of Great Qin leave Taiming City alive. After exterminating Great Qin's Imperial Tomb and the 2 legions of Flying Tigers, the Qin Emperor will have no troops in his hands to deploy, and will only be able to watch as we kill our way into Xianyang City. Wu Tianxiong's face showed joy. With these words from the Demon Lord, I will immediately go ahead and deploy them. First let the 9 ghosts of Taihu Lake sneak into Taiming City, get rid of the city's guards, and then burn their provisions. Speaking of this, he looked like he had succeeded in his plot, and seemed to have thought of something else. Demon Lord, have the people sent to assassinate King Ning in Xianyang City returned to the demon race? No, the people were handed over to you, so this seat will not ask questions. As the Demon Lord spoke, he noticed that Wu Tianxiong's expression was a bit odd. What happened? Wu Tianxiong didn't dare to hide. Back to the demon lord. The demon race cultivators that were sent to assassinate, their whereabouts are completely unknown until now. This king thought that they had returned to the demon race, but now it seems that they should be in dire straits. Just what kind of person is secretly protecting this trashy Daosheng? 2 assassinations in a row have failed. A nobody, why bother putting him on your mind? The demon lord spoke in a cold voice. Of the Qin emperor's 3 princes, the only person who is a threat to us is the crown prince Chongqing. As for the Yin king, the Ning king, they don't even have the qualifications to be your rivals. Do you understand? Do not waste your time on such people. Wu Tianxiong slowly stood up and got up to walk towards the outside of the back court. It was on this day that a large number of Jianghu people infiltrated into Taiming City. Making a scene in Taiming City, the city was thrown into extreme chaos for a while. The people were in a state of panic and could not leave their homes. The city's generals died one after another, and the city's grain and grass went up in flames. However, the soldiers guarding the city could not track down the murderers. They came and went without a trace. 3 days later, Prince Chongqing, Li Jingsong's army was at the city. At this moment, the people in the city had already begun to flee, not daring to continue to stay in Taiming City. Ian, go see what's going on. Yi Chongqing asked Li Ian to go ahead and explore the situation. In a few moments, Li Ian went and returned, coming to Yi Chongqing's horse. Your Highness, the guards in Taiming City died, the grain and grass were all destroyed. The people felt that Taiming City could not be defended, which is why they chose to flee. Yi Chongqing's face sank, knowing that it was King Tian who had begun to enter the city. It is imperative that the people must be stabilized first. Galloping into the city with his horse, his figure appeared above the city. His vertical voice was like thunder. The people in the city listen. I am the current prince. This time I came to Taiming City is to eliminate the king of Tian. The imperial army has already entered the city. There is no need to panic. Stay in the city at ease. I assure you that as long as I am in Taiming City for 1 day, it will be impossible for the enemy army to attack the city. Taiming City is your home. Where can you go if you leave here? The voice resounded in the air, echoing for a long time. The people who had been rioting instantly quieted down, and after learning that the imperial army had arrived, their hanging hearts finally dropped and they chose to remain within the city. When the people returned to the city one after another, Yi Chongqing ordered the city gates to be closed, anticipating that King Tian would soon make his move, and the immediate solution was to defend Taiming City first, and then formulate a battle plan. On his way to Taiming City, he had talked with Li Jingsong many times about the war. King Wu Tianxiong of Tian is a brave and warlike general, and he has 100,000 Tian wolf riders under his command, and with the help of the Grand Xia Dragon Tendency Legion, he has a military strength that surpasses theirs. This battle was destined to be a long-lasting war. Pacify the people, the army all into the city is already nighttime. Yi Chongqing, Li Jingsong 2 people came to the guarding general's residence. After seeing the body, they concluded that the murderer is a Jianghu martial artist. Your Highness, judging from General Lu's injuries, this person is an expert with a sword. General Lu has been in the battlefield for a long time, yet he didn't even have a chance to fight back. The assassin's strength is not weak. I'm worried that there are still assassins hiding in the city that will be detrimental to Your Highness and the great general. Yi Chongqing said, the city is safe at the moment. King Tian's purpose was achieved by killing General Lu and burning the grain. The assassins will not remain. There are 100,000 soldiers in the city at the moment. If the assassin dares to come and commit another murder, he will undoubtedly be unable to escape. I got some news of King Tian from Mr. San Shang. This person boasts of being a lord of his generation, and is extremely conceited in his actions. I believe that the news of Lone's entry into the city has already reached his ears, and now he should be leading the wolf riders in person, and is on his way here. Saying this, he turned his head to look at Li Jingsong. Has the great general already sent scouts forward to investigate, in addition to sending the news of Taiming City back to the imperial capital? Scouts will be sent out in the late afternoon. Your Highness need not worry. Li Jingsong spoke in a deep voice. As for the issue of grain and grass, you can transfer some of it from within Lingyang City. The assassin and guardian of Lingyang are acquaintances of this general. They will definitely raise the rations and grass to send them at the first opportunity after receiving the news. Yi Chongqing nodded. It's still general who acts meticulously. The next step is the battle with King Tian. How much certainty does great general have in defeating King Tian? Li Jingsong hesitated. King Tian has the support of Xia, the demon race behind him. How much chance of winning this battle? The last general is not sure. Right now all we can do is to act in a static manner and respond to all changes with no change. Ian, you go and pass the order. This night, except for the soldiers on patrol, the other soldiers and generals take a good rest and recuperate. Yi Chongqing knew that when the sunrise rises in the east, this great battle kicks off. Chapter 45, Fellow Students, Ghosts. The setting sun is as beautiful as a picture, and the breeze intoxicates the evening sun. Outside the city of Nanyang, the sound of hoofbeats is strong. Suddenly see a line of people galloping to the horse. The people are no one else, it is Yi Daosheng's 6 people. Blue horse in the city below. At this moment the city gate has been closed. The city guards will hold up torches, shining in the Yi Daosheng line of people. Out of the question, who is coming? Nanyang city gate has been closed. All of you want to enter the city? Tomorrow morning rush. Hearing this, Yi Daosheng raises his hand and hands over a token to Li Lingxian, the latter vertical horse forward. The third highness of Great Qin is here. Open the door as soon as possible. The soldiers guarding the city refused to open the door on the grounds that it was getting late. You all better leave. Right now King Tian is plotting a rebellion. No one can enter the city after nightfall. Even the third highness is not allowed. Yi Daosheng was stunned. He did not blame the soldiers guarding the city. They were also duty-bound. It seems that they can only sleep in the wilderness tonight. At this time, on the city, the defending city general appeared. What happened? Back to the general. Someone from outside the city claimed to be the third highness and wanted us to open the city gates. Li Qingyun sniffed and took the torch to look outside the city. Open the door, it's the third highness. But, open the door, this general will bear the burden alone if anything happens. Li Qingyun said sternly, threw the torch to a side soldier and personally went forward to open the city gate. Yi Daosheng had already greeted the crowd and prepared to leave, making plans to spend the night in the wilderness, when he suddenly heard the city gates open behind him and lifted the reins back to his horse to look. Your Highness, stay back. Li Qingyun galloped forward. Your Highness, long time no see. Yi Daosheng was stunned, looking at Li Qingyun in front of him. Thoughts flew through his mind before he recalled information about the young general in front of him. Brother Qingyun, why are you in Nanyang City? Back to your Highness, my father came to Nanyang City as an assassin. Qingyun came here with him. I see, that's why I told you why you're not at the academy. Speaking of which, Li Qingyun and Yi Daosheng were considered to be classmates. In the past they were both disciples of the academy, and at that time Li Qingyun was Yi Daosheng's little follower. He had thought that relying on Yi Daosheng would bring benefits to the Li family, but he did not expect that his father would be transferred to Nanyang City, far away from the imperial capital. At that time, he wanted to go to Yi Daosheng and put in a good word for his father, but he heard that Yi Daosheng had not awakened his spiritual root in the imperial palace test, and was reduced to a royal son who was unable to cultivate, so he gave up on the idea of looking for Yi Daosheng's help. Following his father, he came to Nanyang City. He did not expect that after half a year's time, they would still be able to meet in Nanyang City. Your Highness, please follow me into the city. Yi Daosheng flew off his horse and walked towards the city with Li Qingyun chatting idly, learning from him that the crown prince's army had already left for some time. Because of King Tian's rebellion, all the cities in the northwest were tightly guarded, fearing that King Tian would take advantage of the situation. Your Highness is going somewhere. Tian City. Your Highness is going to Tian City to fight? Precisely. Li Qingyun's face showed excitement. Can your Highness take Qingyun with you? Qingyun is also a son of Great Qin, and would like to make a small contribution to guarding Great Qin. Saying this, he paused, mysteriously. Your Highness, Qingyun is now in command of 1,000-man cavalry. If your Highness needs it, I can take them through. Yi Daosheng pondered for a split second. Granted. The reason why he agreed to Li Qingyun, besides the fact that the two were fellow students, there was also the fact that Li Qingyun was loyal enough to saddle up to him when he was at the academy. Such a person could be used for him. Your Highness, tonight you first rest well in the Li Mansion. Tomorrow we will set off together to Tian City. Li Qingyun was so excited that his voice trembled as he spoke. In his opinion, meeting Yi Daosheng in Nanyang City was a chance for him to stay by Yi Daosheng's side once again, and if he went to Tian City this time, if he built a successful career, the Li Mansion would also rise with him. Soon the group came to the assassin's residence. Li Mu learned that Yi Daosheng personally came to meet, ordered people to prepare food and wine to the crowd. Li Mu was a very noble, stubborn middle-aged man. Through the conversation with him, Yi Daosheng vaguely guessed why he would be far away from the imperial capital, was transferred to Nanyang City as an assassin. People like him who are upright and can't tolerate sand in their eyes are not suitable for the temple. Their character is too rigid, and it's easy to offend people by speaking too straight. Although the talent is superb, but not appreciated. This pair of father and son is very interesting. Li Qingyun didn't learn a bit from his father, smooth in dealing with things, well versed in the world of human affairs, probably because he knew that his father's character couldn't survive in the official world. That's why he became left and right. Qingyun, tomorrow you will go to Tian City together with His Highness. The sand field is not like other places, the danger is everywhere, the clouds are treacherous, you must protect His Highness, understand? Li Mu said with a solemn face, putting down the chopsticks in his hand. Your Highness, you young people get together more, my humble servant will leave first. Yi Daosheng nodded his head. Thank you, Sir Li. Li Qingyun saw his father leave the great hall. He hurriedly spoke. Your Highness, take it easy, my father is this kind of character. Yi Daosheng raised his wine cup. Lord Li's character is good, this king quite likes it, not to be in the same stream, following the waves. Only by staying out of the way like this can you see everything clearly. Quite good, quite good. After dinner, Li Qingyun arranged the crowd to rest in the compartment and came alone inside Li Mu's study. Father, the child knows that he is wrong. Li Mu put down the scroll in his hand and raised his eyes to look at Li Qingyun. What is wrong with you? Li Qingyun added, child shouldn't have acted on his own and chose to travel to Tian City with Third Highness. Bang! Li Mu slapped the scroll on the paperwork. Qingyun, in your eyes is my father such a person who disregards the big picture? My son is a 7-foot man, a good son of Great Qin, wanting to guard Great Qin. How could my father not support him? For you to make such a decision, my father is really proud of you. The third prince has a deep chest, great talent, and a discerning eye. You'll learn a lot if you can stay by his side. Saying this, he came to the bookshelf and took down the long sword placed on it. At one time, my father also had a passionate blood, wanting to abandon the pen and join the army, to open up the territory for the Great Qin and establish an unparalleled feat. This sword has followed my father for many years, now I give it to you. A male child should ride the frontier and fight bravely to kill the enemy. Hearing these words from Li Mu, one can't help but think of a poem. Why don't men bring the Wu hook and collect the 50 states of the Guanshan Mountains? Please go to the Lingyan Pavilion for a while, if a scholar 10,000 vassals? Li Qingyun took the long sword handed by his father and lifted his hand to hold it tightly. Don't worry father, my son will go to protect your highness's safety and security, guard the territory of the Great Qin, and kill the rebel thieves. Li Mu comfortably patted Li Qingyun's shoulder. Rest early tonight, so that you can have the spirit to set out for Tian City tomorrow. The night was like ink and the moon was like a hook. The stars were bright and starlight spilled out. Yi Daoxing pushed open the attic window and leaned against it. The evening breeze brushed his face. Just at this moment, a few black shadows crossed from the attic next to the Li mansion. The silhouettes flickered and passed away, like ghosts in the darkness. It's too strange for these people to appear. There's something odd. Sir, follow me to take a look. In the darkness of the night, Yi Daoxing, Yi Dugu, and the two of them left the assassin's mansion, stepped into the night, and chased after the black shadows in the direction they left. All the way from the west of the city to the east of the city, the two of them stood proudly at the top of a pavilion, looking down, spotting the black-clothed men entering a restaurant. Yi Daoxing's sword eyebrow raised, curious as to what these people were doing here. Your Highness, these people are murderous. It seems that the person they want to assassinate should be in this restaurant. Let's take a look at the situation first. Yi Daoxing did not know who the assassins were targeting, so he did not intend to act rashly. Perhaps it was just a Jianghu strife. If it did not threaten Great Qin, he did not intend to intervene. At the moment, Great Qin was a troubled time, so it was better to do more than less. Just then, his face suddenly changed and he muttered, it's him. Yi Daoxing, there is someone your highness recognizes? Yi Daoxing nodded his head, the steward of the Tian King's residence. How did he appear here, and why on earth is he here? In the past, within the Flying Cloud Fort, he had a one-sided relationship with Yun Shou, and from Yu Rujiao's mouth, he learned Yun Shou's identity, as a housekeeper of the Tian Wangfu. Suddenly appearing here was too strange. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Clang! There was a sudden sound of soldiers clanging inside the restaurant, and Yi Daoxing's figure flashed close to the restaurant, looking down and taking everything in. At this moment, the soul guards in the restaurant were protecting Gu Qingcheng and withdrawing. Swords and sword shadows were spreading across, and the black-clothed people were madly closing in on Gu Qingcheng. It could be seen that the soul guards were no match for the black-clothed assassins. After a short exchange of blows, the ground was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Yi Daoxing realized that it was a big deal, and that the crown princess would be in danger if he didn't make a move. He had guessed why Yun Shou would appear here. The purpose was to capture Gu Qingcheng. With a hostage in hand, the crown prince could only throw his weight around. Sir, make your move. Your Highness, you know this woman? She is Imperial sister-in-law, the crown princess. With his hands behind his back, Yi Dugu floated down in the air and appeared in the courtyard, and as his sleeves fluttered, the majestic and domineering Tru Chi lifted the assassin out of the air. The sudden appearance of a strong person caused both Gu Qingcheng and Yun Shou to be startled and look at Yi Dugu suspiciously. Gu Qingcheng had thought that he would fall into the hands of King Tian tonight, and the soul guards under his command were well trained, yet they were still no match for the Jianghu martial artist. Yun Shou had already won, thinking that he could easily capture Gu Qingcheng, and with this woman he could pin down Yi Changqing, when Yi Dugu suddenly descended, shattering his beautiful dream. He forced himself to be calm and sized up Yi Dugu. Who are you? We are here on the orders of King Tian. Please give us face and don't interfere in this matter. Yi Dugu just protected Gu Qingcheng behind his back, ignoring Yun Shou's words. Just at this moment, Yi Daoxing's white coat flew and hunted as he came down to the courtyard in the air. Butler Yun, what a coincidence, we meet again. With those words, he turned his head to look at Gu Qingcheng, Imperial sister-in-law. Are you alright? Gu Qingcheng lost her color, looking at the reserved young man standing under the light, shocked, her heart like a drum. Daoshang. She couldn't believe that Yi Daoxing was a martial arts expert. With a strong person like Yi Dugu by his side, it seemed that the world had been deceived. Yi Daoxing is not the wasteful prince who was unable to cultivate, but the Great Qin's hidden overwhelmingly strong dragon. King Ning. Yunshou's pupils shrank as he looked at Yi Daosheng in disbelief. Until this moment, he finally understood why several assassinations in a row had ultimately failed. King Ning, you are hiding so deeply, the world has been fooled by you. Yi Daosheng laughed. This king has never hidden himself. This king is just keeping a low profile. I can't tell the world that this king is invincible. That kind of thing, this king really can't do it. Saying this, he raised his hand and pointed it straight at Yunshou. Sir, he stays alive, everyone else is killed. Yunshou's figure swept like a ghost, watching the crowd dazzled, until the figure fell in a pool of blood. They had not seen clearly how Yunshou actually struck. In an instant, Yunshou was left in the courtyard. The old man stood in the night wind, completely messed up, boasted that he had been with King Tian for many years. What kind of strong people have seen, but had never seen such a horrible martial artist as Idugu. What exactly is his cultivation? Yi Daosheng came to Yunshou step by step. Tell me, what has King Tian deployed? Yunshou was horrified. King Ning, don't be whimsical, I won't tell you anything. Is that so? Yi Daosheng raised his hand and sheathed his day-by-day sword. A sword light cut through space, followed by a miserable scream. Yunshou's right arm flew out. Can you say it now? This king really doesn't want to torture you. As long as you are honest, this king will not kill you. Yunshou lost an arm. His resentful gaze looked at Yi Daosheng. In his eyes Yi Daosheng was a demon. If I say it, you really won't kill me? Yi Daosheng nodded his head. Of course, this king will never go back on his word. Yunshou pondered for an instant and slowly spoke. King Ning, what do you want to know? Yi Daosheng said, tell this king everything you know about King Tian's collusion with the demon race and the Great Xia. Yunshou had seen Yi Daosheng's means. He didn't dare to have the slightest concealment, and immediately told everything he knew. The words fell. He looked at Yi Daosheng timidly. At this time he had lost a lot of blood, and his face was already pale as paper. Yi Daosheng got everything he wanted to know, nodded his head with great satisfaction. Sir, kill it. Yunshou? He hissed and cursed. King Ning, didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? Yi Daosheng nodded. Yes, this king said he wouldn't kill you, that's why I let you sir do it. Yunshou, you're putting this aside to mess with me. Yi Daosheng raised his hand, a sword sealed his throat. Yunshou fell in a pool of blood and died in peace. Yi Daosheng turned around and came to Gu Qingqing's side. Sister-in-law, it's not safe here, come with me. Gu Qingqing heard this and looked at Yi Daosheng in shock, suddenly realizing that the young man in front of her was so strange. She had never understood Yi Daosheng, but now she realized that the world had underestimated him. Good. Imperial sister-in-law, this is to go to Tian City to look for imperial brother? Gu Qingqing nodded. Yes, I did not see your imperial brother when I went to Hango Pass, that's why I was preparing to head to Tian City. I did not expect to encounter assassins here, thanks to your timely appearance, otherwise the consequences would be unimaginable. Imperial sister, Dao Shang was ordered to head to Tian City to help your imperial brother, so it's just right to escort your imperial sister along. Good. That night, Yi Daosheng brought Gu Qingqing back to the Li mansion and arranged it in a separate courtyard. Under the lone lamp, Yi Daosheng sat beside the paperwork. Sir, the problem of the war generals is solved. What about the Jianghu cultivators that King Tian has assembled? He learned from Yunshou that King Tian had assembled 3,000 Jianghu martial artists under his command. The threat of the legions of the Great Xia and the Demon Clan was great, and these Jianghu cultivators were not to be underestimated. When Yunshou heard this, he slowly raised his arm. Your Highness, the Jianghu cultivators can be easily dealt with this item. Nanyang City, Li Mansion. In the attic, Yi Daosheng looked at the token that Idugu handed over and showed a puzzled look. Sir, a token can make the Jianghu cultivators obey his words. Idugu sips a mouthful of wine, moves forward and pushes open the window. The evening breeze brushes his face. Your Highness, don't underestimate this token. It represents supreme power in the Jianghu. Yi Daosheng played with the token in his hand, did not find anything special, not even any characters or totems, plain and simple. Sir, this order is Allied Lord Order. Above the 9 states, there are only 2 of this order. Idugu spoke in a deep voice. Now that your Highness has this order, you have the same rights as the Martial Alliance Master, and can order the Jianghu group of heroes. Those who do not follow the Allied Lord's order when they see it will be hunted down and killed by all the forces in the Jianghu, and there will be no more hiding places in the entire Jianghu. Yi Daosheng looked at the Alliance Master order in his hand, did not expect a small token has such a great energy. A order in hand, Jianghu I have, Tianwang convened by the Jianghu martial artists to him not the slightest threat, but instead can also be used for him. Sir, was once a martial arts ally. Idugu laughed. Your Highness, that was all a long time ago, and the current martial arts alliance master has to call out an ancestor when he sees me. When you see your Highness, you have to call out to your granduncle. Yi Daosheng put away the alliance master's order. Sir, take an early rest, we still have to rush tomorrow. He knew that Idugu was a man with a great story. As the evening breeze struck and the moonlight spilled down, a hint of loneliness could be seen on Idugu. The next day, early morning, Li Qingyun gathered 1,000 cavalrymen under his command outside the mansion, and came alone to Yi Daosheng's small courtyard, and waited until the silhouette walked out of the room. He hurriedly greeted him. Your Highness, when are we going to depart? Depart immediately, Yi Daosheng said, walking towards the courtyard where Gu Qingcheng was resting. After an incense burnt, Yi Daosheng, Gu Qingcheng, Ji Yuan, Dian Evil, Li Lingxian, Wu Hu and the others walked out from within the Li mansion. Li Qingyun had been in Xianyang City for some time, so he naturally recognized the crown princess. He was just a bit curious. Yesterday when he picked up Yi Daosheng into the city, he did not see the crown princess. So when did Gu Qingcheng live in the Li mansion? There were too many questions in his heart, but he did not open his mouth to ask. Imperial sister-in-law, you are traveling with me to Taiyan City. The people escorting you, let them go back. Gu Qingcheng had seen Yi Daosheng's methods and was clear that the strength of his entourage around him was far above that of the soul guards, so he immediately ordered the soul guards to leave. The sun rose in the east, and the morning sun shrouded it. On the official road in the wilderness, Yi Daosheng and his party galloped along. The only difference was that he had Gu Qingcheng and 1,000 cavalrymen by his side. From the moment he stepped out of Nanyang City, Li Qingyun had ordered the 1,000 cavalry to follow Yi Daosheng's orders, and also asked Yi Daosheng to give a name to this cavalry. Yi Daosheng was also surprised, did not expect Li Qingyun to be a good hand at practicing soldiering, sort of reacquainted with this former classmate, so he gave the 1,000 cavalry the name Huban. Outside Taiming City. After the successive assassination of the city's guards by the Jianghu martial artists, Yi Changqing knew that King Taiyan's army would soon arrive, and the truth was just as he had guessed. 3 armies were under the city, surrounding Taiming City. 100,000 demonic armies were located outside the North City Gate, the Grand Xia Dragontang Legion was located outside the South City Gate, and the Wolf Riders under King Taiyan's command were arrayed under the East City. All 300,000 troops surrounded the city, killing and shouting. The earth trembles and shakes, as if the next moment the city will collapse. On the city, the drums were beating fiercely, and the defenders realized that the army was surrounding the city and sent out signals one after another, and the enemy army was like a flood that broke the embankment, which made the defenders terrified. Crown Prince Changqing, Li Jingsong, Xiangwar, 3 people mounted the city, very far away to see, flags hunting, horse long hissing. The cold light emanating from the weapon is extremely intimidating. Your Highness, 300,000 troops outside the city. If we attack the city at the same time, we won't be able to defend it for long. What the great general means is. Yi Changqing looked sideways at Li Jingsong. The scouts have sent word that Wu Tianxiong is among the wolf riders in front of us. The great general goes to the north gate to die and block the 100,000 demon army. General Xiang goes to the north gate to fight with the Dragontang Legion. No matter what, we can't let them attack the city. Li Jingsong showed a worried look on his face. Your Highness, you're not really planning to go out of the city to face Wu Tianxiong, are you? Yi Changqing said, shooting a man first, capturing a thief first, everything is because of Wu Tianxiong. After killing him, the dust will settle. Your Highness, think twice, this move is just too risky. Just as the two of them were speaking, Xiang Zhan suddenly spoke up. Your Highness, looking at the way Wu Tianxiong's army is arrayed, it seems that they don't intend to forcefully attack Taiming City. Previously, Wu Tianxiong sent his men to destroy the city's provisions. If he surrounds but does not attack, how long can we hold out? By then, we can make the city's army fall apart without spending a single soldier. General Xiang, tell us your thoughts. Xiang Zhan was silent for a split second. Your Highness, send a small number of soldiers to guard the north and south gates. I will personally trap the dead soldiers to go out of the city to kill Wu Tianxiong. Yi Changqing knew that Xiang Zhan was ready to go to his death. Wanting to take Wu Tianxiong's head in the midst of 10,000 soldiers was just too difficult. Day. The sound of horses' hooves came from outside the city. The 3 of them followed the sound and found a fast horse galloping, followed by a pale wolf on one side of the horse's back, and on the horse's back was a gnarled man, clad in half of a battle armor, wrapped with a thick iron chain over and over again, looking murderous as if he were a murderous god from hell. This person was none other than the number 1 demon general under the demon lord's command, Barbarian Wushuang. There were strange tattoos painted on his face, as if it was a hungry wolf with its mouth open, hideous and terrifying to look at. A few moments later, Barbarian Wushuang strangled his horse at the bottom of the city, and his vertical voice was like thunder. Listen to the Qin army inside the city, quickly open the city gate and surrender, or else when this general kills his way into the city, he will surely dismantle you all. The voice resounded in the air, echoing for a long time. The 3 crown princes' faces sank like water, listening to Barbarian Wushuang's provocative voice, suddenly a little confused about Wu Tianxiong's intentions. Your Highness, this general has shaken the heart of the army. The last general will volunteer to go out of the city to fight with one of them. Yi Changqing hesitated for a moment. General Xiang, be careful. Xiang Zhan lifted a lance and left the city. Not long after the city gates opened, he led 1,000 Imperial Mausoleum legions to charge out of the city and darted in front of Barbarian Wushuang. Who is the coming general? Leave your name. This general never kills nameless people. Great Qin, Xiang Zhan. Barbarian Wushuang didn't seem to be unfamiliar with the name Xiang Zhan. So you are the commander of the Imperial Mausoleum Legion. This general came just to kill you. Eat my axe. He forcefully clamped his horse's belly and swung the heaven-opening axe in his hand towards Xiang Zhan to kill him, while at the same time a wolf rider transmitted the news of Xiang Zhan's exit from the city to King Tian. When Wu Tianqiong heard this, he smiled and said, "It seems that the only available war generals under Yi Changqing's command are Xiang Zhan and Li Jingsong. There is no problem with the news we got. Inform the third princess of Daxia that they can attack the city." Underneath Tai Ming City, the Daxia Dragontang Legion was standing by. The two at the head were none other than third princess Xiao Lingfei and great general Li Mubai. At this moment, the general sent by Wu Tianqiong appeared. "Third princess, General Li, you can attack the city now." Li Mubai looked towards the left flank. "Han Beihe, lead the vanguard army to attack the city." With a command, Han Beihe led his soldiers and horses and approached the southern gate of Taiming City with a ladder. For a while, the wilderness was filled with murderous shouts and the sweeping iron and blood murderous aura shrouded the city's head. Seeing this, the defending war general was horrified, and immediately sent someone to inform the crown prince, at the same time ordering the soldiers on the city to prepare for the battle. All the generals had their swords drawn, and the rolling stones and flowing logs had already been raised, just waiting for the Dragontang army to approach. At this moment, on the wilderness outside the east city, Xiang Zhan and barbarian Wushuan were fighting fiercely together. The latter, as a demon general, has boundless strength and has practiced all kinds of defensive martial arts, making him invulnerable to swords and spears. Xiang Zhan is quite famous in Qin, but the world only knows that Qin has famous generals like Qin Shi, Qin Jian and Li Jingsong, and Xiang Zhan seems to be a bit insignificant under their great fame. Even in the imperial court is not valued, just let him guard the royal tomb. Unbeknownst to him, all of this was deliberately done by the Qin emperor in order to hide this divine general. Then look at the wilderness of the two fought, a battle down. Barbarians Wushuang actually gradually fell into the wind, thought that can easily beat Xiang War, but things did not go as expected. A pole of dragon bard gun let Xiang Zhan dance the stove perfect, powerful, tricky and treacherous. People cannot defend, can see Xiang Zhan's gunmaster out of everyone. The world has underestimated General Xiang. Hearing the words of the crown prince, Li Jingsong nodded his head with great satisfaction. General Xiang's valor is unmatched, a rising star. It won't be long before Great Qin doesn't need the old man. Why do you say that, Great General? We need a rising star like General Xiang and Great Qin. We also need a pillar of the country like Great General. You can't have one without the other. Your Highness, Wu Tianqiong sent this person just to test the waters. I'm afraid that we will soon start attacking the city. As soon as Li Jingsong's words fell, a soldier mounted the city and ran towards them at a brisk pace. Your Highness, the Daxia Dragontang army has begun to attack the city. When Yi Changqing heard this, his face suddenly changed drastically. Great General, I'll leave this place to you. I'll go to the southern city to defend it. Li Jingsong was just about to open his mouth. The silhouette was already far away. The crown prince with Li Yian and his war generals, galloping on horseback, appeared in the south city. This moment, the great battle in South City had already kicked off. Han Beihe personally led the dead soldiers to attack the city. These people regarded death as a homecoming, and in the face of the Qin army's counterattack, did not retreat in the slightest, but instead, the attack intensified. By the time Yi Changqing ascended the city, the Longting army's ladder was already on the city wall, and a steady stream of enemy troops were ascending along the ladder, and despite the Qin army's tight defense, there were still fish that escaped the net. The enemy army could ascend the city at any time. Yi Changqing knew that the commander of the Dragontang army was Li Mubai, who was from the Kirin Pavilion and was known as the world's godly generals along with Qin Shi and a few others, while Li Mubai was famous for his formations. If one wanted to go out of the city to fight, there was almost no chance of winning. Once caught in the military formation, it will be difficult to escape. Ian, fetch Lone's crossbow. The crown prince, who had achieved remarkable results in both civil and martial arts competitions at the four great colleges competition, took the bow and crossbow handed over by Li Ian, flicked the bow and arrow, and pointed it directly at Han Beihe. Phew! Shoo! Flying vectors broke through the air and shot towards Han Beihe. Han Beihe had already climbed the ladder. The sudden flying vectors made him startled, and he hastily turned sideways to avoid them, and after luckily dodging two arrows, he still wanted to continue to climb. The prince's three flying vectors flew in unison, directly forcing Han Beihe out of the ladder. His figure fell onto the wilderness, falling backwards one after another. Staggering, he found his shoulder had been penetrated by the flying vectors, and blood was gurgling. Han Beihe looked up at first glance, his ruthless gaze landing on Yi Changqing, lifting his hand to pull out the flying vectors from his shoulder, roaring with a vertical voice, "Attack!" In the Dragontang army, Xiao Lingfei, Li Mubai and the two of them saw Han Beihe fall into the wilderness. All of them were shocked. Such things had never happened in the great battles of the past. Han Beihe has never been invincible. Attacking the city, no one can block his attack. The two men looked up at the city with their heads high and spotted Yi Changqing's figure. Great General, the person guarding the city is Prince Changqing. Let the clan martial artists capture him. Once Crown Prince Changqing falls into our hands, the Qin Emperor will definitely throw his weight around. Your Highness, isn't it not a good idea to expose our full strength at this time? Please think twice, Your Highness. Li Mubai spoke out to remind, Your Highness, don't worry, Timing City can't stand it. This person, Wu Tianxiong, has huge ambitions, we still need to plan for the long term. Xiao Lingfei was eager to make a success, but her mind recalled Emperor Xiao's instruction that everything must be listened to Li Mubai's deployment when engaging in battle on the sands. She could only choose to compromise. Li Xingyun, go to the bottom of the city and shout to the Crown Prince Chongqing to come out of the city and surrender, otherwise I will personally lead the army to kill the city. Li Mubai spoke in a deep voice and paused. Huang Yunzhang, roll out the chariots, you lead the heavy armored soldiers forward to help Han Beihei. 1 hour later, Ben will see the city gates open. Huang Yunzhang was a burly man, holding a square sky painting halberd and wearing gilt black armor, looking domineering. He was precisely the commander of the heavy armor soldiers under Li Mubai's command. His bravery was breathtaking. Rumble, rumble. The heavy armored soldiers holding battle shields, spears step by step came out from the army, pushing the chariots towards the city gate. Yi Chongqing saw this, his face suddenly changed, knowing that Li Mubai was planning to attack the city at all costs. Just at this moment, Li Xingyun holding a 10 feet 8 snake spear, strangling his horse at the bottom of the city, his vertical voice like thunder. Yi Chongqing, quickly open the city gate to surrender, my general can keep your life, otherwise wait until we kill the city gate, we'll definitely wash the whole Timing City in blood, let the people of the whole city to pay the price for your stupidity. Yi Chongqing tightly gripped the dragon abyss sword on his waist, his face was horribly gloomy. Ji Zixuan, Shangwan Bodhisatta, Xiao, Gao Changtian, the 4 of you will accompany Lone out of the city to kill the enemy. Ji Zixuan said, Your Highness, you must not be reckless, the Dragon Tang Legion's guard is Li Mubai, this person is a trickster. Letting the enemy generals below the city shout, the purpose is to provoke Your Highness. Your Highness cannot fall for the trick. Yi Chongqing shook his head with a solemn expression. Li Mubai is also a human being, and although he has the title of General of Long Victory, I am planning to give it a try. Saying this, he paused and continued, you and the 4 of you are the tough generals among the Great Qin's sharp warriors, are you still afraid of Li Mubai? Don't you guys want to fight this legendary war general? Kill him and you guys will be famous all over the world. Wouldn't he know Li Mubai's toughness? Nay, the only way for the current situation was to fight out of the city. Li Mubai and Wu Tianxiong were only allied. Once the Dragon Tang army under his command suffered a heavy blow, he would definitely choose to retreat. The prince is gambling Li Mubai and Wu Tianxiong's alliance, not to a solid situation. The world was bustling, all for the sake of profit. When the world is bustling, it is all for profit. Li Mubai led a 100,000-strong army into Qin, aiming to get a piece of the pie, and if he learned that he was being used by Wu Tianxiong, he would be extremely angry. Yi Chongqing knew what he had to do. As long as he planted the seeds of doubt in Li Mubai's heart, there was a chance for this great battle to turn around. Rumble, rumble. The city gates suddenly opened. Yi Chongqing was clad in silver armor, hanging a dragon abyss at his waist, holding a bright silver spear, galloping out of the city on horseback, and behind him was none other than Ji Zixuan, Shangwan Bodhisattva, and Xiao Wu leading 10,000 of Great Qin's sharpest soldiers following closely behind him. And he left Gao Changtian inside the city. Once they fell into the siege, let Gao Changtian close the city gates, by then they will find a way to break out. Suddenly saw Yi Chongqing leading his troops to kill out, on the wilderness Li Xingyun, Huang Yunzhang, Han Beihai, 3 generals are showing shocked colors. 100,000 Dragon Tang army lined up outside the city. At this time Yi Chongqing still dared to go out of the city. They are a little bit unable to understand this wave of Yi Chongqing's operation. Truly there is a way to heaven that you don't go, and there is no door to hell that you come to join. The 3 of them immediately rushed towards Yi Chongqing from different directions, and the battle was about to start. Yi Chongqing put his lance on the side of his horse, his voice was like thunder, kill, follow me to hit the enemy army. See the crown prince first, killed in the forefront, the Great Qin elite hobby to the fighting spirit, followed closely behind the Yi Chongqing, wherever they passed, the murderous atmosphere filled, flying sand and stones rolled. Great Qin elite soldiers, they are well trained, invincible, has always been an elite army that makes the world's countries scared, can be called a war machine. Although their numbers were small, no one had ever dared to underestimate them. This moment. In the distance, in the enemy camp, Li Mubai frowned tightly, caught in doubt. With the Dragon Tang army besieging the city, the Crown Prince Chongqing still dared to go out of the city for a battle. He had the courage and the guts, but how could 10,000 Great Qin elite soldiers shake the Dragon Tang army? After this battle, he will capture the Crown Prince Chongqing alive and wipe out all the Qin warriors. After this, the name of the strongest army in the world will not belong to the Dragon Tang army. Great General, it turns out that Crown Prince Chongqing is a reckless person, and at this time, if he goes out of the city to fight, it's equivalent to surrendering Timing City to us. Li Mubai looked sideways at Princess Xiao Lingfei. Princess, Crown Prince Chongqing is the lord of the world. He definitely wouldn't know that going out of the city is a dead end and still lead his sharp warriors to go out of the city for a battle. I think he will have a backhand. As he spoke, he gripped the Qian Kuan prisoner dragon rod in his hand, his gaze kept falling on Yi Changqing, ready to strike at any time. Princess, we can capture Crown Prince Changqing alive in this battle, and the Timing City battle will soon come to an end, and by then the initiative of this battle will fall into our hands. Wu Tianxiong thinks that he can do whatever he wants with the help of the demon race, he is still too naive. Xiao Lingfei gazed intently at the great battle on the wilderness in front of her. Great General, will General Huang and the three of them be able to defeat Crown Prince Changqing? Should we send someone to help? Li Mubai was lighthearted. The Crown Prince Changqing is the Crown Prince of a country. How has he ever experienced a battlefield fight? The three of them, Huang Yunjiang, are all tough generals who have been in the battlefield for a long time. They can easily defeat the Crown Prince Changqing. Later, the princess is ready to follow me into the city. He was very confident in the three generals, Huang Yunjiang, Li Xingyun, and Han Beihei, but was that really the case? As Yi Changqing led the Qin warriors forward, the heavily armored soldiers stood by, their heavy battle shields standing on the wilderness, like a wall as solid as gold. Huang Yin war command, the sky arrows like flying locusts, from the night sky pouring down, enveloped in the sharp soldiers. Yi Changqing see, the hands of the bright silver gun waved like a windmill. The flying vectors were knocked down and did not enter the ground. He rode first, holding the gun rushed to kill. The momentum is magnificent and domineering, although 10 million people, I go. Huang Yin war observation, force clip horse belly, holding the square sky painting halberd to meet up. In a moment, the two people's weapons have been entangled together, wide open, deadly moves. Shangguan Bodhisattva, Ji Zishuan, Gao Yuntian, Xiao Wu, four generals led the army, as if the dike of the torrent, towards the heavy armor soldiers to kill. At the same time, Han Beihei and Li Xingyun appeared, strangling their horses and blocking the way. Bang! Bang! The sound of weapons clashing spread out. Yi Changqing and Huang Yunjian fought for more than 100 rounds, and even fought with difficulty. Their horses rose up in the air, emitting a long roar. I didn't expect Prince Qin's battle power to be so strong. This general has underestimated you. Yi Changqing said. Huang Yin war, one of the 5 tiger generals of the Great Xia, you have some battle power, but it's a pity that you have no brain like Li Mubai. Great Xia's 100,000 dragon tongue army allied with Wu Tianxiong, wanting to destroy Great Qin. But have you ever thought that Great Qin's foundation is solid? Wu Tianxiong is just a rebel, he has a chance to win? Dragon Tang, demon army, wolf riders are under the city, only your Dragon Tang army is frantically attacking the city, don't you find it strange? Huang Yunjiang swung the square sky painting halberd in his hand to run through the air down. Prince Qin, what are you trying to say? Yi Changqing added, what I want to say is, you guys are just a pawn in Wu Tianxiong's hands, letting you guys attack the city here and fight to the death against the Great Qin elites. Wu Tianxiong will sit back and watch the tigers fight, and wait until we lose both of us, then he can easily get Timing City and massacre your Dragon Tendency army. With the Demon Army and Wolf Riders joining forces, you have the strength to stop the Dragon Tongue army when they are heavily defeated? Saying this, he paused and continued, go back and tell Li Mubai that he is too stupid to be ranked as the world's divine general. Huang Yunjian was a little disoriented at the sound of his voice. If it was really like what Prince Changqing said, they were merely giving Wu Tianxiong a graft by fighting so hard. At this time, Yi Changqing saw the right moment. Silver spear swept horizontally. The sharpness of the tip of the spear was a stone's throw away from Huang Yunjiang's neck. If it was an inch longer, it would be able to seal his throat with a single shot. Huang Yunjiang panicked. Bone-chilling cold instantly attacked the whole body. He lifted the reins back to the horse toward the army wildly ran over. Yi Changqing did not chase the horse, knowing that his purpose has been achieved. As long as Huang Yunjiang brings the news back, the seeds of suspicion will grow unchecked in Li Mubai's heart. In the center of the enemy formation, Li Mubai suddenly saw Huang Yunjiang returning with his horse. His face showed a puzzled look. General Huang, why are you withdrawing? Great General, we have been trapped. Li Mubai raised his sword eyebrow. Why do you say that? Huang Yunjiang said, Great General, the 3 armies are at the bottom of Timing City, only we are attacking the city. King Tian's wolf cavalry and the devil army are all pressing on. Wu Tianxiong is trying to make us and the Great Qin elites fight to the death, so that he can reap the benefits. Li Mubai nodded his head and seemed to have thought of something. Prince Changqing told you these, right? Exactly. Li Mubai said angrily, this general and the princess have long guessed Wu Tianxiong's intentions. Our target in this battle is the Crown Prince Changqing. Capturing him is the same as holding the Qin Emperor's lifeline. Huang Yunjiang smiled awkwardly. So General had planned this. I will go and capture the Qin Crown Prince alive. Li Mubai lifted the reins of his horse. Knight, you go with this general to capture Crown Prince Changqing. A cavalry troop followed closely behind Li Mubai and killed towards Yi Changqing. Seeing this, Huang Yunjiang hurriedly chased after him. His speed was strangely fast. Meanwhile, on the wilderness far away from Timing City, Yi Daosheng and his party appeared. Suddenly seeing the people fleeing in haste on the official road, he strangled his horse and flew down to inquire. Old man, you came from Timing City? Like the old brother to give old fan a 5-star praise, remember to urge more, give a free gift, love you guys, Mwada. When the new book is up, please you a dragon ah. In the wilderness, the old man who escaped from Taiming City was stopped by Yi Daosheng, who observed that the old man was carrying just some simple fine soft things in his bag, indicating that he had left in a hurry. Yi Daosheng had already guessed that there should be a war in the direction of Taiming City. The old man was obviously frightened, and it was only after he had identified himself and repeatedly pressed him that the old man chose to speak. Fighting, fighting. Taiming City is already surrounded, it will fall soon, it's better for the official not to go. After saying this he walked briskly towards walking away, not daring to have the slightest stay. Yi Daosheng realized the seriousness of the matter, immediately flew onto his horse and galloped furiously towards the direction of Taiming City. Lingxian, how long does it take to rush from this place to Taiming City? Back to your highness, we can arrive at dusk. You guys follow this king one step ahead. Yi Daosheng said, looking at Li Qingyun, you lead 1,000 Huban army to come afterward, act as you see fit, understand? Li Qingyun nodded, your highness don't worry, leave it to me. Lao San, Xianggong is in danger, I want to go forward with you. Gu Qingqing suddenly spoke, her gaze firmly looking at Yi Daosheng, don't worry, I won't be a burden to you. Yi Daosheng wanted to say something, but the words reached his mouth and swallowed back, depart. The steed resembled the wind soughing, and instantly disappeared on the official road. He just wanted to get to Taiming City at the first time, worrying about late changes. Under Taiming City, Li Mubai and Xiao Lingfei knew Wu Tianxiong's intentions but still sent out their war generals to meet the battle. Their real target was Crown Prince Chongqing, wanting to capture Yi Chongqing to blackmail the Qin Emperor. Crown Prince Chongqing had thought that Li Mubai would choose to preserve his strength after learning of King Tian's plot, but he never expected that the Dragon Tang army would choose to meet the battle. Not good, the target of the Great Xia enemy army is your highness. Shangguan Bodhisattva realized this and galloped his horse to Yi Chongqing's side. Your highness, quickly return to the city, the enemy army is trying to capture your highness alive. If his highness falls into the hands of Xia, this great war Qin will fall into passivity, his majesty will be at his wit's end. Yi Chongqing sat on the back of his horse, scanning the sands for the enemy generals that were galloping towards him, knowing that he couldn't return to Taiming City, and that at this moment, the four generals, Han Beiha, Li Xingyun, Ji Knight, and Huang Yunzhang, were leading the troops and horses that were charging towards him. Retreating, the enemy army could possibly take advantage of the opportunity to kill their way into the city. The only thing to do at the moment was to fight to the death. Li Mubai wants to capture Lone, it's not that easy, he must be made to pay a heavy price. Let him know that the great Qin sharpshooters are undefeated. All generals listen to the order, fight with Lone. If the blood doesn't run dry, we will not rest until we die. The sound resounded in the air, echoing for a long time. Behind them, 10,000 of Qin's sharp soldiers shouted in unison, Qin has sharp soldiers, who will fight with them? Qin has sharp warriors, who will fight with them? The killing shout shook the sky, and the morale was high. Yi Chongqing was the first to go, holding a bright silver spear and rushed out. His eyes fell on Li Xingyun. His spear seemed to be a flash of streaming fire, roaring to, and clashed with his weaponry. Shangguan Bodhisattva, Ji Zixuan, Xiao Wu, three generals and Huang Yun War, Ji Knight, Han Beiha, they battled together. The battle between them is a chess match. The sound of weapons clashing was deafening. A dozen rounds down, the banners and drums were equal, undefeated, which was normal. The three Huangyan battle generals were the generals of the Dragon Tang army, valiant and battle-hardened, and the Shangguan Bodhisattva was a fierce general among the sharp warriors, second only to Qin Shi, Li Jingsong, and Qin Jian among the generals of the Great Qin. Especially Shangguan Bodhisattva, extraordinary courage, no one can be, once in Qin Shi's command to participate in the great battle of Yunqian, killing in and out of the battle, the courage is unbearable, killed 2,000 enemies. Afterward, he returned to the capital and was appointed as General Wu Wei, and the Qin Emperor left him among the great Qin sharpshooters. At the moment, he and Ji Knight fought a fierce battle, both of them are good at making spears, and they have already fought on horseback with their spears, you and I, unusually fierce. The great Qin warriors and the Dragon Tang Legion were both elite legions of the two countries, and the battle began, and it was difficult to distinguish between the winners and losers for a while. Li Mubai relied on the fact that he had a lot of people and was ready to start a wheel war. In his opinion, Prince Chongqing led 10,000 people out of the city, a few rounds of battle down to exhaustion, no longer have the power to fight, then is the lamb to be slaughtered. This moment, the news that the Crown Prince Chongqing had left the city to meet the battle had already reached Wu Tianxiong's ears. The corner of his mouth lifted up in a triumphant smile. Yunlang, Fuzong, the two of you lead the wolf riders to go to the southern city with this king. He left barbarian Wushuang here to hold Xiangzhan and Li Jingsong back, and went forward to capture Yi Chongqing himself. With the crown prince in hand, Taiming City would not break without attack. There was another important reason, absolutely cannot let the Crown Prince Chongqing fall into Li Mubai's hands, otherwise with this bargaining chip, the ultimate beneficiary would be the Grand Xia Empire. On the top of the city, when Li Jingsong saw Wu Tianxiong leading the wolf riders to run wildly towards the south city, he screamed in his heart that it was not good. He turned his head to look at the partial general and asked, how is the situation of the Crown Prince in the South City? Back to the great general, the Crown Prince has led his troops out of the city. Li Jingsong pained, know that the Crown Prince is still too young, defend the city still have a chance of survival, out of the city battle is not a sheep into the tiger's mouth? He wanted to lead troops to rescue the Crown Prince, but he was unable to do so. Outside the city 100,000 wolf riders eyeing, once there is no his guard, the wolf riders will start attacking the city at any time. Quickly go to the southern city to check on the Crown Prince's situation, and come report anytime there is any situation. Sound the gold. He ordered the drums to sound the gold, wanting Xiang Zhan to return to the city so that he can take a break to aid the Crown Prince, and a loud rumbling sound spread out, like a thunderbolt striking his heart. Xiang Zhan heard the sound, lifted the reins back to his horse, not to tangle with barbarian Wushuang, and led the people to prepare to return to the city, but behind him, barbarian Wushuang did not give him the chance to leave at all. Hissing Wind came with his horse and once again engaged Xiang Zhan. Want to leave, have you asked me? Xiang Zhan could only give up and go back to the city, continue to fight with barbarian Wushuang. Both of them knew it in their hearts and were clear that they could not kill each other. Barbarian Suer, go and assist your elder brother, we cannot let this general return to Tai Ming City alive. Don't worry lord, leave it to me. Barbarian Shuer was a brat, holding dual hammers, and riding his horse towards Xiang Zhan to kill him. While Wu Tianxian left to go to the southern city, the enemy army had the demon lord sitting in the center, sitting on his chariot, leisurely as if everything was under his control. At dusk, heaven and earth gradually darkened. The breeze was gentle, the air was filled with the smell of blood. Li Jingsong stood on the city's head, his cheeks were full of worry. Under the joint attack of the two barbarian Wushuang brothers, Xiang Zhan had held on for so long, and was already at the end of his strength. If he continues to fight, he will surely fall. He gripped the spear in his hand and got up, ready to leave the city to rescue Xiang Zhan. Just at this moment, a soldier came forward and whispered in Li Jingsong's ear for a while. What did you say? King Ning is here? How could His Majesty let the King of Ning come to Tai Ming City at this time of the year to risk his life? Where is the man? Back to General, immediately ascending the city. Li Jingsong turned his head to look over. On the city pool, Li Jingsong was worried. In his opinion, the Qin Emperor letting Yi Daxing come forward to Tai Ming City at this time was to make it difficult for him. The enemy army was surrounding the city, the Crown Prince was already in danger of living or dying. Ning King Yi Daxing cannot cultivate martial arts, sent to the front line of the sand, undoubtedly is cannon fodder. It is said that the mind of the emperor is unpredictable. At this moment Li Jingsong said that he knew nothing about Emperor Qin. Just as he was waiting for Yi Daxing to ascend the city, another soldier ran over at a brisk pace and bowed. Great General, we found the young lady in the ranks. Li Jingsong sniffed and his head buzzed. It was really a case of one wave after another. When did Li Shangnan hide in the army? He knew nothing about it. There was bound to be a deadly battle in Tai Ming City. Li Shangnan was mixed in the army and could die in the hands of the enemy at any time. Go and watch over the young lady, don't let her run around. As soon as the words fell, several silhouettes appeared on the city. The person at the head was none other than Yi Daxing. When Li Jingsong saw that there was also Crown Princess Gu Qingqing in the crowd, his scalp tingled. Why did they come to Tai Ming City? This was a sand field, not a playground. Nonetheless, he forced himself to be calm and got up to welcome them. Last general pays his respects to King Ning. Yi Daxing hurriedly raised his hand to help Li Jingsong up. Great General, no need to be polite. How is the battle situation in Tai Ming City right now? As he said that, he looked towards the outside of the city and could not see Yi Changqing's figure. Great General, where is my royal brother? Li Jingsong said, back to King Ning, the Crown Prince is in the southern city fighting the Grand Xia Dragontang Legion. Who is the war general outside the city? Imperial Toon Legion, Xiang War. Yi Changqing saw Xiang Zhan falling into the wind. He was already at the end of his strength and would be in danger of losing his life at any time. Dian Evil, go out of the city to help General Xiang and behead the enemy general. Dian Evil excitedly said, Your Highness, leave it to me. He leapt and jumped directly from the city, holding the 9 underworld sword towards Barbarian Wushuang. Barbarian Shuer and the two of them furiously ran over. Lifting his hand, a large sword in his hand flew out, knocking down the huge hammer that Barbarian Shuer had landed on. On the city, Li Jingsong saw the scene in front of him, face unbelievable. A glance can see that Dian Evil is a great general. See him to 1 against 2, did not fall into the wind at all. His eyes retracted and landed on Yi Daxing. How could there be such a terrifying divine general under the Ning King's command? At this time, the partial general who had gone to the south city returned and walked up with a brisk step. Seeing Yi Daxing standing on the city's head, he hurriedly bowed, reporting to the King of Ning, Great General, under the south city, the Crown Prince is trapped. 7 simple words made the atmosphere in the field instantly tense. Gu Qingqing turned around and was ready to head to South City, but was grabbed by Yi Daxing's catkin, Imperial sister-in-law. You stay here, I'll go rescue Imperial brother. Saying this, he looked towards not far away from the city's head on easy duo. Sir, I'll leave this place to you. Li Jingsong followed the sound to look, only to find the figure of Yi Dugu. When this person appeared, he actually did not know anything. Your Highness, this gentleman is Mr. EE. One person can break a million divisions. Yi Daosheng left his sentence, holding the hilt of the sun-ribbon sword on his waist, walking briskly towards the bottom of the city. Behind him, Li Lingxian, Wu Hu, Ji Yuan, three people followed closely. Your Highness, the enemy outside the southern city will be Li Mubai of the Grand Xia. Do not take the enemy lightly. Li Jingsong shouted at Yi Daosheng's back. No matter who he is, whoever injures my royal brother, dies. Yi Daosheng's ice-cold voice came as if a sharp sword was stuck in Li Jingsong's heart. Li Jingsong watched Yi Daosheng leave and muttered, "Is this still the Ning King I know?" In the last sentence that Yi Daosheng left behind in the party, a terrifying killing aura was hidden. Gu Qingcheng came to Li Jingsong's side. "Old general, don't worry, King Ning, he can save the crown prince." Li Jingsong? Even the crown princess believed that King Ning could save him. He suddenly realized that he seemed to not know Yi Daosheng at all. Emperor Qin had always acted rigorously and without a drop of water. Sending King Ning here at this time must have his deeper meaning, as could be seen from the war generals that Yi Daosheng had brought with him. Perhaps King Ning's appearance would be a turnaround in this great battle. He stole a glance at Yi Dugu. The evening wind rose, both temples of green silk raised. A person stood at the head of the city to drink wine, the expression of calm and self-contained, depending on the 100,000 troops outside the city as if they were nothing. In the end, what kind of person can achieve such calmness? Think of Yi Daosheng said, one person can be a million division. Really? Is there really such a fierce man in the world? Li Jingsong looked towards the outside of the city half-heartedly, his cheeks flushed with disbelief. Dian Evil was actually chasing after the two barbarian Wushuangs to fight with 1 against 2. This is also too fierce, right? Dian Evil suddenly scurried out from within the city, hitting the two barbarian Wushuang brothers without a fight. The demon lord in the enemy's camp swiftly rose to his feet, his grim gaze looking away. Who is this person? Didn't you say that the only war generals in Taiming City are Prince Qin, Li Jingsong, and Xiang War? Who did not expect to kill a dang evil halfway? The demon lord was furious and was about to kill Xiang Zhan immediately, but he let it be saved and sent into the city. Tuoba Lord, you lead 500 devil soldiers to kill him. A general clad in blood-red armor galloped out, followed by 500 demon soldiers behind him to kill Deng Evil in the past. Seeing the hissing winds of the enemy troops, Deng Evil holding the 9 underworld sword, roaring wildly in a long voice, "I'm the Daqin Huban general, Deng Evil, who dares to fight with me in a battle to the death." General Huban? Li Jingsong slightly frowned, thinking 1,000 thoughts. When did Daqin have Huban army? How come he didn't know at all? Dian Evil looked at the enemy troops who didn't dare to move forward by strangling their horses, and laughed nervously. It's a bit interesting, the words that your highness taught me really work. One sentence scared them so much that they didn't dare to move forward. At this moment, Tuoba Lord lifted the reins and strangled his horse. Puzzled, they received the news that within the city of Taiming there is only the Imperial Toon Legion, the Great Qin Sharpshooters and the Flying Tiger Legion. When did a Huban army appear? Could it be that there are other large armies hidden within the city? Quickly go and pass the news to the Lord. The words fell, and only then did he ride his horse towards Duan Evil to kill him. The enemy army is going to fight in a wheel battle again. General Dian is afraid that he will not be able to defeat them. Li Jingsong said worriedly. Old general, just put your heart in your stomach. Dian Evil can fight 10 war generals by himself. With his battle power, a mere 500 demon soldiers are not enough for him to kill. Yi Dugu lightly sipped a mouthful of wine and spoke carelessly. Li Jingsong moved forward. Sir, do you know where General Dian came from? Yi Dugu was stunned. Kirin Pavilion. Saying this, he paused and continued, the old general is also a gossip. Li Jingsong. Shilin Pavilion's war general, no wonder. No wonder. He suddenly thought of something. Since it was a fierce general out of the Qilin Pavilion, why would he be loyal to King Ning? What secrets did Yi Daosheng have on him? At this moment, Yi Daosheng with Ji Yuan, Li Lingxian, Wu Hu, 3 people came to the south city. Outside the city, killing shouts shook the sky, torches swaying and flickering, like a fire dragon soaring in the air. Gao Changtian suddenly saw Yi Daosheng walking towards him and hurriedly greeted him. Last general pays his respects to King Ning. How is the situation of my royal brother? Back to King Ning, His Highness the Crown Prince is breaking out to the north. Wu Tianxiong and the 3rd Princess of Daxia are under siege. Open the city gates. This king is going out of the city to rescue his royal brother. Older brothers who like it give a 5-star review and a free gift to come. Love you guys. Taiming City. South Gate. When Gao Changtian heard that Yi Daosheng wanted to go out of the city to rescue Crown Prince Changqing, his face suddenly changed and he looked at Yi Daosheng incredulously. Your Highness, the enemy forces outside the city are surrounded by layers and layers of enemy troops. Going out of the city right now is tantamount to a sheep entering a tiger's mouth. Please think twice, Your Highness. Yi Daosheng's extreme vision. The light of torches outside the city is swaying. The north side of the fire is saved. without much thought, he knows that the crown prince is trapped in a heavy siege. Even if there is a mountain of swords and a sea of flames outside the city, the king will also go out of the city. Open the city. It was impossible for him to watch Crown Prince Changqing die in battle, nor would he let him be imprisoned and fall into the hands of Wu Tianxiong. Gao Changtian was still hesitant, when suddenly a long sword was pressed against his neck, and Li Lingxian said in a deep voice, His Highness said to let you open the city gates. Open the city gates. Gao Changtian helplessly ordered the soldiers to open the city gates. Yi Daoxing handed Li Lingxian a look, the latter sheathed his long sword and left right after him. General Gao, I'll leave the southern city to you. Don't worry, Your Highness, the people are in the city. Gao Changkong watched Yi Daoxing and his party leave. A short while later, a sound of horses' hooves galloping wildly came from the wilderness outside the city. Under the night, Yi Daoxing's 4 men galloped over to the north of the sandfield. Even though there were 100,000 Dragon Tang troops in front of them, they were righteous and looked on death as if they were at home. How can 4 people kill their way out? Gao Changtian muttered, ordering 3,000 sharp soldiers to leave the city and go forward to rescue the crown prince along with Yi Daoxing. The current battle situation was already very clear. The Dragon Tang Legion and Wu Tianxiong didn't intend to attack the city. Their target was the crown prince, so sending 3,000 sharp soldiers out of the city didn't affect the city's defense in the slightest. Under the night, the 3,000 sharp soldiers followed closely behind Yi Daoxing, like a sheathed sword, charging towards the enemy army. At this moment, Yi Daoxing only had Crown Prince Evergreen in his eyes, rushing towards Ji Yuan as he marched forward. Follow this king to kill the enemy and rescue the crown prince. Ji Yuan held the meteor heavenly lance and ran wildly on his horse, like no one was there. Wherever he passed, the enemy troops were all picked off by a gun and flew out. Terrifying battle intent burst out, and there was no one within 100 meters of the square. Your Highness, don't worry, small scenes, just leave it to me. Yi Daoxing holding the heavenly dragon lance, right and left threw down, where he was hit by the enemy army, battle armor broken, fly out backwards, his sword eyebrow raised, face showed a strange color. This heavenly dragon lance power is so horrible? When the Qin Emperor gave him the heavenly dragon lance, Yi Daoxing clear power is not so strong. In the end, where is the problem? Mother! He suddenly thought of something. That day when he left the palace, in the carriage Dao Chun Luo was playing with the heavenly dragon lance. It must have been then that she moved her hand to make the heavenly dragon lance become so terrifying. With the divine soldier's support, Yi Daoxing destroyed the enemy army and madly harvested their lives. At this moment, Yi Changqing had already been surrounded by Wu Tianxiong, Xiao Lingfei, and the two of them, Shanghuan Bodhisattva, Ji Zixuan, Xiao Hu. 3 generals and the crown prince relied on and stood up, facing the encircling enemy army. They were already prepared to die. Yi Changqing, don't struggle anymore, you are already at the end of your strength. Wu Tianxiong said in a cold voice and waved his hand. A troop of soldiers and horses rushed towards Yi Changqing. Yi Changqing's bloodstained battle armor, gripping his lance tightly to support his body. Wu Tianxiong, wanting the lone king to surrender, don't you dare dream. As long as a single breath of life remains, I will fight to the death. If the blood does not run dry, death will not stop. Great Qin sharp warriors, vow to die. Wu Tianxiong was disdainful. Yi Changqing, you have a bit of backbone, but unfortunately, the situation has already been decided. If you want to die, this king will fulfill you. Saying this, he paused and continued, you go first. Your father will soon come to accompany you on the Yellow Springs Road. You won't be too lonely. Kill! Kill! Yi Changqing's eyes were wide with anger, looking at the enemy troops killing in front of him. He once again lifted his gun and killed out. The generals around him followed right behind without any hesitation. Even if they were to die, they would also accompany the crown prince. In a moment, the silhouette appeared in the big battle, one hand holding a gun, one hand holding a sword, like a war god from the 9 ghosts, although already all over the body, but did not retreat a step. Great Qin's elite soldiers, who will compete with them? All the generals and soldiers follow the lone king to kill. Even if they die, they will die on the way to the charge. At this moment, Yi Changqing was already at the end of his strength. Being able to hold on until now was all due to his willpower. There was always a voice in his mind, reminding him all the time that he absolutely could not fall. The hot blood of the enemy troops sprayed on his cheeks, stimulating his nerves. With every step he took, one of the enemy troops fell under his feet. Flying vectors penetrated through his shoulders. He stuck his longsword in the wilderness, lifting his hand and pulling out the arrow. Lifting his sword, he fiercely sprinted out. This scene directly made Wu Tianxiong, Xiao Lingfei, and the two of them look dumbfounded. They looked a little moved, looking at Yi Changqing incredulously, not expecting the great Qin prince to be so difficult to deal with. Kill him! Kill him for this king! Those who take the head of Crown Prince Changqing will be rewarded with 10,000 vassals and 10,000 taels of gold. Wu Tianxiong roared angrily. With a heavy reward there would be a brave man. He wanted to see how long Yi Changqing could hold out, and with an order, a steady stream of troops rushed over once again. This moment, Yi Changqing stood on the pile of enemy corpses, his hand on the handle of the gun to support his shaky body. Blood hazed his eyes, looking at the blur of the enemy army to kill. Great Qin, sharpshooter, do not retreat. Lone is a pawn who crosses the river, and will never take a step back. Wu Tianxiong, if you want to attack Taiming City, step over the corpse of the Lone King. Your Highness! Your Highness! Shanghuan Bodhisattva, Ji Zishuan, two generals came forward to support Crown Prince Chongqing. The latter forcefully stood up. Lone, it's fine, continue to kill the enemy. Scarlet blood covered his cheeks, even the tips of his hanging hair were dripping blood. Yi Chongqing raised his head fiercely and roared wildly in a vertical voice, Crown Prince Chongqing is here, who dares to come forward to fight? The voice echoed under the night sky. The enemy troops that surrounded up stopped, completely shocked by his domineering aura. No one dared to step beyond the thunder pool. Shanghuan, His Highness is too badly injured, you carry His Highness and leave, the two of us will stay behind to break the back. Ji Zishuan spoke in a deep voice, his gaze falling on Xiaohu. They were already prepared to die. Just at this moment, a soldier came in front of Wu Tianxiong. Your Highness, a Qin army is killing from Taiming City. The leading war general has the courage of 10,000 men, and will kill here soon. Wu Tianxiong's face suddenly changed. It's Flying Tiger General Li Jingsong? He had received accurate information that the only commanders within Taiming City were Crown Prince Chongqing, Li Jingsong and Xiang War. The latter was trapped under the eastern city and was too distracted to come to the rescue of the Crown Prince. The only one who can go out of the city is Li Jingsong. But if he goes out of the city, the Devil Army will immediately attack Taiming City. It seems that Li Jingsong wants the Crown Prince, not Taiming City. Back to your Highness, the visitor is King Ning of Great Qin. King Ning, Yi Daosheng? Wu Tianxiong instantly lost his composure when he heard this. King Ning, Yi Daosheng? Impossible. Wu Tianxiong did not believe that Yi Daosheng would appear under Taiming City. The Demon Lord personally sent someone forward to assassinate the King of Ning in Xianyang City. How did he survive? Your Highness is absolutely certain, it is none other than King Ning. The incoming general spoke with extreme certainty. King Ning personally led 3,000 sharp soldiers to kill over, and the warlords under his command were so formidable that none of our troops could stop them. Wu Tianxiong pretended to be calm and let out a loud laugh. It seems like Emperor Qin is really senile. Sending a crown prince wasn't enough, he also had to send King Ning to this king. King Ning is just a waste of space. Leading 3,000 sharp soldiers and wanting to save people is simply a fool's dream. Concubine Xiaoling spoke out in agreement. King Tian doesn't need to worry, Yi Daosheng doesn't even have a spiritual root, a waste who can't cultivate martial arts, just he still dares to go on the sands. I'll bring people to kill him right here. In the past, Yi Daosheng repudiated his wife and made her lose face in Xianyang City. Now that she learned that Yi Daosheng personally sent her to the door, she vowed to kill Yi Daosheng with her own hands. Princess is already an 8th grade martial artist, beheading a loser is not a piece of cake. Wu Tianxiong spoke out in compliment, Princess go and kill Yi Daosheng. The crown prince will just be handed over to this king. When the Qin emperor loses 2 princes one after another, Great Qin will live up to its name. Looking at Princess Xiaolingfei's departing back, a wry smile spread on his cheeks. Failing to assassinate Yi Daosheng a few times in a row showed that he had deceived the world, and that this son was definitely not a waste. Wu Tianxiong knew that Yi Daosheng was unfathomable, but he allowed Xiaolingfei to bring people forward to block him, which was to buy time for him to decapitate Crown Prince Chongqing. Kill! Don't give Yi Chongqing a chance to catch his breath. On the other side, Xiaolingfei led the Dragon Tang army to come to block Yi Daosheng. When she suddenly saw the Qin army galloping in front of her, the leader of which was none other than Yi Daosheng, who was clad in golden dragon armor and holding the heavenly dragon lance. See him hissing wind and horse galloped, such as into no one's territory. Xiaolingfei lost color. This is still the Qin third prince she knew? After a short period of shock, she came back to her senses, and with a command, the Dragon Tang army behind her flicked their bows and arrows, and the flying vectors like waterfalls shot towards Yi Daosheng. Yi Daosheng fixed his eyes and found Xiaolingfei in the army. The emperor's true chi penetrated in the long lance, swinging like a windmill, easily blocking down the flying arrows. A person, a horse, a long lance, against the wind, through the drooping arrow waterfall, and then appeared has come to a place not far from Xiaolingfei. Facing Xiaolingfei, who had a marriage contract with him in the past, he didn't have the slightest softness. His long lance was like a rainbow, breaking through the air and attacking Xiaolingfei in the past. Xiaolingfei drew her sword to meet her. In her eyes Yi Daosheng was still that trash who couldn't cultivate martial arts. The next moment she regretted. Yi Daosheng's long lance sent the long sword in her hand flying out. How can he be so powerful? Priding herself on being an 8th grade martial artist, Yi Daosheng and her were not from the same world. Only at this moment did she understand that Yi Daosheng had been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, and that he was the real deal, the strongest person. The cultivation level was actually above her. Yi Daosheng, you are hiding so deeply. Xiaolingfei cursed and lifted the reins back to her horse, preparing to escape. Yi Daosheng would not give her a chance to escape and threw out the long lance that he was holding tightly. The long lance was like a flying dragon, shattering space and shooting out, straight from Xiaolingfei's back through. Looking at the long lance that appeared in front of her chest, she fell off her horse with a face of unwillingness. Dragon Tongue army see Xiao Lingfei was killed, scared soul, instantly routed, do not dare to meet its front. Yi Daoxing jumped forward, drew out the heavenly dragon lance on Xiao Lingfei, and continued to gallop forward without looking at her. Whoever dares to block him from rescuing the crown prince will be killed without pardon. Xiao Lingfei is the third princess of Daxia and so on. At this moment Yi Daoxing completely a man blocking the murder, Buddha blocking the Buddha's momentum. In the past, he repudiated Xiao Lingfei, not to return to Daxia to do her third princess, but also dared to lead the troops to come to the rebellion, and Wu Tianxiong, such a woman death is not enough to pity. Li Lingxian looked at Yi Daoxing's distant back and muttered, His Highness is already a god of killing, who would have thought that His Highness' force is so terrifying? He was glad that he chose to pledge allegiance. In his eyes Yi Daoxing was both civil and military and had a heart for the world. Such a person would surely become the master of the 9 states. Staying by Yi Daoxing's side, he will definitely have the opportunity to make a big impact, and the battle with King Tian is just a small test. Your Highness! Shangguan Bodhisattva was shot in the chest, blood spattered like a column. Despite this, he assisted the staggering Yi Changqing. At this moment they were trapped and exhausted. Yi Changqing knelt on the ground with his sword, panting heavily, Father, my son tried his best. As the words fell, he once again braced himself and stood up, wanting to launch one last charge, but his body no longer allowed it. The enemy troops looked at the staggering Yi Changqing, knowing that he no longer had the strength to fight. Dozens of lances penetrated over, ready to stab Yi Changqing to death. Just in the nick of time, suddenly a long lance shot down in the air, plunging into the wilderness with a bang, carrying a powerful true qi that shook the enemy troops out. A horse-long neighing sound came. Wu Tianxiong followed the sound to see. In the torchlight illumination, a person appeared in his line of sight. No one else, it is Yi Daoxing. At this moment, Yi Daoxing lifted the reins and strangled his horse. The front hooves of the warhorse under his crotch were in the air, his silhouette was tilted, and his stern gaze like a sword fell on Wu Tianxiong. Yi Daoxing. Wu Tianxiong was unbelievable. He had clearly asked Xiao Lingfei to block Yi Daoxing. How could he appear so quickly? Could it be that? He was startled by the thoughts that appeared in his mind and hurriedly shook his head. Impossible, absolutely impossible. It was impossible for Yi Daoxing to have fucked Xiao Lingfei to death so quickly. King Tian, we finally meet. King Ning, what a King Ning, there is a road in heaven that you don't take, and there is no door in hell for you to come and throw yourself in. Wu Tianxiong was unperturbed. This king only wanted to kill the crown prince alone. I didn't think that you would come to my door. In that case, this king will fulfill you. Yi Daoxing flew off his horse and moved to the front of Crown Prince Changqing. A hand held his collapsed body. Imperial brother, Daoxing is here, it's alright. Dao. Yi Changqing hadn't finished speaking, his eyes went black and he directly fainted on Yi Daoxing. Looking at his bruised and battered imperial brother, Yi Daoxing was burning with rage. Ling Xian, Wu Hu, you two escort your imperial brother and them back to the city. Yi Daoxing said, handing the people over to the two of them, turning to look at Wu Tianxiong, you're dead. Wu Tianxiong laughed, King Ning, just by you wanting to kill this king? Under Taiming City, this king has 300,000 troops on display. What are you going to kill me with, relying on the 3,000 sharp soldiers behind you? King Tian, you're dead, as I said, no one can save you. Yi Daoxing figure violently sprinted out forward, drew out the long lance inserted in the sand field and killed towards Wu Tianxiong. Wu Tianxiong, you as the great Qing Tian king, do not think of the imperial grace, plotting rebellion, this is the crime one, when killed. Colluding with the great Xia to plague the world, this is crime too, to be executed. Injuring my brother is an unforgivable sin. This is the third sin. Death. Must die? Yi Daoxing's voice was like a divine punishment, seemingly sentencing Wu Tianxiong to death. Wu Tianxiong was disdainful and laughed, Yi Daoxing, with you still can't kill this king. As the words fell, he waved his hand, and behind him, a silhouette was like a ghost, swept out from the army, killing Yi Daoxing with swords and knives. King Tian was emboldened, all because of the Jianghu martial artists under his command. What waves could Yi Daoxing make by leading 3,000 sharp soldiers? Yi Daoxing holding a gun, meet the killing Jianghu martial artists. He is already a 9th grade martial artist, looking at the Jianghu is also a master. The master does not come out, invincible. One person, a gun to kill into the crowd, the long gun vertical and horizontal as a dragon. Every time through the next must have Jianghu cultivators died under the gun. Yi Daoxing like out of the gate tiger, dragon into the sea, beat the Jianghu cultivators retreat, horseback Wu Tianxiong shocked, finally understand why Yi Daoxing will appear so quickly. It was thought that Xiao Lingfei was already dead. King Ning, you are hiding so deeply. Wu Tianxiong realized that Yi Daoxing had deceived everyone and knew that it was impossible to get rid of him easily. Quickly go and inform the demon lord to come. The only way to suppress Yi Daoxing was for the demon lord himself. Your Highness, I've come to help you. Ji Yuan's vertical voice was like thunder, carrying the meteor heavenly lance to kill. Like a fighting machine, wherever he passed, the Tian wolf riders were like grass. With one swing of the gun, people toppled over. Wu Tianxiong's pupils shrank and he was shocked. There is such a divine general under King Ning's command. He was a battle-hardened general who had been in the battlefield for a long time, and at a glance, he could see that Ji Yuan's godly bravery was unmatched, and that he was one of the few fierce generals in the world, and he boasted of controlling all of the intelligence of Xianying City, but in the end, he found out that he had no knowledge of Yi Daosheng. Some people in the world have slandered him, bullied him, insulted him, laughed at him, and belittled him, and he can actually hold back. King Ning really wasn't simple. Ji Yuan, go kill Wu Tianxiong, this king wants to see his head. Yi Daosheng harvested the Jianghu martial artists with a devastating momentum. Ji Yuan's voice came from not far away, don't worry, your highness, if I don't cut down Wu Tianxiong's head, I won't eat for 3 days. 1 day without eating, Ji Yuan was soft, daring to say 3 days without eating, thus showing his determination. Wu Tianxiong, eat my shot. Ji Yuan violently dashed forward furiously over, sweeping thousands of troops in an invincible manner. The Taiyan wolf riders were valiant and battle-hardened, but in front of Ji Yuan, they were like lambs to the slaughter. Snort! A sound of breaking wind spread. Yi Daosheng's hand sky dragon long sword flew out, penetrating through the chest of the martial artist who sprinted over, raising his hand and sheathing his day-by-day sword on his waist. He wielded the long sword, as if the god of war descended to earth. No one can block a human enemy. A steady stream of Jianghu martial artists. Until this moment, Jianghu cultivators only realized the terror of Yi Daosheng, cultivation above them. The crowd of figures subconsciously stepped backward, the arms holding the sword trembled. Every time Yi Daosheng stepped out, they wanted to take a step back. Wu Tianxiong looked at the defeated Jianghu martial artists, his heart was horrified. See Yi Daosheng mentioning the blood-dripping long sword to kill, as if the god of murder was approaching. How can he be so horrible? Swish! The silhouette rises up in the air. Yi Daosheng holds the sword and stands. The sword chi is like a dragon, whistling down. The Jianghu martial artists are all sealed by a sword. What kind of sword technique is this? Wu Tianxiong was terrified, drew off the sword on his waist, his figure rose up from the horse, and took the initiative to kill towards Yi Daosheng. Ben was a lord of the party, possessing a 9th-grade cultivation, and after seeing Yi Daosheng's cultivation, he was convinced that he could kill. Yi Daosheng, this king has underestimated you. It seems that you are the biggest threat. Since you have come to Taiming City, you don't want to leave alive. Yi Daosheng was silent, killing intent erupted in his eyes, his body was like a swimming dragon. He killed towards Wu Tianxiong, his longsword clashed in the air, the sound resonated in the air and shook the ears. After dozens of rounds, Wu Tianxiong did not lose the wind, the corner of his mouth lifted up a wry smile. Yi Daosheng, you are nothing more than that. After determining Yi Daosheng's cultivation, just waiting for the demon lord to come was his time to die. Boom! A loud sound spread, the two figures separated. Wu Tianxiong stood with his sword, powerful true essence bursting out. Yi Daosheng, you are a little bit stronger than Prince Chongqing, but just a little bit. The lives of the two of you brothers, this king wants it. As he said that, the corner of his mouth lifted up in a triumphant smile as he looked back towards his back. Demon Lord, you're here. Yi Daosheng detected the demon lord's aura. Ji Yuan, let's withdraw. His figure floated down in the air on the back of his horse, leading the sharpshooters to break out to the north. With Ji Yuan's furious decimation, the Taiyan wolf riders didn't dare to block them. They retreated to make way for a passage. Please Demon Lord, don't let King Ning escape. Wu Tianxiong's urgent voice rang out as the demon lord stepped into the air. His speed was incredibly fast, and he instantly appeared in the void behind Yi Daosheng. Just as he was about to strike out at Yi Daosheng, a firelight shot out, like a heavenly fire dropping down. The demon lord was shocked and his figure flew out backwards, not daring to stand hard against the flying fire snake. Heaven and earth spirit fire? He said in shock. Looking up again, he realized that Yi Daosheng had already protruded out and disappeared under the night. He actually possesses the heaven and earth spirit flame. How could he possess the heaven and earth spirit flame? It was too unbelievable. The demon lord kept muttering as his figure returned to Wu Tianxiong's side. The latter asked out loud, Demon Lord, how could you let Yi Daosheng escape? King Ning is not easy to kill. What does the demon lord mean by that? Wu Tianxiong was astonished. The demon lord was a strong person at the peak of the patriarchal master, and he still couldn't kill Yi Daosheng at such a cultivation level? King Ning has the heaven and earth spirit flame. This kind of treasure appeared in his hands. Even this seat doesn't dare to make a move easily. The slightest carelessness will lead to ashes and ashes. Wu Tianxiong was well versed in books and knew the existence of the heaven and earth spirit flame, but those were legendary treasures. How could it appear in Yi Daosheng's possession? He was really becoming more and more mysterious. Demon Lord, in that case, are we unable to help Yi Daosheng? Small problem. Let my senior brother fight tomorrow. He is carrying a treasure that can take away King Ning's heaven and earth spirit flame. The demon lord spoke confidently. If King Ning loses his heaven and earth spirit flame, this seat will kill him as simple as crushing a mole cricket. So what if we just let him live one more night? As soon as the words fell, a man and a rider, clad in white armor came. It was none other than Li Mubai of Daxia. He looked around and did not see the figure of Xiao Lingfei. King Tian, where is my princess? General Li, the third princess, died under Yi Daoxing's sword. Li Mubai's pupils dilated, shocked, ordered to come to attack Great Qin, but also to protect the safety of Xiao Lingfei. Now the princess died in battle. How can he explain to the Xia Emperor? At this time, a few soldiers of Dragon Tongue Army carried Xiao Lingfei's body forward. A lieutenant panicked, his voice slightly trembling. Great General, the third princess was killed by Ning King with a single shot. Please avenge the princess for Great General. Li Mubai looked at Xiao Lingfei's corpse and hesitated for a long time. Fa. You lead a small detachment to send the princess's phoenix body back to the country. The king of Ning killed my princess of Daxia. This general will take his life. Midnight. The two of them, Yi Daoshang and Ji Yuan, who broke out of the siege, returned to the city with the Deqin sharpshooters. 3,000 sharpshooters when they went, but less than 1,000 were left when they returned. Yi Daoshang flew off his horse and came to a war general. Tally up the brothers who died in the battle and give them all to this king. They are all heroes of Great Qin. When the great battle is over, this king will bury these brothers in a generous manner. Their families are the widows of the heroes. This king will treat them well. As he spoke, he patted the war general's shoulder. I'll leave this matter to you, all the brothers. One must not be left behind, understand? Don't worry, your majesty, the last general will ensure that the task is accomplished. Yi Daoxing nodded. The others returned to the barracks to rest. After arranging everything, he brought Ji Yuan back to the mansion, and after learning that the crown prince was still in a coma, Yi Daosheng was the first to find Idugu. The night was like ink, and the moon was like a hook. Light wind blew, the air was filled with solemn killing, blood. Idugu sat on the top of the pavilion, holding a wine gourd, tilting his head to look up at the sky to watch the stars in the sky. Yi Daoxing figure appeared, the breeze raised his clothes, he stood with his hands. Sir, the injury of the imperial brother. Idugu threw the wine pot to Yi Daosheng. Your highness, have a drink, the best drunk in immortal brew. Yi Daoxing grabbed the wine jug, but didn't have any heart at all. Sir, you've seen your imperial brother's injury, is it serious or not? No harm done, a small injury. The old man has already treated it, a few days in bed and it will be healed. Idugu slowly opened his mouth and said, after a pause, he continued, sit down and rest, the moon in Taiming City is very full tonight. Yi Daosheng lay down beside him, tilted his head and lightly sipped a mouthful of drunken immortal wine, and lightly coughed. Sir, Elder Yu has returned to you, why do you still need to keep the wine in your hand? Your highness, do you think the old immortal is drinking wine? Idugu paused and continued, what the old immortal is drinking is the age. Speaking of this, he seemed to have thought of something. Your highness, why did you suddenly withdraw outside the city just now? Your highness, this is a little bit of opportunity not to give the old immortal a, sir, a bit hypocritical. If you wanted to make a move, there was still a chance for the demon lord to appear under the city? Idugu smiled awkwardly. Your highness, when coming to Taiming City, the princess specially explained that if your highness' life is not in danger, the old immortal cannot make a move. Yi Daosheng? What else did the queen consort explain to you? Yi Daosheng, no, your highness, don't misunderstand, the princess is all for your own good. The battle of Taiming City is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for training. Both the old immortal and the princess believe that your highness will be able to do it. What Mr. means is, this king's life is not in danger, you will never make a move. That's right, the old immortal cannot go against your highness' wishes. Yi Daosheng let out a bitter smile. My lady is so good to me. Idugu concurred. Yes, the royal consort has worked her ass off for your highness. Outside the city, inside the enemy tent, Wu Tianxiong, Demon Lord, and Li Mubai were discussing about attacking the city tomorrow. With the appearance of King Ning, and the situation inside Taiming City is unknown, this king thinks that we should first let the Jianghu martial artists enter the city tomorrow. They can heavily damage the warlords under King Ning's command and solve a lot of trouble for us in attacking the city. Wu Tianxiong said in a deep voice, glancing sideways at Li Mubai, the clan martial artists under general's command can go out together. Li Mubai's face changed slightly. He didn't realize that the matter of harboring sect martial artists in the army had long been known by Wu Tianxiong. King Taiyan, don't worry, tomorrow when we enter the city for the battle, the great Xia sect martial artists will come out. Demon Lord, is it possible to send out a few elders so it will be foolproof? Tomorrow, the Devil Clan powerhouses will be led by my senior brother, and they will definitely make Taiming City a mess. The Demon Lord strategized, paused, and continued, when necessary, this seat will step in. In fact, from the bottom of his heart, he coveted the supreme treasure on Yi Daoxing's body, possessing the spirit flame of heaven and earth. This son was destined to be extraordinary, and he had long planned to secretly sneak into Taiming City. When the spirit fire on Yi Daoxing's body was taken away, he would then strike to take his life. Your Majesty, wait for my senior brother's signal, then we will start attacking the city. If the inside and outside work together, Taiming will be broken. Wu Tianxiong's face showed joy. With Demon Lord's deployment and General Li's assistance, we will win tomorrow's battle. He was complacent, convinced that he would be able to enter Taiming tomorrow and get rid of Yi Daoxing and the Crown Prince. Without these two stumbling blocks, Xianyang City would be a bag of tricks. Dawn. Yi Daoshang was immersed in cultivation when Gu Qingqing's voice came from outside the room. Third brother, husband is awake, looking for you to go over. He internalized his breath, pushed open the door of the room to the courtyard, and came to the room with Gu Qingqing. At this moment, Crown Prince Changqing had already turned awake, his face was as pale as a piece of paper. Suddenly he saw Yi Daoshang coming forward, and attempted to get up but was held up. Imperial brother, you have injuries on your body, don't move around. Cough. Lao San, this time thanks to your timely appearance, otherwise I would have been accounted for outside Taiming City. Imperial brother is too kind, you and I are brothers, whoever dares to hurt you, I will kill him. Yi Daoshang helped the crown prince tuck in the corner of the quilt. Imperial brother, just rest easy and recuperate, leave the next big battle to me. Yi Changqing said, the sands are dangerous, you kids should pay attention. I heard Qingqing say that you can cultivate martial arts, is it true or not? Yi Daoshang nodded, it is possible to cultivate martial arts, not very strong. The main point was a low profile. Good, my brother can cultivate, this is a lucky thing for Great Qin. Yi Changqing was a little excited, the body wound tore, successive bursts of coughing. Lao San, you are new to martial arts, the cultivation is too weak, do not in Wu Tianxiong hard, something more in the great general, item generals and their discussion. Imperial brother recuperate well, I know what to do. Yi Daoshang pacified the crown prince, when suddenly Li Lingxuan's voice came from outside the room, Your Highness, a large number of Jianghu martial artists have infiltrated the city and started hunting our soldiers. At those words, Yi Daoshang stood up, I'd like to thank Imperial sister-in-law for taking good care of Imperial brother. With those words, he pushed the door to leave the room, and on one side, Li Lingxian said, Your Highness, Wu Tianxiong is up to his old tricks, wanting to use the power of the Jianghu to kill the generals in the city. What do we do now? No harm done. Follow this king to take a look. The two of them left the mansion and galloped over towards the city gates on horseback. At this moment the Jianghu martial artists in the city were killing everywhere. They seemed like the last touch of darkness before sunrise. Utilizing their subtle stances, they succeeded in their sneak attacks one after another, killing the Great Qin soldiers by surprise. When Yi Daoshang came to the entrance of the city, 100 soldiers had already died in their hands, the bodies were spread across the long street. He sat on the back of his horse, looked around, and said in a cloudy manner, All of you came for the sake of the king, show yourselves. As the words fell, silhouettes gathered on the pavilions on both sides of the long street, coming at extremely fast speeds, and in just a few minutes 100 people had already appeared, their stern gazes filled with killing intent. King Ning, your time to die has come. Kill for me. The black-robed old man's cold voice spread, and the Jianghu martial artists swung their weapons towards Yi Daoshang to kill him. Just then, Yi Daoshang suddenly opened his mouth. Wait. Chapter 56, Human, Sword Immortal. Early in the morning, the curtain rolls in the light wind, the sun rises in the east and the sky breaks. Inside Taiming City, a murderous aura filled every inch of space, and the Jianghu cultivators on both sides of the long street drew their swords, pointing directly at Yi Daoshang's body. The battle was about to start. Yi Daoshang suddenly opened his mouth to call a halt. Everyone's eyes fell on him, curious about what tricks Yi Daoshang wanted to play. Yi Daoshang took out a token from his sleeve and aimed it at the crowd in front of him. The Alliance Master's order is here, who dares to act out? Jianghu martial artists heard the words, gazing at the token in Yi Daoshang's hand, they were shocked, their figures subconsciously retreated backward. The supreme martial artist, the Alliance Master's holy order, orders the world, no one dares to disobey. The one who holds the Alliance Lord's order is the supreme of the Jianghu, and can order the world's heroes. The crowd was horrified, feel incredulous. The rumor is that there are only two Alliance Master order, one in the hands of the martial arts Alliance Master Dongfang Yao, one disappeared. There are also rumors that the other one is in the hands of the Wine Immortal. But why would Yi Daoshang be holding the Alliance Master order? Was he related to the Martial Alliance Heavenly Sect, or was he related to the Wine Immortal? The crowd's thoughts flew around, knowing that no matter who Yi Daoshang was related to, being able to hand over the Alliance Master order to Yi Daoshang meant that he was extremely valued, and besides, both forces were existences they couldn't afford to mess with. Heavenly Sect, the number one force in the Jianghu, a door can destroy a country, no exaggeration. Wine Immortal, the oldest land fairy in Kyushu, a sword can be 1,000,000 divisions, destroying the city, broken stars, the moon. The heavenly free fairy, the earthly wine sword fairy. Puff, puff. On the long street, Jianghu martial artists knelt down and said in unison, Greetings to King Ning, we are willing to listen to King Ning's orders. For a moment, Yi Daoshang was like a towering martial arts supreme being, and all of them knelt down and worshipped, their hearts submissive. Their allegiance to Wu Tianxiong was for cultivation resources. Now they were submitting to Yi Daoshang in order to live. These people were very capable of carrying a clear conscience, only by living could they have unlimited possibilities. If they were enemies with Yi Daoshang, behind him, whether it was the Heavenly Sect or the Wine Immortal people, they would have their balls turned upside down. Turning to Yi Daoshang's banner might still be a chance. Looking at the Long Street Jianghu martial artists kneeling and saluting one after another, Han Buguang stood alone and messed up in the morning wind. He was the Devil Master's senior brother, ordered to bring people Jianghu martial artists into the city to behead Yi Daosheng, dreaming that the picture would turn out like this. In an instant, he became a loner. The Jianghu martial artists who entered the city turned against him, and he was the only one who really came to kill Yi Daosheng? What is this? Han Buguang's heart thumped, and the day collapsed. Yi Daosheng put away the alliance order, slowly raised his hand to signal the crowd to get up, and his majestic gaze fell on Han Buguang. You still don't kneel first, how do you still want to kill this king? Snort! Snort! The words just fell. The Long Street Jianghu martial artists very consciously point their weapons straight at Han Buguang. A few people surrounded them. The devil tribe came only 8 people, facing 200 Jianghu martial artists surrounded them. They became a lamb to be slaughtered. Take them down! Yi Daosheng gave an order. The Jianghu martial artists launched an attack on Han Buguang's 8 people, and the great battle on the Long Street opened up, instantly making a mess. Han Buguang understood in his heart that he was unable to kill all the Jianghu martial artists in the field. He swept his figure and violently rushed towards Yi Daosheng. Yi Daosheng will not be used to him, long sword sheath to meet up, and Han Buguang such a strong fighter is the best training. The wandering dragon sword method, sword sheath traveling in the air, shrouded in Han Buguang body. Han Buguang was stunned. Obviously did not expect Yi Daosheng to dare to take the initiative to fight. Both of them are 9th grade martial artists. Which one is stronger or weaker? Only by fighting will they know. At this moment, Demon Lord figure appeared in the city on the pavilion, overlooking and see everything in the eyes, instantly face puzzled, do not understand why the Jianghu martial artists will siege the devil cultivators. In the end, what happened? Just as he was puzzled, a silhouette floated down in the air, Idugu a green shirt, hands on the back and stand. The Demon Lord noticed the people around him, hastily turned his head to look over. Your Excellency is. Demon Lord surveyed Idugu, actually found himself unable to see through the person in front of him, close at hand, but gives a feeling of emptiness, no true essence fluctuation, the pressure seems to be insurmountable mountains. You are the Demon Lord? So weak. The Devil clan has fallen into despair to this point, how dare you come out and make trouble? Idugu spoke lightly. Compared to the demon race that once dominated the 9 states, the demon race today was too weak. I really don't understand how the Demon Lord dares to come out to do wrong. Who exactly are you? The Demon Lord inquired with a strong sense of composure, and he didn't even have the courage to strike in the face of Prowl Doctor's intimidating pressure. I heard that you want to kill my highness, is this true? Idugu spoke in a cold voice. Flying swords penetrated above the 9 heavens, pointing straight at the Demon Lord. Follow me. Looking at the flying swords that were close at hand, all of which were made of condensed true essence, the Demon Lord seemed to have thought of something. His voice trembled slightly. You are the Wine Sword Immortal. Knowing my identity, you still want to struggle? The Wine Sword Immortal was the Taishan Beidu of the 9 states. How could he be involved with the King of Ning? The Demon Lord was appalled, curious as to how exactly Yi Daosheng had managed to gain the favor of the Wine Sword Immortal. Senior Wine Sword Immortal, spare a way of life and pretend that I have never appeared. The Demon Lord prayed. I'll leave Taiming City immediately, and will never set foot in Great Qin again until then. I can't make a decision on your stay or departure, life or death. Idugu said, lightly waved his sleeve, sword she sealed his veins. The Demon Lord was motionless, his body's true essence couldn't be activated. In front of Idugu, he was a humanoid toy. The cultivation that he was once proud of was not worth mentioning when compared to Idugu. Idugu carried the Demon Lord as if he was an eagle catching a chicken, and disappeared to the top of the pavilion under a few maneuvers, and when he reappeared, he had already returned to the small courtyard. Woohoo, go inform His Highness that old me has a gift for him. Sir, who is he? Woohoo sniffed and glanced at the Demon Lord to ask out. Demon Lord. Woohoo was struck by lightning and did not dare to be the slightest bit slow, and left with a brisk walking wind. The Demon Lord was sitting beside the stone case, his meridians were sealed, glancing at the Prowler Duchess who was leisurely drinking wine. He was like a child who had done something wrong. Seniors, don't be like this, have a good conversation. Shut up, don't disturb my drinking, or I'll fuck you. Demon Lord. The word fuck scared the Demon Lord to the point that he was shivering, his chrysanthemums couldn't help but tighten, and he no longer dared to open his mouth to speak. Let's say on the Long Street, Yi Daosheng and Han Buguang fought together. More than 100 rounds have not been divided into winners and losers, but Han Buguang has already fallen into the wind. As for the rest of the demon race in the siege of the Jiangshi martial artists, they have already been hacked to death by randomly cutting knives. Han Buguang was a bit anxious. He entered the city to kill Yi Daosheng, all because of the heaven and earth spirit fire. I did not expect. Yi Daosheng does not rely on the spirit fire. The sword is as horrible as this. Cannot kill, really cannot kill. Sword like a swimming dragon, soaring heaven and earth. This kind of kendo attainment. Can't attack for a long time, so angry. The silhouette flew backwards out, toes from the Long Street. Han Buguang stabilized his figure, found that a sword mark appeared in front of the chest, blood-stained red shirt, and its depth can be seen in the white bone. For a moment he did not dare to act rashly, just guardedly sizing up Yi Daosheng. Just at this moment, Wu Hu appeared on the long street, shouting, "Your Highness, Mr. Looking for you to go back, said there is a gift for you." Yi Daosheng was stunned, suspicious of what kind of gift Yi Dugu would send him at this time. Did Mr. ever say what he would send this king? Wu Hu said, "A person, a demon lord." Yi Daosheng? Han Buguan, oh. Long street. Han Buguan's head buzzed when he heard the two men's conversation. What was his senior brother's cultivation level? How could he have been captured? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wu Hu shouted so loudly, was he afraid that he wouldn't hear him? Yi Daosheng's figure flashed and killed towards the frozen Han Buguan. The sword light became more and more extremely fast, making it impossible to defend, and the other Jianghu martial artists around him also surrounded and attacked. For a while, Han Buguan was at a disadvantage. Under the hasty dodging, more and more wounds on his body. At this time, Yi Changsheng haunted the Imperial Dao Dragon Shi on the day-by-day sword, and each sword light stroke vaguely resounded with a dragon's roar. "King Ning, how did your sword suddenly become so fast?" Han Buguan found it unimaginable. Facing Yi Daosheng's fast sword, he was no longer able to defend himself. He clearly could have defeated him from the start, so why wait until now? Teasing him? Yi Daosheng laughed. This king is a fast swordsman, as fast as his hands are, his sword is as fast as he is. Why didn't you use a fast sword in the beginning? Without you, how can this king hone his sword skills? To be able to kill you, is not to kill, is to play. Han Buguan's mind exploded when he heard this, hastily dodging the penetration of the long sword, and ultimately letting Yi Daosheng's sword penetrate through his shoulder, and his figure was picked out. Bang! The silhouette fell hard to the ground. Yi Daosheng's deep voice, "Wu Hu, fork him and return to the mansion." Yi Daosheng turned around and left in a dashing manner. The Jianghu martial artists on the long street looked at his back, one by one, their hearts palpitated. They were glad that they chose to submit, otherwise they would all be buried under Yi Daosheng's sword. Han Buguan, upper 9th grade martial artist, was not even able to defeat Yi Daosheng. How could they defeat him? That's not right. Great Qin rumored that the third prince Yu Wu Dao did not have a spiritual root and was unable to cultivate martial arts. Grass, the rumors were all fucking lies. What did they call such a teenage pride who couldn't cultivate martial arts? After a short period of shock, the crowd hurriedly got up and chased after Yi Daosheng, and in a short while they appeared outside the mansion. At this moment, inside the tent outside the city, Wu Tianxiong, Li Mubai, and the two of them were still waiting for Han Buguan to pass the message out that the three armies were standing by, always ready to attack the city. The two know that at this moment, Taiming City is already in chaos. I believe that soon there will be a signal to send out, unaware that the person who gave them the signal, this moment are kneeling in front of Yi Daosheng. In the small courtyard of the mansion, Wu Hu appeared with Han Buguan. The latter saw the demon lord sitting beside the stone case, his pupils dilated, unable to believe it was true. Senior, why are you here as well? The demon lord cried and laughed. For a moment he didn't know how to answer Han Buguan. His current situation wasn't obvious. How could one ask such stupid words? Iduku put down his wine jug and was respectful. "Your Highness, this bad old man was so bad that he was hiding in the dark and sneaking around, and I just happened to be passing by, so I caught him back. Your Highness, see how to dispose of it." Sneaky, just happened to be passing by? The demon lord's face sank as he quietly looked at Idugu. "I believe you, damn it, this old six descended just to catch him." Demon lord, right. Yi Daosheng spoke in a cold voice. Even though he had never met with the demon lord, the aura on his body was familiar. The person who came after him last night was the demon lord in front of him. Speak, what else did Wu Tianxiong deploy besides letting you guys enter the city to assassinate? Senior brother, can't say. Han Buguan shouted, and as soon as his words fell, Wu Hu's greatsword was already against his neck. "You're the one who's damn talkative. Demon lord, this king has given you the opportunity," Yi Daosheng said, handing Wu Hu a look. "Drag him down and beat him to death with a stick." Wu Hu dragged Han Buguan away, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Senior brother, you can't say it, they won't let you go if you do." "I'll say it." The demon lord suddenly opened his mouth, knowing that if he didn't say it he would surely die. If he said it he might still have a chance of survival. He wasn't a melon skin like Han Buguan. Han Buguan. His mind completely collapsed. He had thought that the demon lord would keep his mouth shut. Had he known it was like this, he would have taken the initiative to explain. "King Ning, don't kill me, I'm willing to say anything." Han Buguan's voice came out. "I know everything about senior brother's collusion with King Tian. The assassination of your father on Meteor Immortal Mountain the day was deployed by the demon lord and King Tian, and that time, it was the demon lord himself." "Oh, don't kill me, I'll say everything." "Wu Hu, fork the person over," Yi Daosheng said with a smile. The demon lord was instantly messed up. It was true that one was not afraid of godlike opponents, but afraid of pig-like teammates. The silver lining he had just fought for, Han Buguan instantly snuffed it out for him. Yi Daosheng looked at Han Buguang, who was dragged over. Speak, what other plans do you have? Your Highness, if I say everything, can I give a way out? Old Han is willing to work as an ox for your Highness. Han Buguang weakly inquired. Woohoo, beat it to death. Don't, I'll say. Han Buguang glanced at the demon lord, whose face was like a pig's liver. Your Highness, I was ordered by the demon lord to enter the city to assassinate, and once I win, I'll send a message to King Tian, and at that time, Wu Tianxiong and Li Mubai will start attacking the city, and take down Taming City from the inside out. The demon lord asked me to enter the city and assassinate because your Highness has a heaven and earth spirit fire on you, and it just so happens that I have a treasure on me that can collect the flame. I am willing to offer the treasure to your Highness and beg to be spared. Yi Daosheng nodded with great satisfaction, knowing that what Han Buguang had said was true. His heart instantly settled on a plan, intending to give Wu Tianxiong and Li Mubai an invitation. He turned his head to look at the demon lord. What else does your excellency have to add? The demon lord's face was like ashes, knowing that the tide had turned, the matter of assassinating Emperor Qin was exposed. Yi Daosheng would not let him go, so he simply shut his mouth. Yi Daosheng coldly smiled. The day-by-day sword was sheathed, slashing through the demon lord's neck, sealing his throat with a single stroke of the sword. Blood splattered on the stone case. This scene made Han Buguang almost pee in his pants. I didn't expect Yi Daosheng to kill decisively and without delay. Woohoo, go inform the great general that General Xiang is coming. Go quickly. Yi Daosheng already had plans, so he couldn't kill Han Buguang yet. Sir, let's leave him to you first. I'll go and come back. Go! Yi Dugu watched Yi Daosheng leave and muttered, Your Highness is bullish. A cultivator at the peak of the Zhongshan said to kill, leaving behind to burn the fire in the king's mansion doesn't smell good? Doesn't it smell good to help the royal family raise horses? Wasteful. If it were me, I would have tethered him within the royal palace and let him watch over the family. Speaking of this, he took a light sip of wine. Nervous, Your Highness already has me, so of course you don't need this trash. A few moments later, Li Jingsong, Xiang Zhan, Dian Evil, Li Lingxian, Ji Yuan, Shangguan Bodhisattva and others all appeared in the backyard of the mansion, and at the moment, there were already 100 Jianghu martial artists standing in the courtyard, and the scene dumbfounded the crowd. Yi Daosheng saw that the people had arrived and slowly opened his mouth. Great General, General Xiang, this king intends to open the city gates and invite the enemy forces outside the city to enter the city. Looking at the blank faces of the people, Yi Daosheng spelled out his plan and made precise deployments for every step, strategizing and deciding. What an invitation to the king! Gentlemen, start moving. The crowd led the order and acted according to the deployment. Yi Daosheng looked at their backs as they left. The corner of his mouth lifted up an arc, and just then, a curtain of light appeared in front of his eyes. Kill the demon lord. Some people say that Lao Fan is a pouncer. I sat on the tree and thought about it all night. Who in the end has leaked the news? Old Van does not want to be a pouncer. Old brothers must give a point of hypnosis. Sending a reminder to add a chapter. This is just an expectation. I know that there is certainly not. Kill the demon lord, get rewarded a piece of demon bone and a piece of heavenly demon technique. No more? Finished? This time the reward was a bit too simple. Yi Daosheng thought that he would drop his cultivation card, but he didn't expect to have empty joy. He quickly adjusted his mindset. Having a demon bone and a heavenly demon feat was not bad. The most important thing is to solve Wu Tianxiong and the enemy army outside the city first, and wait to return to the imperial capital to study the devil bone and heavenly devil gong. The figure of Yi Dugu appeared next to Yi Daosheng. Your Highness has made some deployments. The great battle in Taiming City is going to end early. When you drink the celebratory wine at that time, remember to get a pot for me. Yi Daosheng smiled. Mister, don't worry, when the great war ends, I will send people to collect the world's fine wine to send to you. This battle can be a great victory. Mister should be the first credit. If it wasn't for Mr. capturing the demon lord, everything wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Yi Daosheng waved his hand. Your Highness, I will retire. Yi Daosheng watched Mr. leave and stood with his hands behind his back, looking far into the distance with his extreme eyes. War Kai, the end of King Tian has come. Han Buguang, it's time for you to perform. All at the mercy of your Highness. Half an hour later, Wu Hu's figure appeared in the mansion, sprinting to Yi Daosheng and bowing. Your Highness, the deployment is over. Yi Daosheng nodded. Han Buguang, do it. Han Buguang stood up and raised his hand to release the flare. The smoke resembled a spirit snake rushing straight up to the sky, followed by blooming in the void as if it were a brilliant and sparkling firework. After doing everything, he timidly looked at Yi Daosheng. Your Highness, I'm offended. Go! The next episode was like this. Outside the city, Wu Tianxiong and Li Mubai saw the signal appear in the void and immediately ordered their army to start attacking the city. The vast army seemed to sweep in like a torrent. As they approached Taiming City, the city gates suddenly opened and a Jianghu martial artist performed a body technique to appear in front of Wu Tianxiong's warhorse. Your Highness, the city gates are open, please enter the city quickly. King Ning is under our control. When Wu Tianxiong heard this, his face revealed a look of ecstasy. Everything went smoother than he expected. It was not in vain that he spent a lot of resources to invite these Jianghu martial artists. They played a key role in achieving victory in this battle. Enter the city. By the time Wu Tianxiong and Li Mubai appeared in Taiming City with their men, on the long street, Han Buoguang was controlling Yi Daosheng and was confronting Li Jingtsong and Xiang Zhan. Wu Tianxiong took everything in, lifting the reins and strangling his horse. King Ning, you've finally fallen into this king's hands. Don't worry, this king won't kill you now. When this king attacks inside Xianying City, he will kill you in front of your father's face, so that he can experience what it's like to suffer the loss of a beloved son. Men, take King Ning down and put him under strict guard. 2 wolf riders came forward with their goads, ready to take Yi Daosheng from Han Buoguang's hands, but at this moment, Han Buoguang escorted the man forward of his own accord. Your Highness, I'll personally hand the man over to you. Wu Tianxiong leapt off his horse, his expression teasingly incomparable, wanting to humiliate Yi Daosheng once again, but the next picture suddenly changed. 2 long swords were pointed straight at Wu Tianxiong's body at the same time. Caught off guard, Wu Tianxiong couldn't dodge in time and was pierced through his armor by the 2 long swords. His figure flew backwards. Seeing this scene, Li Mubai on the back of the horse was completely confused. The sudden change made him realize that something big is not good. Wu Tianxiong stabilized his figure and looked at his chest. Thanks to the gold silk soft armor blocking the 2 men's attacks, or else the 2 long swords would have penetrated through his body. After the robbery, he looked at Han Buoguang with his head held high and angrily said, "Are you crazy? Know what you're doing?" Han Buoguang said, "Wu Tianxiong, Taiming City is your burial place. Yi Daosheng, Wu Tianxiong, welcome to Taiming City. Kill for this king." With a command, the Jianghu martial artists in the city swarmed up. Sword lights and shadows streaked across the city to kill Wu Tianxiong. For a while, his head buzzed. Why was this happening? The Jianghu martial artists in front of him were his people. How could they follow Yi Daosheng's orders? King Tian, we've been tricked. Li Mubai alerted with a long voice, returning his horse and preparing to leave Taiming City. Retreat, withdraw from Taiming first. Yi Daosheng laughed, since you're here, none of you will leave. Clang! Clang! The sound of clashing of arms rang out. On the city's head Li Qingyon led the Bao soldiers to appear. With a command, the arrows rained down like rain, shooting down in the air. Inside the city Tian wolf riders and dragon tendency army panicked and blocked. In an instant, there were already 1,000 people who were killed by the arrows. Wu Tianxiong raised his hand and knocked back the Jianghu martial artists with a sword, rose up in the air and floated down on the back of his horse, lifted the reins and wanted to rush out of the city, but saw that the road in front of him was covered with corpses, and there was no hope of getting out of the city, so he could only abandon his horse and leave. Yi Daosheng leaped up and chased towards the fleeing Wu Tianxiong. Great General, General Xiang, everything will be done according to the plan. Those who surrender will not be killed. If they dare to resist, they will be killed on the spot. The voice echoed in the long street. The silhouette followed behind Wu Tianxiong. King Tian, be executed, you can't escape. When Wu Tianxiong heard the voice, he looked back and saw that there was only Yi Daosheng behind him. His heart was filled with murderous intent and he fled towards the alley with Yi Daosheng. When he entered the alley, he suddenly saw a person appear in front of him. It was no other than the Demon Lord. Seeing the figure of the Demon Lord, Wu Tianxiong felt that he was lying again. Yi Daosheng, this king admits that you are a very good opponent, much more demonic than your father back then. It's a pity that it's time for everything to end. Saying this, he looked towards the Demon Lord. Demon Lord, do it. How come there was no movement at all? Wu Tianxiong didn't know that everything in front of him was deployed by Yi Daosheng. Even his appearance in the alley was in Yi Daosheng's plan. All along the way there were Great Qin soldiers and Jianghu martial artists, and this alley was the only place for Wu Tianxiong to return to. That's why he had someone place the Demon Lord's body here. Wu Tianxiong, this is my king's first gift to you, see if you like it? What did he mean? Wu Tianxiong didn't understand the meaning of Yi Daosheng's words and shouted once again, Demon Lord, quickly make a move to kill Yi Daosheng. No need to shout, the Demon Lord is already dead, I killed him. Yi Daosheng spoke softly, but it hit Wu Tianxiong's heart like a thunderbolt. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Wu Tianxiong could not believe that Yi Daosheng had killed the Demon Lord. He knew very well the strength of the Demon Lord. The patriarch was not even placed in his eyes. How could Yi Daosheng have killed him? With doubts in his mind, he walked towards the Demon Lord. When he saw the sword mark on the Demon Lord's neck, he believed that the Demon Lord was really dead. The Demon Lord was his strongest card. Wu Tianxiong, you've lost. Gird your loins. Wu Tianxiong knew that he had lost and was defeated, but he was not willing to let his years of deployment be destroyed in Yi Daosheng's hands. At this moment, he was like a crazy beast, violently charging towards Yi Daosheng. King Ning, I will kill you. Yi Daosheng turned to leave. Ji Yuan, just cripple it and bring it back to father to dispose of. A burly man appeared in the alley, blocking in front of Wu Tianxiong. The person who came was none other than Ji Yuan, who was holding the meteor heavenly lance, as if he was a furious withdrew standing between heaven and earth. Wu Tianxiong could only watch as Yi Daosheng's back gradually drifted away. An angry roar resounded to vent out his inner unwillingness. Ji Yuan approached Wu Tianxiong step by step. King Tian, you've suffered old age when you met me. Today by car to go home for New Year's Eve. To the home has been 9 o'clock. Simple packing down can only write out a chapter. Everyone understands. Tomorrow make up a chapter. Immediately after the new year, money or no money, home for the new year, and parents reunion. In addition to evolution does not bring my brother rewarded a catalytic charm, owes more chapter. Tomorrow together more. Thank you for sending gifts, brother. The new year you must be very rich. Outside the alley, Yi Daosheng looked at the army fighting on the long street, knowing that this great battle is about to come to an end. Handing over Wu Tianxiong to Ji Yuan, it is difficult for him to escape with his wings. From the mouth of Yi Dugu, he learned that Ji Yuan was a 9th grade war general. This kind of god general was rare in Kyushu. Wu Tianxiong could not be his opponent. Demon Lord fell. The defeat is finalized. Wu Tianxiong is no longer spirited, but disheartened. The change of mind has fallen into the downside. At this moment, his mind was on Li Mubai, based on the principle that if you come, you will be at peace. 100,000 Dragon Tendency Legion dared to step into the land of Great Qin, they would all be buried here. Li Mubai is a famous general in the world, kill it. Da Xiao lost to God General, the national strength is in the doldrums, in a short period of time can no longer threaten Great Qin. At the end of the long street, the rear army of the Dragon Army turned into the front army and fled in a hurry, with heavy losses under the rain of arrows, but some of the soldiers and horses still rushed out of Taiming City. Li Mubai was hit by an arrow, scarlet blood spilled out of his armor on his left shoulder. He raised his hand to break the arrow and galloped away with his horse's belly, followed by the generals. The moment they rushed out of Taiming City, they let out a long breath, thinking that they would have a chance to retreat, but at that moment, 2 groups of soldiers and horses suddenly appeared directly in front of them. The leader of the people is Dian Evil, Li Lingxian 2 people. A time, Li Mubai army once again in a critical situation, after Li Jingsong, Xiang wore 2 people to chase. In the face of such a predicament, Li Mubai did not have a trace of panic. The thoughts in his mind flew, instantly planning to lead the army from the right flank to withdraw. At the moment cannot worry too much. To be able to break out of the siege of the Great Qin soldiers and horses is his last stubbornness. Outside the city was in chaos. Who would have thought that the Dragon Army of Dixia, the Wolf Riders of Tian, would be killed in a short period of time? Defeat is like a mountain falling. Dragon Tang, Tian 2 legions although the number of people in the upper hand, but the morale is too devastated, under the hasty fleeing, which has the power of a battle? I don't know when. Yi Daosheng now appeared on the city, wearing dragon armor, holding a dragon lance, waist-hanging day-by-day sword. Outside the city of the pursuit of the battle of the eyes, the world knows that the poor do not pursue. But he gave Li Jingsong, Item War, Dian Evil, Li Lingxian all generals of the military order is, the poor enemy must chase, live capture Wu Tianxiong, Li Mubai 2 people. A plan to catch a turtle in a jar, crushing King Tian's years of deployment. Your Highness is really brilliant. When did Mr. come? Yi Daosheng looked sideways. Mr. is always a godly dragon, it's weirdly intimidating. Yi Dugu stood with his hands in the air, looking far away. Why doesn't your Highness not go out of the city to cut down the enemy, after destroying the great Xia Dragon Tang Legion? Wouldn't it be great if your Highness made a name for yourself in one battle? Yi Daosheng shook his head and laughed. This king is strategizing. The matter of building a career will be left to the generals. It's just that little bit of credit. This king won't compete with them. Although there is a wise king, does not love the minister without merit. Although there is a kind father, does not love the son without benefit. Ji Yuan, Li Lingxian, Dian Evil, Li Qingyun they need military merits. Besides, this king's ambition is not here. Yi Dugu laughed. That's right, the king of this world, however lifted the sword to fight with people, none of them are pointing out the river and mountains, strategizing. Said this, he paused, curious, your Highness ambition where? Wife, children, hot bed. Yi Daosheng spoke in a faint voice. Wouldn't it be nice to practice sword fighting, fishing, and drinking when the sun is up? Yi Dugu looked at Yi Daosheng with surprise. Isn't this the ultimate life of big brothers after retirement? He knew clearly in his heart that with Yi Daosheng's strength, there was no problem at all in leading such a life. It was very reasonable. Your Highness, when it comes to being truly spontaneous and seeing through the mundane world, sir, would you like to join together? Willing. At this moment, in the alleys of the city, the fierce battle between Ji Yuan and Wu Tianxiong was nearing its end, and miserable screams came out from the alley. The sound was Wu Tianxiong's, as if he had let a few big men spoil him. A short while later, Ji Yuan dragged one of Wu Tianxiong's legs and yanked him out of the alley. A blood mark appeared on the ground behind him, extremely eye-catching. Humph, it's not that His Highness wants to keep you alive. I'll have to let you see the strength of the no. One gun in the world, great. Are you a devil? Kill this king, kill this king. Wu Tianxiong wailed in pain. At the moment he only begged for death. He didn't want to suffer inhuman torture anymore. All 3 legs let Ji Yuan break them. Who understands this kind of pain? Family members. Come on people, give him to His Highness to be sent over. A team of soldiers sprinted forward and forked Wu Tianxiong towards the city gates. More than 10 years of painstaking management, ultimately destroyed in an egg. The once highly favored king of different surnames of Great Qin, the imperial brother of Emperor Qin, because of greed eventually came to an end. It was really saddening, and I don't know if Wu Tianxiong ever regretted it. Your Majesty, the traitor Wu Tianxiong has been brought here. Yi Daosheng waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to retreat. King Tian, what else do you want to say? Wu Tianxiong opened his panda eyes with difficulty. The winner is the king, the loser is the enemy. This king has nothing to say. Yi Daosheng, sir, Wu Tianxiong is in your hands. Make sure to bring him back to the imperial capital alive. Idugu, don't worry, your highness, leave the man to me, he won't die. Wu Tianxiong looked at the sound of the voice, his eyes landed on Idugu. Yi Daosheng, this king will be defeated, all because of this person, right? Wu Tianxiong, as a king of different surnames in Great Qin, you chose to rebel. Your name is not correct, how will you win? Yi Daosheng spoke in a deep voice. On one side, Idugu echoed, an emperor is the destiny of heaven. If you don't care about the multitudes, how can you be an emperor? Wu Tianxiong let out a wild laugh. What a heavenly destiny. The heavenly destiny astrological sign never pities the weak, it is always just a halo for the strong. The history of the world only discusses success and failure, it does not ask about the cause. 1,000 years of achievements and sins are but judged with others. If this battle is won by this king, who in the world would dare not submit? Incorrigible. Yi Daosheng shook his head, seeing Ji Yuan carrying the meteor heavenly lance and streaking out of the city, chasing after Li Mubai in the direction he had fled. Sir, the great battle is about to come to an end. This king has gone to find his royal brother. Idugu nodded. Your highness, old me will first bring Wu Tianxiong back to the capital. Go! Chapter 60 taken, curtain falls. Outside of Taiming City. On the wilderness. Flying sands rose up and solemn killing filled the air. Qin army pursued, killing shouts, high morale. This battle they played soundly, did not expect Yi Daosheng a plan to break the enemy army. Let to be a predicament of the battle, turn the tide. Li Jingsong, Xiang War. Two people admire Yi Daosheng, thought he came to Taiming City will be a burden, but in the end it is he led the army to victory. In the army, Li Shangnan dressed in military attire, holding a lance, obviously some out of shape. The three armies are praising Yi Daosheng. The thought of the past she went to the royal palace to withdraw from the marriage is simply stupid. Now Yi Daosheng became famous in one battle, shocking the 9 states, no longer the waste in the world's population, but also became an existence that she could not climb up to. Kill! Kill! Shocking killing shouts of the mountains and seas. Dian evil, Li Lingxian. 2 people have killed into the Dragon Tongue army, like a tiger into the flock, wherever they passed, killed the Dragon Tongue army. People toppled over. Li Lingxian took down the crossbow, flying vector on the string, pointing straight at Li Mubai's back. A piercing cloud arrow cut through the sky, once again from Li Mubai's back through the past. 2 arrows in a row. Li Mubai tightened the reins, trying not to fall off the horse. He is very clear in his heart that he is the pillar of the Dragon Tongue army. Once he fell off the horse, the 3 armies instantly fell into a scattered sand. Knowing that it is impossible to escape, Li Mubai took the initiative to turn back to his horse, and his stern gaze fell on Deng Evil, Li Jingsong. Several people. Even if he dies, he will die on the way to charge. When they were studying in the Kirin Pavilion, horse leather is the highest honor for a war general. General, quickly retreat, we'll block the Qin army. Several war generals strangled their horses and stood, holding their weapons tightly ready to fight to the death as a way to buy time for Li Mubai to escape. They knew that Li Mubai's death in battle would cause a huge loss to Xia. Can't get away. Battle, what is there to fear? Li Mubai, being a famous general in the world, lost like this, he recognized his own problems. At first it was the 3rd Princess Xiao Lingfei who influenced his decision, after that it was him who believed in Wu Tianxiong. The main reason is, everyone had underestimated Yi Daosheng. Looking at Deng Evil, Li Lingxian who hissed the wind and killed with his horse, there was a familiar feeling in them. Li Mubai knew that the duo came from the Kirin Pavilion. Yi Daosheng can get the Kirin Pavilion god general, this is everyone is unexpected. In addition to this, Yi Daosheng himself is a strong martial arts practitioner. The world was deceived by him. Because of gullibility, he would eventually lose. Li Mubai, gird your loins. Don't struggle to the death. Li Jingsong lifted the reins of his horse, his vertical voice was like thunder. The Dragon Tongue army has lost its great power. They have fought with you for many years. You don't want to see them buried in front of you. This will military horse life. Long ago will life and death put aside. They as a great summer generals, why fear a death? Li Jingsong, this general's opponent today is not you. Li Mubai said in a deep voice, his gaze falling on Li Lingxian. If this general is not wrong, your honor should be the scholar in the Kirin Pavilion, Li Lingxian, right? Farewell, senior brother. Indeed it is you. What virtue can Yi Daosheng have to invite you down the mountain? Senior brother, come out with your sword. Li Lingxian drew his sword and sheathed it. He was just about to strike but was stopped by Dianxiao. Scholar, your force is not as good as his, it's better for me to do it. No need, this is a fight between me and my senior brother. Even if I am not defeated, I will still accompany you to the end. A man, a horse and a sword, sprinted forward and killed towards Li Mubai. Li Mubai raised his spear to meet him. Both of them are from Kongshan, but they have never met each other. I didn't expect that the first time they met was a battle to the death on the sandfield. That year Li Mubai out of the teacher down the mountain, joined the Great Summer Empire. The same year Li Lingxian up the mountain, worship Kongshan, although the teacher out of the same door, but there is no any intersection. Senior brother, surrender. My lord cherishes talent and will treat you well. Great Qin is in the middle of the sky, a good tree nests in a tree, senior brother understands this. Li Lingxian persuaded bitterly, looking at Li Mubai's shaky figure on the horseback, senior brother, your injuries are too serious, if we continue to fight even if I win, we will still not win. Emperor Xia treats me well, one minister does not serve two masters, don't talk too much, eat my shot. Bang sound of impact spread, Li Mubai holding a gun pressed on Li Lingxian long sword. If it was in the past he can defeat Li Lingxian with a gun, right now the injury is serious, the heart is not enough. Stinking scholar, let go of Li Mubai, let me come. A majestic roar suddenly came from the wilderness. This voice was no other than Ji Yuan. Only to see him coming on horseback, swallowing mountains and rivers, the meteor heavenly lance in his hand radiating a soul-crushing cold light. Senior brother surrender. The person coming is the strongest martial madman in the Kirin Pavilion in the past 100 years. This person was born with godly power, hates the sky without a handle, hates the earth without a ring. If he strikes, senior brother will have no power to fight. Ji Yuan? This name instantly popped up in Li Mubai's mind. King Ning actually invited him down the mountain. As a disciple of the Kirin Pavilion, he knew a little about the pavilion's war generals, and in the past years, he had suggested that the Xia Emperor should send someone forward to the Kirin Pavilion to invite the generals, and among them were Ji Yuan and Li Lingxian. Senior brother, it wasn't His Highness who invited Ji Yuan to come down from the mountain, but rather he took the initiative to choose his master. His Highness is so eloquent and talented, and has a heart for the world, that one can't help but be submissive. Between the words, Ji Yuan has already vertical horse forward, the long spear breaks through the air through over, straight pointing at Li Mubai's body. Bang, a weapon clash sound spreads. Li Lingxian blocked Ji Yuan a gun attack. Ji Yuan, don't be impulsive, His Highness said to leave a living mouth. Ji Yuan's lance was negatively placed on the side of his figure, and he said in a jarring voice, I know that I have to leave a living mouth, so I'll just beat it half to death and send it back to His Highness. That's how I handed over Wu Tianxiang to your Highness. Saying this, he paused and continued, if you don't surrender, fight until you surrender. You bookworms are just murky, give him a blow from the split chrysanthemum gun and see if he's well behaved. Scholar, get out of the way, or I'll even hit you. Li Lingxian looked at Li Mubai with an anxious face, senior brother. Ji Yuan galloped with his horse and ran out with his horizontal spear through. Li Mubai came out with his spear to meet him. A collision, the spear in his hand flew out, along with the silhouette of the man fell down in the wilderness. Li Mubai looked at the blown tiger's mouth, trembling arm, his heart was horrified. What kind of overwhelming greatness is this? How did Ji Daoshang make him submit of his own accord? He knew in his heart that even at his peak, he couldn't possibly be a match for Ji Yuan. This guy was armed with 10,000 pounds of enormous strength and had the courage of 10,000 men. It's true that there are talented people coming out of the rivers and mountains, and each of them has been in the limelight for hundreds of years. The latter wave of the Yangtze River pushes the former wave forward, and the latter wave also puts the former wave on. Clang! A gunshot sound spread, the meteor heaven gun pointed straight at Li Mubai. The gun blade was a stone's throw away from him. The gun was like half an inch, before taking his life. Take it down. Hiss, too ferocious. Li Jingsong gazed at Ji Yuan on his horse. The king of Ning has this general who can withstand 1,000 armies. Tai Ming City. In the assassin's residence. Yi Daoshing appeared in the courtyard, wearing a military uniform, with a long sword hanging from his waist. The crown prince Changqing was sitting beside the stone case, when he suddenly saw the silhouette appear. Lao San, the killing and shouting inside and outside of the city is deafening. Has the king of Taiyan begun to attack the city again? Imperial brother, the great battle has already ended. Yi Daoshing took his seat, seeing Gu Qingqing pouring tea for him, he hurriedly took the teapot from her. Imperial sister-in-law, I'll do it myself. The great war is over? Yi Chongqing was incredulous. Lao San, 100,000 wolf riders under King Taiyan's command, as well as the great Xiao Dragon Tendency army, and this is a defeat? How is that possible? Don't you joke with your royal brother. Yi Daoshing drank a cup of tea and slowly spoke, Imperial brother, Wu Tianxiang is already on his way back to the capital, and at this moment, the battlefield is being cleaned up outside the city. The great battle of Taiming City has really come to an end. I wouldn't dare to make any presumptions about such a great event. Yi Chongqing, Gu Qingqing and the two of them were shocked. Both of them were curiously sizing up Yi Daosheng. They were curious to know how the great battle outside the city ended. They had thought that it would be a protracted battle, and to have it end in just one day was too unbelievable. Yi Chongqing said that he didn't feel involved at all. Imperial brother, I just used a slight trick to lure King Taiyan, Li Mubai, and the two of them into the city, giving them a turtle in a jar. Yi Daosheng informed everything that happened. Yi Changqing, Gu Qingcheng and the two of them were immersed in shock, unable to come back to their senses for a long time. It was simply too heaven-defying. Imperial brother, the great battle has come to an end, you have injuries on your body, return to the capital with great general, General Xiang, leave the rest to me. Yi Daoxing didn't forget to promise Li Lingxian, the two generals of Dianxiao, to form a legion for them. In Xianyang City on the way out, the Qin Emperor had said that he had captured Taiyan City, and that this city would be his fiefdom in the future, so Yi Daoxing was going to visit it. Your kid has saved the day and ended the Great War in just a few days, it is really a blessing for the empire. Yi Changqing praised, then Taiyan City will be handed over to you, Imperial brother will first bring the good news back to father. Yi Daoxing nodded his head, the Great War is finally over, when all things are settled in Taiyan City, I will also go back to the Imperial capital, the sand fighting is not interesting at all. Why don't you stay at the royal residence, fishing, and reading? Yi Changqing laughed, your kid is thinking about his daughter-in-law. Yi Daoxing sniffed. The figure of Dao Chang Luo appeared in his mind. To be honest, out of this period of time does miss some, above the sands of swords and swords, mountains of corpses and seas of blood, which has a beauty eye candy. Old 3, you became famous in one battle, not long after, the news spread throughout the 9 states, you kid is the man of the hour. Imperial brother, actually I don't like this, I also want to keep a low profile, but the strength doesn't allow it. The pressure of the Great War dissipated, the brothers chatted for a while, suddenly a silhouette appeared outside the courtyard, the person was Shangguan Bodhisattva, he bowed and bowed, Prince, King of Ning, de Xiao Li Mubai was captured. Yi Changqing said, Lao San, you go and deal with it, Li Mubai is a famous general in the world, he must be treated well, if he can bring him into Qin, it can increase the strength of the empire by a lot. 1,000 armies are easy to get, but a general is hard to find, Imperial brother don't worry, I will treat Li Mubai well. Yi Daoxing got up and left with Shangguan Bodhisattva. Looking at his back as he left, Yi Changqing showed a joyful face, oldest 3 has finally grown up and is now able to take charge on his own. Gu Qingcheng said, husband, King Ning's youthful arrogance has made him famous in one battle, after returning to the capital, I'm afraid that there will be quite a few officials who will worship under him. Yi Changqing heard Gu Qingcheng's words, Qingcheng, don't say this kind of words again in the future, there shouldn't be suspicion between our brothers. Besides, Daoxing was not interested in that position from the beginning. If he wanted the position of the crown prince, father would not have made me the crown prince back then. Gu Qingcheng nodded, just as the crown prince said, back then, Yi Daoxing's birth attracted heaven and earth visions, and it was rumored that he was the reincarnation of an immortal, and that the emperor of Qin favored him with thousands of favors. The position of the crown prince is just a matter of words. Back then, Emperor Qin had asked Yi Daoxing about it, and he took the initiative to set up the eldest instead of the concubine, giving up the position of the crown prince. Qingcheng, I know what you are worried about, now that father's dragon body is healthy, he can reign over Great Qin for 100 years. Yi Changqing boasted that in terms of force, he was no match for Yen King Yi Zhantian, and in terms of wisdom, he was inferior to Yi Daoxing. All he could do was to be at peace. He always remembered the words that Mr. Sanshang had said, there is a time in your life when you have to have it, and there is no time in your life when you don't have it, so don't force yourself. Qingcheng, help me back. Outside the mansion, the Qin army escorted Li Mubai. At this moment the blood has stained his battle armor red. Yi Daoxing saw this, sprinted to meet him, sternly rebuked, nonsense, who told you to bind General Li? Come on people, quickly summon the military doctor to heal General Li's wounds. Li Mubai saw Yi Daoxing personally loosening his bonds for him, gazing at the young man in front of him, this is the Ning king who made them lose? General Li, please enter the residence. Yi Daoxing raised his hand in a gesture and looked sideways at Li Lingxian, Ji Yuan, and the two of them, clean up the battlefield and prepare to send troops to Taiyan City. The two bowed and left with orders. After entering the mansion, the military doctor arrived in a hurry and quickly took the arrows for Li Mubai and bandaged the wounds. Fortunately the 2 arrows were not fatal. General Li, recuperate first, wait until the wounds are healed, let's have a chat. Li Mubai looked at Yi Daoxing's back as he left, his thoughts flew, the prince was like jade, warm and gentle like the wind, it was a good impression for the first time, he didn't see an overbearing, arrogant aura on Yi Daoxing. This son was different from other imperial sons. However, he realized that after a short contact, he could not see through Yi Daoxing, the more so, the more dangerous he felt. I don't know what exactly Yi Daoxing's intentions are. After nightfall, Li Lingxian, Ji Yuan, Dian Evil, Shangguan Bodhisattva, and Li Qingyun 5 people appeared in Yi Daoxing's room. The cleaning of the sand field was over, and they came to report the situation. Yi Daoxing was shocked when he was told that 100,000 soldiers were surrendered, including the Taiyan Wolf Riders and the Great Xia Dragon Tang army. As for the demon army hiding outside the city, they fled at the first opportunity when they got the news of the defeat. Ling Xian, Dian Evil, this king promised you that when the great battle of Taiming City comes to an end, the surrendered soldiers will be handed over to you. From this moment onwards, 100,000 descended soldiers are given to your command, and the legion is named Huban. Li Lingxian, Deng Evil hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Your Majesty. Tomorrow the Great Qin sharpshooters, the Imperial Tomb Legion will leave Taiming City. In the future, the defense and attack of this city will also be handed over to the two of you. Alright, you guys retire. The generals led the order to leave, only Ji Yuan stood outside the room. Ji Yuan, you go down and rest. Tomorrow at dawn follow this king to Tian City. Yi Daoxing took his seat in front of the desk, his sword brows slightly raised. He didn't expect that there would be 100,000 descending soldiers. The military pay alone would be a huge expense. When he thought of the grandiose words he had uttered within the imperial study, he couldn't help but regret it a little. I also don't know how the things handed over to Nyingzi are being done. Chapter 62, White Shadow, Poisoning. The next day, early morning, Yi Daoxing took Ji Yuan, Li Qingyun, and led 3,000 Di Qin's elite soldiers to leave Taiming City. 100,000 Tian Wolf riders under Wu Tianxiong's command died and surrendered in this battle. With the loss of the elite, how many soldiers and horses can there be in Tian City? It is enough to lead 3,000 Qin warriors to go. At the same time, Crown Prince Changqing, Gu Qingcheng, Li Jingsong, Xiang Zhan and his group also left Taiming City. In order to prevent problems with the descending soldiers in the city, the Dechin Ruishur and the Royal Tomb Army were handed over to Li Lingxian for leadership. The injured Li Mubai and Prince Changqing were riding in the same carriage, which was to be transported to Xianying City. Being behind bars, he can only be manipulated. Unconsciously, 10 days have passed. In the wilderness, Yi Daoxing ordered the soldiers to rest and reorganize. Tonight they will sleep in the wilderness. Even if they wear stars and moonlight, they will not be able to arrive at Tian City. According to this speed, at least 2 more days. The bonfire burned, the 3 armies lined up and began to rest in place. Ji Yuan took down a large bag from his horse's back and came to Yi Daoxing's side with gusto. Your Highness, look what delicious food I brought you. For a foodie, no matter when or where, one should never let themselves go hungry. Opening the bag, beef, pastries, roasted chicken were all available. Ji Yuan swallowed his saliva, his eyes already glowing green. Your Highness, you first. Yi Daoxing waved his hand. You eat. Ji Yuan unceremoniously feasted on it. On one side Li Qingyun's eyes were glowing as he watched. General Ji, can you give me some? When? Of course you can. Ji Yuan's mouth was stuffed and his speech was a bit slurred. He very atmospherically tore off a chicken but then handed it to Li Qingyun. Here you go. Li Qingyun? Ji Yuan, you're so skinny, this point is enough to eat. Why don't you still mind? Li Qingyun took the chicken but then quietly looked at Ji Yuan. Listen to me say thank you. Yi Daoxing picked up a roasted chicken from his bag and threw it to Li Qingyun. The latter was happy like a child. Still, your Highness loves me. If I were a woman, I would definitely give my body to you. He shook his head helplessly. This was really a sinful relationship induced by a roasted chicken. The night was getting deeper and deeper. The wind whistled and blew. Not far from the jungle came a strange sound, as if a stern ghost was crying, sharp and piercing. Under the darkness, this kind of sound makes people's bones creepy and scalp numb. The sharpshooters who were already asleep instantly got energized, unsheathed their swords and surrounded Yi Daoxing's left and right, looking at the distant jungle warily. Yi Daoxing slowly stood up and walked forward. Your Highness, stay back. The danger in the jungle is unknown. Let me go and find out. Ji Yuan raised his arm and wiped the corners of his mouth, picking up the meteor heavenly lance and ran towards the jungle, his mouth still chanting. What kind of demon dares to make trouble here? Ji Yuan, be careful. Yi Daoxing uttered a reminder. The silhouette had already disappeared into the darkness into the jungle, and at first Ji Yuan's voice could still be heard. Gradually, the night was quiet. The sharp and ear-piercing cry continued, but Ji Yuan's voice could no longer be heard. Yi Daoxing's sword brows slightly raised, worrying that Ji Yuan might be in danger. It shouldn't be. Ji Yuan was a 9th-grade war general. If he wanted to defeat him in such a short period of time, unless it was a grandmaster who made a move, if the two were fighting it was impossible that there was no sound at all. Yi Daoxing decided to personally enter the jungle to find out what was going on, to see who was pretending to be a god. Qingyun, you guys stay here, this king will go and return. Your Highness, don't be impulsive. The night is dark and the wind is high, everything is unknown in the jungle. Why don't you wait until dawn tomorrow? We will enter and explore together. Li Qingyun was worried about Yi Daoxing's safety and spoke out to stop him. No harm done. Yi Daoxing received a torch, got up and walked towards the jungle. Behind him, the sharpshooters were all gloomy. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. By the time he entered the jungle with the torch, the odd cry was getting fainter and fainter, as if it was fleeing. Yi Daoxing's figure flashed and chased after the sound. Yi Daoxing's figure flickered and chased after the sound. He thought in his heart that if it was really a female ghost, the big deal was to transform into Ning Kaichen and have a big fight with her. The night wind attacked, the sound disappeared. Yi Daoxing looked around, his expression became incomparably grave. He realized that the ancient trees around him seemed to be moving. What was going on? Why are you chasing me? A voice suddenly came from behind. Yi Daoxing immediately unsheathed his sword, turned around and pointed straight to the past. Not far above the ancient trees a white shadow appeared. Under the weak firelight, he couldn't even see the appearance of the visitor. This woman is poisonous. Not sleeping in the middle of the night, wearing a white robe, ghost screaming, this is to scare who? At this time, another white shadow appeared, forming a closed circle. Suddenly a woman opened her mouth and said, Sister, this teenager is really good looking, directly get dizzy and carry it back? Do it! White shadow swept, light veil like a spirit snake to Yi Daoxing attacked, just when he was ready to strike, but found that the body of true essence cannot be activated. Poisoned? 10 fragrant soft tendon powder? No, this seems to be. Yi Daoxing's consciousness became more and more blurred, his figure fell down in the air. Until this moment, he realized why Ji Yuan suddenly disappeared without a sound. Dare I say that he was also poisoned. On the wilderness. The light of the torches swayed, Li Qingyun completely panicked, the creepy screams in the jungle disappeared, heaven and earth regained their calmness, and the crackling sound from the burning torches was clearly audible. The only thing that could not be heard in the jungle was the sound, as if Yi Daoxing and Ji Yuan had disappeared out of thin air. What exactly happened? Not to mention Li Qingyun, even the reader was curious. However, he didn't dare to step into the jungle rashly and could only choose to wait bitterly for another sleepless night. The other side. In the deepest part of the jungle, shrouded in mist under the darkness, a white shadow moved forward at great speed. They let Yi Daoxing rely on them, and they could vaguely hear murmurs. Elder sister, this gentleman is like glow sunset, reserved like jade. When elder sister is done enjoying herself, can you let us also play aha? Of course. Senior sister, this big man is too heavy, I really want to leave him behind. A woman spoke out and complained, he's like a dead pig after he passed out. Nonsense, he is a rare martial artist, his yuan yang and true essence are majestic and overbearing, bringing him back to master is something that will definitely be heavily rewarded. Bai Linger glanced at Ji Yuan, we've made a lot of money tonight, he alone can satisfy master, it's much better than those ordinary people we captured in the past. During this period of time, there have been constant wars in this place, the roads are devoid of pedestrians, we haven't captured anyone for a long time, and master isn't even happy anymore. Light and pleasant voice with the night wind drifting, soon a line of people into the mist disappeared. If there are strong people appeared here, fixed eyes will know that the mist is just a blindfold. Here there is a boundary formation, deliberately isolated from the outside world. Bai Linger and his party brought Yi Daoxing, Ji Yuan back to the clan, arranged in the compartment. The first time to go to inform the master, the two were poison gas stunned into a deep sleep. A melodious snoring sound rang out, the sound came from Ji Yuan. A short while later, a few wisps of silhouettes appeared in the room. Master, you will be very satisfied with the men you have captured this time, they are all martial arts powerhouses, with majestic true essence and yuan yang, which will allow master to recover quite a bit of his cultivation. Linger, you guys have a heart. A bright young woman came to the edge of the bed, her beautiful eyes flickered as she surveyed Yi Daoxing, Ji Yuan, and the two of them. Her face held a joyful expression. Not bad, not bad. After master devours their true essence, the dark disease in his body will be healed. This gorgeous young woman was none other than Bai Linger's master, Bai Qinger. After a brief glance, she was instantly attracted by Yi Daoxing's beauty. This young man's status is extraordinary, his clothes are gorgeous and outstanding, especially the aura emanating from him, so strong and big. Bai Qinger slowly lifted her catkin, running her magic technique, she began to devour Yi Daoxing's true essence. She could feel as if Yi Daoxing's body contained an ocean of true essence. If Bai Linger's few people weren't taking advantage of the poisonous mist, they wouldn't be able to catch Yi Daoxing at all. Bang! A loud sound spread out. When Bai Qinger's jade hand was attached to Yi Daoxing's body, a powerful backlash shook her out. Her silhouette retreated a few steps back one after another, looking at Yi Daoxing with a stunned expression. How could this happen? As he spoke, a golden halo rose around Yi Daoxing's body, and it seemed like a golden dragon was wrapped around him, wrapping the entire person in a dense wrapping. This is Imperial Dao Dragon Qi. Bai Qinger lost her color, as if she had been greatly frightened, and looked sideways at Bai Linger. Where did you guys catch these two from? In the world of the 9 states, how could someone possess such a strong Imperial Dao Dragon Qi? He should be just like us, not belonging to this world. A few women in the field looked shocked, knowing that they were in trouble. Yi Daoxing was carrying the Emperor Dao Dragon Qi and had an extraordinary status. Capturing them back, they were afraid that they had stirred up a hornet's nest, and it would lead to a great catastrophe. Master, what now? Bai Qinger didn't hesitate. While they haven't woken up, hurry and send the people back to the jungle as if nothing has happened. Our identities can't be exposed or we'll fall into the limelight. It's not a coincidence that they appeared outside the jungle, it's possible that they are coming towards us. The women heard this and their hands were busy, trying to send Yi Daoxing, Ji Yuan, and the two of them back to the jungle. Don't touch me, let me sleep a little longer. Ji Yuan dreamily mumbled a sentence, turned around and slept again, causing the ladies to be confused, not knowing how to do it for a while, worrying that Ji Yuan would wake up at any time. Lanner, give me the ecstasy. Bai Linger was ready to add more to Ji Yuan and put him in a coma before sending him back, when suddenly a large hand forcefully grabbed her catkin and yanked her onto the bed. Beauty, don't go. Beauty come, give master a smile. Beauty, kiss. The sleeping Ji Yuan didn't know what kind of dream he was having, yanking Bai Linger into his arms and vowing to go up and down with his hands and feet. Was it really a dream? Then why was his technique so skillful? Bai Linger sensed that Peak was being held and instantly shouted angrily, "Denizen prodigal son, how dare you!" A stern cry awakened Ji Yuan. With a dumbfounded look on his face, he raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. Crap, not a dream. How come there are so many beauties? When he saw Yi Daosheng lying on the bed aside, his expression became serious. "Release my highness, if you have the ability to come at me." The ladies? Noise spread. Yi Daosheng woke up leisurely, the beauty came into his eyes. A carp hit the inn to sit up. Where is this? Ponzi Cave? Ji Yuan stepped forward, blocked in front of Yi Daosheng. "Your highness is not afraid. I protect you, let them rush me, I can carry it." Yi Daosheng? He slowly got down from the bed, shook his head to clear it, and pushed away Ji Yuan's body. "Who are you girls, and what is the reason for inviting this king here in such a manner?" Bai Qinger said, "Your Excellency the King of Great Qin?" Yi Daosheng nodded. "Great Qin, King of Ning, Yi Daosheng, I don't know how the girls are addressed." "Jade Lady Sect, Bai Qinger." Yi Daosheng nodded his head, thoughts flew through his mind. There was no information about the Jade Maiden sect in his memory, certain that Bai Qinger in front of him was not telling the truth. However, he did not choose to reveal it. "Patriarch Bai, what is the reason for inviting us here?" "King Ning, this patriarch wants to say that the wrong person was arrested, do you believe me? Pretending to be a god, old-fashioned maneuvers. You haven't done a lot of things to take people captive while it's nighttime, have you?" Yi Daosheng's face sank. "You guys take advantage of the night to specifically capture men as handsome as this king, you should have other intentions." "Patriarch Bai, you are very dishonest, this king is very unhappy." A powerful sense of oppression filled the room as his ninth-grade martial artist's pressure was released and landed on Bai Qinger's women. "You are not this king's opponents, tell the truth. Otherwise, this king will make you all bow suffer a blow." Ji Yuan nodded his head and spoke out in agreement. "If you don't give an honest account, I'm going to torture you all." He. That laughter was creepy, especially the way he licked his tongue, extremely obscene. If Yi Daosheng wasn't here, Ji Yuan would definitely carry out his beautiful dream to the end and give them a fake show.